This world operates on a single absolute truth, the nurturing and utilization of goo worms. The central character, Fang Yuan, was originally a notorious villain walking the demonic path. The pinnacle of his glory was successfully refining the spring-autumn cicada, a miraculous entity possessing the power to invert the order of space and time. However, the price to create the spring-autumn cicada was mountains of bones and rivers of blood. Such tyrannical behavior enraged all the martial heroes across the mortal realm. At the destined moment, countless factions cloaked in righteousness gathered together. They raised the banner of delivering justice on behalf of heaven, swearing to annihilate Fang Yuan at all costs. Ironically, this so-called act of eliminating evil for the people actually sounded incredibly hypocritical. The reason was that the very moment Fang Yuan revealed the spring-autumn cicada's ability to reverse heaven and earth. The depths of those hypocrites' eyes immediately exposed a frantic greed. As soon as he tossed the divine artifact far away, that mob instantly threw away all sense of shame, madly rushing in to tear at and trample over each other just to snatch it. Their bottomless greed finally met its retribution. The thing Fang Yuan threw was actually just bait. While the crowd was busy tearing each other apart, the object suddenly exploded, sending a massive number of experts down to the Yellow Springs to greet the King of Hell. Meanwhile, the genuine spring-autumn cicada had long been safely nestled inside Fang Yuan's body. The panicked survivors rushed at him to salvage the situation, but all efforts were already too late. In truth, Fang Yuan had never tested the spring-autumn cicada, so he was not entirely certain of its effectiveness. Nevertheless, he secretly thought that if a miracle truly occurred in his next life, he swore to continue walking the demonic path and become a terrifying demon god that would make the entire world tremble. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Amidst a sea of smoke and fire that blotted out the sky, Fang Yuan's figure completely evaporated from this world. In the blink of an eye, he abruptly opened his eyes and realized he had traveled back in time to 5 centuries ago, appearing right in Gu Yue village. In the dead of the night, clan leader Gu Yue Bo and a crowd of descendants were devoutly kneeling and bowing before the ancestral shrine. They earnestly prayed for the ancestors' blessings, yearning to soon discover a younger generation possessing outstanding aptitude. The political landscape at that time was a tripartite balance between the 3 most formidable factions, Gu Yue village, Bai village, and Xing village. While the Bai and Xing clans continuously produced brilliant youths, the Gu Yue clan had suffered from a severe drought of talent for 3 whole years. The name that gave Gu Yue Bo the most headaches was Bai Ning Bing from the rival faction. This teenager's talent was incredibly terrifying. In merely 2 years, he broke through to the realm of a rank 3 Gu master, holding a boundless, immeasurable future. Witnessing the clan leader's sorrowful face, 2 trusted elders hastily offered words of comfort. They asserted that the younger generation about to be tested still harbored rays of hope worth looking forward to. Rumor had it that the Fang family branch was nurturing a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. He could speak fluently at 3 months, run around at 4, compose poetry at age 5, and was brimming with ambitious drive. These words smoothed out the wrinkles on Gu Yue Bo's forehead slightly. Lately, he had also somewhat admired this child's outstanding poetic talent. The child's aptitude was indeed extraordinary, though it was a pity he was orphaned at a young age and currently lived with relatives. If carefully molded, he would definitely transform into a dragon soaring into the high heavens. On the surface, Gu Yue Bo feigned composure, but raging waves were already surging within his heart. He secretly swore to pour all his efforts into cultivating that rough diamond in order to revive the clan's majestic prestige. All right, it is getting late, and tomorrow we still have to conduct the awakening ceremony. You elders may retire and rest now. But let me be blunt, if you want to compete for a disciple, do it fair and square. I absolutely forbid any underhanded tricks that would tarnish the clan's reputation. Please etch this firmly into your minds. After seeing the group of elders off, Gu Yue Bo retreated to his resting chambers, his heart still pounding with far-reaching calculations. Envisioning the prospect of the clan dominating the world once again, he could not help but chuckle inwardly. Coincidentally, in another corner, someone was also laughing heartily. It was none other than the one who had swum upstream against the river of time, Fang Yuan. Oh my precious spring-autumn cicada is truly reliable. Recalling those hypocrites in my past life who forced me to become a demon head, I really want to offer them a deep bow to thank them for their grace. I sincerely thank you all for enlightening me to the rottenness of the human realm. Reborn in this life, I swear to take good care of every single one of you as a proper repayment. The ancients always rumored that this universe drifted upon a mysterious river of time. Alas, legends remain legends, and no one lived long enough to verify its authenticity. Yet thanks to the peerless magic of the spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan had torn apart the laws of life and death. The very moment the divine artifact activated, his eyes had truly witnessed that magnificent river of time. Countless fragments of old memories flooded back like a raging torrent. An image surfaced of him and his little brother standing under a torrential downpour. In front of them were two cold corpses covered in stark white cloths, marking the day their parents departed from the mortal coil. In the days that followed, the pair of brothers was taken in by their biological uncle's family. Outsiders looking in thought it was their utmost blessing. However, only insiders understood that the so-called warm home of their relatives was actually mental torture. Bloody whip lashes mixed with countless bitter insults rained down upon the two children day after day. When his endurance hit rock bottom, Fang Yuan resolved to make a game-changing move. Enough with the bullying. What kind of paternal and maternal relatives treat their nephews like guard dogs? It seems I have no choice but to use my otherworldly lifesaver. I cannot hide my skills any longer. Looking back at this flashback, even Fang Yuan himself was stunned. He drew a complete blank, unable to imagine what that other world his old self mentioned actually was. Right after that event, the child version of Fang Yuan suddenly shone brilliantly as a prodigy, thanks to his knack for composing poetry in a flash. The aunt and uncle's attitude towards him instantly did a 180-degree turn, becoming incredibly welcoming. Ironically, it was that radiant halo that deepened the rift between the brothers. The younger brother began to harbor jealousy towards his older brother's glamorous success. The dilemma was that Fang Yuan had no way to confess that those poems were merely borrowed. To protect his otherworldly facade, he had to play the role of a cold person, pushing everyone away, including his own flesh-and-blood brother. Only now were all the knots in Fang Yuan's brain completely untied. Every shattered fragment of memory gradually intertwined into a complete picture. He finally understood his origins. In his first life, he was originally a young man living in the modern era, attending college lectures like anyone else. A cruel twist of fate had thrown him into this continent, forcing him to undergo a grueling 5-century-long journey of life and death. As for the reason behind his transmigration, he was utterly clueless. And those masterpieces that helped him wear the prodigy cloak were actually the intellectual property of prominent literary figures that he had picked up while wearing out his pants on school benches. Now, crossing the boundary of life and death, his ancient soul once again resided within the small body of Fang Yuan from 500 years ago. The best part was that the massive encyclopedia of experience from his past life remained intact in his mind. A perfect, fresh start was already served on a silver platter. "Brother, the night dew is so freezing. Why are you suddenly standing out here catching the wind?" Fang Zheng poked his head into the room and asked softly, his posture shy and timid. "Oh, it's you, Fang Zheng. Sneaking over here in the middle of the night, is there something the matter?" Eating such indifference, Fang Zheng became even more flustered. The little boy mumbled an explanation that because the wind and rain were so fierce, he was afraid the doors weren't latched properly, so he wanted to sneak in and lock them. Simply because the awakening ceremony was taking place tomorrow, he was terrified his precious brother would fall ill. "Brother, you are currently the treasure of the entire clan, a once-in-a-millennium genius. If you sneeze or get a runny nose tomorrow and ruin things then." Before Fang Zheng's worried words could fully escape his mouth, they were mercilessly crushed by his older brother. "You worry too much. Go back to your room and sleep." The tone of Fang Yuan's voice radiated a chill even more freezing than the night storm. His soulless gaze scared his younger brother into trembling. Not daring to utter another half-word, Fang Zheng sprinted straight out as fast as his legs could carry him and shut the door tight. As the space sank back into silence, Fang Yuan lay back on the bed, rested his arm over his forehead, and let out a highly sarcastic laugh. "Ah, a prodigy my ass. Even if I broke my back trying, at best, I'd just be eating someone else's dust. The one who holds the true aura of a protagonist is you, my little brother, Guyue Fang Zheng." That entire night, vague calculations kept Fang Yuan tossing and turning until dawn. Just as dawn broke, a servant girl came trotting in, carrying a basin of water to serve him with his morning routine. Fang Yuan saw through her background with just one glance. Her name was Shen Qi, a pawn planted by his uncle and aunt to monitor his every move. Her true nature was that of a fame-seeking gold digger, the most two-faced person in the world. In his previous life, her attitude towards Fang Yuan used to be foul beyond belief, and it was only when he revealed his talent that she flipped her face to be excessively eager. Right in this life, Shen Qi's theatrical performance was an exact replica of what he had experienced. She twisted and posed, desperately trying to flaunt her meager beauty. Her delusion was to bewitch the radiant future young master, hoping to soar into the clouds and become a phoenix in one step. Unfortunately, such trivial seduction could not fool an old monster. Right after buttoning his clothes, Fang Yuan bluntly ordered her to get the hell out, ignoring Shen Qi's face, which crumpled as if she had been slapped awake from her dream. While the servant girl was busy inside, Fang Zheng cowered outside, stealthily peeking in through the crack in the door. His attire was pitifully shabby, utterly overshadowed by his older brother's dazzling demeanor. Fully prepared, the group slowly made their way out. Wherever Fang Yuan's footsteps went, the crowd's eyes were glued there. The worlds-apart disparity between the twin brothers quickly became delicious gossip for the public. The crowd whispered and judged Fang Zheng as nothing but an incompetent, weak weakling, a piece of trash who couldn't salvage even a shred of talent from his brother. Although Fang Yuan found it annoying, he was too lazy to open his mouth to rescue him. The rumors were indeed true. The brilliant light of the sun often eclipsed the flickering candle beside it. Recalling his previous life, it was this encompassing disdain that pushed Fang Zheng into isolation, indirectly destroying the boy's mind. More viciously, the uncle and aunt, wanting to sever their blood ties, forced the two to live apart. They assigned Shen Qi to serve tea and pour water for the older brother, while tossing a frail, decrepit old woman to serve the younger brother. Looking back in that life, Fang Zheng fell into the uncle's trap purely because he was too naive, while Fang Yuan at that time was also alone and powerless to help. However, now that the demon head had been reborn, the rules of the game had to be rewritten. In this life, Fang Yuan would play the role of the director. Regardless of whether they were relatives, the clan leader, or the elders, as long as he felt like it, they would all automatically become pawns on his chessboard. In his eyes right now, those people were as harmless as ants. Whoever was tired of living and dared to block his path would meet only one end, a one-way ticket to the Yellow Springs. Upon stepping into the assembly ground, an elder in charge named Gu Yue was already waiting. The old man unhurriedly led the young saplings deep into the forbidden area, beneath the massive tower. The children's jaws dropped in awe as they saw a spaciously vast cavern. Through the elder's narration, the roots of the Gu Yue clan began to anchor in this land several centuries ago, all thanks to the rich primeval spring hidden underground. This cavern acted as the lifeblood of the entire village, providing endless resources for the descendants on their path of cultivation. Finishing the introduction, Gu Yue brought the batch of youths to their first stop. It was the Awakening Pavilion, a place blanketed by the vibrant crimson of moon orchids. This flower was the favorite delicacy of countless Gu worms, making this place naturally the clan's largest food storage. Of course, no one had the free time to bring the children here to admire the romantic scenery. The fate-determining examination was about to begin. The rules of the test were incredibly simple. Whenever a name was called, they would wade through the stream toward the opposite bank. However many steps they took, that many would be counted, and naturally, the farther they trudged, the greater the glory. The opening candidate was named Gu Yue Chenbo. Carrying a scrawny frame, the boy timidly stepped onto the vast carpet of flowers. Cruelly, after only managing a few strides, his legs felt as if they were tied to boulders. An invisible pressure slowly pushed him back, as if he were crashing into an invisible brick wall. Gu Yue Chenbo strained his neck and gritted his teeth to inch forward, but his exhausted physical body completely froze in place. The desire to transform into a transcendent Gu master burned fiercely in his chest. But willpower could not compensate for the limits of reality. Maxing out at a measly 3 steps, the boy was officially sentenced to death on the path of cultivation. The next candidate, Gu Yue Zhaozai, brought about extreme disappointment. This boy was even more pathetic than his predecessor, rooting his feet right at the starting line. The exam continued, calling the name of Gu Yue Mobe. This teenager's physique was outstandingly robust compared to his peers, and the aura he exuded was noticeably much calmer. Guyue Mobei valiantly parted the waves of flowers and marched forward, causing the elders' eyes to widen in astonishment. The counting voices echoed in unison, 10 paces, then 20, reaching all the way to 30 steps. It was known that this young sapling was the direct bloodline of Elder Mo Chen. Witnessing his eldest grandson do him proud, the old man was absolutely thrilled, so proud he felt like growing wings and soaring straight into the sky. Completing his explosive performance, the clan leader immediately put pen to paper, approving him the title of B-grade aptitude. Guyue Bo personally stepped forward to inspect the purity of the primeval sea in his body, nodding in affirmation that this was a target worthy of having resources poured into. Hey now, just how terrifying is that guy's talent to make the old sirs so excited? A whispering question arose from the crowd below. Dude, didn't the adults teach you the basic knowledge before coming to the test? According to the established rules, cultivation aptitude is classified into 4 tiers. A, B, C, and D. Being stuck under 10 steps means having no affinity to become a Gu master. Crossing the 10 to 20 mark is D grade. With a few years of polishing, one might scrape into the rank 1 lineup. Hitting the 20 to 30 mark is C grade. With diligent training for about 2 years, one will reach rank 2 and build up a bit of a reputation. Jumping into the 30 to 40 range is the elite B grade. With patient cultivation for 6 or 7 years, one will reap the fruits of rank 3, naturally securing an elder's seat in the future. As for reaching the 40 to 50 step threshold, that is the supreme A grade. When a genius of this caliber is born, they are truly blessed by the ancestors, holding a guaranteed ticket to rank 4 or perhaps even contending for the clan leader's seat. Following Mobei's performance, the list of candidates continued to be called. Nearly half an hour passed without a single B grade showing up. In fact, empty-handed failures made up the majority. The group of elders sighed heavily in melancholy, complaining that the quality of the Guyue clan's younger generation was plummeting disastrously. But the harsh truth was that aptitude is a gift from heaven, not easily improved. The seeds were shrinking day by day, and adding to that, no one had broken through to rank 4 for many years to nourish the bloodline, resulting in descendants being born with increasingly stunted potential. The next name to step up to the chopping block was Guyue Kai Cheng, the flesh and blood of Elder Kai Lion. Earlier, seeing old man Mo Chen's faction acting so smug, old Kai Lion's face had already flushed hot and broken out in a sweat. Now that it was his grandson's turn to leave the gates, his heart was beating like a drum. Fortunately, Guyue Kai Cheng did not disappoint his grandfather in the slightest. The teenager charged straight ahead for 36 steps, valiantly crushing the record of that brat Mo Bei from earlier. Even so, Fang Yuan's facial expression remained as stony as ever. He knew full well where that little brat got his absurd ability from. In the old timeline, this grandfather-grandson duo once tasted bitter consequences for daring to play dirty right during the sacred ceremony. Kai Cheng's true nature was just a pitiful C grade, but thanks to his demonic grandfather stepping in to fake it, they managed to deceive the world. The root cause stemmed from the lifelong feud between Elder Kai Lion and Elder Mo Chen. These two ancient pillars bickered over every little detail whenever they had the chance. To crush the other, they demanded their respective grandsons be the most dazzling among the crowd. The Kai Lion family's cheating scandal only came to light because of a silly accident. Envisioning up to that point, Fang Yuan's brain was already crunching numbers, calculating a scheme to exploit this fatal weakness. While plots were running wild in his head, the name Guyue Fang Yuan suddenly echoed throughout the hall. It was his turn to take the stage. His appearance instantly drew hundreds of yearning gazes, especially the burning look from clan leader Guyue Bo. Absolute faith was placed in him, believing that this was undeniably the most dazzling A-grade sapling of this batch. Only the person in question bitterly understood the truth. He himself was nothing but painfully average. Unable to avoid it, Fang Yuan quietly rolled up his pants and waded into the carpet of flowers. After pushing forward just a few yards, his breathing became ragged. That 1,000-pound weight originated from the primeval spring hidden deep underground. The dense primeval energy exuded and condensed into a mental barrier. When a human was pushed to their absolute limit, a miraculous entity called Hope Gu would sprout within their subconscious. The scenery before Fang Yuan's eyes right now looked exactly like a miniature galaxy, with tens of thousands of sparkling specks of light intertwining, each speck representing the life of a Gu worm. The origin of this swarm of creatures was vividly depicted in the illustrious epic, The Legends of Renzu. Legend has it that at the dawn of the world, all of creation was just a chaotic mess swarming with savage beasts. The progenitor of humanity, titled Renzu, was born into this brutal environment, surviving by eating the raw flesh and blood of beasts. The most vicious among them was a pack of monsters named predicaments, always lurking to chew on his bones at any given moment. Once, after being cornered by a pack of predicaments, Renzu screamed in ultimate helplessness. Right at the moment of near death, a brilliant halo of light suddenly tore through the night. An anomaly manifested. Although Renzu was ignorant and did not understand language, his instincts told him that these were three transcendent goo worms. The mysterious creatures stated their price. In exchange for a sacrifice of human life, they would grant limitless power to shatter adversity. Not wanting to end up as monster food, the old man had to grit his teeth and offer his youthful, prime years of life to serve the biggest goo. In the blink of an eye, wrinkles etched deeply into the corners of his eyes, but in exchange, a surging source of inner strength flowed through his every vein. Thanks to those iron fists, Renzu's life noticeably improved. He slaughtered swaths of predicaments, bringing back an abundant source of food. However, cruel reality quickly slapped him awake. Brute force has its limits, and the body needs rest. Compared to the endless, overlapping waves of predicaments, his little bit of muscle was nowhere near enough. Swallowing that painful lesson, Renzu boldly wagered his middle-aged vitality to buy the services of the second goo. The reward he received was the enlightenment of wisdom. The dilemma was that time marched on ruthlessly, and Renzu grew increasingly frail and old. Relying on his superior intellect, he set traps to herd the pack of monsters into pits. But with his strength completely exhausted and his physical body gradually decaying, the two goo worms heartlessly turned their backs and left. The reason was incredibly cruel. The old man was broke. He had no more tributes to sacrifice to them. With his paralyzed body lying weakly amidst the encircling, fang-bearing, and claw-waving predicaments, Renzu tasted the utter depths of despair. Grieved, he was unwilling to close his eyes and accept his fate. At that exact moment, his blurring vision accidentally caught the pint-sized silhouette of the final goo, which was still obediently standing by. Repeating the old script, it approached to make its pitch, urging, "O human, sacrifice to me, and I shall deliver you from your dire straits." Upon hearing this, Renzu let out a bitter, mocking laugh. The strong and the smart ones already bylaid early, and he was currently on his last breaths, smelling of earth. If he extracted his final bit of lifespan to sacrifice to it, he would definitely drop dead on the spot. Even though he was waiting to die in a monster's den, he still craved the breath of the living world, even if just to linger for one more blink of an eye. "Get lost! This old man has exhausted all resources to nurture you," Renzu wheezed, chasing the guest away. Surprisingly, the tribute that this dwarf goo demanded had nothing to do with lifespan. Among the three entities, its price was the cheapest. It only required Renzu to offer his sincere heart to it. With a muddled mind, Renzu had no choice but to take a leap of faith without understanding a thing. Anyway, in this life-or-death situation, hanging by a thread, flexing muscles, or using his brain was utterly useless. Unexpectedly, right after he offered his heart as tribute, the pack of predicaments suddenly broke formation in terror, helping the old man squeeze through the narrow gap of death. The enlightening lesson drawn was, when facing adversity, offer your entire heart to Hope Goo. Returning to reality, Fang Yuan's legs had dragged him to the 20th step. However, his stamina was flashing a red alert, his knees trembling violently, on the verge of collapsing. The entire leadership panel and the prominent elders on the bank fell into dead silence, nervously tracking his every movement. How strange, why is the density of Hope Goo's light speck so sparse? This completely contradicts the omens of an A grade. Cold sweat beaded on Gu Yue's forehead. Down in the sea of flowers, Fang Yuan was gritting his teeth so hard his jaw nearly dislocated as he struggled. The standard to reach A grade required 40 to 50 paces, yet he had worn down his heels just to touch the 23rd mark. Fang Yuan dragged himself one more pace, then forced himself to crawl another. The exact moment his heel stamped on the 27th mark, a brilliant golden light smashed directly into his vision. His mouth stretched into a hearty grin, reaching from ear to ear. This was the halo of immortality. His awakening was a grand success. This miraculous aperture took root inside his body, yet it was located in an alternate dimension, completely separate from his internal organs. Its size was formless. It could expand infinitely or shrink down to a tiny speck. The shield of light encasing the outside was the shattered remnants of hope goo woven together. Thanks to this sturdy shell, the aperture stood firm. Deep inside the center of the aperture was the primeval sea, an ocean of essence condensed from green copper primeval essence, the exclusive hallmark of a rank 1 goo master known as the green copper sea. Every rippling drop was the marrow of primeval essence, crystallized from his spirit, energy, soul, and the entirety of his desire to live that Fang Yuan had compressed over 15 springtimes. The operational principle of a goo master is to expend primeval essence to manipulate goo worms. This meant that from this second onwards, Fang Yuan officially possessed the certificate to join the ranks of rank 1 goo masters. The dilemma was that his body was still stuck tight, as if filled with lead, the feeling of helplessness repeating exactly like the old film reel. Giving up already, kid? Gu Yue, she shouted down. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of impure air and decisively turned on his heel to head back. This unexpected plot twist threw the entire audience into a petrified state. Locking in at 27 steps demarcated the humiliating boundary of a C grade. How could someone carrying the earth-shattering title of a genius fall off his horse at such a mediocre rung? The first person whose jaw dropped in shock at this news was none other than Fang Zheng. As for Gu Yuebo, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, his intestines twisting in anger at being so deeply disappointed. Some of the elders initially strained their necks, arguing that the measurement method was flawed. However, this tradition had been used since their ancestors' time and was absolutely accurate, not to mention the dozens of hawkish eyes scrutinizing it the whole time. Where could there be a loophole to cheat? Ultimately, the council concluded a harsh truth. Having premium roots naturally manifests in superior traits like intelligence, a sharp memory, bulging muscles, or acute senses. But just because a kid is sharp, remembers well, and is strong doesn't necessarily mean they come from premium roots. In short, they strictly had to use the results of this test as the standard benchmark. They could only blame those people, especially Gu Yuebo, for pumping the balloon of expectations too big for Fang Yuan, so that when it burst, the disappointment overflowed so heavily. The human heart is truly unfathomable. Just a few minutes ago, everyone was clapping and cheering in anticipation of Fang Yuan. In a flash, seeing his numbers hover around 27, the crowd instantly changed their tune to mockery, slapping the labels of trash and C-grade genius onto his head. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's inner world was as calm as a mirror. He mentally rewound to the image of his past self. Back then, stopping at the 27th step, he had screamed and cried in a total breakdown. The reason was that, while carrying the transmigrator tag, he had brought out all his modern knowledge to cook up a fresh aura of brilliance. He deluded himself into thinking he would pick up some heaven-defying aptitude, opening a path of immortal cultivation to smash the universe while looking cool and carefree. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. His expectations for himself were sky-high, so when he tasted the bitter fruit, he was resentful to the extreme. But now, hardened after a cycle of reincarnation, the demon god's mindset had calloused to an entirely different realm. At this moment, the survival of the clan, grudges with relatives, or the idle gossip of the public were all as flimsy as grains of sand to him. Why should one invite sorrow or frustration upon themselves when everything is meaningless? The announcer's voice continued to echo, and the name Gu Yue Fang Zheng was called to the chopping block. The one who had cowered behind his older brother's halo all year round had already gathered enough cold shoulders. Now that the pillar, Fang Yuan, had broken, the axes of public opinion aimed straight down at the younger boy's head. Unluckily, before his feet even touched the water, he tripped and fell flat on his face right in broad daylight, gifting the crowd a fit of uproarious laughter. The humiliating faceplint caused Fang Zheng's morale to plummet straight to the underworld. Right when despair surrounded him the most, Fang Yuan strode over, grabbed the collar of his younger brother's shirt, and roughly hauled him up. Carry your body and wade. The stage ahead is waiting for you to perform your comedy. Dropping that blunt sentence, Fang Yuan dusted off his robes, stepped back, and stood up straight. Fang Zheng's skinny body convulsed endlessly in shudders. He was completely clueless as to why his biological older brother had just received a C-grade death notice, yet his face remained as indifferent as if nothing had happened. He became even more terrified imagining the scenario where his brother took all the good genes and still ended up ruined. Then a piece of trash like him would undoubtedly meet an even more tragic end. Regardless, once riding the tiger, one must ride it to the end. Fang Zheng scrambled up and threw his first hesitant steps into the trial zone. The sound of sarcastic remarks buzzed in his ears. The world cursed Fang Zheng as stupid, holding the title of a twin but acting like a knockoff product compared to the original. Ever since Fang Yuan took the top spot, the aunt and uncle's pampering was entirely poured onto him. This was so blatantly obvious that even a blind person could smell it, because he bore the heavy responsibility of reviving the clan, while Fang Zheng was merely a dim paving stone. The bitter part was that people stripped away his real name, only habitually tossing him the cheap title of Fang Yuan's younger brother. In the beginning, tasting the bitterness of being sidelined was indeed a hard pill to swallow, and Fang Zheng only knew how to lock himself in melancholy. Occasionally, that cold older brother would take the trouble to swing by and toss out a few casual words of greeting. Even though his older brother always wore a frozen face, Fang Zheng still vaguely picked up a bit of warmth from their familial bond, and thanks to that, he began to force himself to think more open-mindedly. Since my older brother is shouldering the burden here, who cares if I play the role of a useless commoner? Great men are born with grand destinies. He was too lazy to compete, and it didn't bother him. As long as his older brother was breathing, if the sky fell, those shoulders would be there to hold it up. Until that fateful day, his beloved uncle led Shen Kui, swaying her hips, right in front of Fang Yuan. The old man used the excuse that the old servant's bones were falling apart, so they were being replaced by this fresh and tender maid to serve the young master. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng, who was used to struggling in dark corners, had no such blessing to enjoy being waited upon. The discrimination tore his guts apart. What was more horrifying was that one night he accidentally eavesdropped on the sinister couple whispering their calculations regarding the twin brothers. Replaying their old script, they calculated that they had to pamper Fang Yuan to the absolute limit, because he was the entire clan's money-printing machine. As for Fang Zheng, because he was labeled as useless and a waste of food. Right after the awakening ceremony concluded, they would pack up his belongings and kick him out to the curb. Every word that entered his ears slammed into Fang Zheng's skull like a sledgehammer. Enduring the life of an unwanted stepchild was something he had tried to swallow anyway. But reaching this point, they were heartless enough to strangle even the thinnest privileges required to maintain a mortal's life. A dark rage exploded, incinerating all of his previously naive mindset. The blind resentment poured completely onto Fang Yuan's head. He firmly believed that without that giant shadow suppressing him, he would have had a bland but peaceful life. Amidst the psychological black hole, Shen Kui's clear voice pulled him back to reality. She was the rare individual who called out his actual birth name instead of the label Fang Yuan's younger brother. "Hey Fang Zheng, where did your soul drop off to make you look so dazed?" "Oh, it's nothing." Fang Zheng blushed and scratched his head. "But Kui, among all the childhood friends, why are you the only one who talks so sweetly to me? I'm so curious." "You blockhead of wood, how can you bear to force a girl to confess such sensitive matters herself? Your older brother is indeed top tier, sporting that shiny A-grade label, but his face always looks like he's at a funeral. I'd rather choose someone gentle and warm like you, it's much better." Completely inexperienced youth like Fang Zheng was totally blind to the battlefield of love. It was instantly knocked out cold by Shen Kui's deadly jar of honey. However, the tragicomedy lowered its curtains when he caught the servant girl seductively plastering herself onto Fang Yuan, swearing oaths of eternal love and demanding to dedicate her entire life to him. Fang Zheng's bubble of romance shattered into pieces. Only now did his eyes open to the fact that the pile of sweet candy she threw at him was all fake. Completely empty-handed, this awakening ceremony was like a death sentence dangling before his eyes. The mess of depressing chemicals that had been fermenting for so long in Fang Zheng's chest finally exploded at this moment. He hungered for a nod of acknowledgement, an admiring gaze, and the protective embrace of the crowd. He craved the luxurious privileges that his older brother enjoyed, and was disgusted by the dark corner that kept him company all year round. That insane stream of obsession turned into the engine driving Fang Zheng's legs. He strode forward subconsciously, completely blind to the reality that he had just stepped onto the 43rd finish line. The 43-pace sprint of the knockoff version spread terror multiplied manifold compared to Fang Yuan's fall from grace. The entire crowd rubbed their eyes continuously, not daring to grit their teeth and admit that the blurry shadow there was actually embracing a supreme A-grade aptitude. The elders in the courtyard rolled up their sleeves and lunged into a furious row, arguing tooth and nail over who would have the honor of personally correcting Fang Zheng. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood dazed in a sea of flowers, tears streaming down his face amid the psychological earthquake. "Oh, Mom and Dad, heaven finally has its eyes on me. Brother, times have changed. I'll slap you across the face to prove who truly is the real son of destiny. Your back no longer frightens me, and from now on, I'm tearing off that pathetic label of Fang Yuan, the useless little brother. You vermin who once mocked me, engrave this day deep in your bones. I am Gu Yue Fang Zheng." Exactly 7 days later, the group of rookies who had survived the trials shuffled into class with their bags. The opening lesson was always a sleep-inducing cram session of theory. Gu Yue, she stood at the podium, tapping his ruler and lectured non-stop about the encyclopedia of goo worms. There were tens of thousands of goo species, with grotesque shapes, endless varieties, and diverse habitats. Some hid deep in mines, others lurked in bushes, and some even parasitized the internal organs of beasts. They ranged from winged flyers to crawling land dwellers. Their appearances were ever-changing, sometimes disguised as flowers or grass, mosquitoes or centipedes, sometimes cloaked in shimmering jewel-like shells, or even manifesting as demons and monsters. In short, anything that had absorbed enough essence of sun and moon and condensed into a living being was called a goo. Along the expansion of human history, countless sages had uncovered the mystical powers of these creatures. They pierced their own apertures, drained their true essence to raise, refine, and manipulate goo worms for their ambitions. From that cradle, the awe-inspiring title of Goo Master was officially born. And these Gu Yue brats sitting here, who had just successfully blown open their apertures and formed their Yuan Cs last week, were now legitimately certified as first-turn Goo Masters. The lecture was going smoothly when a hand shot up from below. Gu Yue Mobe volunteered to speak. The rascal had known the division of first turn and second turn by heart since childhood, but now he wanted to hear the old man dissect the topic in more detail. Gu Yue, she nodded smugly and elaborated at length. The Goo Master system was divided into 9 grand levels, from the lowest first turn to the pinnacle 9th turn. Within each level, there were 4 minor stages: initial, middle, advanced, and peak. These rookies here were only just setting foot into first turn initial. With persistent grinding, advancing to second turn and third turn was feasible. However, how high one could climb depended on the aptitude assessment from last week. The Ding rank ones had Yuan Cs that barely filled 2 or 3/10 of their apertures. Even if they worked their guts out till death, they would only reach first turn or second turn at best. The Bing rank had a bit more, with 4 or 5/10, and could leisurely make it to second turn, or with luck, even scrape into third turn initial. The premium U rank held 6 or 7/10 of their apertures, and could effortlessly glide through to third turn even with their eyes closed. The dazzling peak was G rank, with Yuan Cs brimming almost to the edge of their apertures. These were beings born for cultivation, who could lightly stroll to 5th turn. When it came to 6th turn and above, those were all figures from textbooks and ancient myths. The Gu Yue clan itself had never produced a 6th turn expert, but there were a few 4th turn and 5th turn scattered about to grace their genealogy. As soon as Gu Yue she finished, the crowd below buzzed with chatter. Wow, it was that intense? No wonder the elders fought so fiercely. Obviously, the one being talked about now was not Fang Yuan. His halo of genius had long faded into the past. The rising star was none other than Gu Yue Fang Zheng, the only seedling with G rank aptitude. In stark contrast to Fang Zheng's deliberate absorption of every word, Fang Yuan looked utterly unhinged. He lounged at the very back, ignoring the elder's dry throat on the podium, and snored loudly without a care. For a full week, every time he showed up to class, he was sound asleep just like that. Rumor had it that Fang Yuan spent his nights wandering outside the village like a drifting ghost. Others swore they had seen him drunk and stumbling in the streets. His ancestors must have been blessed 7 generations over that the area had been cleared of monsters these past few years. Otherwise, his uncle and aunt would have had to collect his corpse. Most people took this chance to mock and taunt Fang Yuan. Only a few sighed in pity, a genius for so many years, only to crash down to Bing rank when his aperture opened. Even more bitter, his once insignificant little brother soared to G rank. The world turned upside down in a single night, falling straight from heaven to hell. No wonder his mind shattered. Gu Yue, she glared at Fang Yuan snoring at the back, a surge of irritation welling up inside him. For 7 straight days, he had acted slovenly, stubbornly doing whatever he pleased. This attitude only reinforced Gu Yuexi's belief that they had been blind to misjudge him. Someone this useless could never be a genius. With such an unteachable nature, even dumping all the clan's resources on him would be a waste of effort. Looking back at the history of the Gu Yue clan, there had been many outstanding experts. The most prominent were two fifth-turn Gu masters. One was the founding ancestor who established Gu Yue village, the first clan leader, and the other was the fourth clan leader, who spent his entire youth cultivating to reach fifth turn. But unfortunately, he was bitten by the demon Huaju Xingji. Otherwise, advancing to sixth turn might have been a piece of cake. The more Gu Yuexi thought about it, the angrier he got, and he cursed aloud. Fang Yuan, half asleep, happened to catch the name. The three words Huaju Xingji indeed sounded striking and catchy. Everyone in the Gu Yue clan knew the grudge between the fourth clan leader and that man by heart. Huaju Xingji was also a fifth-turn Gu master, a notorious flower-plucking lecher who had wreaked havoc for years, his evil reputation resounding throughout the demonic world of that era. Hundreds of years ago, he sneaked into Qingmao Mountain with ill intentions, but was caught red-handed by the fourth clan leader. After an earth-shattering battle, Huaju Xingji was thoroughly beaten and begged for mercy on his knees. The clan leader, being merciful, intended to let him off lightly, but unexpectedly, the great demon played a dirty trick and fatally wounded him. In a fury, the clan leader sent Huaju Xingji straight to hell, but due to his severe injuries, he too breathed his last. Hence, in the hearts of every Gu Yue clansman, he remained a hero who sacrificed himself for the village. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan still had one nagging question: where exactly was the corpse of Huaju Xingji lying? He had rummaged through the entire village, but never found a trace of his relics. Delving into his past life memories, he recalled that in about 2 months, a lovesick Gu master in the clan would get dead drunk and sprawl outside the village boundary. By chance, the aroma of alcohol would lure a certain death Gu over. The Gu master, thrilled, tried to catch it, but the panicked death Gu fled. He stumbled after it relentlessly, accidentally discovering a hidden underground cave. Since death Gu were rare and precious, the drunk Gu master braved the dark cave. Thanks to his ancestors' blessings, he stumbled upon a heaven-shaking secret: the skeleton of Huaju Xingji and all his possessions. Returning to the village, he blabbered everything, throwing the whole place into an uproar. His honesty in not pocketing the loot earned him lavish praise from the elders as a paragon of virtue with a bright future. Thanks to this, he skyrocketed in cultivation, even making his ex-lover beg to reconcile, becoming a star of the village. Unfortunately, in his past life, Fang Yuan had only heard rumors and never knew the cave's location. So these days, he had been lugging booze around the village, trying to bait the death Gu, but all his efforts failed. Fang Yuan's ultimate goal was to catch that death Gu and refine it into his life Gu, a treasure far superior to the clan's pathetic moonlight Gu. In the blink of an eye, spring was almost over. It was already April, and time waited for no one. In the following days, Gu Yuexi continued his lectures. Today's topic was primeval stones, considered the essence of heaven and earth. They were not just currency, but also batteries for cultivators. Gu masters could extract pure primeval essence from them to refill their yuan seas. The more ammunition, the faster the grind, easily compensating for any innate defects. After cramming in the theory, the core lesson was how to subdue a life Gu. Gu Yuexi ordered the rookies to head to the Gu chamber after class, pick one, and take it home for secluded cultivation. Only after taming their life Gu could they return to class. This would be their first test of character. The one who finished first would win a grand prize of 20 primeval stones. A hand suddenly shot up from below. "Elder, what if someone uses an overtiered Gu?" Gu Yuexi stroked his long beard and slowly explained. Gu worms were divided into 9 grades, corresponding to the 9 realms of Gu masters. As a rule, first-turn rookies could only use first-grade Gu. Trying to play with higher-grade Gu would come with a bitter price. Moreover, high-grade Gu required delicate care, and their maintenance costs were far beyond what low-level newbies could afford. Therefore, unless a mutation occurred, newcomers should settle for first-grade Gu for their first binding. The first Gu bound would be their life Gu. Next, Gu Yuexi hammered home a critical point. The life of a life Gu was tied to its master, so even if one had to eat dirt, they must protect it. If it died, the owner would face bitter consequences. Fang Yuan still hadn't found the death Gu, yet the deadline for submitting his life Gu was approaching. He scratched his head in frustration, truly at a loss for what to pick. Soon, the whole group of brats was herded to the Gu chamber. Each one beamed with excitement at their first chance to touch goo worms. Fang Yuan strode in with a cold, indifferent face. He scanned the room, nothing but common first-grade goo. He had dreamed of snatching Huajiu Xingji's death goo to forge his life goo, but the skeleton remained elusive, with no telling when he would dig it up. Left with no choice, Fang Yuan grabbed a moonlight goo as a temporary fix. This was the signature spirit beast of the Gu Yue clan, and most villagers used it as their life goo. It wasn't a wild goo, but bred through the secret formula of Gu Yue village, unique and exclusive. It could be said to be the identity marker of Gu Yue descendants. But no matter how good the moonlight goo was, in Fang Yuan's heart, he still craved that death goo of Huajiu Xingji. After grabbing the moonlight goo, Fang Yuan swung by to buy 2 jugs of aged wine. Having bought continuously for days, the shop owner was tired of seeing his face. These were the last 2 jugs Fang Yuan could afford. Ever since he fell from grace, the lavish feasts from his uncle and aunt had vanished. By tomorrow, he would be completely out of primeval stones to trade for wine. If the death goo remained hidden tonight, he would have to bite the bullet and refine the moonlight goo as his life goo. In this exam, the first to bind a life goo would win 20 primeval stones. So many were probably rushing to practice right now. But this was also a test of aptitude. The better the foundation, the faster the grind. With Fang Yuan's measly Bing rank, he had no hope of winning even in his dreams. Hence, he still preferred to hunt for the death goo. As his mind wandered, he caught Fang Zheng's voice. "Brother, are you still loafing around in the tavern like this? Come back quickly, uncle and aunt are waiting." Since the aperture ceremony, the positions of the 2 brothers had reversed 180 degrees. Fang Zheng now wore all white, radiant with confidence, his tone no longer trembling as before. In complete contrast, Fang Yuan was ragged, his straw sandals dragging, looking no better than a beggar. Seeing his elder brother ignore him, Fang Zheng nagged again, "Brother, don't be so hopeless. Do you know how much it hurts those who care about you? You have to pull yourself together." Fang Zheng's eyes blazed with determination, but when they met Fang Yuan's cold, hollow gaze, he flinched and looked away. The habit of cowering and fearing before his elder brother was ingrained in Fang Zheng's bones. So even though he now stood on top, he couldn't muster the courage to meet his brother's eyes. This timidity made Fang Zheng boil with self-resentment. Clearly, he had transformed. The one being hailed as a genius now was him, not Fang Yuan anymore. While Fang Zheng was still drowning in a tangle of frustration, Fang Yuan had already slipped out of sight. Fang Zheng jerked his head around and saw him ambling ahead. That utterly indifferent look was incredibly infuriating. The uncle and aunt called the brothers back and gave each 6 primeval stones as startup funds for refining their life goo. But the real issue wasn't money. The couple had toiled to raise them for 10 years, ultimately because they were barren and wanted to adopt the 2 as sons to continue the family line. Fang Zheng didn't bother to think. He kowtowed eagerly and called them mom and dad sweetly. Even though they had treated him poorly for a decade, an inferiority-ridden boy like Fang Zheng craved a family to the point of blindness. In contrast to Fang Zheng's dog-like eagerness, Fang Yuan wore a cold expression. Now that he was out of favor, his uncle and aunt didn't bother to hold on to him. "We won't force you, but you're 15 now. If you want to inherit the Fang family property, you should walk your own path. Here, your uncle gives you 200 primeval stones as a parting gift for your future." Smooth as it sounded, it was essentially a pretext to kick Fang Yuan out. He knew their fox tails well, so he nodded in thanks. But he flatly refused the 200 primeval stones. Seeing his stubbornness, Fang Zheng tried to persuade him, but Fang Yuan just picked up his 2 jugs of wine and walked off without looking back. At night, the scheming old couple tossed and turned, unable to sleep. "Old man, that little demon Fang Yuan is too shrewd. If he won't be our adopted son, how can we get his inheritance? At 15, wanting to live independently doesn't match the inheritance law. What a pain, none of the conditions fit. At least we still have Fang Zheng, since Fang Yuan is just a Bing rank waste." "But that brat is clever. What now, old man?" "Don't worry, just catch him doing something wrong and kick him out. Then he'll lose all inheritance rights even if he grows wings. Don't blame me for being heartless. Since he dares to stroke the tiger's whiskers, I'll make him taste suffering." Fang Yuan lugged his 2 jugs into the bamboo forest, chuckling to himself. He had long seen through his uncle and aunt's dirty scheme to cast him out. In his past life, he fell for their trap. This time, he would see what tricks they pulled. In his past life, that old dog and his wife had swallowed all his inheritance, delaying his cultivation for 2 whole years just to reach first turn peak. Already poor in aptitude, and without a master, The only resource guaranteeing his future was his parents' legacy. He absolutely could not let that meal fall into the crow's mouth again. With that thought, Fang Yuan uncorked a jug and took a satisfying swig. For some reason, tonight's wind felt chilling on his back, but he still staggered deeper into the forest, drinking as he went. At the same time, Fang Zheng was at home burying his head in practice, vowing to win the championship and make his uncle and aunt proud. Just as his mind was stretched taut, a shrill voice startled him. "Young Master Fang Zheng, the hot water is ready, please come take a bath." That squeaky voice could only belong to Shen Kui-er, the girl he had secretly pined for. 3 days later, Fang Yuan began refining the moonlight goo, but the process was tough. He labored for half an hour, draining more than half his yuan si while only covering a 12th of the goo's body. At this snail's pace, any dream of winning the top prize was dead. Just as the rain outside subsided, he heard a melodious voice. "Young master, your servant brings some wine and meat for you. 3 days of rain, have a drink to loosen up." Again it was Shen Kui-er, but Fang Yuan knew she was definitely not here with good intentions, and he had been waiting for her to come. Sure enough, as soon as he nodded, Shen Kui-er sashayed in. Her clothes were loose and alluring, but she wasn't his type. She brought snacks, but those were secondary, her flesh was the main course. She flaunted herself to the extreme, then coyly asked to drink with Fang Yuan. Before he could respond, she innocently hitched up her skirt and plopped onto his lap. Then she burst into crocodile tears. "Young Master Fang Yuan, your servant has admired you for so long. No matter your aptitude, I just want to serve you, pamper you, soothe your pain. Tonight, please take my body, won't you?" With that, Shen Kui-er poured a cup, intending to hold it in her mouth and feed him directly. But Fang Yuan remained as still as a rock throughout. Only when her slick lips drew close did he let out a cold laugh. "So that's it, just a cheap seduction trick." Shen Kui-er was startled but forced a smile. "Young master, what are you joking about?" Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain and grabbed her throat. His uncle and aunt's shabby honey trap, he had seen it in his past life. A lowly maid like her thinking she could trap him, he was sure the servants downstairs were also lying in ambush, waiting. "But you're too confident in your assets, trying to bring me down with those 2 lumps of meat." He squeezed so hard that Shen Kui-er's eyes bulged, nearly suffocating. Right at death's door, Fang Yuan released her. Shen Kui-er gasped for air like she was back from the dead. Fang Yuan lifted her chin, a sinister smirk curling at his lips. "Shen Kui-er, do you think I dare to kill you?" The icy question, not sounding like a joke, scared her witless, tears streaming like rain. Then he slowly said, "Remember your years of service, this time I'll spare you. Haven't you always longed to shed your servant status? Go to my little brother, he's naive and easy." With that, Fang Yuan waved his hand and turned away, leaving Shen Kui-er standing outside in disarray, sobbing loudly. She was rooted to the spot, still unable to believe her scheme had failed. Watching this clumsy farce, Fang Yuan found it hilarious. His uncle and aunt's plot this time had a bit more salt than in his past life, but this grudge was etched in his bones. One day he would make them spit out every penny. Thinking that this place now had too many spies, he packed up and moved straight to an inn. The innkeeper glanced at his shabby look and figured he couldn't afford a room. But when Fang Yuan slapped 2 primeval stones on the counter, the owner scurried off to prepare a decent room. He even served the best wine and dishes in the house to flatter him. Counting his remaining pocket, Fang Yuan had exactly 4 primeval stones left from his uncle and aunt's handout. But refining the moonlight goo required at least 7 or 8 stones. Not to mention taming Huaju Xingji's death goo, his current wallet was paper-thin. 1 primeval stone was enough to feed an average family for a month. Melting a death goo would cost at least 20 stones. With his empty pocket, Fang Yuan had no choice but to cling to Huaju Xingji's hidden treasure. Unfortunately, he had spent a whole week baiting without a trace of the death goo. Though his face remained cold, his gut was starting to burn. As he ate, his ears caught noise from the next table. "Brother Feng, stop fussing, I toast you. 1 slash to split that black boar, you're the best fighter." "Thanks for the support, brothers, but I'm really drunk." The one called Brother Feng scratched his head sheepishly. "What, you think the wine here is too weak? Waiter, bring out the best jug in this house." The bald man across from him barked. The waiter scurried over, but sizing up these rough drunkards was cautious. "Sir, the best wine is pricey, 2 primeval stones." Hearing the exorbitant price, the drunkards' faces drained of color. "You little brat trying to rip us off? What holy water costs that much?" Brother Feng, sensing the tension, smoothed things over. Come on, we're already tipsy, saving the good stuff for another day is fine. Before they could answer, a sneer came from the next table. What a joke! If you can't afford the wine, shut up and move out of sight. The bald man, enraged, slammed the table and stood up, ready to fight. But when the other man rose, the bald man immediately cowered. Because on the man's belt was a badge with the character, 1, proof of a first-turn Gu master. He and his comrades dropped to their knees like worshippers. Great Gu master, we were blind. The wine made us speak out of turn, we deserve death. But the first-turn Gu master wasn't about to let go. He glared and ordered the waiter to bring that 2-stone jug of wine. Taking a whiff, he beamed with excitement and praised, "Good stuff, it's top-grade green bamboo wine. Looks like only this shop in the whole village has it." Seeing his delight, the bald man quickly tried to flatter, "If it pleases you, I'll offer this jug to you." Bitterly, that groveling attitude only enraged the Gu master. He snatched the jug and poured it over the bald man's head. "Ha, generous! You hunters are loaded, throwing away 2 primeval stones like feathers, even richer than me. I'm the one hurting for stones here, and you dare show off in front of me." The wine soaked him, but the first-turn Gu master's fury wasn't spent. He smashed the earthen jug against the bald man's skull, shattering it. Bleeding profusely, the bald man still endured and groveled on the ground, begging for his life. Seeing the brutal torture, the Gu master's companion intervened. "Enough, Jiang, you scare them, but don't bully the commoners. It's embarrassing if word gets out, I care even if you don't." Fang Yuan sat quietly listening, his face expressionless. So this arrogant first-turn master was named Jiangya. But Jiangya was still fuming and declared to the whole tavern, "Ha, if you've got guts, keep drinking. Green bamboo wine, let's see who dares to order it." Just as Jiangya finished, the next table called out in a loud voice, freezing the atmosphere, "Waiter, throw me a jug of green bamboo wine." The one bold enough to dare at this moment was clearly none other than Fang Yuan. The entire tavern held its breath, tense as a drawn string. Jiangya spun around, ready to pummel the death wisher. But when he caught the wave of true essence emanating from Fang Yuan, he froze and realized why the other party ignored him. "Oh, it's a junior disciple from the same school. We're family, no need to be petty." With Jiangya's clearing of the path, the waiter tremblingly brought the green bamboo wine. Fang Yuan took the jug, stood up, and walked straight out of the tavern. Tonight was clear, and the earthy scent after the rain rose coolly, perfect for spreading the smell of alcohol. He yanked off the lid and poured the wine onto the ground. Now he had only 2 primeval stones left. If this time still failed to find Huaju Xingji, his future would be bleak. Today's move was exactly a life-or-death gamble, win all or lose all. The wine had soaked into the earth for an incense stick's time, but the death Gu remained hidden. Fang Yuan turned back with a bitter heart. He told himself it was time to abandon his fantasy, or he wouldn't even have the stones to refine the crippled moonlight Gu. Just as he had taken a few steps, the bright moonlight suddenly illuminated a desolate patch of forest ahead. The death Gu had finally shown itself. He was overjoyed, speechless. The death Gu was completely drunk on the wine. Now he just needed to follow it to unearth Huaju Xingji's tomb. He dashed after the insect like the wind, and finally found the secret underground cave. No wonder he had searched in vain. The cave was hidden behind a massive waterfall curtain. The white skeleton of Huaju Xingji lay right before him, making all his efforts in buying wine worthwhile. Unlike the cowardly Gu master who had found this tomb in his past life, Fang Yuan would sweep everything clean, both the death Gu and Huaju Xingji's treasures, without leaving a cent. Yet just as his fingers were about to touch the white bones, a chilling voice slammed into his eardrums. "Dare to touch it and see." Fang Yuan knew perfectly well that this voice couldn't have come from Huaju Xingji's remains. He was certain someone had been tailing him, but oddly, he had no idea who it was or since when. His current pathetic level, he had no chance of fighting back. "You've been infected with my secret poison Gu. Without my antidote, exactly 7 days from now, you'll rot into a pool of blood," the gruff voice threatened again. Fang Yuan had sacrificed so much sweat and tears to refine the spring-autumn cicada and redo his life, he wouldn't throw it away so easily. He slowly raised his hands in surrender, signaling he wouldn't touch the bones. "You want the death Gu, don't you? I'll give it to you and we're done." As he negotiated cautiously, he turned his head. Immediately, a second voice interjected, trembling and sobbing, I'll give you everything, just spare my pathetic life, I beg you." Hearing this frantic voice, Fang Yuan whipped around. Before his eyes appeared a hazy mist, replaying a scene of 2 men, one bald man laughing heartily with his head thrown back, the other kneeling on the ground in abject humiliation. "Ha ha ha!" The first voice Fang Yuan had heard rang out again. Gu Yue hero, what a waste. So young and already fifth turn, I imagined you would be majestic, but you're this pathetic. Master Hua, the kneeling one clung to the other's leg, whimpering for mercy. I beg you, for the sake of my clan's hospitality, go easy. Hospitality? You have the nerve to say that. At this point, Fang Yuan sighed in relief, realizing he wasn't being tailed at all. What was playing before him was just a memory film left by Huaju Xingji. In it, the arrogant bald man was clearly Huaju Xingji, and the groveling wretch was none other than the glorious hero of the Gu Yue clan, the fourth clan leader. The two had originally planned a fair deal, but when Huaju Xingji arrived at Gu Yue village, the fourth clan leader secretly poisoned his wine. But as a notorious wanderer like Huaju Xingji, he was not so easily fooled. HMPH, trying to step on my corpse to build your reputation, you dug your own grave. Huaju Xingji's voice was cold as a razor. Fourth clan leader kowtowed like a pestle, all the heroic demeanor that the elders prattled about completely gone. He wept and begged Huaju Xingji to leave him a way out, swearing to offer the clan's entire stash of primeval stones, even willingly swallowing a slave Gu to become Huaju Xingji's loyal dog for life. Huaju glared at the fourth-generation clan leader with utter contempt. The slavery Gu was a luxurious rank 5 item, even he couldn't find one, let alone force someone else to swallow it. But the poison Gu he had just implanted in the clan leader was entirely unique, and only he possessed the antidote. Therefore, Huaju Xingji set his terms, a weekly tribute of 3,000 primeval stones and 15 caddies of moon orchid petals. Obey and live, defy and die. Thank you for sparing my life, Lord. Thank you for sparing my life. The fourth-generation clan leader threw away all the dignity of a clan head, kowtowing incessantly. Shut up, I absolutely loathe cowards like you. What Gu Yue genius? It makes me sick. From now on, obediently cough up the money or else. Before Huaju Xingji could finish his sentence, the fourth-generation clan leader suddenly turned hostile, pinning a poison Gu directly into his opponent's body with lightning speed. The vicious toy the former clan leader used was called Moonshido Gu, a master of concealment. Although it was only a rank 4 item, it had the lethal ability to suffocate the primeval sea. You are done for. If you're smart, wag your tail and serve me like a dog, and I'll spare your life, the fourth-generation clan leader threatened brokenly. Huaju Xingji was furious, his eyebrows knitted tightly together, and he immediately threw a punch as powerful as a sledgehammer. The fourth-generation clan leader took the full brunt of the punch and was sent flying far away, ending up in a state too miserable to look at. The former clan leader's subordinates swarmed up like a broken beehive, trying to fish in troubled waters and take Huaju's life while he was poisoned. However, with his superior cultivation base, Huaju easily swatted away the small fries and safely retreated from the mountain village. The footage played to this point and then looped back to the beginning. So this was the actual truth of what happened back then, yet those smooth-talking elders dared to alter history to cover up the disgrace of the fourth-generation clan leader. At this moment, Fang Yuan finally understood why the lovelorn Gu master in his previous life hadn't dared to keep Huaju's inheritance for himself. It turned out he was afraid the clan would execute him if he was found out. But he wasn't a coward like him. Having gone through so much trouble to secure this gold mine, why should he spit it out for others to benefit? Admittedly, it would be a huge disaster if exposed, but how can one catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? And so, after thoroughly searching Huaju Xingji's skeleton, Fang Yuan finally dug out what he needed. Unfortunately, compared to his expectations, this Huaju was dirt poor. Scraping together his entire fortune only yielded 15 primeval stones. His Gu worms had all dried up and died from being starved for so long. It seemed the liquor worm was the biggest catch of this entire operation. However, this measly loot was truly disappointing compared to what he had imagined. No wonder the Gu master in his previous life had planned to hand it over to the clan. Not to mention, the photo book Gu that stored the previous footage was merely a one-time use item. Instead of handing it over to the clan for a meager reward, Fang Yuan calculated that selling this highly damaging, clan-smearing bomb to the 2 rival villages on Qingmao Mountain would rake in a lot more cash. After all, he had already exhausted any sense of loyalty toward the Gu Yue clan and was no longer as blindly devoted as in his past life. This facade of a clan, in the end, was merely a stepping stone for his dream of eternal life. Fang Yuan dragged himself back to the inn late at night, but he was still warmly received by the waiters. Retreated to his room to scrub off the mud and dirt, then rested his arm on his forehead to plan his next step. He had successfully obtained the liquor worm, The problem now was to refine it into his vital goo. With this golden ticket, he could proudly move into the academy's dormitories and freely spend the clan's resources. Fang Yuan was also feeling the pinch. Staying holed up in this inn forever would empty his pockets completely. Currently, he had scraped together a total of 17 primeval stones in his pockets. Refining even the most basic moonlight goo would consume 5 stones, or up to 10 if luck wasn't on his side. As for the liquor worm, it required between 11 and 16 stones. Although both were rank 1, the liquor worm was a rare breed, making the refinement process extremely difficult. Its most explosive value lay in its ability to help improve a goo master's aptitude. Therefore, at all costs, Fang Yuan had to conquer this liquor worm. After getting cleaned up, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and dove into the refinement process. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating. His first move was to squeeze every last drop of primeval essence from his primeval sea. This liquor worm had the ability to purify primeval essence, turning his pathetic rank 1 initial stage essence into premium middle stage quality. Thanks to this, he would easily leave his peers eating his dust while pushing his cultivation speed to a whole new level. Right now, the liquor worm was dead drunk, sleeping like a log without a care in the world, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to refine it. Just as Fang Yuan rolled up his sleeves to make his move, the liquor worm suddenly jolted awake. In essence, the refinement process meant using one's unyielding will to crush the goo worm's resistance and claim it as one's own. The problem was, this little creature was highly likely Hua Jiu Xing Ji's vital goo, so its violent struggling and resistance were incredibly fierce. Not to mention, its origins traced back to the supreme rank 5. It had only suffered a miserable drop to rank 1 due to prolonged starvation. Nevertheless, the immense lingering obsession of its former master was still deeply rooted within this tiny creature. Therefore, this refinement struggle was actually a direct clash of wills between Fang Yuan and the residual will of Hua Jiu Xing Ji. Given this dire situation, let alone 17 primeval stones, even tossing in 30 wouldn't make a dent, and dreaming of subduing it within a month was pure fantasy. Only if Fang Yuan managed to find some hidden expert to lend a hand could he hope to turn the tables, but times were different now. He knew perfectly well that no one in this world had the free time or senseless urge to help a renowned C-grade trash like him. Fang Yuan had no choice but to quietly rely on himself, yet the will of a great demon head was not so easily snuffed out. Previously, it had taken him barely half an hour to conquer 1/12 of the moonlight goo. Now, after toiling arduously all night with the liquor worm, he had only moved a single %. Unfortunately, for the sake of his future grand scheme, he had to force this tough pill down, whether he liked it or not. Early the next morning, just as Fang Yuan strolled home and sat down cross-legged for breakfast, Fang Zheng rushed in breathlessly, his face dark as he interrogated. "Brother, where did you go last night? Speak up, what exactly did you do to Qi? Fang Yuan's face was as cold as ice. He leisurely called a servant to fetch another bowl of rice, completely ignoring Fang Zheng's incessant nagging in his ear. "Ever since she came out of your room last night, she's been crying her eyes out. The more I tried to comfort her, the louder she bawled." Fang Zheng knit his brows tightly, snapping indignantly. "You caused all this, and you're not even going to utter a single word of explanation." Fang Yuan maintained his indifferent demeanor, chewing his rice slowly, treating his fuming younger brother as if he were nothing but air. The fire in Fang Zheng's heart flared up violently. He slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang and roared, "Guyue Fang Yuan, I know you are extremely dissatisfied with only having C-grade aptitude. But she has served you for so many years. Even if she lacks merit, she has worked hard. Don't take your own frustrations out on her. That's incredibly unfair to her." Slap, a resounding, heaven-shaking slap echoed piercingly. Fang Zheng immediately felt half of his face burning, while Fang Yuan rebuked him in an icy tone. "You insolent brat, you dare to use that disrespectful attitude to speak to your own biological brother." He narrowed his eyes, warning him word by word. "Qi, when all is said and done, is just a maid. Are you throwing away the fact that I am your brother just for a servant?" Still reeling from the unexpected slap, Fang Zheng tightly clutched his swollen cheek, sobbing, You dare hit me. Since we were little, you've never laid a hand on me." Instantly, his childish nature flared up and he craned his neck to argue back. "I see right through it, you're just jealous and bitter. You're frustrated that you're only a C-grade and jealous of my A-grade aptitude, aren't you? Don't blame others, this is all arranged by the heavens." Slap, another dizzying slap, landed squarely on Fang Zheng's other cheek. Fang Yuan's gaze radiated bone-chilling frost as he spoke in a deep, dark tone. "You insolent little brat. How have I treated you since we were young? Have you thrown it all to the dogs? If I hadn't stepped up to be your meat shield, do you think you could have lived peacefully until today? Now, before your wings have even fully grown, you dare to come here and interrogate me over a mere maidservant." Fang Yuan's heavy words hammered into him, making Fang Zheng feel a sudden twinge of guilt. Thinking back, his brother had indeed always fiercely protected and cared for him. On freezing, wind-chilled days, Fang Yuan ignored the cold and shoved his own new coat onto him. "Fang Zheng, try on this new coat." When someone questioned, "Fang Zheng, didn't you borrow this from your brother?" Fang Yuan immediately waved it off to cover for him. "Say no more, brother isn't cold." Fang Yuan had always doted on him gently. "Whatever you crave, just tell me, I'll ask aunt and uncle to cook it for you." Back then, Fang Zheng could only nod obediently. Yes. And it didn't stop there. Fang Yuan never let his younger brother suffer any grievances, always charging to the front as a sturdy shield. "Whoever dares to bully my little brother, show your face." At this moment, those memories suddenly turned into sharp knives piercing Fang Zheng's heart. Filled with endless regret, he lowered his head and stammered, "Ah." Fang Yuan coldly turned his back, tossing over a ruthless remark. "Forget it, you didn't even care enough to look after our own biological mother, so what right do I have as an older brother?" He cast an indifferent glance at his younger sibling, uttering absolutely heartless words. "From this moment on, you are no longer my brother, and I am no longer yours." The declaration struck like a bolt of lightning, causing Fang Zheng to cry out in pain. "Ah." Fang Yuan casually sat back down in his chair and dropped a lightweight sentence. "You really like Kui, don't you? Rest assured, I haven't laid a single finger on her. She's still perfectly pure and untouched. Cough up 6 primeval stones and I'll hand her over to you right away. From now on, she's your person." Fang Zheng stood there dumbfounded, choking on his words. "Aye, 6 stones." Fang Yuan was too lazy to drag it out, sealing the deal sharply. "Speak up, are we trading or not?" Fang Zheng naturally nodded briskly. "I'll trade, why wouldn't I? It's just that my pockets currently only have exactly 5.5 stones left." Fang Yuan cheerfully finalized the order. "So be it. I've taken the primeval stones, now you can get lost. Get out of my sight before I change my mind." That said, Fang Yuan calmly continued his meal. Seeing his brother's unfeeling attitude, Fang Zheng knew full well that even if he tried to cling to it, he could never salvage this broken brotherly bond. He bitterly turned around and walked away, sorrowfully telling himself, "Ah, in the end, the deep affection and heavy loyalty of our brotherhood only amounts to a few primeval stones when put on the scale." But very quickly, the corners of his lips curled up in smug delight. "I finally have you rightfully and legitimately, my dear Kui-er." 2 nights later in the pitch-black space, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in meditation. Floating before him was a hazy speck of light. With a haggard and exhausted face, he smirked and muttered, "This liquor worm really is a tough bone to chew. I've been grinding for 2 nights straight without a wink of sleep, burning through 20 primeval stones, and I've only managed to conquer 1/15 of it. Busy for all these days, surely someone out there has already successfully refined their goo, right?" Amidst his wandering thoughts, he reassured himself, "Falling behind a little doesn't matter. As long as I capture the liquor worm, everything will be fine." Suddenly, the goo worm before his eyes flared with a blinding light, and Fang Yuan cried out in alarm, "Danger, the goo worm is backlashing." He assessed inwardly, daring to charge straight into my fragile aperture. It seems it's going all out. As long as I can hold on and weather the storm, it will surely weaken. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and calculated, "I must focus my mind to mobilize my primeval essence, praying to the heavens that no one comes to bother me." Right at that moment, the halo enveloping the goo worm underwent a mutation. Fang Yuan muttered sarcastically, "Bravo to Huaju Xingji, although you are a rank 5 expert, in my eyes, you are nothing but small fry." But suddenly, Fang Yuan got goosebumps as he felt a pair of bloodshot, razor-sharp eyes staring straight into him. Cold sweat poured profusely down Fang Yuan's forehead. He opened his eyes wide, his trembling voice unable to hide his shock. This familiar aura, could it really be you?" he roared in ecstasy. "Spring-autumn cicada." Fang Yuan's uncle, after hearing the shocking news that his nephew Fang Zheng dared to use primeval stones to exchange for Kui-er, jumped in surprise and yelled, "What? You took 6 primeval stones to trade for that maid Kui-er with Fang Yuan?" Fang Zheng tilted his face up, putting on an air of awe-inspiring righteousness, and boldly confirmed, "That is correct, uncle. I believe that reaching out to save others is a chivalrous act in life. Whether they are commoners or not, we should fish them out of their sea of suffering. Kui-er falling into Fang Yuan's hands is truly too pitiful, so I use some spare change to rescue her." More he heard Fang Zheng brag to the heavens, the more Fang Yuan's uncle felt his head buzzing like it was being split by a hammer. He rubbed his temples, speaking helplessly, You foolish brat, Qi is a servant of our household to begin with, not your brother's private property. If you wanted her, I could have just given her to you and that would be it." Hearing this, Fang Zheng stood there with his mouth agape, staring blankly at his uncle. Seeing that what's done was done, Fang Yuan's uncle waved his hand in frustration. "Fine, I'll throw in another 6 primeval stones for you. This time don't waste them, hurry back to your room and refine your goo. You've already thrown away far too much time." Fang Zheng hastily cupped his hands in apology. "Yes, Lord Father, your son is deeply ashamed." Waiting until Fang Zheng was out of sight, the uncle could no longer hold back his suppressed rage, slamming his hand on the table and roaring. "This little bastard Fang Yuan, daring to boldly sell off our own household's people, what a cunning rogue." Seeing her husband fuming, the aunt gently massaged his shoulders to coax him. Now, master, calm your anger. At the end of the day, it's only 6 primeval stones down the drain." The uncle glared at her and snapped. "What do you know?" He said coldly. With his rock-bottom C-grade aptitude, if he wants to refine goo, his only choice is to forcefully rely on primeval stones. Originally, 6 stones wouldn't have been enough, but now that he snagged this extra batch to make it 20 stones, it's more than enough for him to use. Saying this, the uncle's face darkened. As long as a cultivating goo master was fed enough resources, even a C-grade would have more than enough power to advance rapidly. The only catch was that the Academy's rewards were only handed out to the outstanding seedlings. With his capabilities, once he fell behind, there would be no way for him to acquire more resources. He tapped his fingers rhythmically, calculating. Falling into that miserable vicious cycle, his cultivation will plummet day by day. At this rate, about a year from now, his chances of reclaiming the family estate will be paper-thin. Because of this, we must seize this chance while he is still wet behind the ears to block his path of cultivation immediately. Fang Yuan's aunt thought her husband was worrying over nothing. She chuckled faintly. "Oh please, even if we don't lift a finger to suppress him, in a year at best, he'll only be hovering around rank 1 middle stage. You, master, possess a rank 2 cultivation. Why on earth would you be afraid of him?" The uncle was furious and scolded her harshly. "You shallow woman, I hold the esteemed title of an elder. What face would I have to jump out and lay my hands on Fang Yuan? The clan's rules are crystal clear. Anyone reaching 16 years of age who wants to strike out on their own must at least reach the rank 1 middle stage threshold. If he actually hits that mark, I fundamentally have no excuse to stop him. This entire estate is the legacy left behind by his parents. When that time comes, we will have to swallow our bitterness and hand it all back to him. Have your eyes opened up now?" Only then did the aunt panic, her face drained of all color, her lips trembling. Then what should we do now?" The uncle knitted his brows tightly and began to scheme. "He is 15 this year, which means we only have a mere 1-year deadline. If we can't deal with him openly and honestly, we will resort to schemes and plots. As long as we hinder his path and stop him from crawling to rank 1 middle stage a year from now, he can forget about ever touching his parents' inheritance." The aunt's face immediately turned ashen, and she muttered with deep wariness, "But this kid Fang Yuan really is a tough nut to crack. He sneaked out to live elsewhere to escape our surveillance, and our honey trap not only failed but was turned against us, allowing him to snatch away 6 primeval stones. Is this really the scheming mind of a young teenager?" The uncle let out a long, heavy sigh. If only he were as naive as Fang Zheng, it would be great. But that Fang Zheng has always harbored a grudge and refused to submit to Fang Yuan. Perhaps in the future, we can turn him into a weapon to deal with his older brother. At that same moment, in Fang Yuan's lodgings, the corners of his lips curled up insolently. He cheered in sheer ecstasy. "I never dreamed that the spring-autumn cicada would be reborn along with me. So this toy wasn't a one-time use item after all, and I couldn't have imagined that in this life, it would become my vital goo." Fang Yuan admired the pale yellow speck of light hovering before him and assessed. The moonlight goo was originally the top choice, and the liquor worm was a premium item, but compared to the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, it's truly like dust trying to compare with Mount Tai. He pondered quietly, but it exhausted all its strength to reverse time by 500 years, so it's incredibly weak right now. Its originally vibrant body is now as withered as a dry twig. However, every cloud has a silver lining. Otherwise, my tiny aperture would have definitely been blown to bits by its immense aura, killing me instantly. Fang Yuan silently murmured the names, Moonlight, Liquor Worm. He calculated inwardly. Although I can't use them at the moment, Fang Yuan lowered his voice. Spring-autumn cicada, he thought smugly, but borrowing the tiger's might of its powerful aura to crush other goo worms is more than enough. He considered, riding on this momentum, the refinement process will be as easy as flipping my hand. After smoothly mapping out his plan, he smirked faintly. It's all mine. Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stumbling upon the spring-autumn cicada was truly no different from having a guardian deity. From now on, any low-tier goo worm would obediently lie right in the palm of his hand, without costing him another single primeval stone to throw away. He stretched and stood up, fixing his eyes on the mottled wall as his brain started calculating again. For a mere rank 1 small fry goo master to possess an awe-inspiring rank 6 vital goo was something one couldn't achieve even if they coughed up blood grinding for a lifetime. It looked like his plans needed a U-turn. Taking wide strides, Fang Yuan mentally calculated. First, I need to go sweep up the reward that rightfully belongs in my hands. Not long after, on the academy grounds, a servant bowed obsequiously and reported to the academy elder. Reporting to the academy elder, outside the academy gates, there is a young lad from the Fang family claiming that he has successfully refined the moonlight goo. The academy elder scrambled to sit up straight, excitedly ordering, "A student from the Fang family? Who else could it be besides that exceptionally talented boy? It's getting late anyway, let's go out and take a look. The moon is quite bright and full tonight." The academy elder eagerly led a group of subordinates out to welcome him. The moment they met face to face, the academy elder grinned from ear to ear, praising and patting him. "Well done, Gu Yue Fang Zheng, you really didn't make this old man lose face, truly living up to the reputation of an A-grade aptitude. Even if those B-grade and C-grade brats ran head first, they wouldn't even be fit to carry your shoes." He walked over gleefully and grabbed the student's shoulder, his face brimming with satisfaction. "Compared to your older brother, that self-proclaimed genius with nothing but words, a true elite like you is worlds apart. You must continue to work even harder." The student surnamed Fang suddenly dodged the academy elder's pat on the shoulder. He smirked faintly. "Academy elder, you've mistaken me for someone else. Gu Yue Fang Zheng is my younger brother." The academy elder instantly stood there dumbfounded. The person standing tall before him was actually none other than Fang Yuan, the very kid he had just been mercilessly mocking and belittling. He cupped his hands and bowed, putting on a polite front as he spoke. "Junior Gu Yue Fang Yuan pays his respects to the academy elder." In the midst of the quiet night, the academy elder's piercing, horrified scream rang out. What the hell, you are Gu Yue Fang Yuan? You are the one taking first place this round." Fang Yuan leisurely rubbed his chin, nodding calmly. "Looks like it. If no other ghost handed in their paper earlier than me then." The academy elder glanced around at the servants, his face stiff and incredibly awkward. This. At dawn the next day, as soon as the sun peeked out, the loud, thudding sound of running footsteps could be heard. Overflowing with arrogance, Fang Zheng shouted gleefully, "I successfully refined it. I finally did it. I have the divine A-grade aptitude, putting in this much effort. Who the hell could possibly be faster than me? Absolutely no one." As he sprinted towards the academy with all his might, he firmly pictured the scene of slapping his older brother's face and the faces of those who always looked down on him. "Starting from today, I will make all of you look up to me in reverence." However, what greeted him was not flags, flowers, and rewards, but the indifferent, cold-as-ice attitude of the gatekeeping servants. They drawled lazily, "You're Gu Yue Fang Zheng, right? Your face looks exactly like your older brother's. But you're late, your brother just snatched the prize away. He is the top scorer this time." That news smashed into Fang Zheng's head like a sledgehammer. He felt the world spinning, his limbs instantly turning ice cold. He roared like a wild beast. "That's impossible. He has a bottom-tier C-grade aptitude. There must be some ridiculous mistake here." The guarding servant snapped back grumpily. "This matter was personally verified by the academy elder. If you don't believe it, drag yourself over to the notice board and bulge your eyes out looking at it." Rooted in front of the notice board, the glaring words on it indeed proved that the servant's words were not off by a single inch. First place in the Goo refinement exam, Gu Yue Fang Yuan, reward achieved, 20 primeval stones. Fang Zheng was bitterly seated in second place. Immediately he clutched his head and tore at his hair, his insides churning with grievance. How the hell did things end up like this? What kind of demonic trick did he pull to crawl his way up? If it were B-grade aptitudes like Mo Bei or Kai Cheng, I could still swallow it, but why did it have to be him? Fang Zheng's eyes became streaked with bloody red lines as the flames of anger blazed wildly. He racked his brains but still couldn't understand. It was obvious that he had been grinding day and night, working far harder than his older brother, while his brother spent all day partying and getting dead drunk, yet still walked away with first place. How was this fair? Depression, hatred, and jealousy simultaneously tore at Fang Zheng's heart. He muttered resentfully, "I thought I had crossed a massive mountain, only to bump into a hateful rock. Why?" Soon enough, the earth-shattering news of Fang Yuan snatching the top spot spread as fast as the wind. The students swarmed densely around the notice board, their eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. They began to loudly dissect the situation. How did first place fall into Fang Yuan's hands? Wasn't that supposed to be Fang Zheng's spot? And a grade suffering a humiliating defeat to a C grade, that's truly a bizarre and rare sight. Meanwhile, in the Mo family branch, Mo Chen sluggishly inquired of a servant, "Has Mo Bei still not gotten off his ass to refine his gu?" The servant timidly reported, "Yes, my lord, it seems the young master has taken a heavy blow. He was originally just a tiny bit short. If the grade Fang Zheng had snatched the prize, it would have been less humiliating, but this time it was the C-grade Fang Yuan." Hearing his lackey's report, Mo Chen's face darkened, and he spoke in a reprimanding tone, "A gu master's path of cultivation is inherently paved with thorns. If encountering this little stumbling block makes him cry and whine, how the hell is he supposed to shoulder the Mo family in the future? Nobody is allowed to breathe a word of comfort to him. Let him fend for himself and think it through thoroughly." The servant, scared pale, didn't dare utter another word and hastily bowed low in compliance. "Yes, sir." In another development, at the Kai family branch, Kai Lion was also lecturing his grandson Kai Cheng. "If you want an easy time refining gu, you either compete with aptitude or you compete with the quality of the gu worms. It seems that this time, Fang Yuan got lucky like a blind cat finding a dead mouse, stumbling upon an anemic gu worm, which is why he slurped up the champion's spot." Kai Cheng agreed obediently. "Yes, grandfather's teachings are absolutely right." Speaking of this, Kai Lion stroked his beard and doted on him. "My good grandson, although your aptitude is a mediocre C grade, grandfather will bring out a rank 3 gu worm to suppress the moonlight gu, helping you conquer it in an instant." Having his grandfather's backing, Kai Cheng replied happily, "Thank you, grandfather." At the same time, Fang Yuan's uncle and aunt were once again endlessly spouting sarcastic remarks. "Tusk, that kid Fang Zheng bearing the grade title still lost face first. Trash will ultimately remain trash." Hearing this, he choked on his indignation, unwilling to accept it, his lips unconsciously pressing tightly together. "Brother, just you wait and see, next round I absolutely will not let you ride on my head anymore." Dozen days flashed by. At the crack of dawn, the students had already swarmed together, fully assembled at the martial arts arena. Seeing that the pupils were all accounted for, the academy elder clasped his hands behind his back and loudly began to lecture them. "The moonlight gu is the face of our clan, and most of you little brats here have taken it home as your vital gu. Today, this old man will pass on the tricks to urge this bug into a brawl." Opened his palm, and instantly, a crescent moon glowing with a faint blue color appeared, hovering there. He slowly explained, "Step 1, you use your mind to herd the moonlight gu to run around various parts of your body. A sudden strike from those spots will catch the enemy completely off guard. But the safest and most reliable place is still the palm of your hand, because gathering it there makes it the easiest to control. Next, squeeze out your primeval essence and pump it into the moonlight gu." The moment he finished speaking, the crescent blade in the academy elder's hand flared with a blinding light. The students collectively went ooh and ah, their eyes wide. "Whoa, that's so badass." The academy elder smugly continued his lecture, and the final step, hurl it out to smash the opponent. Saying that, he swung his arm and slashed powerfully. Quick as lightning, the overbearing primeval energy of the moonlight gu tore through the wind, slicing the grassman gu neatly into 2 pieces. Kai Cheng and his classmates howled in thrilling excitement. "Holy crap, that's terrifying. Is this the legendary Moonblade? Can I swing out such a monstrous slash too?" The academy elder cleared his throat seriously. "If you grind yourselves to death, you'll naturally be able to execute this move as well, and this is exactly your upcoming exam. 3 days from now, you will bring out your moonblades to hack at the grassman gu. Whoever scores the highest will cleanly sweep the reward of 10 primeval stones." The students eagerly rolled up their sleeves and began practicing, but soon enough, shrieks of frustration echoed all over the courtyard. "Damn it, why won't it come out no matter how hard I push? Fly out already? Pew. Ouch, ouch, this is a tough nut to chew. It doesn't look like an easy meal at all." Looking at his classmates sweating profusely, Fang Zheng silently clenched his fists and made a resolution. "Last time, brother got totally lucky to climb up to first place, but for gu masters, relying on luck forever is strictly impossible, so the crown this time will definitely have to be mine." He was still busy trying to measure himself against Fang Yuan when a razor-sharp slicing sound whistled through the air, and a wretched grassman gu had its head cleanly lopped off by someone's fired moonblade. Fang Zheng jumped in fright, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Which guy threw that wicked moonblade just now?" Fang Zheng's gaze clearly revealed a bitter jealousy. "Damn it, don't tell me it's that guy, my brother again." He couldn't help but shoot a sideways glance at Fang Yuan. At this time, their fellow students had also gathered around him, their mouths agape as they asked, "Was it you who threw that, Fang Yuan? You're really something, classmate." The academy elder strode over to a student, pointing a finger straight at his face, unable to hide his astonishment. Was it you who fired that? It seemed the beam of light originated from your corner. That student was also stammering, having no idea what was going on, scratching his head and ears as he answered randomly. Well, I think it was me. Seeing this, the girls squealed in infatuation. Wow, he's so freaking awesome. Who is that guy? Hearing this, Fang Zheng secretly let out a sigh of relief. As expected, it wasn't him, I knew it. The rest of the students also started cheering wildly. YOLO, I shot one out too, me too, pew pew pew. Young girl edged closer to the crowd, clicking her tongue in admiration. Oh my, I'm so thirsty for those with sky-high aptitudes like this. With my rock-bottom D-grade rank, I'll only be stuck serving and picking up balls for Gu Masters for the rest of my life. Amidst the chaos, Fang Yuan secretly smiled faintly. That was close, I almost gave myself away. At a sensitive time like this, it's better to keep my talents hidden. In the distance, the crimson sun slowly set behind the mountain range, giving way to the thick, pitch-black night. Students dragged their exhausted bodies home. One guy with a weary face whined and complained, I'm absolutely drained. A random C-grade like me can only squeeze out 3 blades before my primeval essence tank is completely empty. The guy walking next to him also slouched, sighing heavily. Sigh, I'm no different. I'm going to go recharge my energy. The two of them happened to stroll past Jiangya's stall and saw him hugging a pile of grassman goo. Jiangya hurriedly flashed a commercial smile to reel them in. Greetings, junior schoolmates just finished classes. In the mood to scoop up a few grassman goo to use. This stuff isn't just for practicing martial arts. If you peel it apart, you can do a lot of fun tricks with it. One of the guys wandered over to ask the price, and upon hearing him demand 3 stones, he wailed. 3 stones, what a ripoff. The other guy heard this and immediately turned on his heel to walk away. With my crippled aptitude, grinding is pointless anyway, let's bounce. Jiangya's face instantly shifted to a look of contempt, and he snorted loudly. You have a few spare coins and you're hoarding them for the new year like a stingy miser? What cheapskates? Right at that moment, a big spender walked up and called for goods. Senior, sell me 10 moon orchid petals. Customer coming to buy goods was none other than Fang Yuan. Recognizing a familiar face, Jiangya eagerly flattered him. Oh, it's you, junior schoolmate among this crowd. You are the only player who truly knows how to burn money. He quickly gathered 10 moon orchid petals and shoved them into Fang Yuan's hands. Count them carefully, there's not a single chipped petal here. Please feel free to take them, Junior. As he reached out to accept the items from Jiangya, he replied coldly, thanks. Late afternoon fell, the dull clouds embracing the last glimpses of sickly yellow sunlight peeking through at a rundown tavern. Fang Yuan, his face devoid of emotion, snapped his fingers to call the waiter to serve the dishes. The waiter quickly replied, right away, right away. A piping hot meal was quickly brought up. The waiter bowed obsequiously, please enjoy your meal, esteemed guest. Fang Yuan leisurely picked up his food while drifting into a stream of thoughts. Figuring out how to feed these goo worms is currently a tough problem. The moonlight goo gnaws on moon orchid petals, and the liquor worm gulps down green bamboo wine. That's the smoothest way. The vicious part is that these 2 money burners drain me of 1 primeval stone every single day. Calculating in his head, he looked pitifully at his deflated money pouch containing his primeval stones, scheming inwardly. Recently, although I used all sorts of tricks to scam and extort a decent amount of primeval stones, the cost of keeping these goo worms also burned through a large chunk. I originally had a surplus of 44 pieces, but now it's dwindled down to a bare 20. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. It's a blessing that my spring-autumn cicada consumes time to survive. Otherwise, where would this broken body find delicacies to offer rank 6 goo? At this rate, it looks like I'll absolutely have to go all out and show off during the exam in 3 days. All deep in his scheming, Fang Yuan suddenly heard the waiter call out with a high-pitched voice. Oh, I forgot to tell you, young master. He turned around and immediately met the guy's flattering, sycophantic face. Rubbing his hands together, the waiter chirped. In about 10 days, a merchant caravan will pass by our village. Those folks love chugging green bamboo wine, so they'll definitely clear out our entire stock by then. My manager knows you're particularly addicted to this stuff, so he told me to give you a heads up so you can prepare yourself. Fang Yuan stroked his chin, feigning a thoughtful expression. Is that so? He calculated silently. A jar of this green bamboo wine can at worst keep the liquor worm's belly full for 4 days. If I switch to some other trashy wine, not only will I have to carry a bulky load, but it will also easily draw unwanted attention and suspicion from others. Ultimately, the only way is to buy a large batch to stockpile. After carefully weighing the options, he tipped his chin and ordered the waiter. In that case, bring me 5 jars. Later, help me carry them straight back to the student dorms. The waiter happily agreed. Yes, understood, young master. Fang Yuan gave a faint, wry smile, deeply realizing that this business of raising goo worms was no different from keeping mistresses. The rumors were absolutely spot on. 3 days later at the martial arts arena, a dense crowd of students had gathered, surrounding a grassman goo. The martial arts instructor crossed his arms over his chest, his booming voice roaring with authority. Fist and leg combat skills are the most fundamental roots for you greenhorn goo masters in the early stages. The moonblade might be strong, but it burns through primeval essence fiercely, so it should only be kept as a trump card. Once you bleed dry of primeval essence, you can only rely on this mortal flesh and blood to brawl. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. Whichever brat slacks off and doesn't drill this into their head, don't blame this old man for not warning you when you end up 6 feet under. Finishing his words, the martial arts instructor immediately channeled his energy and fired a moonblade straight at the grassman goo. His movements were decisive, agile, and carried an overwhelming aura. This moonblade is incredibly tough for you little brats. It's only good for bluffing and threatening others, but throw it into actual combat and it's trash. While the instructor was pouring his heart out passing on the secret techniques, the students sitting obediently below wore expressions as soggy as wet rice paper. A nervous kid turned to the guy next to him and asked, "It's almost time for the moonblade exam, how's your practice going?" The other guy groaned dejectedly, "I'll just have to wing it. I managed to conjure up 3 shots, but they all missed." Throughout the arena, whispering voices buzzed like flies. The instructor's precious words seemed to have gone in one ear and out the other. "I'm totally clueless too." Amidst the noisy chatter, Fang Zheng stealthily threw a glance toward Fang Yuan, his hands subconsciously clenching so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In a flash, the 0 hour of the assessment had arrived. The academy elder jerked his chin toward the row of grassman goo and cleared his throat to announce the rules. "All right, it's time to settle the score. Groups of 5 will come up here one by one to fire the moonblade 3 times. Hitting the belly scores 1 point, hitting the chest gets 2 points, sniping the neck earns 3 points, and chopping the head clean off takes the full 4 points. The maximum score is 10 points. Whoever climbs to the top spot will take the entire prize. If you've all got that through your thick skulls, roll up your sleeves and get to it." The students roared in unison, "Yes." After that, the students trailed up one after another to perform their exam, while the academy elder sat in the high seat, quickly marking down scores. Gu Yue Bing Lan 1 point, Gu Yue Chu 2 0 points, Gu Yue Siju 3 points. Witnessing the miserably trashy results of the students, the academy elder roared in scolding, "How can you aim so blindly? Did you even bother practicing properly over the past few days?" He growled loudly, "Next group, Gu Yue Mobei, Gu Yue Kaicheng, Gu Yue." Hearing the academy elder call his name, Mobei jumped up in delight. "Haha, it's finally this young master's turn to shine." Soon as they stepped onto the arena stage, the entire practice field erupted in excited shouts. "Whoa, it's the 2 B-grade aptitude experts, this group looks intense." Mobei stood with his back to Kai Cheng, tossing out a taunt, "I'm definitely going to crush you, just watch." On the other side, Kai Cheng wasn't a pushover either. He smirked arrogantly and shot back, "I was just planning to say the exact same thing." The whistle signaling the start of the battle rang out. In a flash, the results were decided, and the academy elder shouted out the scores. Gu Yue Mobei fired 3 shots, hit all 3, bagging 5 points. Gu Yue Kaicheng fired 3 shots, hit them all, taking 6 points. The entire arena boiled over with cheers. Kaicheng won big. Kaicheng immediately threw his head back and laughed maniacally in triumph. But disgusted by his petty arrogance, Mobei snorted coldly and muttered, "Just blind luck." Currently, Kaicheng was sitting pretty, thumping his chest with the highest score in the group. He narrowed his eyes in a contemptuous sneer. The only one capable of blocking his path right now was Fang Zheng. Right after him, it was time for the heavyweight rival. Up there, the academy elder loudly called out, "Next group, Gu Yue Fang Zheng Gu Yue." Fang Zheng and 2 classmates scrambled up to the arena. He was sandwiched between the other 2, who were bouncing off each other, taking turns mocking Fang Zheng. "Oh my, Fang Zheng is taking the stage. We better keep our eyes peeled this round to see if that A-grade label is the real deal or just an empty vessel making a lot of noise." Fang Zheng tried his best to control his breathing, forcing his mind not to panic. He muttered inwardly to himself, "Brother, this time I will absolutely step on your head." The academy elder raised his hand to signal, "Begin." Fang Zheng instantly thrust his hand forward. A blue crescent moon flashed in his palm, and a blazing fire glinted in his eyes. Hiding in a dark corner, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly sank into gloom. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, Fang Zheng's face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet of paper, and his hand trembled uncontrollably. Before Fang Zheng's eyes, everything suddenly went pitch black, and his inner self screamed in despair. "It's over, I missed." It wasn't just Fang Zheng who stood frozen. The entire swarm of students below the arena also turned to stone, their eyes rolling back and jaws dropping. Look. The result was absurdly beyond imagination. The moonblade fired by Fang Zheng actually accidentally chopped off the head of the grassman Gu. The entire arena exploded in frantic cheers. He severed the head clean off, absolutely dominant, truly worthy of the grade tier. Witnessing this blind luck, Fang Yuan just kept his face as cold as a block of ice. In contrast, the Academy elder nodded in endless praise for Fang Zheng. Pretty good luck, who would have thought an off-target aim would hit the critical spot. Beads of sweat poured down Fang Zheng's forehead. He panted heavily and breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. I can't overexert myself anymore. After regulating his breathing, Fang Zheng's next 2 slashes seemed quite decent. The Academy elder clicked his tongue in assessment. Gu Yue Fang Zheng, 3 shots all hit, bagging a total of 7 good points, temporarily climbing to the top spot. Below the stands, Hai Tu whispered into Bing Lan's ear, "Whoa, normally scraping up 9 points is already the final boss level. Out of us greenhorns, who could be lucky enough to chop a head off?" Bing Lan nodded in agreement. "Looks like the champion's seat for this round is firmly in Fang Zheng's hands." Suddenly, someone rudely interrupted. "Hold on, there's still one last group left." The entire arena instantly became as noisy as a broken beehive. "Oh, it's that guy." All the students' eyes simultaneously focused on Fang Yuan as they whispered among themselves. Fang Yuan is dragging himself up to the stage. Bursts of mocking laughter rang out one after another as one student curled his lips in ridicule. "Him, if he can crawl his way to first place, I swear I'll eat shit right in front of everyone." Another guy eagerly joined in. "Hey, watch your mouth, he carries the title of a C-grade genius." Hearing the surrounding jeers, Fang Zheng stood there, using a gaze as sharp as a razor to follow Fang Yuan's every step. Without waiting long, the Academy elders' shout tore through the atmosphere. "Final group, prepare." Immediately after the firing command ended, the students simultaneously exerted their strength to unleash their moonblades straight toward the row of grassman Gu, the whizzing sounds of wind tearing through the air screeching terrifyingly. Fang Zheng subconsciously clenched his jaw tightly, glancing at Fang Yuan, his heart restless. "Come on, brother, let's see just how high your true strength really is." It wasn't just Fang Zheng holding his breath waiting for the result. Even the Academy elder was breaking a sweat. He muttered inwardly, was Gu Yue Fang Yuan's perfect score last time really just blind luck? His eyes locked onto the brilliantly glowing crescent moon unleashed by Fang Yuan. His insides felt like 20 rabbits were dancing around. Whatever the outcome, this strike would decide everything. Thwack after Fang Yuan's moonblade strike, the grassman Gu stood as immutable as time, untouched by the gentle breeze. The moonblade brushed past as light as a feather and chopped off a high tree branch instead. The entire arena erupted into roaring laughter. The students clutched their stomachs while mocking. It flew all the way to nowhere with this kind of strength. He's way too weak. As expected, trash will always be trash. The Academy elder fell silent, the surging disappointment causing him to let out a long, heavy sigh. What a waste for me to harbor a faint shred of hope. It turns out the fluke was real. On the other side, the corners of Fang Zheng's mouth lifted all the way to his ears. He was thrilled to the bone witnessing his older brother's downfall. Fang Zheng rejoiced inwardly, cheering triumphantly. "It's a sure win, I'm winning big this round." He was dead certain his brother only had exactly 2 chances left, and with that abysmally blind marksmanship, how could he possibly turn the tables? Even if Lady Luck smiled on him again and he hit the neck, at best he'd only scrape up 6 points. He freely ridiculed Fang Yuan in his mind. "Don't tell me you're planning to chop it clean off twice. If you're so good, make a razor-sharp cut for me to see. Still dreaming of plucking stars from the sky? Those are all just tricks to scare children, brother." Fang Zheng gloatingly cursed his older brother. "Just give up to keep things clean, you're out of chances. Even if God descended this round, there's no saving you." The Academy elder, having now completely drained his hopes for Fang Yuan, clicked his tongue and urged him to strike and get it over with. "Go on." Following the Academy elder's command, the second moonblade immediately shot out from Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Zheng smiled faintly. "Still being stubborn, huh? Fine, let me keep my eyes peeled to see how long you can struggle." He couldn't hold back the thrilling rush when envisioning the future. "After this assessment, I will be a true genius of undisputed fame, admired by thousands. Let's see who dares to open their mouth and look down on me anymore." However man proposes, God disposes. The 2 consecutive moonblades flying from Fang Yuan's hand made Fang Zheng's eyes bulge like snails, and the entire arena turned to stone, mumbling, What the hell is this?" Fang Yuan's moonblade coldly severed the head of the grassman Gu. At that exact moment, an icy voice hissed past Fang Zheng's ear, splashing him with brain-freezing cold water. You truly don't understand who you are, Gu Yue Fang Zheng. On the outside, the students were still gaping with their mouths wide open, screaming, chopped it right off, a dazzling 8 points. Fang Zheng also stood petrified, his soul fleeing his body. Did a new first-place winner just emerge? That guy Gu Yue Fang Yuan, how could that happen? And scoring on the absolute hardest difficulty too. His eyes went bloodshot with resentment. What the hell is this? Did I lose? Fang Zheng's heart felt as if it had been ripped apart, screaming bitterly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The flames of jealousy and grievance blazed up fiercely. This young master is in a grade aptitude, working my fingers to the bone, practicing day and night. That guy is ultimately just an unlucky C-grade trash. Where did he get the proficiency to surpass me? There's absolutely no way he could chop off the target twice. Fang Zheng glared with wide eyes, cursing endlessly in his stomach. Absurd, it must definitely be blind luck. I refuse to accept this. I demand a rematch for this round. Putting his thoughts into action, Fang Zheng aggressively shouted out, "Bullshit, this guy is cheating." The academy elder turned around in confusion and asked, "What did you just say?" Gu Yue Fang Zheng tossed all etiquette to the back of his head, violently yelling right in front of the academy elder. He clearly only chopped once. How could he take the full 8 points? At most it's only 7 points. I demand to file a complaint. Witnessing his disrespectful attitude, the academy elder knitted his brows tightly, shaking his head inwardly in exhaustion. What the hell is this? Just a trivial test, and he's already throwing a wild tantrum over nothing. With a temper like this, and they want to groom him as the future clan leader, unacceptable. Thinking this, he leisurely pointed a finger toward the grassman Gu, dissecting it calmly. Open your eyes wide and look at this cut. It takes exactly 2 blade strikes to create that shape. Otherwise, it would just be 1 deep cut and 1 shallow cut. It's clearly 2 clean severing cuts, meeting the standard for 8 points. Concluding his words, the academy elder loudly announced the name. Therefore, the top scorer for this assessment is Gu Yue Fang Yuan. Every single word from the academy elder's mouth was like a barrel of kerosene splashed straight onto the blazing fire of envy in Gu Yue Fang Zheng's belly. His eyes instantly welled up with tears. His inner self screamed like it was about to explode. I'm going to die of anger. Why does he always like to stand in my way? Gu Yue Fang Yuan. Gu Yue Fang Zheng was holding his head and tearing his hair out, hating his older brother to the core. Up on the high platform, Gu Yue Fang Yuan suddenly recalled memories of his past life. The grudges, the jealousy. In his previous life, this biological younger brother also wore this exact same face when pushing him into a corner. He furrowed his brows slightly, tossing a disdainful glance downward. It's really so boring I don't even want to talk about it, my foolish little brother. Gu Yue Fang Zheng gnashed his teeth audibly. Gu Yue Fang Yuan treated him like thin air, blandly turning on his heel and walking away. A gentle breeze caressed his pitch-black hair, the corners of his eyebrows relaxed, and a faint smile curled on his lips. He enjoyed it inwardly. Today's spring sunlight is also quite poetic. When the test at the academy concluded, under the porch, the academy elder handed Gu Yue Fang Yuan a money pouch. He spoke unhurriedly. This is your victory reward and a little compensation the clan has for you. Gu Yue Fang Yuan received the pouch, clasping his hands very politely. Thank you, elder. The academy elder silently scrutinized the young boy in front of him, a sliver of disappointment flashing through the depths of his eyes, but ultimately he just patted him lightly on the shoulder. You did well, keep up the good work. Irritated by the sight of Gu Yue Fang Yuan fairly seizing the first place, the majority of the students didn't dare scold him to his face, but behind his back, they gossiped and cursed him out. So salty, we let him snatch the number 1 seat again. Is this really his actual strength or is blind luck carrying him? Among the group of people who found Fang Yuan an eyesore, Gu Yue Fang Zheng harbored the deepest grudge. He glared resentfully at his older brother's back. The exam came to a close, and the students returned to the classroom, continuing to strain their ears to listen to the academy elder's lecture. You all have been in the academy for a while now, and your operations with your vital Gu are now smooth. Next, I will pass on the secrets to upgrading your cultivation. The higher a Gu master's realm, the more condensed their primeval essence. The lecture was extremely detailed. Rank 1 Gu masters have green copper primeval essence, rank 2 have red iron primeval essence, and rank 3 have silver primeval essence. For every realm you advance, the primeval essence capacity automatically multiplies by 10. He nailed down an ironclad sentence. So you must carve this into your bones and hearts. Gu worms are just tools. Cultivation is the root. The higher your cultivation, the more powerfully you can push your Gu worms. Having crammed in the pile of theory, the academy elder began to outline the upcoming assessment. The third exam category is as follows. Within 3 months, Whoever steps into the rank 1 middle stage first will instantly bag a reward of 30 primeval stones. At the same time, this will be used as the basis to appoint 1 class monitor and 2 vice monitors. At that point, you'll be free to enjoy plenty of stipends. Upon hearing this, the whole class howled and cheered loudly. That's so sweet. Guyue Fang Zheng's eyebrows suddenly knit together, and he let out a sigh of relief. The academy elder spoke very accurately. I cannot let emotions cloud my rationality. Therefore, I absolutely won't bother using dirty tricks anymore. I will openly and fairly send my brother to the sidelines. From now on, whenever you see my face, you will have to automatically bow down and pay your respects. The class finally ran out of time, and the academy elder packed up his teaching materials. All right, we're finishing early today, dismissed. The entire class shouted in unison, yes, sir. Just as class ended, Guyue Mobei revealed his true colors as a cocky punk. He ran his loud mouth. Where is Guyue Fang Yuan? Where did he scurry off to already? Guyue Kaicheng crossed his arms in disdain, clicking his tongue, probably had a guilty conscience and slipped away smoothly. It seems he just stepped in some lucky dog shit again during today's exam. Mobei snorted coldly. Once or twice maybe, but there's no way a third time happens. This round is a fair test of aptitude. Let's see what kind of tricks he pulls. Saying that, he invited Guyue Kaicheng to go watch a good show. That moment, Guyue Fang Yuan was standing leaning against the school gate, a sneer curling up his mouth. Let those brats fight over those class officer seats until their heads break. What a bunch of stupid enthusiasm. Those petty titles are just chess pieces in the hands of the higher-ups anyway. The group of teenagers had just stepped out when they bumped straight into Guyue Fang Yuan. A guy at the front asked in confusion, "What is he doing acting like a scarecrow at the gate?" The friend behind him pouted in response. "Why care about him? He's probably just waiting for someone." Recalling Guyue Fang Yuan's 2 first-place wins, the whole group couldn't hold back their anger and threw some sarcastic remarks. Whenever I see that punchable face of his, I feel annoyed. After all, he's just a C-grade piece of trash. Getting lucky twice really made him delude himself into thinking he's a genius. For someone who had lived through 2 lifetimes like Guyue Fang Yuan, he had fully understood the nature of all organizations in the world. To sum it all up, it simply aimed for one word: resources. Those 2 students still wouldn't shed a tear until they saw the coffin. One guy intentionally strutted in front of him, making a ghost face and spewing venomous words. To put it bluntly, you're just a piece of trash. Even if you had a great aptitude backing you, you're still inferior to nobody. The other guy eagerly added fuel to the fire. Exactly, where would a bastard with no parents get a bright future? Guyue Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze as profound as an abyss. Calculated inwardly, the most vital thing for a Gu master's cultivation is primeval stones. As the thought emerged, Guyue Fang Yuan immediately struck, his hand clenched into a fist swift and precise, smashing straight into the face of one loudmouth. The unlucky teenager took the full brunt of the pain, flying back onto the ground, crying and wailing, "What the hell are you doing, my face?" The other teenager frantically helped his friend up, then glared and yelled at Fang Yuan, "Are you crazy?" He leisurely rolled his wrists, dropping an icy sentence that cut the whole group off. "It's no big deal, it's just that anyone who wants to walk through this gate must obediently hand over 1 primeval stone. Just so you know, I'm robbing you." A group of teenagers instantly panicked, causing an uproar. "This is bad, Fang Yuan is extorting people, what the hell?" A cocky teenager pushed his way out of the crowd, arrogantly shouting at him. "Robbery? Who gave you guts as big as the sky? Is Madame Guyue Jing backing you?" He thumped his chest loudly, declaring his name. "Your granddaddy here is the leader Guyue San Shao. You think you can touch me if you're so tough?" Fang Yuan didn't bother wasting his spit, directly launching a kick straight into his crotch. Guyue Beiju shrieked a miserable cry, his eyes rolling to the back of his head before he collapsed, fainting on the spot. The whole group of teenagers was horrified and screamed loudly. "Boss Beiju," someone spoke up to instigate. "You actually dared to strike, brother's charge, beat him to a pulp for me." The whole pack of brats was infuriated, shouting and charging forward, but Guyue Fang Yuan merely cracked a bland smile. In the blink of an eye, he launched himself like a bolt of lightning straight into the middle of the fiercely charging encirclement. With just a few bounding steps, Guyue Fang Yuan closed the distance with the dense, ant-like formation of teenagers. At the same time, Guyue Chu too scrambled on all fours to tail Guyue Mobei and report the news. "It's over, there's a massive fight going on outside the gate. Fang Yuan wants to beat the crap out of everyone." Just catching the news, Guyue Mobei bounced up. "What kind of ridiculous joke is this? Let's go out and take a look." In front of the school gate, a fiery, chaotic battle was breaking out. Guyue Fang Yuan swung his arm to deliver a clean chop to the back of one teenager's neck. while simultaneously adding a kick straight into another guy's chest. The majestic and awe-inspiring shouts of the teenagers from earlier had now completely turned into miserable wails. The distorted tones sounded no different from a cat getting its tail stepped on. The pain was indescribable. Whoosh, a wind-tearing sound slashed right past Gu Yue Fang Yuan's ear. He nimbly lowered his center of gravity, smoothly dodging a teenager's sneak attack. Extremely decisively, he brushed past the guy as light as a feather, a raging fury flashing in the depths of his eyes. He pivoted on his heel, launching a back kick that smashed straight into his opponent's face. The surrounding students subconsciously took a few steps back, their faces all flashing looks of fear. They gritted their teeth and muttered, "This is surreal, how is he so formidable?" That exact moment, Gu Yue Moubei ran over, roaring, "What kind of circus act are you pulling here?" Gu Yue Beiju was lying face down on the ground, gasping disjointedly. "Fang Yuan, he wants to strip us clean of our primeval stones." Before he could finish his dying words, Fang Yuan slowly walked over, casually adding another kick into his stomach. He casually remarked, "Your endurance is quite resilient, isn't it?" Gu Yue Beiju instantly let out an ear-piercing scream, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp. Gu Yue Fang Yuan unhurriedly walked over to face Gu Yue Moubei. He spread his hands, tossing out a sentence reeking of threats. "One primeval stone per person. If you don't hand it over, your ending will be exactly the same as that pile of bodies lying on the ground over there." Gu Yue Moubei was instantly enraged to the point his face turned purple. He howled and cursed, "Relying on your raggedy C-grade aptitude, and you think you can take down my A-grade? Your father here has practiced martial arts since childhood. I have no rival among my peers." Finishing his sentence, he curled his hands into fists, aggressively charging straight at Gu Yue Fang Yuan. However, before he could even touch a single hair on Gu Yue Fang Yuan's head, he was struck perfectly in the throat by his index and middle fingers. Moubei instantly felt the world spin, falling flat on his back, knocked out cold. Seeing their boss Moubei clearly taken down so easily by a C-grade, the teenagers screamed in terror, "Brother Moubei." While the whole gang was still in a panic, Fang Yuan's ice-cold voice poured into their eardrums. "You can't even save yourselves, yet you have the free time to worry about others." In just the blink of an eye, the entire group of teenagers was knocked out by Fang Yuan. His strikes were very measured. Those who were knocked down only temporarily lost consciousness, completely unharmed in their bones and sinews. Even so, the way he unleashed his moves was excessively violent, causing the group of girls to scream in terror. Their lips trembled uncontrollably. "Es so brutal, they aren't going to stop breathing, are they?" Gu Yue Fang Yuan's gaze swept over, and he sharply repeated his ultimatum. "Now I'll ask one last time, hand them over or not." Inside the academy, a guard frantically scrambled to report the news to the academy elder. "This is bad, elder. Fang Yuan is beating his classmates half to death outside the school gate." The academy elder didn't bother rushing to issue an order to intervene. He just nodded leisurely, "I know." After that, he slowly climbed up to the pavilion, secretly observing from afar. The more he watched, the more interesting he found Gu Yue Fang Yuan. He evaluated inwardly. Taking on all the students single-handedly, he truly possesses the demeanor of a warlord dominating the battlefield. A guard standing nearby felt his insides burning like fire, reporting, "My lord, shouldn't we stop this brawl?" The academy elder raised an eyebrow, blooming a deeply meaningful smile. "Stop it. Why should we? The good show has just begun. Let's take our time and watch." Down in the courtyard, a stubborn teenager charged at Fang Yuan. "I'll fight you to the death." Before he could even swing his arm, Gu Yue Fang Yuan followed up with a decisive strike to the back of his neck. Thud! The unlucky young man rolled over unconscious. The young girls were frightened into a panic by his murderous aura, their voices trembling. "You stand right there, take another step and we'll use our moonblades to shoot you." Instantly, a blue light flashed like water in the palms of their hands. It seemed the situation was so pressing that they gritted their teeth to use their primeval essence to control the moonlight Gu. Gu Yue Fang Yuan remained expressionless. He slowly stepped forward in a rhythmic pace to corner them, dropping a mocking remark. "The rules strictly forbid bringing out Gu worms to fight in school, otherwise you'll be expelled. Did you ladies forget the lesson?" Fang Yuan's words hit the nail on the head. The blue light in the girls' hands faded, and they stammered, "This." Abruptly, Gu Yue Fang Yuan's eyes turned as sharp as razors. He dashed forward like a cloud of smoke, directly striking the backs of their necks and instantly knocking the two girls unconscious. Only a single girl dressed in red remained, her legs turning to jelly as she collapsed onto the ground. She cried pitifully like pear blossoms bathed in spring rain. "Don't, please don't, I beg you to spare me." Gu Yue Fang Yuan threw a glance down from above, his voice cold. 1 primeval stone. The girl, her hands trembling violently, opened her money pouch, pouring out every single primeval stone she had, offering them with both hands to Fang Yuan. I'll hand them all over, please don't hit me. Fang Yuan then reached out to receive them. His skinny arm looked no different from a vicious demon's claw in the girl's eyes. Terrified, she shut her eyes tightly. He had said he'd take 1 piece, so he only took exactly 1 piece. Fang Yuan pinched the primeval stone and held it up, loudly telling the girl, I already told you I only need 1 piece. You can go now. Up in the pavilion, a guard cupped his fist to report to the Academy Elder. Academy Elder, this guy's guts are way too big, daring to openly rob people right under our noses. Just give the word, and your subordinate will arrest him immediately. The Academy Elder remained as calm as ever, laughing as he replied, It's fine, he acts with a good sense of limits and won't cause a major disaster. On the contrary, it brings benefits to the student's development. Speaking up to this point, the Academy Elder couldn't help but sigh wistfully. He truly is a child born with a brilliant talent for combat. It's just a shame he carries a C-grade aptitude. Down below, Fang Yuan continued to strike down Kaicheng. The guard standing next to the Academy Elder was still aggrieved and refused to let it go, intentionally provoking him in front of the Elder. But he is indeed too arrogant, he doesn't even put us in his eyes. The guard's words instantly angered the Academy Elder. He snorted coldly and shot a sideways glare at the guards. Put you in his eyes. You originally don't carry the surname Gu Yue, what the hell are you? Coldly poured a bucket of cold water over their faces. Seeing that you were obedient, I handed you the position of guards to enjoy some sweet perks. Don't forget that at the end of the day, you are all just servants. The Academy Elder growled and scolded the guards. Those kids, even if they are young, still carry the surname Gu Yue. They are your masters. As mere servants, do you dare to recklessly discuss the matters of your masters? Crushed by the Academy Elder's majestic aura, the entire group of guards groveled on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy frantically. Subordinate wouldn't dare. The Academy Elder's face was gloomy. He pointed his finger at the talkative guard and finalized. Fine, you dared to recklessly gossip about your masters, strip him of his captain title. In half a month we'll hold an election for a new one. The guard replied meekly, Yes. The rest of the guards secretly rejoiced in their hearts, calculating inwardly. A new captain, if I can jump in and sit there, my life will peak. The opportunity has arrived. Being the big boss means earning an extra primeval stone every month and getting to look up at the sky. After putting the guards in their place, the Academy Elder raised his voice to shoo them away. What are you still standing there like idiots for? Get lost downstairs and clean up the scene. The whole squad of guards shouted in unison. Yes, your subordinates take our leave. Watching the guards slip away, the Academy Elder stroked his beard and sneered. Servants are exactly like house dogs. If you don't knock them on the head once in a while, their skin starts itching. They won't behave without a beating. The art of the carrot and the stick. This is the ultimate herding secret of a superior. A while later, Fang Zheng led the remaining group of students slowly walking out the school gate. The whole group stood as if turned to stone when they saw the chaotic scene before their eyes. One teenager stammered for a long time without squeezing out a word. What is this? Looking at the whole crowd of heroes fallen on the ground, every single body curled up like a boiled shrimp, their mouths groaning in pain. Fang Zheng dropped his jaw, yelling loudly, Brother, how could you be so cruel? They are all our classmates. Fang Yuan kept his face neutral, casually tossing a sentence at Fang Zheng, 1 primeval stone per person, refuse and face the consequences yourself. Fang Zheng jumped up in panic. What even I have to pay? Fang Yuan looked at the kid with eyes full of warmth and affection. My dear little brother, of course you are granted a special exemption. Hearing him say that, Fang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, brother. The surrounding students were visibly jealous. If I were his little brother, I'd be over the moon. Fang Zheng puffed out his chest and walked past Fang Yuan. Right at the moment the two brothers brushed past each other, Fang Zheng suddenly caught every clear syllable from Fang Yuan. It's just that, next time, your fate will be exactly the same as theirs. This sentence successfully pumped hot blood into Fang Zheng's brain. He roared, What did you say? Whoosh, a gust of wind tearing through space whizzed past Fang Zheng's ear. By the time he squinted to look closely, Fang Yuan's fist was already right in his face. His movements were lightning fast. Fang Zheng was terrified, his eyes wide open. He was completely out of his league to keep up with Fang Yuan's magical reflexes. He kept his expressionless face. jutted his chin toward the young men lying unconscious on the ground, and said in a harsh tone, "Don't force me to repeat this again." Even though the students were coughing up blood in anger at Gu Yue Fang Yuan, muttering curses at him in their heads, he even threatens his own biological brother. What a true bully! Fang Zheng, despite hating his older brother, knew his place. The current situation didn't allow for stubborn resistance, so he gritted his teeth and handed over the primeval stone. If you can't beat them, you have to yield. A wise man knows the times. The whole group of teenagers, with aggrieved faces, obediently emptied their pockets for Fang Yuan to exploit, whispering to console each other, "Just try to endure this hurdle for now." Right when the kids were planning to sneak away, they were stopped dead in their tracks by Gu Yue Fang Yuan. "Wait a minute." Gu Yue Fang Zheng spun around nervously, questioning, "What the hell now, are you going back on your word?" Gu Yue Fang Yuan swept his eyes over the group, spitting out icy words. "Do you guys really think I'm going to kneel down and search every single person lying on the ground?" The flock of students looked dumbfounded for a moment before understanding his meaning. Every single one of them turned red with anger. Seeing the group hesitate, Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze. The teenagers were instantly terrified, their scalps tingling. The whole bunch reluctantly picked up the primeval stones for him. One frustrated teenager muttered a complaint, "This is so bitter." As the evening glow descended, at a small tavern, the waiter respectfully presented the bill with both hands to Gu Yue Fang Yuan. "Young master, please take a look. This is the bill for 20 jars of green bamboo wine." He indifferently instructed the waiter, "No need to look, you may leave." Soon as the waiter was out of sight, Gu Yue Fang Yuan rested his chin on his hand, his eyes scanning the pile of wine jars stacked in the corner. He calculated the economic math in his head. The Academy's population is 57 people. I snatched 56 primeval stones, adding up the old and new rewards. The total harvest is 79 primeval stones. But feeding the liquor worm has already consumed half of it, which is truly not a small amount. Gu Yue Fang Yuan looked at the fading sunlight behind the mountains and sighed softly. "Grinding for resources in the future is going to be expensive. I absolutely have to gather more primeval stones to survive. It looks like from now on, I'll have to make a regular profession out of robbing." At that same time, Gu Yue Fang Zheng, carrying a belly full of frustration, ran straight home, crying and snitching to Uncle Fang and Aunt Fang. "Father, Mother, the situation is roughly like this." Uncle Fang was furious, roaring loudly, "I didn't expect Fang Yuan to be so ruthless, not even sparing his own brother. This is too much." He turned to Gu Yue Fang Zheng, trying to suppress his anger and coax the boy, "Just let it go. It's only a measly primeval stone. Just go to the accounting room and take one to make up for it." Gu Yue Fang Zheng bowed with clasped hands. "Yes, your child will take his leave." Soon as Gu Yue Fang Zheng was out of sight, Aunt Fang immediately nudged her husband's elbow. "Husband, this time it's a sure thing. I bet 10 to 1 that Fang Yuan will be expelled." Uncle Fang shook his head vehemently. "I don't think that's guaranteed. He might not even receive any punishment at all." Aunt Fang shrieked, "How is that possible?" Uncle Fang explained, "The martial world is vast and extremely sinister. The clan desperately craves such bloodthirsty individuals. As long as there are no fatalities, the academy even encourages students to fight to gain experience." At this point, his voice dropped. "He's actually quite smart, only collecting 1 stone from each kid, which is still within the bounds of what the academy will turn a blind eye to. If he bit off more, I'm afraid the elders would have to step in." Hearing her husband's analysis, Aunt Fang immediately felt a cold chill down her spine. She frantically pressed Uncle Fang, "So he makes a killing from this robbery and gets away scot-free? With such a huge lump sum, his strength will skyrocket. You need to think of a way to salvage this." How could Uncle Fang not know this? He was even more anxious than his wife. He furrowed his brows tightly, stroking his white beard to carefully plot what schemes are left at this point. "Are you suggesting I personally go out and snatch the money back from him? That would be no different from putting on a clown show for the world to see." He slammed a chess piece down onto the board, his voice somber. "The only viable move now is to continue sowing discord, using this opportunity to counterattack him." As night fell, dark clouds swallowed the dim moonlight. At Gu Yue village, a deep, warm voice echoed in Gu Yue Kai Lion's study, as the old man tried his best to coax his precious eldest grandson. "Kai Cheng, the reason Grandpa couldn't march troops out to protect you is because you don't just represent yourself, but also carry the image of our Kai family on your shoulders." Gu Yue Kai Lion thoughtfully enlightened Kai Cheng on the hidden dynamics. "If I show my face to clean up your mess, the elders will judge you as a weakling, shattering hopes of revitalizing the Kai family and thereby sending our house straight to the dumpster. As for the Mo family, their calculations are exactly the same, so no one has the free time to interfere." He gently patted Gu Yue Kai Cheng's head, instructing kindly, "Our Kai family is desperately thirsting for a tough heir. Only then will our foundation be solid. That is also why I helped you fake a B-grade aptitude. Understand now." At this moment, Gu Yue Kai Cheng finally grasped the truth. Your grandson understands. At the same time, up in the pavilion, Gu Yue Fang Zheng tossed and turned, burdened with heavy thoughts. Brother committed a grave offense this time. It'll be hard for him to escape expulsion. When that time comes, should I step forward and beg for his pardon? These thoughts kept tearing his mind apart. One side cursed, beg for what, he treats you like trash, even robbing his own little brother, he made his own bed and has to lie in it. The other side felt guilty, regardless, he is my biological older brother, if you act so heartlessly, how will outsiders look at you? The more he thought about it, the more tangled it got. Fang Zheng frustratingly punched the wall, gnashing his teeth. So annoying, how do I resolve this? 3 days later, Gu Yue Kai Cheng complained to a teenager in his class with a deflated face. So boring, my grandpa completely ignored this matter, saying whoever interferes will ruin the rules. Hearing this, the young man was infuriated, barking madly, "Screw the rules. If they're acting so heartless, then us brothers will just go out and fight to the death for revenge ourselves." Since that day, the whole flock of students grinded their martial arts day and night just to have a chance to settle the score with Fang Yuan. Seeing the students suddenly practicing so passionately, the martial arts instructor grinned widely. "Good, very good." He praised them in delight. "You brats have finally realized the importance of fists. Very promising." While going on and on, the instructor suddenly glanced sideways at Gu Yue Fang Yuan, looking utterly disgusted. "Only this little brat is lazy to the bone." Suddenly, a familiar laugh rang out. It turned out to be an academy elder. He laughed heartily, forcing the situation to turn out like this. He really does look like a slacker at first glance. The instructor stared blankly at the elders retreating back, completely clueless to the senior's deep hidden meaning. 4 days later, on the exact day the clan distributed the funds, it was time for Gu Yue Fang Yuan to open his second toll collection phase. Backed into a corner in front of the gates, the students were pale with fear but still tried to put up a brave front, yelling at him, "Fang Yuan, weren't you satisfied robbing us once that you're demanding it again? We won't lose this round. Get ready to take a beating." Gu Yue Fang Yuan casually leaned his back against the gate pillar, arms crossed over his chest, face as cold as money, dropping a bland sentence, "One primeval stone per person. Refuse and face the consequences yourself." Gu Yue Mo Bei was furious, stomping his feet hard against the ground, roaring, "Fang Yuan, you're bullying us too much. I want to challenge you." The whole group of teenagers immediately hyped up their spirits, cheering loudly, "Go Mo Bei." Gu Yue Fang Yuan simply raised one eyebrow slightly, letting out a flat response. "Oh, then come at me if you've got the guts." Mo Bei glared and barked another threat. "Keep acting smug while you can, cherish your current moments." Saying that, he launched himself like a mad bull straight at Gu Yue Fang Yuan. He constantly threw vicious strikes, but Gu Yue Fang Yuan easily and smoothly dodged them all. Catching the exact moment Mo Bei exposed his flank, killing intent flared brilliantly from Gu Yue Fang Yuan's eyes. Thwack! He swung his hand and delivered a critical strike to the opponent's neck. Mo Bei only had time to let out a groan, his eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth, shutting down and fainting on the spot. Witnessing Gu Yue Mo Bei getting knocked out before he could even scratch Gu Yue Fang Yuan, Gu Yue Kai Cheng cursed, "Mo Bei, you are too damn useless." Finishing his words, he took a fighting stance, tilting his head up to challenge Fang Yuan. "Open your eyes wide and admire the ultimate killer move this young master just finished mastering." Before Gu Yue Kai Cheng could even finish showing off his moves, he ate a solid jaw-dislocating kick from Gu Yue Fang Yuan. The guy held his face in humiliation, lying spread-eagle right next to Mo Bei. Seeing this, Gu Yue Fang Zheng took the moral high ground again, rushing in to play the righteous savior, shouting, "Brother, don't be lost without a way back, let me awaken you." Before his advice could fully spill out, he received a heaven-shaking punch from his older brother right in the bridge of his nose. A nosebleed sprayed everywhere. Gu Yue Fang Zheng let out a tragic scream, utterly humiliated. Seeing blood, the whole pack went crazy and decided to jump him. The dam has broken, the 3 of them have already fallen, so what's there to worry about, brothers? Let's tear him apart. Earth-shattering roars echoed, "Take him down." The whole gang of youths swarmed Gu Yue Fang Yuan with blazing killing intent. The corner of his lips curled into a deathly smile, and in less time than it takes half an incense stick to burn. Gu Yue Fang Yuan carried a fat, bulging pouch, walking away leisurely, leaving behind a bunch of young men lying all over the place groaning in pain. Soon after, the guards flocked in. They yelled out, "Brothers, hurry up and clean up the battlefield." A guard hastily ran over to support Guyue Mobei, flattering him, "Young master, let this lowly one help you up." Unable to beat Fang Yuan, Guyue Mobei took his anger out on an easy target. He vented his feelings by throwing a direct punch right into the unlucky guard's face. "Get the hell out of my sight." The guard held his bleeding nose, crying out, "My nose." Guyue Mobei stared intently at Guyue Fang Yuan's fading back, grinding out every word, "Guyue Fang Yuan." The sound of teeth grinding echoed chillingly. "I will absolutely not let you off," as night fell at the familiar tavern. Guyue Fang Yuan casually called the waiter, and the busboy scrambled over to answer. As the food was served, he unhurriedly ate his rice, his eyes darting down to the bulging coin pouch at his feet. Mentally calculating today's light harvest of over 90 primeval stones, he smacked his lips. Extortion really is a super profitable industry. Guyue Fang Yuan gave a faint smile, lucky that the major powers are busy eyeing each other so no one bothered to make a move yet, otherwise it wouldn't be this easy. Right at that moment, a burly guy kicked the tavern doors open, roaring loudly, "Hey Guyue Fang Yuan, if you have the guts, drag your body out here and present yourself to me." Hearing someone call his name, Guyue Fang Yuan slowly looked back. Hitting his eyes was a visual disaster of hollow cheeks and caterpillar eyebrows. The guy aggressively strode over, slammed his hand on the table, and sneered, "So you're Fang Yuan. Searched until my eyes got blurry. Do you know your doomsday is about to strike your head?" If it were anyone else, they would have curled up in fear, but Guyue Fang Yuan remained unfazed like a Buddha statue amidst the changing tides of life. He just casually picked up his food, treating the loudmouth like thin air. This dismissive attitude made the guy's blood boil, hissing, "You wet behind the ears, little brat." Fire shooting up to the top of his head, the guy flipped the food tray onto the floor, glaring and shouting loudly, "Can you still swallow your food at a time like this?" The young waiter hiding in the corner was about to rush out to intervene, but the old manager yanked him back, whispering, "SHH, keep a low profile, don't bring trouble upon yourself." Despite the battlefield mess, Guyue Fang Yuan still maintained his icy demeanor. The burly guy continued his threatening tirade, "You have the guts to pull the tiger's whiskers, injuring our young master Mo Bei. Now eldest Miss Mo Yan is looking for you with red-rimmed eyes to settle the score. You're absolutely done for today." Rewinding time a few hours prior at the Mo family manor. A crowd of servants bowed low to welcome a beauty. "Welcome back, eldest miss." That young woman was exactly Guyue Mo Yan, a rank 2 middle-stage Gu master. The girl smiled brightly. "I'm back. Been away from home for over a dozen days. Is everything still peaceful?" Two maids darted their eyes hesitantly, reporting, "Sir is still healthy, it's just that young master Mo Bei." Guyue Mo Yan raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with the kid?" Knowing they couldn't hide it, the two spilled the beans. Rumor has it the young master got beaten up by a classmate. Hearing this, Guyue Mo Yan froze for 5 seconds. At the same time in the courtyard, Guyue Mo Bei was furiously venting his anger on a wooden dummy. The sound of heavy punches and kicks rang out endlessly. The boy gritted his teeth and cursed silently, so pissed. "I grinded for 7 days and nights but couldn't even block 2 moves. What a humiliating disgrace." Suddenly, a clear, ringing laugh echoed. "Does my beloved little brother have a grudge against this piece of wood to be hacking at it so fiercely?" Catching the familiar frequency, Guyue Mo Bei relaxed his facial muscles and turned around excitedly. "Sister, you're back from your trip." Guyue Mo Yan smiled kindly. "Yeah, I just stepped into the house." But when her hand gently touched her little brother's swollen cheek, her smile died out. "Wait, what kind of curse hit your face?" Stepping back awkwardly, Guyue Mo Bei scratched his head and made up a story. "Ah, it's nothing, a mosquito bite. I mean, I was walking clumsily and fell flat on my face." Guyue Mo Yan narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "You fell flat on your face but your cheek swelled up so evenly." The boy hastily nodded repeatedly. "Totally accurate. My falling skills are highly proficient." Nevertheless, Mo Yan's gaze had already locked onto a drawing of a skinny teenager hanging on the wooden dummy. A dangerous glint flashed through her eyes. Deciding not to expose him, she just patted her brother's head. "Is that so? Walk more carefully next time. I have business to attend to, gonna go pay my respects to Grandpa." Leaving her brother's side, Guyue Mo Yan headed straight for the study. Skipping the etiquette of knocking, she pushed the door open with a bang and walked in. Inside, Guyue Mo Chen was practicing calligraphy with his hands behind his back, speaking up without even turning around. "Your back. Did you harvest anything from your field trip?" Guyue Mo Yan grinned cheekily. "Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Grandpa, how did you know it was me?" Guyue Mo Chen scolded lightly but with a voice full of pampering. "HMPH in this house. Besides you, little lady, who else would dare to storm through the door like it's a no-man's land?" The girl chuckled. "Grandpa truly sees right through me." Remembering her little brother's miserable state, she hurriedly asked, "Wait a minute, why is our boy so bruised and battered?" I asked but he hid it, so I have to come up here to interrogate you. Gu Yue Mo Chen glanced sideways, calmly replying, answer my question from earlier first, we'll talk about that later. Outing Gu Yue Mo Yan had to report yes. According to the situation I snooped out, the wolf dens are overloaded. With this breeding rate, this year is peaceful, but next year a wolf tide is bound to erupt. Gu Yue Mo Chen nodded and stroked his beard, a common occurrence once every 3 years, nothing strange. But the core issue is. The old man narrowed his eyes tensely. How many wolves have the lightning crowned this time? Gu Yue Mo Yan furrowed her brow to calculate, only about 3. Hearing the number, Gu Yue Mo Chen breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. Is that all? Then it's a piece of cake. The alliance of the 3 families, Gu Yue, Bai and Xing, is more than enough to crush them flat. Seeing her grandfather relax, Gu Yue Mo Yan immediately grabbed his shirt. State affairs are done. Grandpa, now for family matters, tell me about my little brother. Gu Yue Mo Chen turned around, a deeply meaningful smile flashing in his eyes, knowing won't do you any good. The brat got beaten up by someone, that's what previously got chased out along with 7 others, now got a full serving of beatings again. The person who struck fought beautifully. The girl's eyes widened, puffing her cheeks. Grandpa, what kind of feedback are you giving? It's your own flesh and blood grandson getting punched. The old man looked at his granddaughter with profound eyes. Mo Yan, I know full well you have an obsession with your little brother, but you are strictly forbidden to interfere in this matter. Eating dirt and bearing humiliation will make a person wise up. Only when they are bitter will they drag themselves to cultivate. It's a clearly good thing, why stop it? Gu Yue Mo Yan wasn't about to yield, throwing a fit, but. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Yue Mo Chen cut her off. If you want what's best for him, then let him take his beatings and grow up. Besides, rules are rules. If you drag your old bones out to bully a kid, outsiders looking in will laugh our Mo family to scorn. Mo Yan opened her mouth to argue but. The old man continued singing his philosophical tune. In a man's life, he might not have a soulmate, but he must have a worthy rival. Just let Mo Bei handle his own share of eating dirt. Finishing his words, he waved his hand to dismiss her tactfully. All right, I have to get back to grinding through my books. You may leave my sight. Disappointed, Mo Yan shyly said, yes, sir, and backed out. But as soon as she stepped over the threshold, the girl's eyes shot sparks. Sorry, Grandpa, you have your way of teaching your grandson, but I, Mo Yan, have my own style of protection. Clearly, her mind was incubating a shady plot. Passing by the martial arts training ground, Gu Yue Mo Yan glared at the drawing on the wooden trunk, coldly waving her hand to call a disciple. Gao Wan, go drag the guy in the drawing out here for me. I have to personally massage his bones. Gao Wan clasped his hands enthusiastically. Understood, leave it to your servant, eldest miss. Turning to reality at the tavern, the fierce-looking guy stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily in Gu Yue Fang Yuan's face. You wet behind the ears brat, if you know what's good for you, stand still and wait for the eldest miss to come shave your head, maybe it'll hurt less. The busboy narrowed his eyes at the boasting man, secretly shaking his head in pity. Did this guy snap his fear nerve? A mortal body daring to bark wildly at a Gu master. The street-smart old manager whispered into the busboy's ear, you keep it down. Don't think slapping a Gu master label on makes you invincible in the world. You have to be at least rank 2 middle stage to far surpass mortals. That young master is just lingering at the entry-level rank 1 initial stage. In a muscle fight, he might not even beat that boxer over there. Wiping the sweat forming on his forehead, the worried old boss analyzed, not to mention that Gai Gaowan is a trusted lackey of the Mo family, the type of fox borrowing a tiger's might. Where else would an ordinary mortal get such sky-high guts? Looking at Gu Yue Fang Yuan's scholarly physique, the old man let out a long sigh. In short, the young master is in for a beating this time. Gao Wan rolled his eyes aggressively, threatening Gu Yue Fang Yuan, little brat, stop acting tough. Later on, I'll show you what true misery is. Instantly, a sharp female voice rang out from outside the door, found Fang Yuan yet. Recognizing the boss's voice, Gao Wan eagerly spun around. Gu Yue Mo Yan strutted arrogantly into the tavern, trailed by a massive squad of underlings. The guy immediately dropped to his knees, laying the flattery on thick. Your servant Gao Wan kowtows to greet eldest Miss Mo Yan. Gu Yue Fang Yuan merely swept his eyes over her, his gaze locking onto the dazzling badge with the word 2 on her belt. Without needing to use his brain, he knew exactly who this female demon was. He chose to maintain a golden silence. Mo Yan treated the lackey kneeling on the ground like thin air, staring daggers straight at Fang Yuan. She walked right up to the table, speaking in a biting tone. So you're Fang Yuan? The meal seems appetizing, huh? But have you ever tried the flavor of a 1,000-pound punch? It tastes much better than rice. While speaking, the girl cracked her knuckles loudly, posing to beat someone up. Gu Yue Fang Yuan gave a slight, mocking smirk. Hey sister, who spread the nonsense rumor that I'm Gu Yue Fang Yuan? Mo Yan froze, her brain lagging, and immediately turned to glare at Gao Wan with blazing eyes. The look was as sharp as a butcher's knife, scaring the guy until his lungs shrank, stammering, reporting to master. Your servant, your servant. Yue Fang Yuan's unfazed demeanor left Mo Yan and her crew completely bewildered, making their brains short-circuit. How bizarre, could this guy be Gu Yue Fang Zhang? No wonder his face doesn't have a single wrinkle of fear. Rumors say these twins look identical. Seeing Gao Wan stammer endlessly without squeezing out a word, Mo Yan became even more utterly confused. Or is he acting deep? Oh wow, this useless lackey did a botched job, causing me to lose face big time. I'll skin you alive when we get home. Feeling cornered, Gao Wan suddenly pointed a chubby finger at the bag under the table, wailing loudly, "Boss, don't listen to his sweet talk. He's acting, it's 100% Fang Yuan. Look at that bag over there, packed solid with the primeval stones he extorted this morning." Gu Yue Fang Yuan cast a side glance at the bulky bag, cold air beginning to radiate from his eyes. Getting a hold of his weakness, Gu Yue Mo Yan immediately giggled. "Oh la la, is that so? Then dear junior brother, why don't you open your purse for your senior sister to admire a bit?" Stuffing down his last bite of rice, Gu Yue Fang Yuan stood up leisurely, tossing out a bland sentence. "Why go through so much trouble? You came looking for Fang Yuan, right? Tag along, I'll lead you straight to the dormitory to meet him." Hearing that, Mo Yan paused and didn't rush to strike. She scrutinized him from head to toe, assessing internally, this brat is terrifyingly calm. How could a 15-year-old kid act so smoothly? And just because a bag has stones doesn't necessarily mean it's Fang Yuan. What if it's Fang Zheng, the clan's elite sprout? Then I'm doomed. Supposing it's like he promised, following him will definitely catch the real Fang Yuan anyway. After weighing the options, the girl waved her hand, signaling, "Sounds tempting, lead the way then, please." In a flash, the whole gang formed a line to the academy gates. 2 guards immediately blocked the entrance, saying sternly, "Hit the brakes. Academy rules only allow inner clan Gu masters to stroll in and out freely." Gu Yue Mo Yan glared, mocking them. "Are you blind? Can't you even recognize this young lady?" A guard hastily stepped forward humbly, bowing respectfully. Yes, eldest Miss Mo Yan's reputation shakes the martial world. How could we lowly ones forget? But the clan's internal rules are what they are. Please understand." Quick-witted guard offered a peaceful solution. "How about this? Big boss will make an exception and let you bring 1 servant inside. This is our ultimate concession." Mo Yan let out a cold HMPH, reluctantly agreeing. "Fine, Gao Wan, you tag along with me, the rest wait outside." Gao Wan was overjoyed, bowing to suck up. "Thank you, eldest miss, for bestowing this blessing." Finishing up, she turned to give a fake smile to Gu Yue Fang Yuan. "Let's go, junior brother." Gu Yue Fang Yuan's expression remained as tranquil as an autumn lake. He unhurriedly led the 2 stalkers to his dorm door, unlocked it with a click, pushed the door, and walked in. He stopped dead in the middle of the room. The space was dark, the furniture was poor, and most importantly, there wasn't a single soul in there. Gu Yue Mo Yan's face turned black as the bottom of a pot. She hissed through her teeth, "Are you putting on a comedy show, junior brother? What is the meaning of this empty room?" Gu Yue Fang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh my, what am I, a potato?" Mo Yan boiled over with rage and yelled, "But the person I need to drag out here is Gu Yue Fang Yuan." He smiled faintly. "Well, when did I ever deny that I wasn't Gu Yue Fang Yuan?" Realizing she had just been played by a kid, Gu Yue Mo Yan glared at him with wide eyes, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Snapping into a rage, Gu Yue Mo Yan sneered, "What a tough guy. Your guts are as big as a temple." Realizing she'd been spun around like a cricket, the girl screamed piercingly, "You dare joke around with your grandaunt here." Saying that, a wind-tearing palm strike prepared to smash right into Fang Yuan's face. Facing a hand carrying Mo Yan's earth-shattering power, Gu Yue Fang Yuan's feet stayed glued to the floor. He held his head high, flashing an incredibly friendly smile. "Sister Mo Yan, think carefully." Her palm strike suddenly braked midair, her eyes wide open. Gu Yue Fang Yuan drawled out a reminder. "Clan rules clearly state, any act of barging into a dormitory to arrest a student is strictly forbidden. A senior like you couldn't be clueless about this clause, right?" Mo Yan ground her teeth fiercely, thinking to herself, so annoying. If I break the rules, I alone bear the bad luck, but if I drag the clan into it, and then Grandpa sings his song of hope again, it's over. Filled with frustration, she reluctantly pulled her hand back. Clasping both hands behind his back with an air of dignified righteousness, Gu Yue Fang Yuan smiled radiantly. "Besides, I didn't trick you at all. You demanded to find Fang Yuan, and the genuine article is right here. Whatever grievances you have, just spill them all out." Choking on her words and staring blankly, Gu Yue Moyan tried to force out a smile reeking of killing intent. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you've memorized the clan rules awfully well, haven't you? But I bet $10 you don't have roots to stay planted in here forever. I'll keep my eyes peeled to see how long you can act like a turtle hiding in its shell. Gu Yue Fang Yuan shrugged, casually walking towards the bed, treating the threat like wind blowing past his ears. He tossed back a provocative line, okay then, let's see how petty you can be. In the dead of night, I have a soft mattress and warm blankets to sleepwalk in while you. Before getting under the covers, he didn't forget to casually drop a psychological bomb. By the way, if I turn invisible in class tomorrow morning and the academy elder steps in to investigate, how cool do you think I should script the story? Mo Yan's face turned as red as a gack fruit. She jumped up. Do you think I'm too chicken to rush in and roast you alive? Gu Yue Fang Yuan immediately reached out and pushed the door wide open, the hinges creaking dramatically. He broke into a wide smile, his deep eyes full of invitation. Everyone's busy, make your move, sister. Mo Yan was so shocked her eyeballs almost fell out. She was bewildered, not understanding why the hand she was about to swing now trembled and pulled back as if touching boiling water. A constant struggle went on in her head. Obviously, all I have to do is reach out my claws to grab him, but… Gu Yue Mo Yan suddenly felt the distance between her and the little brat Gu Yue Fang Yuan, even though just an arm's reach away, felt like 1,000 miles apart. Catching on to Gu Yue Mo Yan's fragile psychology, Gu Yue Fang Yuan knew full well the girl didn't have the guts to act recklessly. He shrugged out of boredom, slowly walking deep into the room. His survival experience from his past life told him that mankind's biggest barrier isn't circumstances, but the mental shackles they put on their own heads. He clicked his tongue, lamenting internally, poor thing. People cram millions of facts and grind through rules just to bend them smoothly. Who knew they'd end up tying themselves in knots instead? How absurd. Closed his eyes in tranquility, mocking her in his mind, carrying a rank 2 cultivation label yet can't even scratch an itch for me. This is premium comedy. Until Gu Yue Fang Yuan sat on his bed and lit a lamp to cultivate openly, Gu Yue Mo Yan, besides glaring and throwing imaginary daggers, couldn't even pull a single hair on his head. The girl was so choked with anger she wanted to breathe fire. This little brat dares to grind out in the open right in front of me. This is practically teasing me. Unable to swallow this lump of anger, Mo Yan stood there stubbornly holding her dress out of fear of losing face. Out of options, she had to resort to the martial art of shouting insults to provoke him. Fang Yuan, you cowardly mama's boy. If you have the guts to steal money, show your face out here. Don't just hide in that hole like that. I know full well you're playing deaf. Mo Yan strained her neck, showcasing her vocabulary, scolding relentlessly without missing a beat. If you're a man, you gotta dare to play and dare to take the consequences. A chicken-hearted thing like you should just wear a dress. Come out here right now. However, Gu Yue Fang Yuan was as if he had turned on airplane mode, absolutely showing no signs of a response. After throwing an ocean of insults until her mouth got tired while that guy remained as still as a rock, the fiery rage in Mo Yan's heart burned even brighter. She stomped her feet heavily, screaming loudly, I'm so pissed off. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Gu Yue Mo Yan pointed her sharp finger at Fang Yuan, sentencing him, you dodged it today but don't even dream of getting past tomorrow. Gao Wan, keep an eye on this random nobody for me. I don't believe he's going to grow moss in there forever. After venting her massive tirade, Gu Yue Mo Yan turned on her heels and left, harboring a belly full of frustration. Gao Wan hastily bowed low, yes, all right. But what about you? Mo Yan turned back and poured a bucket of cold water on him. Go home and hug my blankets to sleep. What a stupid question. Gao Wan tilted his head up with a bitter smile, his internal world crying a river. On a freezing winter night, this old body has to wait for a rabbit by a tree until morning. Truly the life of a wage slave is as unlucky as a black pot. Night fell, the dim moonlight casting a bleak glow. Inside the room, Gu Yue Fang Yuan was rapidly calculating in his head. As expected of the liquor worm, directly pushing my initial stage primeval essence straight to the middle stage, completely carrying this defective aptitude of mine. Those small fry students are only using rank 1 initial stage primeval essence, while I'm playing with middle stage goods. Casually speaking, the efficiency crushes them twofold. He analyzed with a smirk. Along with that, the Moonblade unleashed from the middle stage will definitely be far more powerful. This is my trump card right now. The clock's hands ticked away, and Gu Yue Fang Yuan finally let out a refreshing sigh of relief. Success! He reviewed the batch of primeval essence that had just been perfectly upgraded to the middle stage version. The corners of his mouth curled into a cunning smile. Warm-up is done, now it's time for the main event. It was late at night. Inside Gu Yue Fang Yuan's spider web-like room, a few rattling noises suddenly woke a dozing Gao Wan. Seeing his prey making a move, he immediately geared up his spirit and cleared his throat to intimidate. "You little brat, you finally decided to show your face. Come out here and surrender your life, you're going to get slashed anyway. You dared to mess with young Master Mo Bei, so getting your head shaved and painted white by the eldest miss is only a matter of time." Gu Yue Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and peeked out the door. The shadow of that fierce tigress Gu Yue Mo Yan had long vanished. He stroked his chin and deduced, "Wow, that rank 2 demoness slipped away fast." Seeing that he was still being ignored, Gao Wan started talking tough again. "Are you deaf? You get to lie on a cozy bed with blankets, while your grandpa here has to brave the dew outside. Do you believe I won't smash this door and stir-fry you alive?" Gu Yue Fang Yuan remained as indifferent as ever, curling his lips in disdain. "If you're so good, come in and eat me. I'm busy fully charging my primeval essence first." While thinking, he elegantly pulled a piece of primeval stone from his pocket and toyed with it. Seeing his target continuing to grind, Gao Wan grew impatient and cursed loudly. "Grind my ass. With that garbage C-grade aptitude of yours, you wouldn't even reach rank 2 if you grinded until New Year. What gives you the guts to go against the Mo clan? Drag your corpse out here right now." "Hey brat, do you have eardrums? Your big boss is dropping words of gold here." Gao Wan foamed at the mouth yelling, but Gu Yue Fang Yuan treated him like a buzzing fly. A moment later he opened his hand, and a pile of gray powder fluttered to the ground. It was the remaining slag after he had drained the essence of the primeval stone. He secretly clicked his tongue. "C-grade aptitude burns money like crazy, the consumption rate is terrifying. I wasted 3 stones in just one night. Even though my pockets are full now, if I keep burning it like this, I'll go bankrupt soon." "Forget it, if you want to take the fast track, you have to be willing to spend. Time to deal with the nuisance outside." Having made up his mind, he threw off the blanket and dashed straight to the door. Gao Wan had already taken a fighting stance. As soon as he saw his face, he revealed a sinister smile. "Little brat, you finally crawled out of your hole." Looking at his appearance, Gao Wan was as huge as a gorilla, twice the size of Gu Yue Fang Yuan, with bulging muscles. He cracked his knuckles loudly and grinned. "Your grandpa has been waiting for you until moss grew on me." Without changing his expression, Gu Yue Fang Yuan slowly stepped close to the thug. Quick as lightning, he threw 2 consecutive straight punches aimed right at Gao Wan's vital spots. Gao Wan's face instantly contorted with brutality, and he hissed through his teeth. Before he could regain his senses, Gu Yue Fang Yuan followed up with a 2-finger strike, poking straight into his ribs. Being poked in a weak spot, a mix of numbness and sharp pain rushed straight to his brain. Bulging veins popped on Gao Wan's forehead as he growled, "Stinking brat. Are you tired of living?" Gao Wan shouted. Instantly, like a mad bull, he swung his dual fists, raining blows down on Gu Yue Fang Yuan. He nimbly countered, but unfortunately this giant's arms were as hard as cold steel, effortlessly brushing aside all of his tricks. A calculating glint flashed in Gu Yue Fang Yuan's eyes as he assessed the enemy's combat system. This brute has some martial arts skills. Considering the mortal level, he can be seen as an expert. If I only use bare hands with this fragile cicada-like body, I'm definitely grabbing a ticket for another reincarnation. On the contrary, seeing Gu Yue Fang Yuan hopping around to keep his distance, Gao Wan secretly sweated. This little punk fights dirty, always sneaking attacks at vital spots. I almost got neutered. No wonder the young master got beaten up, he must have been hit by his dirty tricks too. No longer daring to underestimate his opponent, Gao Wan focused all his attention on the dogfight. He had just raised his hand to block a devastating elbow strike from Gu Yue Fang Yuan, and before his brain could process it, he had to frantically parry another treacherous blow. Although the stamina of a teenager who hadn't hit puberty couldn't compare to the big-sized guard, thanks to his compact frame, Gu Yue Fang Yuan dodged attacks as slippery as a loach, smoothly evading Gao Wan's explosive cannon-like punches. After a long scuffle, sweat poured down Gao Wan's forehead. He glared at the skinny kid and cursed internally. "This guy is as vicious as a beast. His strikes only target lethal areas. He really intends to send me to my ancestors. The problem is I'm not allowed to accidentally kill him, otherwise the Gu Yue clan will skin me alive to make a drum." Squinting his eyes with schemes, he calculated, "No matter how much you dance around, you're ultimately just a brat. How can your stamina match mine? As long as I grab you by the neck, it's a great merit. By then, the eldest miss will surely give me a generous reward." While his mind was wandering to the reward, Gu Yue Fang Yuan had already closed in right in front of his face. Gao Wan panicked and screamed, "Oh crap!" Gu Yue Fang Yuan's 2 fingers, carrying a whistling wind, darted straight for his eye sockets, scaring the soul out of him. Flailing frantically, Gao Wan wildly swung his arms to knock away Gu Yue Fang Yuan's eye-gouging strike, beads of sweat dropping down heavily. He furiously parried while cursing. "You despicable scum!" Meanwhile, Gu Yue Fang Yuan had smoothly retreated backward, maintaining a safe distance. Enraged, Gao Wan was determined to pursue him to the end. He charged forward like a steamroller, raising his boulder-like fist. Unexpectedly, Gu Yue Fang Yuan lightly did a backward somersault, perfectly dodging the guard's earth-shattering punch. Gu Yue Fang Yuan's wire-like physique was the golden key that helped him glide through Gao Wan's lightning-fast attacks. Failing to land a hit, Gao Wan changed tactics, using trash talk to psychologically manipulate him. "Kid, give up, you can't get past me." He deliberately mocked. "The clan rules are written right there. The use of moonlight goo is strictly forbidden in the academy. Did you forget?" He laughed heartily in triumph. "So your time is up today, son." Saying that, he followed up with a brutal kick aimed straight at Gu Yue Fang Yuan. He bounced off his heels and leaped into the air. Gao Wan's leg strike smashed heavily into the ground, shattering the floor tiles into pieces. Gu Yue Fang Yuan suddenly decided to use the moonlight goo. His palm instantly lit up with a crescent-shaped blue light. He secretly weighed the options. "I must suppress the power of the moonlight goo and quickly clean up this guy without exposing the tail of my middle-stage primeval essence. If the secret of the liquor worm is leaked, I'll be in huge trouble." Having mapped out the strategy, he gathered energy while lightly gliding away, creating a distance to launch his attack. Gao Wan's face turned pale as he shrieked. "Brat, you dare to use a goo worm in the academy? That's a blatant violation of the rules." Gu Yue Fang Yuan didn't care at all about this human loudspeaker. As his hand opened, the blue halo grew brighter and brighter. Gu Yue Fang Yuan smirked mockingly. "So what if I break the rules? What can you do about it?" In the blink of an eye, he swung his arm, slashing the air several times in rapid succession. The wind hissed piercingly as an eerie blue moonblade tore through the air, heading straight for Gao Wan's face. He jolted in shock, sweating buckets. Gao Wan gritted his teeth and crossed his arms into an X shape as a shield. The razor-sharp moonblade cleanly sliced into his arm. With a thud, fresh blood splattered everywhere. A sky-piercing pain shot straight to his brain, leaving him in absolute terror. Deep down, he was absolutely certain that a rank 1 initial stage moonblade was very weak, just like a fruit-paring knife. If it didn't hit a vital spot, it would only tear some skin and flesh at most. Seizing the moment when he was dumbfounded, Gu Yue Fang Yuan closed in at a dizzying speed. When Gao Wan regained his senses, his cold face was already extremely close. His eyes rolled back as cold sweat poured down. Adding a heavy elbow strike right into Gao Wan's blood-spurting wound, he was in so much pain that he sucked in a breath of freezing air. Gao Wan gritted his teeth, slurring, "You little brat!" Going mad, he threw a wild punch toward Gu Yue Fang Yuan, roaring, "The game isn't over yet." Gao Wan's morale had plummeted endlessly. He flailed his arms and legs wildly like a drunkard, unable to even touch the hem of Gu Yue Fang Yuan's clothes. He secretly pouted, "Truly a weak, defective product. Only the good stuff can get the job done." For the final move, he somersaulted backward to escape the guy's flailing range. At the same time, he channeled his middle-stage primeval essence with full force, his eyes radiating a bone-chilling, murderous intent. He unleashed the fatal finishing blow, Moonblade. Still dreaming that this move would be as useless as the previous one, Gao Wan recklessly charged forward like a moth to a flame, shouting loudly, "Shooting again is useless anyway." His eyes sparked with anger as he pointed and threatened, "If you know what's good for you, surrender with your hands tied." But fresh blood splattered again, and a look of extreme terror clearly appeared in his eyes. On his muscular arms were now deep, crisscrossing, blood-oozing gashes, with one wide split exposing the white bone inside. Looking at his mangled arm, Gao Wan stuttered in panic. "What the hell, how could it cut this horribly?" At this point, his tofu-filled brain finally realized the bad omen. He was extremely terrified. "This is absurd. An initial stage moonblade can only cut hands or peel fruit at best. Where did it get the power to slice through human bone like this?" Realizing he was about to log out of life, Gao Wan ran for his life. While running, he stealthily turned his head back. Seeing him still rooted to the spot, a cold chill ran down his spine. This bastard is too evil. Gu Yue Fang Yuan looked at the cowardly back that was fleeing with eyes as cold as looking at a dried corpse. He leisurely raised his hand, forming another brilliantly glowing crescent-shaped moonblade, and slowly let out a sarcastic remark. "HMPH, want to slip away? Let's see if your short legs run faster or my blade flies faster." Gao Wan ran like hell, panting heavily while screaming at the top of his lungs, "Help! Somebody help me!" The earth-shattering screams woke up two night shift guards. Seeing the chased man, one of them smirked in disdain. "You, this arrogant dog of a servant. The eldest miss letting him stay is just to save face for the Mo clan. Don't worry, the kid Gu Yue Fang Yuan doesn't have the guts to kill anyone. On the contrary, keep an eye on that brute. A cornered dog will jump the wall. If he bites back and injures Gu Yue Fang Yuan, we're screwed." As soon as the guard finished his sentence, Gao Wan, who was running for his life, suddenly froze and let out a tragic howl. His entire massive body was sliced back and forth by the moonblade, covered in blood. Seeing the two guards standing there with crossed arms like they were watching a play, Gao Wan screamed in grievance. "You cold-blooded bastards, we're all wage-earning servants. How can you see me dying and not help?" Gu Yue Fang Yuan was coldly indifferent without a shred of humanity. His hand charged up another bright blue moonblade, and he casually judged, "Keep screaming all you want. Even if you tear your throat, no one will appear to save you." A faint streak of light slashed across Gao Wan's neck at a wind-tearing speed, so fast that his nerves couldn't even process it. His muscular neck was nearly severed, blood gushing like a fountain. He looked at Gu Yue Fang Yuan in despair, foaming blood from his mouth, whispering for mercy, "Please, please spare my life." Before his dying words could fully escape, Gao Wan widened his white eyes, watching Gu Yue Fang Yuan ruthlessly send another moonblade toward him. The silent night only had a crescent moon casting its faint light. Deep red streaks of blood sprayed high into the air. The final footage left in Gao Wan's eyes was his own headless corpse crashing down to the earth, while Gu Yue Fang Yuan stood motionless like an iceberg. Then his vision slammed into the freezing ground. Witnessing the bloody scene, the two guards' jaws dropped in fear. One of them pointed a trembling finger at Gu Yue Fang Yuan, stuttering out a loud cry, "Murder! Gu Yue Fang Yuan killed someone! Come here quickly!" Despite the guards yelling their lungs out, Gu Yue Fang Yuan calmly admired Gao Wan's soulless corpse. "Bring that blade over here." He waved his hand, calling the servant holding a sword. The boy was scared out of his wits, not daring to argue a word. He hastily offered the sword with both hands, his teeth chattering, "Yes, yes, sir." A hint of tension flashed across Gu Yue Fang Yuan's face. He secretly evaluated the situation, realizing that the wounds on Gao Wan's corpse were more than enough to expose his possession of middle-stage primeval essence. From there, the existence of the liquor worm, or even the traces of Huaju Xingji, would be entirely brought to light. Gu Yue Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to the two guards standing behind him, his brows slightly furrowing, a burst of murderous intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. These guards had unfortunately witnessed the traces of his moonblade. Hiding it was likely impossible. However, flipping the issue, as long as he destroyed the evidence so no one could recognize the moonblade technique, the secret would remain safe. Very quickly, Gu Yue Fang Yuan retracted his expression, putting on an attitude so indifferently cold it was terrifying. His pitch-black, deeply hollow pupils were enough to scare anyone who faced them. He leisurely spat out every word, his tone as cold as ice. "Since things have come to this, then I'll just have to send everyone to the underworld." Having said that, Gu Yue Fang Yuan reached out and drew the sword from its sheath. The cold steel reflected an undisguised murderous intent. Moments later, a messy group of guards came running. The leading guy shouted frantically, "What's the emergency? What exactly happened?" The unlucky guard who had just offered the sword to Gu Yue Fang Yuan stuttered, his face completely drained of blood. Gu Yue Fang Yuan took someone's life." Gu Yue Fang Yuan lightly glanced at the newly arrived guards, his face still totally deadpan without replying. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, Gu Yue Fang Yuan calculated in his head, "There are too many people. With my meager amount of primeval essence right now, trying to clear out this whole bunch is truly an impossible mission." Realizing that the scheme to silence the whole group was absurd, Gu Yue Fang Yuan had to stare blankly at Gao Wan's corpse, his mind coming up with another sinister cover-up plan. The morning sun rose in the east, casting early rays of light across the mountain slopes. Under the dawn, Gu Yue Fang Yuan nonchalantly grabbed the leg of Gao Wan's corpse and dragged it away. A timid guard crawled closer to Gu Yue Fang Yuan, swallowing hard and stammering, "Excuse me, young Master Gu Yue Fang Yuan, just leave this mess here, we lowly servants will clean it up." Gu Yue Fang Yuan didn't even bother turning his head, dropping a cold sentence, "No need, I can handle it myself. All of you back off out of my sight." He dropped an order to dismiss them, accompanied by a glare as sharp as a knife that petrified the guards on the spot. They stayed as silent as clams, not a single one dared to utter a word. Staring blankly at his back, a guard couldn't hide his extreme panic and muttered, "This guy, is he really just a 15-year-old brat? Facing the panicked eyes of his accomplices, the trembling guard added, "No, he's not human, he is the absolute incarnation of a demon." The early sun shone on the dormitories, clearly outlining the slender teenager's silhouette in the dawn. Fang Yuan slowly took leisurely steps. His left hand tightly gripped the gleaming sword, and his right hand casually dragged a headless corpse inside. Along the path he took, fresh blood freely drew a long, bright red trail on the blue-gray brick floor. As the sunlight slid across the tiled roofs, the sound of gossiping erupted as loudly as a broken market. "Hey, did you hear the hot news? Fang Yuan just opened his kill count." In the classroom, a student leaned over and whispered into his deskmate's ear. "No way, whose life did he take?" the other guy asked curiously. The friend dragged a finger across his neck and whispered dramatically, "Rumor has it he killed Mo Bei's servant, and he even played big by chopping off the head." Sitting in the front row, Mo Bei's face was as pale as a banana leaf, trembling like a scorpion when he heard his friend's rumors. At this rate, Mo Bei is in deep trouble. Who knows how Fang Yuan will settle the score with him? This male student sweated profusely while psychologically comforting himself. "Mother of God, how on earth did I ever have the face to challenge that cold-blooded maniac? Looking back, I'm really lucky to be alive." Inside a tightly closed room, only Shi and Fang Yuan faced each other. The atmosphere was so heavy that even a fly flying by would feel suffocated. Fang Yuan struck first. "Lord Academy Elder, for what matter did you summon this junior?" The old man calmly picked up his teapot and slowly replied, "Shut the door first, then we'll talk." The old man cast a profound gaze, filled with scrutiny mixed with confusion, at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, little brat, do you know why I dragged you here?" She asked in a deep, hoarse voice. Fang Yuan's face remained as cold as money without a ripple. He indifferently clasped his hands in a seemingly obedient manner and said, "Yes, I am fully aware. I accidentally used a goo worm in the academy, which is against the rules. According to the law, a first-time violation is a fine of exactly 30 primeval stones." Hearing Fang Yuan's masterful diversion, completely ignoring Gao Wan's life, the old man felt stumped for a few seconds. A moment later, Shi reacted, his face darkening like a brewing storm. He slammed the table with a loud smack and roared, "You little punk, shut your slippery mouth. I'm interrogating you. What exactly is the deal with Gao Wan's murder case?" Knowing full well that if he didn't spit it out, this old geezer would absolutely bite and never let go, Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, completely dropping the innocent act, and bluntly said, "That guy named Gao Wan had guts as big as the sky and a rotten character. Last night, he not only blocked my door but also rashly tried to take my life. Being alone and defenseless, I reluctantly fired my moonlight goo in self-defense. Luckily, I managed to slap that bastard to death." Fang Yuan argued eloquently without even blinking, continuing his bullshit. "I also strongly suspect that this guy is a spy planted by an enemy mountain village. I respectfully ask the Lord Elder to look into my innocence." Hearing this bunch of logic, Shi's brows knitted tightly, constantly evaluating in his mind. This little brat is really slippery. Now that the person is dead and gone, there's no one to testify. His mouth can paint deer and apes however he wants. Gao Wan is immortal, so if he dies, he dies. The problem is he was a dog of the Mo clan. Dying right in the academy hall like this means this old man will have a tiring time explaining it. Glanced at Fang Yuan, who was still standing as straight as a pine tree, looking as nonchalant as a passing bystander enjoying the drama, which made the old man sick to his stomach. Initially, he planned to flex his authority to intimidate the kid, who knew the kid would play big and commit murder. Looking at his demeanor of not blinking even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, people might even think he wasn't the one who committed the murder. "What a disaster falling on my head. I pray to the heavens that no more troubles pop up." She suppressed a long sigh, closed his eyes tightly, picked up his bowl of water, cleared his throat, and interrogated, "Then let me ask you another question. Where did you throw Gao Wan's corpse?" Being probed by the elder about the whereabouts of Gao Wan's corpse, Fang Yuan smirked with an extremely sinister smile and casually replied, "Oh my, about that matter." At the same time, in the Mo clan estate, the shrill, terrified screams of a maid echoed, "Master, eldest miss, it's ruined, it's totally ruined." The trembling maid held up a wooden box and offered it to Mo Yan, her eyes shut tight, not daring to look, stuttering, This is a surprise gift that Fang Yuan dropped off at our back door this morning." Staring at the eerie wooden box, Mo Yan's face remained blank, not yet understanding what was going on. She swiped the box aside, glared at the maid with eyes like bullets, and snapped, "What the hell is inside?" The maid's face turned green like a frog's butt, crying as she refused, That, eldest miss, please open it yourself, this servant surrenders." Turning back to face the elder, Gu Yue Fang Yuan lengthily explained. Even though Gao Wan was unluckily decapitated by me, he still carried the title of a servant of the Mo clan. I thought I should leave some face for the Mo clan. On the Mo clan's side at this moment, Gu Yue Mo Yan had just slightly opened the box lid and was scared half to death. Seeing the object inside clearly, Gu Yue Mo Yan was terrified out of her wits, her hands shaking violently, her face deathly pale without a drop of blood out of sheer horror. Meanwhile, over at Gu Yuexi's place, Gu Yue Fang Yuan flashed a cunning smile, his face unchanging as he added. Therefore, I chopped Gao Wan's corpse into minced meat, packed it neatly into a wooden box, and waited until dawn to urgently throw it at the back door of the Mo clan estate. Hearing this, the old man jolted in shock, almost flying out of his chair, and yelled shrilly, "What the hell?" Gu Yuexi's ears rang as if he had been struck by lightning. He pointed a stuttering finger. You little punk, you dared." Then he turned his face away in frustration, letting out a heavy, depressed sigh. "Never mind wasting words on you. What's done is done. Prepare yourself to take the punishment, boy." Gu Yue Fang Yuan smirked faintly, considering it a happy agreement. At that same moment at the Mo clan, someone's blood was boiling, roaring furiously. This brat Gu Yue Fang Yuan is turning the world upside down. Did he borrow the guts of a tiger or a bear to dare mess with us? It turned out to be Gu Yue Mo Yan. She aggressively stormed into the room, making a huge fuss. Even when beating a dog, one must look at its master. He treats our Mo clan like trash. I must drag him back here by a chain for interrogation. Suddenly, someone threw a black box crashing onto the floor and shouted loudly, "You troublemaker, stand still right there for me. All the years of hard work I spent disciplining you are basically thrown down the river, smearing ashes and mud on this old man's face." Gu Yue Mo Yan looked dumbfounded and cried out, "Grandfather!" Gu Yue Mo Chen grumbled angrily. "I haven't even settled the score of you leading troops out without permission, and you still got led by the nose by that brat. At this point, are you still too blind to sniff out the deep meaning behind this trick of Gu Yue Fang Yuan?" Gu Yue Mo Yan's brain still couldn't process it, and she asked blankly, "Deep meaning or shallow meaning? What are you talking about?" Gu Yue Mo Chen snorted coldly in frustration, gritting his teeth to enlighten her. If that Gu Yue Fang Yuan really craved to blow things out of proportion, why didn't he throw that damn box at the main gate for the whole world to admire, but instead sneaked it to the deserted back door, you idiot? Gu Yue Mo Yan shrugged and pouted in retort. What, is he waving a white flag to ask for peace? Ridiculous. If he wants peace, he just needs to show his face and apologize to settle things. Why bring this whole box of disgusting minced meat? No matter how you look at it, it's blatantly a provocation reeking of gunpowder. Gu Yue Mo Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing his granddaughter's words. Exactly, this is called a slap and a stroke. Look, how can this tiny box fit a whole corpse, so there are only some spare parts inside? The brat's intention is that he doesn't favor a long, dramatic, crying soap opera. He wants both sides to peacefully shake hands and disperse. Gu Yue Mo Chen emphasized every word, giving a stern warning. If our Mo clan stubbornly tries to fight a losing battle and flips the table, then both sides will hug each other and die together. By then, the entire village will know that our Mo clan was the first to kick away the rules of the game. The old man placed his hand on the blood-seeping box, offering a bitter praise. This brat's tactic is too ruthless. With just one move, it's firm yet smooth, stretching and shrinking rhythmically. He simultaneously extends an olive branch for peace while planting a threatening dagger. It truly stabbed right into the vital spot of our Mo clan. Yue Mo Yan curled her lips in disdain. Grandfather, you're overpraising him too much. After all, he's just a 15-year-old brat whose nose isn't even wiped clean yet. Gu Yue Mo Chen glared fiercely and scolded to teach her a lesson. Overpraising? It seems like these past few years of being born with a silver spoon have spoiled you. Now your eyes are growing on your forehead, and you can no longer see the bitter reality out there. And he threw out a series of evidence right in his granddaughter's face. That Gu Yue Fang Yuan guy, standing at death's door without blinking, lured you into a trap at the academy, then smoothly slipped through the encirclement at the dormitory. You cursed and insulted him, yet he swallowed the bitter pill like it was sweet. The moment you were out of sight, he beheaded Gao Wan, decisive and vicious. Now he sends this wooden chest. It's clearly a sinister, pre-scripted chess move. Gu Yue Mo Yan still acted arrogant as if she refused to submit, crossing her arms and lifting her chin. No matter how scheming he is, he's still just a C-grade reject. Gu Yue Mo Chen replied, True, with such a devilish mind but the bad luck of being labeled a C-grade. Just imagine if his aptitude moved up one notch to be grade, I guarantee he would become a terrifying monster of the clan in the future. He shook his head and clicked his tongue in bitterness. What a waste, what an absolute waste. and he brushed his hands and threw a question. You stirred up this mess with your own hands. Now how do you plan to clean up this battlefield? Gu Yue Mo Yan rubbed her chin, looking serious like a sage, and judged. Gao Wan was just a servant. Even if the grass grows on his grave, no one will mourn him. Gu Yue Fang Yuan is dirt poor and a C grade, not even worth getting stuck in our teeth. The crucial point is that we must polish and preserve the golden signboard of our Mo clan. If we want to suppress this disaster, it's better if we send Gao Wan's entire family to sell salt in the afterlife. Consider it a warning to the world, proving the Mo clan's hardness in enforcing the rules of the game. Gu Yue Mo Chen clasped his hands behind his back, nodding in praise. Yes, the fact that you can put away your impulsive habits and look up at the big picture is an improvement. Unfortunately, your trash-cleaning chess move is still very messy. Gu Yue Mo Yan obediently bowed with folded arms. Then your granddaughter can only open her hands and ask grandfather to bestow a lesson. Gu Yue Mo Chen slightly turned his head and declared. Gao Wan bit wildly. As a dog who dared to bare his fangs at a master, execution is deserved. But he ate the Mo clan's rice after all. The Mo clan was careless with the leash, so just bite the bullet and compensate that Gu Yue Fang Yuan with 30 primeval stones to shut his mouth. He added a follow-up decision. As for Gao Wan's extended family, stuff them with 50 primeval stones and kick them all out the door. Gu Yue Mo Yan found it reasonable and strictly obeyed the order. Understood, I obey your words, grandfather. The wheels of free time rolled past 7 days, ending on a stormy, windy afternoon. Gu Yue Fang Yuan sat cross-legged by the dining table, looking up at the rain outside the window, and smirked triumphantly as he recited a poem. The light rain of the heavenly street is as smooth as oil. The color of the grass seen from afar is absent up close. As expected, nothing falls outside of my script. Gu Yue Fang Yuan took a leisurely bite of rice and told himself. Around this time, that old man Gu Yue Mo Chen must have absorbed the profound intention when I brought the box of lean meat to his house. Sure enough, not only did the Mo clan swallow the bitter pill and ignore Gao Wan's life, but they also spat out primeval stones to appease me. He smiled cunningly and calculated in his mind. If that giant force of the Mo clan decided to crush me, I'd have no choice but to offer my neck for chopping. But Gu Yue Mo Chen wouldn't dare pull out his knife. If he broke the rules, the whole village would rush to rebel and follow suit. In this life, he only produced one baby boy, Gu Yue Mo Bei. If by any chance some gangland grudge cost his precious son his life, it would be a true tragedy. Of course, assuming I impressively raised my level to a higher rank, capable of making the Mo clan lose sleep and appetite, they would readily risk their lives and go all out to eliminate me immediately. The muscular ones are used as meat shields, the frail ones are dragged out to be squeezed of their value. The world is nothing but a chessboard. Only the one who grasps the rules of the game can dig out the chess player's dark heart and turn the whole grand situation of the world around. In this Gu Yue village, a boss's life is wrapped in gold, while a servant's life is like a pile of torn rags. Those are the rules. No wonder Shen Kui racked her brains and grinded hard to shake off the servant label, while Gao Wan put on all sorts of clown shows, hoping to lick the boots of the elite families. Just as he lightly touched upon the word rules of the game, a sweet, clear, and childish voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Grandfather, keep telling me the ancestors' legends. The little girl put her hands on her hips and threatened her grandfather. If you bail, I'll cry loudly and snitch to grandmother that you secretly drank alcohol. Hearing this, Gu Yue she burst into loud laughter and complained. So miserable, I can't even get a drop of alcohol in peace. Rubbed the top of the little girl's head and smiled, asking, all right, where did I overtell the story last time? The little girl blinked brightly and replied, up to the part where that old man offered his heart to the Hope Gu to escape the disaster. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and rambled on, but sadly, he was too old and frail. Chewing wild fruits and wild vegetables chipped and broke his mouth. His stamina and mind were completely gone. Hunting was impossible, plainly speaking. His teeth were all fallen out. Heavens looked down from above and advised earnestly, O little human, you can't die yet. If you die, the heart will dissipate too. I forbid that from happening. Renzu let out a long sigh filled with utter despair. Who has the free time to want to die? But heaven and earth are forcing me to log out. How the hell am I supposed to stop it? The heavens fed him a hint. Easy peasy, you just have to catch the lifespan goo, then you can freely pump in more lifespan and live tenaciously. Renzu grimaced and groaned. Judging with your mouth is relaxing. The lifespan goo is both invisible and arrogant. When it darts away, it's like a lightning bolt. How is this old body supposed to drag itself to chase it? Suddenly, Heaven's voice lowered, whispering softly, O human, I'll slip you a secret tip. Far away in the northwest corner of the mortal realm, there is a giant mountain, and right on the peak sits a cave. Hiding in the corner of that cave is a pair of goo worms, one round and chubby, one square. As long as you slap them down and tame them, then every bug in this world will become an item in your pocket, including the lifespan goo. Hearing it sounded pleasing to the ear, Renzu immediately carried his aged legs, gritting his teeth, and dragged himself up the towering mountain exactly as heaven had instructed. Squeezing out a ton of sweat and boiling tears, Renzu finally crawled to the front of the cave entrance. Wow, so it's this remote corner. She passionately continued shooting the breeze with his granddaughter. He dragged his body through all sorts of death traps to finally drag himself into the cave. Unfortunately, inside the cave, it was as dark as thick ink. Even if you spread your hand out and danced, you wouldn't see a single finger. Getting in was hard enough, finding a way to back out was impossible. With what leverage could he claim to go and tame that pair of goo worms? Just kept blindly dragging himself forward in the pitch-black darkness, hitting his head and bruising his forehead until he was covered in blood. Eventually, running completely out of health potions, he rolled over onto the ground. Who would have thought that right at the moment of near death? His ears perked up hearing a strange pair of voices. The two goo worms squeaked in unison. "Hey you idle human, you crawled all the way here planning to catch us. Get lost so the water stays clear. Even if you have the muscles of a buffalo, you won't even be able to touch our hair. Just stop it, human. Turn your car around, go home, and hug your wife to sleep. We are quite gentle and don't care to take your life. Even if you brought along a belly full of tactical wisdom to assist you in battle, it would still take you forever to locate us." Renzu raised his head, opening his mouth wide and gasping. "Strength goo and wisdom goo bubbled away and left me a long time ago. My pillar of life is about to burn out. I've dragged myself to a dead end. But as long as this heart still has a tiny bit of hope left, I dare you, I won't raise the white flag." The goo worms let out an "oh" of realization. "So that's how it is. Human, you mortgaged your heart to hope goo, no wonder you stubbornly refused to back down. In that case, we'll take pity and give you a chance to redeem yourself. Just shout our true names and we'll gladly serve you as your laborers." Renzu squeezed his eyes shut and blurted out a whole basket of random names like dog, roll, ball, square, yin, yang, sky, cat, moon. Unfortunately, in that pitch-black cave, the air remained dead silent. Obviously, he missed the mark completely. As the seconds ticked by, his breathing grew as faint as a candle in the wind, feeling like he was going to kick the bucket any moment. Renzu gasped out a final, dying attempt. Strong, weak. The goo worms advised him, "Hey human, you're about to meet the Grim Reaper. We'll let you off the hook so you can crawl back and use your few remaining seconds to look at the world." Suddenly, their tone dropped into a menacing threat. "However, since you dared to act tough in front of us, you must be punished. Obediently spit out hope goo and leave it here." Renzu clutched his chest tightly, his eyes bulging like snails as he roared, "In your dreams, I'd rather die right here than spit out hope." The goo worms were both moved and amazed. Hope goo itself shed tears, draining its strength to pump it back into Renzu. Feeling a mystical surge of energy rush into his meridians, his fighting spirit flared up, and he kept running his mouth. He threw out names randomly, getting so confused that he mumbled a bunch of duplicates. Time flew by, yet there was still zero response. Finally, when his lifespan gauge dropped to exactly 1 day left, he roared one last name. Renzu panted heavily and stammered, "Regulations." The goo worm let out a long, weary sigh. "Oh human, I yield to your thick-skinned stubbornness. You've exposed my true name, so from today onward, I shall be your beast of burden. Unfortunately, I have to be with my life-and-death brother to help you sweep through the goo worms of this world. You're already at death's door, just let go. You might as well burn your meager remaining time to take one last look at this dying world." Renzu remained obstinate and refused to surrender, throwing out one more word: rules. A blinding halo of light erupted, illuminating a corner of the cave. The pair of goo worms clicked their tongues in admiration. "Human, your sheer tenacity makes us prostrate in awe. Whoever exposes our aliases becomes our master. You have the pioneer's honor of subduing us, so hurry up and state your command." Renzu's eyes lit up like lanterns, and he gleefully issued his order. "If that's the case, I order you to scram and grab me a lifespan goo to snack on." The goo worms could only click their tongues. "As you wish." Rules and regulations teamed up, casting a net to drag back an 80-year-old lifespan goo. Renzu devoured the lifespan goo, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed from a frail skeleton back into a vibrant young man in his 20s. He howled like he hit the jackpot. "Ha, I have regained my youth." Snapping back to reality, She patted his granddaughter and coaxed, "All right, today's storytelling ends here. Let's head back, sweetie." The little girl pouted and whined, Grandpa just finished the story. How much havoc did Renzu wreak after that? But the old man firmly refused, shooing her along. Run along now, I'll tell you the lesson of rules next time. Listening in, Fang Yuan softly muttered, rules, huh? He nodded in contemplation. This epic tale of Renzu, whether it's a legend or exaggerated fiction, has a really captivating philosophy. All things under heaven that wish to achieve the Tao are bound by rules, and to uncover those rules, one naturally has to wade through the dark night. Moreover, this dark night isn't just your average pitch-black shade. Brute strength, genius intellect, or delusional hope all misfire before it. The only way is to learn from old man Renzu. Throw away your pride and grit your teeth as you roll in the dirt. One must stumble and crack their head in the blinding darkness countless times before a ray of hope might finally spark. Only when someone calls out the true name of the rules will that darkness obediently evaporate. Fang Yuan smirked triumphantly. I have grasped the rules of the game and exploited them, which is why I forced the Mo clan into shutting their doors. If it were my naive self from 500 years ago, there's no way I could pull this off. Therefore, in this restarted chess game, the most precious capital isn't memorizing the coordinates of a bunch of treasure-filled secret realms. Nor is it knowing the future script by heart, but rather the interpersonal skills I distilled from buckets of fresh blood over 500 years of struggling in my past life. The May sky was clear and jade blue. A group of farmers was sweating and toiling in the fields. Suddenly, two old farmers craned their necks, staring at the distant horizon in sheer astonishment. They cheered wildly in joy upon spotting a heavily loaded caravan of beasts approaching. Oh my God, the caravan has landed. A murmuring voice chimed in. They usually show up by April. I don't know why they dragged it out until May this year to finally arrive. But well, they made it anyway. A shopkeeper frantically urged his staff. Hey waiter, hurry up and drag those jars of green bamboo wine out of the warehouse. We'll display them to lure customers in a bit. The waiter, busy carrying things, hastily agreed. From afar, a gigantic mammoth-sized toad was groaning as it crawled forward, carrying a mountain of goods on its back. Crowd in the tavern craned their necks to gossip and greet. Has Lord Gufu finally shown up today? Why the hell are you so late this year? The fat man sitting comfortably on top of the giant toad's head clasped his hands and laughed it off. My apologies, folks, the roads were too bumpy and delayed us, making you wait so long. That fat man was the boss of the merchant caravan, the rank 4 Gu Master Gufu. Clan leader Gu Yue Bo, a seasoned rank 4 Gu Master, slowly walked out and clasped his hands to welcome him. Brother Gu, you're a bit late this year. It must have been an exhausting journey for you. Gufu lifted his butt and clasped his hands in return. The roads were disastrously risky this year, so it took a lot of time, making Gu Yue Bo wait until his eyes grew tired. Gu Yue Bo waved his hand, inviting him warmly. Arriving safely is good enough. The village has already slaughtered chickens and prepared a feast of wine to treat you, please. As night fell and silvery moonlight blanketed everything, the mountain village exploded into a bustling festival scene with deafening hawkers' cries. Come by, come by. Limited stock of blue sea tea leaves here. One sip and you'll feel like a god. Natural stamina goo, pumping invincible beast-like energy. Heroes passing by, don't miss out. A solitary young man strolled through the bustling crowd. Fang Yuan walked leisurely, calculating in his head. The caravan is camping for 3 days. People have been flocking out to shop like ants recently. It's hard to find such a crowded scene on normal days. He rolled his eyes, scanning a merchant shouting himself hoarse on the roadside. Zhai Xin grass, premium Zhai Xin grass here, folks. Look at this fresh green color. 1 caddy is on sale for just 2 primeval stones, dirt cheap. Hearing the reasonable price, Fang Yuan reached out to pick up 3 stalks of Zhai Xin grass, thinking to himself, I'm desperately thirsty for this weed right now. Mixing it as fodder for the goo worms will easily cut down a ton of feeding costs. Reminiscing about his successful extortion, he muttered, Half a month ago, I sent Gaowan to his grave and was robbed of 30 primeval stones by the academy. Luckily, the Mo clan voluntarily coughed up exactly 30 stones as compensation, so my account balance remains completely intact. Continued his stroll while his brain crunched numbers non-stop. Lately, I've diligently robbed a few times, casually racking up about 118 primeval stones. Unfortunately, I've been burning mid-stage primeval essence every day to nourish my rank 4 aperture, flushing 3 primeval stones down the drain daily. Fang Yuan's brain worked at full capacity, tallying the money stuffed into the goo worms' mouths, his personal living expenses, not to mention the cash he dropped to hoard green bamboo wine. His wallet was now flat, holding a mere 98 stones. Nearby, the crowd was still swarming and haggling fiercely over the Zhaizin grass. "Boss, wrap up 2 caddies for me. Give me 10 caddies." Despite the noise, Fang Yuan's train of thought didn't skip a beat. "Even though this grass is selling out fast, I'll just take my time before buying. After all, I have a much sweeter deal to run tonight." Arriving in front of a bustling stall, Fang Yuan gently parted the curtain and swaggered in. Inside the shop lay countless rocks of all shapes and sizes, rolling around on the counters. Customers crowded around, poking, analyzing, and picking through the goods like ants. Fang Yuan scanned the rocks on the counter, his memories booting up to analyze the logic. These goo worms are divas, each element has its own specific diet. If you cut their rations, they'll struggle for a bit and then drop dead. However, there are some stubborn ones that use a self-sealing technique, entering hibernation. These hibernating ones will form a rocky shell around themselves, which thickens over the years, transforming into a solid fossil. Fang Yuan picked up a rock to examine it closely, thinking, of course, the chance of self-freezing is extremely rare. Only a few specific lineages hitting a dead end can trigger this move, otherwise Huaju Xingji's goose swarm wouldn't have died together so tragically. He looked around with a sense of excitement. This place is definitely a rock gambling den, one of the biggest casinos in the martial world. It's mostly betting on luck. If you smash a rock and unbox a breathing goo worm, you're somewhat rich if you're unlucky, but if you hit the jackpot, you skyrocket to the top, and your destiny flips instantly. If my 500-year memory hasn't aged, right at this den in my past life, some random guy unboxed a mudskin toad that finalized at 500 primeval stones, and the golden hour is tonight. Too bad, I'm blatantly stealing today's winning ticket of fate. Suddenly, a shrill voice piped up from behind, soliciting Fang Yuan. "Hey there, handsome young master, have you eyed any rock for me to write an invoice?" Fang Yuan turned his head to glance nonchalantly. It turned out to be a female hustler. She glided her hand, pointing along the stalls, sweet-talking. "The left row is a flat rate of 10 primeval stones. If the young master is a beginner wanting to try his luck, just go to the right row, cheap goods for only 5 stones apiece. And if you prefer the thrill of premium unboxing, please step up to the high-end counter over there. Those rocks are a bit pricey, 20 stones a pop, guaranteed satisfaction." Fang Yuan pretentiously closed his eyes as if calculating, brushing her off lightly. "Let me take a lap to inspect the goods first." Closing his eyelids, he racked his brain to rummage through data. "My 500-year memory is really covered in cobwebs. I can only vaguely dig out that on the opening night of the caravan that year, some lucky bastard paid 10 primeval stones and took home a rock shimmering with a dreamy purple light." He pictured the blissful face of that gambler from 500 years ago, the moment he cracked the purple rock and unboxed a premium mudskin toad. Immediately, a rich guy swooped in to buy it, helping him change his life and rake in a massive pile of primeval stones. Scanning the rocks on the stall, he calculated. "The problem is, there are over 20 purple rocks matching the description. Emptying my pockets would get me 9 at most, but deducting food and living expenses, I can only grit my teeth and settle for 6. Fang Yuan picked up 2 purple rocks, inspecting them like antiques. Flipping a rounded rock, he critiqued it harshly. "This one has purple spots twinkling like 1,000 stars, but it's flat as a sticky rice cake. How the hell could it fit a mudskin toad inside?" Glancing at the flat purple rock next to it, he pouted again. "This one has an intense color, but it's too tiny. If it really hit a mudskin toad, the volume would have to be at least 3 times bigger." Casually grabbing another rock, he judged. "This one is plump and big enough, but its skin is completely smooth and slippery. The mudskin toad's armor is supposed to be rough and bumpy. This is clearly a fake." He chuckled inwardly, nostalgically remembering his glorious past. "In my previous life, I also tagged along with the caravan, exhausting my labor at the rock gambling den with the boys. Later on, I even climbed up to be a boss, opening a mid-sized gambling den myself, plucking the feathers off countless gambling addicts." Rolling the rock in his palm, he thought arrogantly, "Therefore, I know the scams of this petty rock gambling den like the back of my hand. 9 out of 10 rocks are solid duds, and if they happen to stuff a goo worm inside, most of them are already fossilized." Despite carrying a 500-year encyclopedia brain, demanding X-ray vision to accurately pick rocks containing goo worms is as hard as climbing to heaven, because hibernating goo worms have an innate shield that blocks all radars in the martial world. No matter what dirty tricks you use, there's no foolproof manual. If such a trick existed, this scam industry would have gone bankrupt eons ago. After toiling to pick and choose, Fang Yuan finally lined up 6 satisfactory rocks straight on the counter, harboring a huge ball of confidence. Locking in these 6 perfect babies, if the mudskin toad isn't hiding in here, where else could it be? Clapping his hands lightly on the pile of rocks, Fang Yuan waved at the female staff. Wrap all 6 of these up for this young master. The female staff happily bustled over to seal the deal. Yes, sir, your total damage is exactly 60 primeval stones. The girl was startled, secretly evaluating in her mind. Where did this rich kid pop out from? Looking at his baby face just now, I thought he was a truant student who knew he'd splash cash so fiercely. Watching Fang Yuan easily whip out his wallet to pay, the staff girl's eyes dazzled, her brain writing its own script. With that radiant aura, he's 80 or 90% likely a silver spoon young master from some wealthy family. If I can seduce him into taking me away, I might just escape my life as a lowly servant in this godforsaken place. She swayed her hips, smiling flirtatiously to bait him. Does the young master want to cut the rocks right away? This lady offers free full service for you. Fang Yuan grabbed a rock, bluntly throwing cold water on her. No need. Purple is my lucky spiritual color. Today is an extremely important rock-breaking session, so I must personally unbox them. Guy in black clothes standing nearby eavesdropped and pouted mockingly. Oh please, this brat is too green. The guy next to him in a brown shirt also chimed in sarcastically. Believing in lucky colors to pick randomly is already a joke, and now he's acting all pompous wanting to cut the rocks himself. Does he think he's the reincarnation of a god of war? The crowd swarming outside the den started throwing shade. Like father like son, relying on money and just burning through his parents' hard-earned fortune. Fang Yuan ignored the barking dogs, his face as calm as stagnant water as he lifted the first rock. His hand clenched, and a faint, gentle halo of light burst out, wrapping around the rock. Seeing this magic trick of rock cutting, the staff girl clapped her hands, marveling. Wow, the young master moves so smoothly. The old gamblers around also widened their eyes, stammering, What this move is. An expert stroked his beard and praised, This kid doesn't seem to be trash, his martial arts are pretty decent. Someone else chimed in, Exactly, using a goo worm to shave rocks like this requires at least 2 to 3 years of practice. However, his method of butchering the rock is a bit too violent. A guy stared and pointed. Hey guys, look, that move is the Moonbeam Goo, copyrighted by our Gu Yue clan. Turns out he's one of our own. Suddenly this kid looks pretty good. Taking the full damage of the Moonbeam Goo, the rock, sealed in a blinding ring of light, cracked and shattered into a pile of dusty rubble falling onto his hand. One guy burst into laughter. Knew it was a dud, totally pulverized like that, it's obviously a solid rock. Another mocked. Still just a foolish sucker. The staff girl waved her hands, consoling him sweetly. Nothing to be sad about, young master, you still have 5 more babies waiting to be unboxed. Moving on to the second life, the result was nothing more than a pile of dust, and bringing out the third one to cut met the same tragic fate as the previous batch. The extra duo from earlier took the chance to laugh triumphantly. Haha, let's pack it up bros, this bet stinks. The other guy chimed in sarcastically. Don't do him dirty like that, maybe later he'll get lucky and score a bargain. The staff girl got annoyed, put her hands on her hips and yelled, You old geezers, shut your mouths. Keep quiet so my young master can focus on cutting rocks. Ignoring the gambling den bickering like a chaotic market, Fang Yuan kept his eyes glued to the remaining part of the rock in his hand. Suddenly, his pupils slightly contracted, as if catching onto something unusual. Deep inside the rock's core, a few tiny crumbs peeked out, making the nosy crowd gasp in curiosity. Hey wait, looks like he hit the jackpot. Did this brat actually get lucky? The staff girl was anxious, hastily giving advice. Young master, do it gently, don't use brute force. Those hibernating goo worms are very fragile. If you squeeze too hard, you'll accidentally crush the bug inside to death. The 2 trash talkers held their breath, their eyes rolling up in anticipation, but when the tiny core popped out and lay bare on Fang Yuan's palm, both of them frowned and let out a heavy sigh of disappointment. Oh whatever, turns out it's just a rock trick. What a buzzkill. I thought he actually unboxed a real goo worm. 2 old men behind him threw more sarcastic remarks. You guys are too naive, rock gambling means empty-handed 9 times out of 10. If it were that easy, how would the scammers make a living? The other guy nodded vigorously. Exactly. Only the staff girl blinked, dropping hints to comfort him. Young master, just ignore those 2 crazies. Getting a rock on your first unboxing is already a level far beyond these vulgar mortals. Fang Yuan remained silent, his hawk-like eyes pinned on the final piece. Deep within the core of the rock, a faint, round silhouette poked out. The 2 nosy birds burst into laughter again. What is that? Giving birth to another rock? The other guy said vaguely. Can't say for sure, it's super trippy. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan just gave a sinister smirk, screaming in his heart, "Hooked." Right at the critical moment of peeling the rock, a raspy voice from behind interrupted. "Young master, hit the brakes. Gu Jin Sheng claims this piece. I'm buying it outright." Fang Yuan narrowed the corner of his sharp eyes, glaring backward. The entire squad of guards behind the guy immediately bowed deferentially, bending 90 degrees and shouting loudly, "Subordinates pay respects to the second young master." Two nosy old men nearby put their heads together and whispered, "The second young master of the Gu family, isn't he the half-brother of Gu Fu, the big boss of the caravan? So technically he's the final boss of this den, it's just that he acts like an uneducated thug, completely ignoring the rules." A player dressed in a flashy red belt, acting like an aristocratic playboy, spoke up with sarcastic mockery. "Kid, this young master here is the head manager of this stall. You're still wet behind the ears, yet you're trying to gamble. Aren't you afraid of getting a smack on the head by the adults?" Oh, so it was the rock gambling pimp Gu Jin Sheng. He lifted his chin, strutting arrogantly, throwing money out the window to bargain. "This young master is in a good mood today. I can't bear to see you leave empty-handed. I'll toss you 40 primeval stones to swallow your rock whole. How about it? You better engrave it in your heart that the bankruptcy rate in this rock-smashing gig is sky-high, kid." Fang Yuan gripped the rock tightly, finding Jin Sheng's rambling laughable. He shot a side glance at the rock and replied casually, sharp as a razor, 40 primeval stones? Seems like your excellency is trying to lowball me for this piece of junk in my hand. Are you trying to smash the rice bowl of this casino? Not to mention this is the territory of Qingmao Mountain." Every word Fang Yuan spat out was like a noose tightening around Jin Sheng's neck in front of the public. "Are you planning to ride roughshod over us Gu Yue people in broad daylight?" The gossiping crowd, hearing his provocation, roared in agreement. The crowd swarmed around Jin Sheng, aggressively questioning him. "What is the meaning of this, Manager Gu? Are you trying to mess with us?" Jin Sheng broke into a cold sweat, forcing a smile and waving his hands frantically. "Oh no, this little brother is joking too hard. I do business with integrity. Why would I smash my own rice bowl? I just saw that mossy rock in your hand looked weird, so I wanted to buy it for fun. If you're not selling, please keep it. When you open it later and find nothing but mud, don't blame me for not warning you." Fang Yuan just gave a disdainful sneer. Right then the outer shell peeled off, and the rock suddenly transformed into a squirming creature. The crowd that was talking nonsense moments ago was struck dumb, their mouths hanging wide open. This is... Jin Sheng felt his heart being cut by a knife, screaming internally, "Oh dear God, there's a real goo worm." An onlooker hissed in praise. How did this teenager pray to Buddha to get so lucky, randomly unboxing a top-tier item? But the guy next to him quickly poured cold water. "Don't jump the gun, we don't even know if it's dead or alive before you start preaching." Fang Yuan treated the small fries around him like air. He calmly channeled gentle streams of spiritual energy into the goo worm's body. The whole audience held their breath with every frown of Fang Yuan's. Jin Sheng was so tense he wanted to cough up blood, sweating like a pig. In stark contrast, Fang Yuan's face was ice cold without a single ripple, his eyes as still as an autumn lake. The mist of spiritual energy wrapping around the goo worm gradually dissipated. The tiny creature in Fang Yuan's hand, having absorbed enough spiritual energy, sluggishly opened its eyes and let out a huge yawn. The entire casino felt like it was going to explode from the shock. The crowd started screaming as if they hit the jackpot. "It's alive! The real thing is still breathing." Those who were trashing him earlier beat their chests, regretting it bitterly. "Heaven blesses the blind, but not me. Why didn't I snatch that rock? I'm so mad I could spit blood. I clearly had my eye on it earlier." In another corner, Jin Sheng wanted to smash his head into a wall even more than they did. His conscience screamed in agony, "Mudskin toad, that's a rare rank 2 item. Someone help, I've been scammed. I'm going bankrupt from this loss." Jin Sheng's cunning brain went into overdrive trying to find a way to salvage the situation. "This brat is still wet behind the ears. If I had bumped it up by a few dozen primeval stones earlier, he probably would have tossed it to me. If I threw 100 stones straight at his face, he might have nodded instantly. So stupid, why was I so stingy earlier?" Then suddenly, a flash of insight hit him, and Jin Sheng smirked. "Wait a minute, this little brat might not even know the true value of the mudskin toad. I can still be a snake and squeeze the price to swallow the whole thing." As if reading Jin Sheng's mind, Fang Yuan casually held out the goo worm, stating the price deadpan. "Mudskin toad, rare rank 2 item. Its daily ration is 1 caddy of yellow clay, an indispensable ingredient for refining the yellow copper toad. Final price, 500 primeval stones. Gu Jin Sheng, are you interested in closing the deal?" Jin Sheng felt like he was struck by lightning, his face turning pale as he stammered. How are you as knowledgeable as a true merchant?" He replied lazily, his tone ice cold. "If you don't have enough money, then clear out. There's no shortage of rich folks out there drooling to take the bait." Jin Sheng frantically scratched his head, shamelessly pleading, "Hold on, bro, I'll buy it. But, my friend, can you give a slight discount for an acquaintance?" Fang Yuan was too lazy to waste his breath, turning on his heel and walking straight away. Jin Sheng panicked and wailed like his father died. "Hey, wait, don't walk away, 500 it is, I'll transfer the funds right now." The customers around them laughed their asses off, whispering sarcastically, "Rumor has it Gu Jin Sheng has spies all over this rock gambling den. Whenever someone unboxes a good item, he swarms in to squeeze the price like a mantis. Now the tables have turned, he's probably dying of rage. Look at him trailing behind begging Fang Yuan, it's hilarious." After the transaction was settled, Fang Yuan hoisted the heavy bag of primeval stones onto his shoulder and quietly slipped away. He dropped a nonchalant sentence, "Thanks to Gu Jin Sheng for sponsoring this program." Behind him, the manager swallowed his anger, muttering curses. The waitress from earlier clumsily called out, "Young master, aren't you going to smash the last rock?" But he had already vanished behind the curtain like a heartless wind, leaving the girl disappointed, exclaiming, "Ha!" Seeing herself ignored, the girl frowned in annoyance. Jin Sheng, standing behind, also swallowed a lump in his throat, unable to force out a single word. The silvery moonlight cast a bleak glow over the inn. In his room, Fang Yuan rolled the glowing white rock in his hands. He took a deep breath, evaluating internally. "Good thing my primeval essence hit the mid-stage, otherwise I wouldn't have the stamina to peel 5 rocks in a row. Now with 500 primeval stones in my pocket, these petty losses mean nothing." Digging through his memory about the morning's loot, he calculated, "Rank 2 is nice, but I don't have time to feed a freeloader. First, this Qingmao mountain is all alkaline soil and weeds, where am I supposed to find yellow clay for it to eat? Second, carrying the burden of feeding 3 goo worms is already breaking my back." As the quiet night took over, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on his small bed, his heart still heavy with schemes. "With my pathetic cultivation level, I'll easily become a thorn in everyone's side. Running around with a pile of cash, if it weren't for the title of someone from Qingmao Mountain, I might have been shanked in the streets and robbed long ago." He pulled out the last purple rock and rubbed it in his hands, his face devoid of any emotion, muttering, "Time for the finale." As soon as the primeval essence seeped in, the rock instantly crumbled into paste. Fang Yuan dropped a light remark, "Knew it, a dud." The corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile, "But it's fine, this worthless rock powder is the exact prop I need for the upcoming play." His eyes narrowed, piercing through the night. Come to think of it, Qingmao Mountain is depleted of treasures now. Over by the Baigu Mountain range nearby, rumor has it there's a top-tier inheritance from the righteous path. The catch is it needs 2 people working together to pass the trial. For now, I can't find anyone trustworthy enough to cooperate with. Crossed his arms and stroked his chin, nodding smugly. "Oh right, the ruins of Huaju Xingji still have that untouched relief wall, the time is ripe." A mischievous smile appeared, and he told himself, "If this blows up, the clan elders will buy it hook, line, and sinker. Not to mention, the 2 neighboring villages will definitely try to butt in for a share." The next morning, the sky was clear, and Fang Yuan looked as gloomy as a flat pan listening to the vendor announce, "Boss, you're too late, my Jaizin grass is completely sold out." He smacked his lips in regret. The slow buffalo drinks muddy water. Suddenly, a crisp peddler's cry echoed in his ears, come by, the mountain village's famous fine wine is here. 100 kinds of good wine, plus cozy mushroom chairs waiting for you heroes to rest your feet." He glanced over, a scheming glint flashing in the depths of his eyes. Without another word, Fang Yuan strode straight into the tavern. The waiter eagerly ran out to hand him the menu, his attitude groveling and flattering. "Welcome, honored guest, to our humble shop. What would you like me to serve you?" He held the menu, humming noncommittally. His eyes swept around the shop, lingering on the mushroom furniture, marveling inwardly. Well, tables and chairs grown from natural mushroom grass goo, this remote backwater actually has some good taste. Waiter bowed, rubbing his hands and eagerly soliciting, "Boss, would you like to try our shop's monkey brain wine? It's an exclusive masterpiece, 1 sip and you'll forget your way home." His eyes skimmed the paper and he gave a sharp nod. "All right, bring a sample up here." The waiter's face lit up and he scurried off excitedly. Right away, please wait, I'll rush it out immediately." He pulled out a jar-shaped goo worm used to store the monkey brain wine, then pressed his hand against its body to channel spiritual energy to activate it. The wine poured out, smelling incredibly fragrant. The waiter carried the cup with both hands and placed it on the table, respectfully clasping his hands. Please enjoy the wine, boss. Fang Yuan didn't make a sound, casually pulling out his own goo worm. As soon as the waiter saw his stuff, his eyes bulged and his mouth dropped open. Seeing Fang Yuan's worm diving into the cup of monkey brain wine, he stammered, drooling, This is a liquor worm. The waiter stared excitedly at the liquor worm, his mouth running a mile a minute as he pleaded, Young master, could you have pity and sell this liquor worm to me? I've been waiting for this item my whole youth. I am a rank 1 goo master. This liquor worm is a true treasure to me. It'll help me level up in a flash. Fang Yuan coldly tossed a few coins onto the table, delivering an emotionless final word. Here's the money for the wine, piss off. The waiter panicked and lunged forward to hold him back. Young master, please stop. I'll pay a high price. Let's sit down and negotiate. Ignoring his desperate calls that sounded like a heartbroken maiden, he strode away without even looking back. The waiter watched the callous figure walk away, letting out a long, depressed sigh. Night fell, the bright moon casting shadows on the ground. Fang Yuan stood crossing his arms against a pillar, eavesdropping on the crowd's gossip. Hey, the caravan is only staying for 3 days and 3 nights. Tonight is the second night. They'll pack up and leave straight away tomorrow morning. If you want to buy anything, act fast. Rumor in the martial world has it that some teenager unboxed a mudskin toad last night, bagging a cool 500 primeval stones. Is that true or just blowing smoke? Why would I lie to you? It's 100% true. Stroked his chin and analyzed. Haven't heard any rumors about the liquor worm yet. Looks like it's safely under the radar. This trivial thing is only a treasure to rank 1 scrubs. The big shots wouldn't even give it a second glance. Looking at the bustling crowd, a perfect script formulated in Fang Yuan's mind. No matter how I hide the liquor worm, it'll eventually be exposed. To shut the public's mouth, I need to strike first, but I can't overplay it either. Suddenly, a male voice shrieked, tearing through the night. Everyone come and see. This black-hearted merchant dared to sell fake goo to scam our clansmen. The idle crowd immediately swarmed over to mock. Huh, what's going on? Move aside so I can see which bold merchant dares to pull the tiger's whiskers in this territory. Surrounded by the crowd, a red-faced man pointed directly at Jin Sheng, venting his anger. Everyone be my witness. Yesterday this guy sold me a fake black borgu, fleecing me out of 250 primeval stones. I excitedly took it home to refine, but alas, it was just a normal stink bug. Called out right to his face, Jin Sheng remained as arrogant as ever. Are you spitting blood on people? When did I ever say it was a black borgu? Show me the proof. Boiling with rage, the victim lunged forward, grabbing Jin Sheng by the collar and roaring, You're still acting stubborn? Scamming people on the Qing Mao Mountain of the Gu Yue clan, do you have a death wish? Jin Sheng slapped his hand away, snapping back defiantly. Get your hands off me. Who scammed who is still up for debate. Let me tell you, my older brother is Gu Fu, a rank 4 Gu master. What can you do to me? Grinding his teeth in fury, the customer yelled with boiling blood. You! Taking advantage of the situation, Jin Sheng mocked. Greed leads to ruin, cheap goods are rotten goods. If you buy things without using your brain, you have to suffer the consequences. Puffed out his cheeks and started preaching. The black borgu fundamentally increases physical strength. It's even better than the liquor worm, and the absolute lowest price is 600 primeval stones. Holding 250 and expecting to score a rare item, stop being so delusional. Hearing his unreasonable tone, the crowd found him completely an eyesore and started throwing shade. This brat is truly obnoxious, a genuine scammer. His cultivation is just a measly rank 1, but he acts so tyrannical because his brother covers for him. They're just half-brothers, yet he relies on that to run amok. Right in the middle of this heated moment, a calm voice rang out. What is all this commotion? Recognizing the big shot, the crowd parted to both sides, cheering, It's Lord Gu Fu, make way for the leader to come handle this dispute. Upon seeing Gu Fu, the victim immediately became as obedient as a puppy, bowing subserviently. Greetings, Lord Gu Fu. Gu Fu smiled kindly and amiably. Greetings, little brother, is there some sort of conflict? Seeing his brother appear, Jin Sheng shrank his neck and muttered in annoyance. HMPH. The victim stammered as he explained the whole situation. Well, the thing is like this. Fang Yuan stood back in the shadows, his eyes narrowed, his brain already calculating a fatal chess move. After hearing the story, Gu Fu gently turned to interrogate his younger brother. Is what he said true, little brother? Jin Sheng disdainfully looked away, snorting instead of answering. Seeing his brother's obnoxious attitude, Gu Fu clasped his hands and bowed deeply to the customer, his voice full of remorse. I understand. The fault lies entirely with my little brother. For causing you such a loss, I sincerely apologize. The man panicked and waved his hands frantically. Lord Gu Fu, you are rank 4, while I am only rank 2. How could I dare accept your bow? I wouldn't dare. Gu Fu smiled as elegantly as autumn water. The principles of the world are not divided by cultivation levels. Wrong is wrong. On behalf of the caravan, I will compensate you double for your loss. Not forgetting to add a piece of sincere advice, he said softly, however, as an older brother, let me advise you to be less greedy for cheap things. Although the black boar goo is a rank 1 item, it is expensive and hard to find. Dreaming of taking it home with just 200 primeval stones is a bit delusional. Taking every word to heart, the man bowed low and flattered. This junior receives your guidance. The whitewashing script was a resounding success, and the crowd applauded enthusiastically in praise. Lord Gufu is so wise, truly a great man. He humbly smiled it off. Not at all, not at all. Then Gufu spoke in a clear, resonant voice to disperse the crowd. Our Gu clan always puts credibility first in business. My little brother is just young, ignorant, and likes to play pranks, but he means no harm. Standing there listening to his brother use this populist tactic, Jin Sheng's insides were twisting in anger, his face wrinkling like a monkey eating ginger. Gufu continued his apologetic speech with enthusiasm. If there is anything we have done to offend you, please be generous and forgive us. The people happily cheered. Lord Gufu is too polite. Unable to stand it any longer, Jin Sheng snorted loudly, then turned around and stomped off in a huff. Hiding in a dark corner, Fang Yuan's eagle-like eyes locked onto Jin Sheng's back. He smirked wickedly, thinking to himself, caught a fat chess piece. It seems the photo wall left by that old Hua Ju Xingji is finally ready to be used as bait. Late that night at the tavern, a drunken Jin Sheng slammed the table loudly. Where is the wine? Bring it all out. He threw a shattered cup, aggressively picking a fight. What? Afraid this young master is going to dine and dash? The waiter trembled and bowed repeatedly. No, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. When the wine was served, Jin Sheng gulped it down like water to quench his fury. He let out a loud burp, shouting in satisfaction, This wine is good. Bring another cup. No, bring whatever you have left and put it all on the table for me. In his mind, Jin Sheng mercilessly cursed his older brother. Damn that bastard Gufu, he definitely orchestrated today's exposure script single-handedly. He's scheming to push me out of the picture so he can swallow our father's entire inheritance. Thinking about his miserable status, he grew even more bitter. I'm the youngest in the family, with the crappiest D-grade aptitude. The only thing going for me is that my face looks like our father's, so I get doted on. Because of that, my older brothers hate me like poison. Remembering the old man who was hovering near his deathbed, Jin Sheng sighed heavily. Father is about to ascend to heaven. To divide the inheritance, he threw a caravan to each brother. Whoever grinds out the best results takes the whole nest. He sighed in frustration, letting his thoughts run wild. I tried to be cunning and sly, hoping to make a name for myself to impress the clan, but who knew I'd be crushed to pieces by Gufu? A rank 1 trying to compete with a rank 4. It's like striking a stone with an egg, utterly helpless. Suddenly, a calm voice, as cold as ice, whispered right in his ear. Want to turn the tables on your brother? I can carry you through this. Jin Sheng startled and turned around. Seeing Fang Yuan's face, he blurted out, It's you, he scowled, smirking sarcastically. Kid, why did you drag your free time over here? To watch my comedy show? Fang Yuan didn't even furrow a brow. He naturally pulled up a chair and slumped down next to him, answering unhurriedly. I brought a massive business deal. If you want to swallow the family inheritance whole, then pin back your ears and listen. Jin Sheng raised an eyebrow warily. How did you catch wind of my family's inheritance division? Fang Yuan calmly gave a perfectly reasonable response. The rumors of the Gu clan's infighting have already spread like wildfire through the Jianghu. How the hell could you hide it from the world? Jin Sheng was dumbfounded, finding it logical. Indeed, what wall doesn't let the wind through? But his paranoia still made him twist the issue. Who knows if this isn't a trap set by Gufu to frame me? Let's change places to talk. Fang Yuan immediately shook his head and refused. No need. This place is loud and chaotic, which prevents Gu worms from eavesdropping. Just lean your ear over here. Curiosity overriding fear, he obediently leaned in close. Fang Yuan seized the moment to pour sweet honey into his ears about this super lucrative opportunity. After hearing it, all the blood drained from Jin Sheng's face. He waved his hands frantically. Are you messing with me? This operation involves all 3 major mountain clans. The biggest taboo in the Jianghu is getting involved in internal disputes. I suspect you're a lackey sent by Gufu to set me up, aren't you? Fang Yuan gave a faint smile, not bothering to force him. He stood up abruptly and turned to leave. If you don't believe me, drop it. I'll just go find your brother to close the deal. Seeing this, Jin Sheng frantically tripped over his chair, jumping up to hold him back. Don't go, let's slowly negotiate this, brother. At the counter, the waiter, who had been secretly glancing at the two of them all along, had a look of deep contemplation in his eyes. Leading Jin Sheng by the nose to an empty lot, Fang Yuan finally clicked his tongue and made things clear. I know you're scared, but think about it. Right now, you're being squeezed to the point of suffocation by Gu Fu with zero chance of winning. Betting on me gives you a ray of hope. It just depends on whether you have the guts to take a gamble or not." He crossed his arms, quietly waiting for the fish to bite, calculating in his head, "My eye for people is pretty accurate. This Gu Jin Sheng isn't exactly useless trash. At the very least, his family background is a gold mine. Stringing this guy along means I'll have a long-term pawn to use." After struggling for a while, greed conquered reason. Jin Sheng nodded firmly. "Fine, if it's a pit, I'll jump into it. 2,000 primeval stones, but I have to inspect the goods first." Fang Yuan didn't refuse, jerking his chin to lead the way. "Follow me." Ducking into a cave as dark as pitch, Jin Sheng groped his way closely behind, ultimately unable to hold back his curiosity. "I'm wondering about one thing. Gu Fu has always had the reputation of a living bodhisattva, full of credibility. Meanwhile, I have a notorious reputation for forcing purchases and sales. Why did you choose me for this deal instead of him?" Fang Yuan replied bluntly without blinking, "Because his cultivation is too high, I wouldn't be able to keep a handle on him. Besides, I don't believe in that so-called credibility nonsense." He scoffed, exposing his philosophy of life. "Credibility, my ass, it's all garbage. It's just that the benefits aren't large enough to trample over one's conscience yet, that's all." Jin Sheng smirked in delight and laughed loudly. "You finally spat out a sentence that is pleasing to my ears." Fang Yuan also smiled, but inwardly he cursed. "The important thing is that your status is special and your cultivation is trash, making it easy to crush you to death if you bite blindly." Reaching the end of the tunnel, he stopped. "We're here." Seeing the spoils of war before his eyes, Jin Sheng let out an excited howl. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed from inside. "Just you try," accompanied by a shrill, pitiful voice begging for mercy. "Great king, spare my life. Whatever you want, this lowly one will offer it all. Just please let me keep my dog life. Lord Huaju Xingji." Jin Sheng was thrilled to the max, his mouth blabbering. "Spot on, you didn't lie to me. This time, I definitely have the chance to crush Gu Fu." Jin Sheng smiled mockingly and sneered. "So it seems your ancestors for 4 generations were also nothing more than bootlickers." The pitiful crying in the cave continued to echo. "Lord, have mercy and spare my dog life." Fang Yuan shrugged, showing a look of contempt. "It's no big deal. The Gu Yue clan loves heroes, so for 4 generations they've played the hero role. The Bai clan prefers despicable villains, so for 4 generations they've produced nothing but villains. These labels of hero or villain are just given by the mouths of the masses." Hearing this tickled Jin Sheng's ears, and he clapped loudly in approval. "So true, well said." And he started pretending to be regretful and curious. "But it's a real pity, a rank 5 expert no less, little brother. Going in here you must have scavenged a bunch of high-tier loot, right?" Fang Yuan looked at him out of the corner of his eye, nonchalant. "It's been hundreds of years, the Gu worms are all dead. I only managed to salvage a liquor worm." Jin Sheng shook his head vigorously in denial. "Cut the crap, little brother." He rubbed his hands together, his profiteer face clearly showing as he put on a friendly tone. "Once we seal this deal, we'll be in the same trench. I swear I won't sell you out. Be honest with me, just how much profit did you scrape up?" But Fang Yuan was like a stone, staying completely silent and not uttering half a word. Knowing he couldn't pry open his mouth, Jin Sheng had to change the subject, clearing his throat to look serious. "If you won't spill, then fine. I know Huaju Xingji kept a top-tier mount, a rank 5 earth wolf spider. This thing was huge and its burrowing skills were unmatched, even dodging the capture nets of the clansmen. That's why it was called the earth wolf spider." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Oh, there's such a thing." Pressing his hand against the rock wall, Jin Sheng talked endlessly, explaining. "Last year when I came to the clan village, I overheard this legend. I found it so fascinating that I went home to check the records. This pet stuck to Huaju Xingji like a shadow. I bet this very cave was dug out by the earth wolf spider itself. Otherwise, how could this secret cave suddenly appear in the fertile lands of Qingmao Mountain?" Let out a long sigh, trying to fish for information from Fang Yuan. "Don't hide it anymore, little brother. Huaju Xingji died and rotted here, so his 1,000-mile traveling earth wolf spider must definitely be somewhere around here too." Fang Yuan stroked his chin in thought, throwing a smokescreen. "Your speculation makes sense, but on the photo wall, Huaju Xingji never summoned it. Who knows, maybe it was gang-killed 4 generations ago." Jin Sheng crossed his arms and clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Then that's too bizarre." Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. "Wah, what's happening? Why did it suddenly get so dark?" Jin Sheng looked up, his jaw dropping to his chest in shock. The display on the rock wall morphed unpredictably, revealing the figure of a man covered in mangled wounds. A loud, savage laugh echoed, and every detail of his torn armor was clearly visible on the screen. On the wall, Huaju Xingji leaned back, a mysterious smile blooming on his face as he weakly murmured his dying words. Inheritor, I am Huaju Xingji. No matter who you are at this moment, you are my inheritor. Hearing this, Fang Yuan and Jin Sheng were completely shocked. Inheriting the wealth of a rank 5 expert? Jin Sheng's jaw dropped, his heart pounding. Mother of God, to think this tiny corner of Qingmao Mountain hid a rank 5 inheritance. Rank 3 is a clan elder, rank 4 is already a clan leader. If I bag this rank 5 jackpot, I'll be the overlord of the world. The illusion of Hua Jiu continued its eerie voice. I set this photo wall to exist for nearly 100 days, enough to prove that you have no fond feelings for the Gu Yue clan. Very well, I will pass my entire legacy on to you, but on one condition. The face on the rock wall suddenly scrunched up in sheer malice, roaring madly. You must level the Gu Yue clan for me, destroy the village, leave not a single dog or chicken alive. Jin Sheng broke into a cold sweat, but greed had clouded his reason, and he justified it to himself. Well, Huaju Xingji was a demonic path Gu master. Does picking up his loot mean I have to take out the trash for him too? He gritted his teeth, brainwashing himself in his mind. No, power doesn't distinguish between good and evil. The old man is already a bloated corpse. If I snatch the items and ignore the task, what can anyone do about it? This is a once-in-a-thousand-years fortune. For a trash D-grade aptitude like me, picking up this secret manual will be more than enough to crush Gu Fu. Right at that moment, a light bulb went off in Jin Sheng's brain. Wait a minute, I almost forgot there's a third wheel blocking the way. What to do? Split it half and half. Murderous intent flared up, his eyes turning bloodshot as dark thoughts sprouted. Idiot, gifts from heaven must absolutely not be shared. It's mine, it's all mine. I have to send this guy to the Western Paradise so I can monopolize the inheritance. He sneered savagely in his head, mapping out his dirty scheme. I have to strike him first, pretend to divide the loot to make him careless, then wait for the moment to backstab him. This cave has perfect feng shui, killing someone and hiding the body here won't alert gods or ghosts. Approved. Jin Sheng forced out a stiff smile, turning around to act slippery. About that, little brother Fang Yuan. The words hadn't even made it past his teeth. His eyes had already rolled to the back of his head, showing the whites in sheer terror. A clean blade stroke slashed diagonally across his face, blood spurting out like a tornado. He clutched his neck, gurgling, "You." His body staggered, lost its balance, and crashed heavily to the ground, bitterly logging out of the mortal realm. Fang Yuan stood there, his face as cold as money, his deep-set eyes pitch black with shadows. He dusted off his hands and mocked, "If you want to kill, just stab right away. All that flashy overthinking was just a waste of time." Suddenly he smirked with dark delight. What an unexpected turning point. This script is truly interesting. Outside, the sky was pouring heavy rain like a torrential downpour. Porters down in the yard were shouting at each other, running around frantically under the white sheet of rain. The rain is too heavy, check the path carefully, don't wander off alone, and you Gu masters make sure to shield the Gu worms carefully. They cursed loudly while braving the rain in frustration. This damn weather, you lowly mortal commoners better keep your promises. If a single item is dropped, I'll skin you alive to settle the score. The children in the village stood waving goodbye to the convoy slowly fading behind the mountain ranges. Have a safe trip, come back next year, you definitely have to come. The uncle stood silently by the upstairs window, his gaze distant and sorrowful, sighing softly, the road of life is treacherous. When the caravan returns to the mountain clan next year, who knows how many familiar faces will still be left in this world. Lost in thought, his voice clearly dropped with melancholy. Whether living the life of a wandering merchant in the Jianghu or just hanging around the corner of a mountain village, as long as one is human, living in this world is always a bitter experience. Fang Yuan stood under the pouring rain with his umbrella open, watching the caravan's silhouette disappear into the distance, a faint smile tracing the corners of his mouth. The weather really caters to one's desires. He reached out his hand to catch the freezing raindrops, calculating internally. A storm like this will wash away every trace in the air. I challenge anyone to track down my methods. Plus, that rock crevice has a fast-flowing waterfall. There's no way Gu Jin Sheng's corpse will be exposed anytime soon. Fang Yuan's face turned serious, his brain spinning at high speed, generating all sorts of schemes. Although Gu Jin Sheng is trash, his status is special. The caravan is currently too busy packing up to notice he evaporated, but in a fortnight or so, Gu Fu will inevitably circle back to investigate. That is when the game will really get hard. Rested his chin in his hand, deducing. The head of the Gu family stuffed Jin Sheng and Gu Fu into the same caravan management role mainly to slap Gu Jin Sheng awake, forcing him to obediently accept reality and live quietly from now on. At the same time, it was a test of Gu Fu's character. In a competition, If he pushes his own flesh and blood brother to death, how could the clan leader's seat ever be entrusted to him? Fang Yuan half closed his eyes. Gu Jinsheng was too stupid to understand his father's painstaking efforts. He had a bit of brains but could only cultivate the basics. It's a waste of a good chess piece for him to die. If I could have kept him on a leash, I wouldn't have lacked fun games to play in the future. In his eyes, human life was just a chessboard of heaven and earth. Plan A was to use him as a middleman to fence stolen goods, paving the way for my future murder and robbery schemes. Plan B was to hide behind his shadow, using that photo wall to incite Qingmao Mountain and make the three major clans bash their heads in against each other. He turned and walked away, continuing to plot. Plan C was to plant him inside the Gu clan. Waiting for them to tear each other apart over the inheritance and open the Gu arena, I could definitely swoop in and rake in a massive fortune. Unfortunately, the situation forced my hand, leaving no way back. You can only blame your own dog-shit luck, Jin Sheng. Strolled leisurely, his belly full of calculations. The scene is wiped clean, but the aftermath leaves many loose ends. I'll temporarily lock down that cave and avoid visiting it for now so I don't get ambushed. But that's fine too. I'll use this time to enter closed-door cultivation and grind my way to breaking through to the middle stage. Only with real strength can I hope to swallow old Hua Jiu's legacy smoothly. After all, there's no such thing as the demonic path's goods being spoon-fed to you peacefully. Fang Yuan let out a ghastly laugh, his smile so extraordinarily evil that it sent chills down people's spines. The affairs of the world are unpredictable, but playing it this way is what makes it fun. And so he held his umbrella, walking freely and unfettered under the torrential rain, tossing a cold remark into the void. Gu Jin Sheng, truthfully, I wasn't even that interested in the killing part anyway. 4 days later at the martial arts arena, Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan were locked in a deathmatch. The stands below were boiling like a cauldron. Go Fang Zheng, smash his face in. But in less than a heartbeat, the moment Fang Zheng let his guard down, he was hit by a heaven-shaking kick to the stomach from him, sent flying and falling flat on his back. The disciples panicked and rushed over to support him. Damn it, Gu Yue Fang Zheng is knocked out. Gu Yue Fang Yuan just hit a 33-match undefeated streak. Fang Zheng clutched his stomach, writhing in pain, stubbornly growling, "Bastard, brother, I haven't lost yet." But as soon as the words left his mouth, fresh blood coughed up into a puddle. Seeing his younger brother coughing like an old man, Fang Yuan crossed his arms and dropped a sharp, cold remark. Worry about healing your crushed internal organs first, little brother. The crowd witnessing this felt a chill run down their spines, panicking. The A-grade healing Gu master Fang Zheng was beaten until he coughed blood. That guy is too ruthless. He doesn't even show mercy to his own blood brother. I'm backing out. Crossing him means buying a one-way ticket to the grave. The martial arts instructor squatted down to check, clicking his tongue in consolation. This little injury is nothing. A few days of resting and treatment, and you'll be right as rain. Just remember, no practicing martial arts for the next couple of weeks. Avoid strenuous exercise and you'll be fine. Fang Zheng was seething with anger, grinding his teeth and cursing inwardly. Bastard. The match having been decided, the martial arts instructor stood up abruptly and called out loudly. Next, who's coming up to the ring? The faces of the students below drained of blood. They scrambled backward, revealing their absolute terror. The entire arena was as silent as a clam, not a single soul daring to step up and feed their lives to Fang Yuan. The instructor, furious, roared, "Next, who is it? Step out," he cursed silently in his head. "The Lord Clan Elder has ordered that Fang Yuan has been too arrogant lately. We have to crush his spirit. Otherwise, this whole batch of students will be bullied by him into a bunch of cowardly rabbits." Martial arts instructor had no choice but to use reverse psychology. "What? Did your balls shrink? He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. What are you afraid of? Bring out the tiger's courage and bear's gall of the Gu Yue clan and let me see it." Yet not only did the disciples not get fired up, they shrank their necks and weakly replied, "But he's too tanky, teacher. We can't beat him." Exactly, even an A-grade genius like Fang Zheng got his mouth kicked off by him over there. Hearing this, the blood rushed to his brain, his guts boiling with anger. "You useless bedwetting bunch. His stamina is only tanky so he can grind continuously. If you all swarmed him at once, there's no way he could block it." Martial arts instructor still shouted himself hoarse, trying to encourage them. "Push past your limits. Your biggest obstacle isn't the enemy but your own inner self. He has already depleted his stamina over 30 matches. If you just go all out, victory is in your hands." However, the students' ears had grown callous from hearing it, and they felt discouraged, muttering and pouting. "Teacher, how many times have you chewed on that same sentence? Do you think we're naive enough to swallow it blindly?" "How annoying." Seeing his psychological warfare fail 10 out of 10 times, he angrily turned to find fault with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you brat, you've gone too far this time. Even in a sparring match, you need to know when to stop. Beating a classmate until he coughs blood like that, I declare you the loser. In response to the reproach, he just calmly gave a faint smile, gently counterattacking, Instructor, you are gravely mistaken again. He slowly argued, since it's called sparring and training, one must exhaust all their strength. Otherwise, where would the practical combat effectiveness come from? Or are you saying that in the future on the battlefield, we should wave ribbons and bestow love upon our enemies? Hearing this, the instructor flared up, his neck veins popping as he scolded, You little brat, you beat your classmate half to death, acting so ruthlessly, and you still dare to talk back. Fang Yuan nonchalantly twisted it again, Instructor, you are wrong once more. His face completely deadpan, yet hitting the nail on the head, You are the one who set up this martial arts arena, and you even hung a reward of 20 primeval stones. Let me ask you, without the reward you used to lure them, would any of those people be stupid enough to rush up and take a beating just to end up covered in injuries? Was provoked to the point of wanting to cough up blood, trembling with anger, You little brat, do you still want the reward or not? You still dare to act stubborn, I'll immediately hand you a total loss right now. Hearing the threat, Fang Yuan didn't even furrow a brow. He turned his back and walked away stylishly. Oh, whatever, just some trivial wins and losses, at most it's just 20 primeval stones. Do you think I care about those few spare coins? The instructor choked, staring blankly, stammering for a long time before he could squeeze out a single word, You. The students standing below, watching this fierce verbal battle, whispered and gossiped among themselves. Fang Yuan gave up just like that. Even the instructor is helpless against him. If I knew it was this easy to eat, I would have lingered and stepped into the ring a bit later, then I'd be sitting pretty. Seeing the evil god leave the arena, the morale of the brats suddenly skyrocketed, racing to scream, My turn, let me up. Who would have thought that in a hidden corner, Fang Yuan was panting heavily, his stamina completely depleted. His two hands trembled slightly as he assessed inwardly, No matter how rich my experience is, I can't overturn heaven and earth. I have more than enough combat skills from my past life, but dragging this 15-year-old body through continuous grinding has probably hit the bottom of its endurance. Briefly sensed the aura of Gu Yueshi lurking above, and his mind immediately understood the whole situation. Well, this was all within my calculations anyway. This old man wants to use my pressure to forge these young seedlings. Once I fall, the undefeated reputation I've built up will vanish like smoke. However, that will ignite the fighting spirit of those brats, forging them an iron will. As the thought flashed through his mind, he sneered inwardly, They desire to see me taste defeat that much. Fang Yuan half closed his eyes, telling himself, Unfortunately, I really need this overwhelming dominance. Only then can I easily maneuver to squeeze out more primeval stones. For that reason, today's battle was originally meant to consolidate my tyrant authority, and this is just the prelude. From now on, I'll have to be wary of that clan elder's tricks. Gu Yueshi stood high above, taking in the entire scene, evaluating inwardly, This brat is truly cunning, his eyes darting all over the arena. He knows the academy rules by heart, you can't find a single fault in his daily discipline. He might doze off in class, but when called upon, his answers are perfectly fluent. Trying to find a handle to suppress him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Furrowed his brows tightly, his mind a tangled mess of thoughts. I hold the title of Academy Elder, the lighthouse guiding the clan's young seedlings, the embodiment of faith. I've chewed up and swallowed delinquent students 10 times worse than this brat Fang Yuan, yet why have I never seen a kid this notoriously offensive? I originally thought my heart was as calm as an autumn lake, treating all students equally, but now that I've run into this hard-boned Fang Yuan, my hands are completely tied. Suddenly, Gu Yueshi was startled into realizing a truth. I get it now. This guy Fang Yuan, his arrogance and insolence have seeped deep into his very marrow. In the past, no matter how rebellious the students were, I turned a blind eye because deep down they still knew fear. But this Fang Yuan is completely deaf to fear. It's as if from the moment he was born, he treated his superiors like thin air. He stared intently at him. This kind of person who knows no reverence for the clan's rules, even if he grows up, what use will he be to the world? This kind of stubbornness must be crushed the moment it rears its head. Otherwise, if the other rascals copy him, this academy will descend into chaos. A torrent of thoughts surged through Gu Yueshi's mind. The problem is, lacking a reasonable chess move, I can't just rub ashes on my own face and act like some street thug. It seems that to crush Fang Yuan's spirit, my only option is to rely on those students advancing to the middle stage first. Soothing his uneasy mood, he told himself, well, there's no need to blow things out of proportion. Fang Yuan is still young and green, slowly grinding him down will eventually shape him. He thirsts for resources, so he will definitely dive into the path of fighting for power and profit, chasing after rewards. As time flies, he will naturally be bound by those interests. When that time comes, even if he grows wings, he won't be able to escape the palm of the clan's hand. A look of triumph proudly reappeared on Gu Yuexi's face. The old carrot and stick method never goes out of style. Once you step into the whirlpool of the system, don't even think about escaping. This is the ultimate authority of the system, the absolute power of the rules of the game. He cast a disdainful look down at Fang Yuan, clicking his tongue. In the end, you're still just a kid whose nose isn't even clean yet, son. Night dropped its curtain, and the crescent moon cast a pale silver light across the sky. Mo Yan approached from behind and asked Mo Bei caringly, "My little brother, I heard a rumor that you got beaten to pulp by someone again today." Corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he replied, "Sister, if you're worried that I've been scared witless, your imagination is running too wild." Seeing this, she laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle his hair. "Of course not, my little brother is the future pillar of our Mo clan. How could a few trivial injuries trouble you?" Mo Bei chuckled proudly. "I know perfectly well that you dote on me the most, sister. But in the future, don't rub my head like that anymore. I'm a grown man now." Saying that, he dropped his smile, solemnly bragging about his battle achievements. "But I just discovered something earth-shattering. Even though I still took a beating in this match while exchanging blows, I clearly heard that guy Fang Yuan panting heavily. He ran out of gas. His strength isn't as godlike as the rumors say. Just wait, one day I will openly and fairly beat him to a pulp." Hearing this, Mo Yan's face lit up with joy, clapping her hands in endless praise. "Well done, truly a man of our Mo clan who holds up the sky and stomps the earth. However, since you're injured, just take a break from throwing punches for the next few days." He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. "I have my own plans. I'll use the excuse of recovering for a few days to concentrate all my energy on breaking through to the middle stage. I have to snatch the class monitor position to crush his fake prestige, showing him clearly that on the path of cultivation, aptitude is the only true love." Mo Yan turned on her heel to leave, dropping a sentence behind, "With such ambition, I'm at ease. Back in my day, I was only a mediocre vice monitor. If you rise up to become the monitor, consider it avenging me." Mo Bei immediately puffed out his chest, his tone firm and resolute. "Sister, just rest your head on a high pillow and sleep peacefully. That class monitor seat, your little brother has it in the bag." Meanwhile, at the clan estate, Kai Lion was exhausting his internal energy to transfer power to Kai Cheng. His aged hands were placed in front of his grandson's dantian, and then he wearily withdrew his cultivation energy. After a long sigh to stabilize his blood and qi, Kai Cheng hurriedly bowed, his voice full of gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather. Expending your time and effort to transfer primeval essence to your grandson every 3 days, you have worked too hard." Kai Lion replied in a deep voice, "Things having reached this point is a matter of absolute necessity. Your aptitude is only a measly C grade. If you just sluggishly grind it on your own, who knows how long it would take for you to raise your head. Taking too long makes it very easy to be exposed. Although taking this shortcut is full of dangers, in this tight spot, we just have to risk it." Old man let out a heavy breath, warning sorrowfully, "Bitter medicine cures the sickness, but the side effects are unpredictable. My silver primeval essence pumped into your body will turn into heterogeneous primeval essence, which is already clinging tightly to my aura. The more this impurity accumulates, the more clouded your aperture will become, and in the long run, its capacity will be significantly reduced." Hearing this, Kai Cheng's face turned pale as a sheet, and he cried out in panic, "Grandfather, for the grand scheme of the Kai clan, your grandson is willing to gamble his entire future." Kai Lion reached out to stroke his silver beard, slowly speaking, "It's good that you have such enlightenment. However, the blue sky never cuts off all paths of survival for anyone. In the future, if you are fortunate enough to find a cleansing water goo, using it to wash your aperture will wipe out the root of this heterogeneity." He widened his eyes in pleasant surprise. "Does such a treasure really exist?" Old man smiled kindly, delivering another piece of good news. "Not only that, I've already used my connections everywhere to hunt down a liquor worm for you. This goo is a divine medicine that helps goo masters purify their primeval essence, making it boundlessly pure without a trace of dregs. Its effectiveness in assisting cultivation goes without saying." Hearing this, he dropped his jaw in awe. Kai Lion frowned and reminded him, "However, the liquor worm is as rare as autumn leaves. Legends say there are only a scattered few goo worms capable of altering a goo master's aptitude, and I have lived more than half my life without ever seeing one. Now, I only hope you have enough blessings to grasp this fateful opportunity." Kai Cheng teared up in emotion. "Your grandson is deeply grateful for grandfather's painstaking efforts." The scene shifted to a dimly lit room. where Fang Zheng was gritting his teeth and channeling his energy, his hands tightly gripping two hard rocks. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as the two rocks were crushed into fine powder, scattering through his fingers. He slowly opened his glaring eyes, exhaling a breath of impure air after a totally exhausting cultivation session. And he turned his head to look at the dead of night outside the window. The days immersed in cultivation flew by swiftly, and in a blink of an eye, it was already midnight. Fang Zheng nodded in satisfaction at the fruits of his blood, sweat, and tears. Although his pouch of primeval stones was a bit light, I possess a great aptitude. My instincts tell me that in just 3 or 4 days, I will proudly step into the middle stage. His hands balled into fists, as if grasping an entire sky of determination. When it came to fighting, I had to concede defeat to my older brother, but in terms of cultivation speed, don't even dream of surpassing me. My primeval essence recovery rate is twice that of my brother's. Even if he hugged a pile of primeval stones, catching up would be nothing but a pipe dream. Fang Zheng's eyes burned with the fire of confidence. Brother, this time I will open your eyes to the overwhelming power of an agreed genius. The camera then panned to another room, where Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged in meditation. His entire body radiated an eerie light in the pitch-black night as he calculated that the crucial moment was about to arrive. He smirked triumphantly, just a little bit more, and tonight I will openly and honorably break through the bottleneck to reach the middle stage. If anyone interrupts at this sensitive moment, all efforts will go down the drain. I have to seize this dead-of-night opportunity to push the boat along the current. With that, Fang Yuan tightly shut his eyes, pouring 100% of his focus into his aperture. In his mental realm, a stream of emerald-green primeval essence was boiling intensely, roaring as it surged straight toward its peak. It then transformed into turbulent tornadoes rushing in all directions, breaking upward. It fiercely crashed against the left boundary wall, rebounded toward the right wall, and finally settled down like a completely still lake. A blinding halo exploded, brilliantly illuminating every nook and cranny. After the violent upheaval, everything condensed into a tiny sapphire-blue droplet, small but ceaselessly radiating a brilliant light. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile blooming on his lips as he inwardly cheered, "Let's celebrate, the middle stage is finally here." Suddenly, a golden ray of sunlight struck his face, making him frown at the glare. Taking a closer look, he was startled to realize, was it already afternoon? Right at that moment, a loud crash echoed as 2 burly figures kicked the door open and barged straight into the room, loudly shouting Fang Yuan's name. Highly irritated, he furrowed his brows tightly, shooting a gaze as sharp as a butcher's knife at the uninvited guests. The thugs aggressively gripped the wooden swords in their hands, putting on an arrogant tone to interrogate him. "You little brat, how dare you skip class? Do you have a death wish? The Academy Elder is hunting for you everywhere. If you know what's good for you, drag your ass with us right now." Back in the classroom at that time, his absence had turned the place into a chaotic market for the gossiping loudmouths. That guy Fang Yuan actually dared to skip class today. He truly respects no one. His guts are as big as the sky. Today is the class personally taught by the Academy Elder. They laughed mockingly. The Academy Elder was so furious he sent guards to drag him back by the neck. Fang Yuan's time is up. He is dead meat for sure. Gu Yuexi's face was as black as ink, thinking to himself, "Oh Fang Yuan, yesterday I was still racking my brain on how to get a handle on you. Who knew you would voluntarily deliver yourself to the tiger's mouth today? At the end of the day, you are just a 15-year-old brat. It seems I have been overestimating you all this time." In the hallway outside, heavy footsteps dripping with fresh blood were approaching. Gu Yuexi felt smug, having already painted the scenario of punishing Fang Yuan in a split second. "You're finally here, huh? In a moment, I will kick you out to stand as punishment by the door for 3 hours to cure you of your arrogant attitude." The brats sitting below were equally eager for the drama, blinking their eyes waiting for a good show. The Academy Elder is boiling with rage. There's gonna be a great show to watch soon. Fang Zheng maintained a solemn face, silently blaming him. "Brother, this time you brought doom upon yourself by daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers. Even if you get your head smashed and bleed, you only have yourself to blame." When he knocked on the door from the outside, the energetic kids inside were already screaming in excitement. "The show is starting, guys." One restless and eager student volunteered, rushing out, "Let me open the door." The moment his hand touched the latch and pulled the door open, his face was full of gloating as he threw out a sarcastic remark, "Fang Yuan, you are screwed." However, just as the words left his mouth, his eyes rolled back, as if he had just met the Grim Reaper. He let out an ear-piercing shriek that made the whole class jump, then fell backward, screaming while scooting back on his butt. The people inside were shocked and chaotic. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Outside the threshold, a hand dyed in crimson blood slowly pushed the door wide open. Looming before everyone was a towering male figure, his hand holding a mangled corpse of some unlucky bastard upside down. The students witnessing that terrifyingly bloody scene turned to stone, their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets from absolute horror. It turned out to be none other than Fang Yuan. His whole body was covered in gore, one hand dragging the limp and torn corpse along the floor. His eyes were as deep as an abyssal gulf, emitting an overwhelming murderous aura that would make even ghosts and deities step back in chills. The female students screamed their lungs out in sheer panic. Murder! Someone has been murdered! Oh my God, what is happening? Isn't that one of the guards sent by the academy elder? Fang Yuan has slaughtered someone again. Gu Yuexi's face was as stiff as a block of wood. Immediately after, fury erupted, making him grind his teeth audibly. He pointed his finger straight at him, bellowing like thunder. Fang Yuan, what the hell is the meaning of this? You'd better explain yourself clearly. Otherwise, for the crime of murdering a guard alone, I have every right to use clan laws to send you to hell. Fang Yuan only threw them an icy glare without saying a word, his hand nonchalantly tossing the corpse onto the floor. Then he unhurriedly clasped his hands together in a respectful bow, speaking up, reporting to the academy elder, this junior truly has a grievance that needs reporting. Gu Yuexi suppressed his anger, coldly replying, let's hear it then. He calculated inwardly, Fang Yuan, once you ride the tiger, it's hard to get off. Piling mistake upon mistake, let's see how your glib tongue tries to talk your way out of this. So Fang Yuan began unleashing his speech, please judge clearly, elder. These two dog slaves plotted to frame me, harboring intentions to take my life. As you are well aware, a Gu master's cultivation strictly prohibits being disturbed. The higher the realm, the more it feels like walking on fire. A single moment of distraction not only wastes all efforts, but also causes the aperture to shatter. Pointed his finger straight at the lifeless corpse on the ground, continuing, yet these scoundrels chose the exact moment this junior was about to break through to the middle stage to smash the door and barge in. Thank heavens I am blessed with great fortune. The exact second they kicked the door was precisely when I successfully broke through, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginably disastrous. He frowned, feigning righteous indignation, but look at this, sir. These two were caught red-handed, yet showed no remorse, even having the audacity to fight me to the bitter end. Not only did they curse 18 generations of my ancestors, but they also dared to spit blood, falsely claiming that this sabotage was personally orchestrated by you, the academy elder. As a weak and defenseless student, I obviously couldn't believe such slander and had to resist fiercely. Unfortunately, their martial arts were formidable, and I had to fight tooth and nail, bathing in blood to suppress them. After all, out of respect that they belonged to the academy, this student didn't dare to be utterly ruthless, which is why they are only severely injured and half dead like this. After pouring out a whole monologue, Fang Yuan obediently bowed deeply again. That is the whole story. I humbly beg the academy elder to step forward and seek justice for this lowly student. The students sitting below were left speechless, their faces looking as dumb as rocks. Gu Yuexi standing on the podium was also shocked to the point of petrification. A few seconds later, the classroom erupted like a chaotic market. What did he just say? He reached the middle stage. They shook their heads vigorously in denial of the truth, competing to shout and mock him. How ridiculous, trash with C-grade aptitude like him wants to take the lead in breaking through to the middle stage. Even making up stories needs some logic. He must be terrified of being punished by the academy, so he's blowing smoke. Yes, it's 100% a trick. Gu Yuexi's face was stone cold as he warned in a low voice, you claim to have touched the rank 1 middle stage. This is not something you can just spout nonsense about. If you plan to use this charade to cover up your crime of murder, then it's a crime on top of a crime. Fang Yuan suddenly spread his arms, confidently provoking, then I invite the academy elder to personally inspect it. He paused for a beat, but then strode over and pressed his hand against his abdomen to probe his inner strength. The entire room was dead silent, the atmosphere so thick that no one even dared to breathe heavily. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, so panicked that beads of sweat frantically poured down. Gu Yuexi was extremely astounded upon clearly feeling Fang Yuan's power, silently crying out in horror, oh my God, this brat actually kicked the door and stepped into the middle stage. What kind of absurdity is this? The students couldn't hold back their curiosity. clamoring with questions. "How is it, sir? What's the result? It's all hot air, right, sir?" His face darkened, his guts churning in refusal to admit it, but he had to swallow his pride and declare, "The truth is undeniable. It is indeed the middle stage." The lively brats were shocked to their cores upon hearing this. "What the hell? Are you kidding me? How could such earth-shattering news happen? He is clearly just C-grade trash." Even Fang Zheng's eyes popped and his jaw dropped, mentally screaming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This cannot be." Could it be that the Academy Elder was fooled by his dark magic? What right does someone like him have to achieve that? Gu Yue she narrowed his eyes to interrogate Fang Yuan. "I want a clear explanation from you. By what divine method did you leap into the middle stage so fast?" Hearing this, he merely smirked, full of arrogance, and leisurely dropped a sentence, "You reap what you sow. This student makes up for a lack of intelligence with diligence, grinding day and night, sweating blood and tears, which is why I harvested the sweet fruit." Hearing that excuse, the students jumped up, pointing fingers straight at his face and cursing, "You boast without feeling any shame, you staying up late and waking up early. If hard work made you level up that fast, your granddaddy here would have been top of the class ages ago. We clearly saw your face wandering around shopping before the exam." Gu Yue she continued to glare scrutinizingly, no lying. Fang Yuan casually brushed it off, showing no deference to anyone as he smiled brightly and concluded, "Of course it's the truth." The two just stared deeply into each other's eyes. At this moment, he intended to use his overwhelming aura to pry open his mouth and extract the secret. But the result was utterly humiliating. This brat's skin was as thick as a chopping board, he knew no fear, so how could he force a confession out of him? Yet, skyrocketing like a rocket with that ragged C-grade label, he must be hiding some treasure. Unfortunately, if he refused to open his mouth as a senior, he couldn't just pin him down and torture him. It seemed the only way was to secretly monitor him. Seeing the silence, Fang Yuan pretended to speak up. "This student is truly panicked, not knowing how the Academy Elder plans to deal with these two. They've lost too much blood. If they aren't saved in time, they will kick the bucket." Hearing his crocodile tears, his stomach churned, cursing inwardly, "You actually know how to panic." But then he had to back down. "They won't die yet. I will send people to carry them away for treatment. As for you." Just as he reached this point, Gu Yuexi's words choked in his throat. He calculated furiously, "Truly hard to handle. This thorn is too tough. According to my perfect script, Fang Yuan daring to skip class and beat up guards, wildly rebelling against his superiors, would logically get him chained and thrown into the dungeon to repent. But the catch is, all those crimes were completely overturned the moment the title of middle stage was lit up." He scowled at his back, battling internally again. He was absent because he was in closed-door cultivation. He beat the guards in self-defense. Everything is totally justified. The most fatal blow is that he has proudly become the pioneer student of this batch to hit the middle stage milestone. What on earth did this guy rely on to level up so rapidly? That secret must be put on hold for now. The core issue right now is that my hands are tied. There is absolutely no excuse to rain punishment down on his head. Paced back and forth, his mind spinning in a tangled mess of frustration. This academy was established to nurture the elite. If I intentionally suppress a budding genius, the label of negligence will inevitably be slapped onto my head. And I can't even play the role of an impartial judge, even if just putting on an act for the public, because the rule system is clear as day. He ground his teeth, utterly resentful, so hateful. I schemed 100 ways just to catch his weakness. Am I supposed to swallow my pride and let him off the hook now? But how the hell am I supposed to swallow this massive lump of anger? I'm going to die from frustration. Standing to the side, Fang Yuan was secretly chuckling at his own masterful move, thinking to himself, this old geezer must be racking his brain to turn the tables, because the situation is no longer in the palm of his hand. In reality, at this point, he and I have already torn off our masks, openly trading blows. Was brimming with confidence in his table-turning performance. The old man planned to borrow clan rules to crush me, who knew he would end up shooting himself in the foot and being forced into silence by me. Although this move is somewhat deceitful, borrowing the title of advancing to the middle stage is more than enough to turn the tide. Ultimately, those two dog slaves lying half dead over there are just innocent sacrificial pawns dropped onto the chessboard of this battle. Gu Yuexi was still standing there like a statue, his mind in chaos, not knowing how to smooth things over. If he had actually murdered those two dog slaves, I would still have an excuse to grab his tail and strike back. Now he's completely spotless. It's truly chilling to think a 15-year-old brat could be this profoundly vicious. No wonder the whole clan was buzzing with rumors about his talent and cunning in the past. Now I'm truly riding the tiger and can't get off. stuck on its back without knowing how to climb down. On this side, his face was ice cold, his lips even curling into a firm smile. Your flaw is valuing your reputation too much. The facade of an elder is both your indestructible shield and your fatal weak point. You wanted to play the role of a righteous judge while trying to backstab me, but with your dignified elder label, where would you find the chance? In short, you have no choice but to grit your teeth and swallow my script. He stared intensely into his eyes. I don't believe a single word of his devilish lies. How could guards personally handpicked by me ever throw dirty water on the Gu Yue ancestors? This is clearly a dirty scheme to frame people in broad daylight, yet I am being forced to swallow this bitter pill. Because this trap was too perfect, he had stabbed a fatal knife into his opponent's throat. Once he dug out the truth and exposed the reality, where would his prestige go? If he didn't punish those two falsely accused guards, the public would criticize the academy for biased judgments. What right would he have to win people's hearts today? On the flip side, if he ruined a talent of his own clan just for two outsider slaves, the crime of being jealous of the capable would be firmly glued to his forehead. If this matter reached the ears of the other elders, their fury would erupt, and pressure from all directions would crush him. Therefore, the only and most perfect escape route right now is to close his eyes and take the plunge, conveniently discarding those two guards to settle the matter. Gu Yue now had to bite his tongue and choose the inferior strategy he never wanted to accept in his life, sentencing those two guards for a heinous crime, while having to bitterly praise Fang Yuan, who was rejoicing internally. Doing this would make the old fogies in the clan nod in approval, and those two stupid guards might even mistakenly think he was dispensing justice impartially. Truly killing two birds with one stone, a win-win situation. Gu Yue was still as bitter as if he had swallowed dozens of chili peppers. He knew this, but this lump of anger was stuck in his throat. This brat not only treated him like thin air, but also made a mockery of an elder's authority. This time, not only did he fail to test his limits, but he also got his mask ripped off and thrown into the mud in front of everybody. He cast a side glance backwards. The most miserable part is, if my two hounds feel wronged today and cry out for justice, I will personally have to swing the blade to silence them to preserve my dignity. This entire chain of tragedies was single-handedly directed by Fang Yuan. This agonizing feeling was exactly as if he had spat right in my face, and not only couldn't I expose and curse him, but I also had to pull out a handkerchief and gently wipe his mouth for him. If some busybody pointed out there was spit on my face, I would have to jump up and shove a rag into their mouth. He truly envisioned that humiliating scene. When he spat, he would have to give a thumbs up and praise, "Wow, Fang Yuan, you spit with such finesse." When a kind soul tactfully reminded him, "Academy Elder, there's dirt on your face," he would have to bristle up and curse, "Your head is dirty." Gu Yue ground his teeth until they almost bled, the fire of anger blazing above his head, but he had to grit his teeth and swallow it. Since stepping into the profession of teaching kids until now, I have never been led by the nose and humiliated like this. I'm so suffocated I want to stop breathing. And the mastermind is precisely your detestable face, Fang Yuan. He shot a glare as if wanting to skin him alive and pull out his tendons. I just hate that I can't smack you to death with one palm, so you can never raise your head to wreak havoc on me again. Unfortunately, reality was too cruel. Gu Yue had to reach out and pat Fang Yuan's shoulder. Forcing out a distorted smile that looked more like crying, his tone incredibly stiff and unnatural. "Well done, kid." He took the inch and reached for a mile to provoke him further. Not at all. It's all thanks to the Academy's dedicated cultivation. This sarcastic retort was no different than a heavenly slap straight to his face, causing his old, wrinkled face to scrunch up as if tearing apart from rage. In a bustling tavern, someone's gossiping voice echoed loudly, "Oh my, have you heard the hot news? It seems young Master Fang Yuan bagged first place again." "Yeah, that's right. The news is exploding all over the mountain village." A guest sipping his cup of wine clicked his tongue and replied, "Oh please, there's no magic in a C-grade aptitude surpassing in a grade to reach the top. For instance, if he picked up a liquor goo, relic goo, or some rare goo, his cultivation would skyrocket just like that." The old man smacked his lips and continued discussing, "But rumors are just rumors. Anyway, the Academy will surely release a clear announcement. If even the teachers are completely clueless about how their own student broke through, then it's truly a disgrace to the education circle." The waiter carrying dishes also nodded in agreement. "Exactly, sir." Scene shifted back to Gu Yue's room, where he was whispering, assigning tasks to two other guards. "You two, search every nook and cranny to investigate that Fang Yuan for me, nitpick every single trace of his whereabouts. But remember to act like ghosts, don't let him catch a whiff, you hear me?" The two groveled and obeyed obediently. "Your orders, Academy Elder." Gu Yueshi narrowed his eyes and cursed inwardly, "Oh Fang Yuan, let's see how long your mysterious facade can hold up." 5 long days passed by, and Gu Yueshi stood solemnly at the podium, announcing loudly, "Today is the day we distribute the monthly allowance, and also the moment to honor 1 class head and 2 vice class heads." He opened the list and read every word clearly. In this middle stage assessment, the rankings are as follows. First place goes to Gu Yue Fang Yuan. Second place is Gu Yue Mo Bei, who was grinding his teeth in bitter resentment. Third place calls the name Gu Yue Fang Zhang. The young boy's eyes clearly displayed utter, depressing despair. Fourth place goes to Gu Yue Kai Cheng, whose face was completely dry and emotionless. He raised his voice to call out, "Next, please welcome Gu Yue Fang Yuan, the undisputed top of this batch, to step up to the podium and receive his reward." Hearing his name called, he slowly took unhurried, leisurely steps up to the podium under the scrutiny of 10,000 gazes. Brats in the class were seeing stars out of sheer jealousy, whispering among themselves. He planted the middle stage flag first. Of course the class head seat would fall into his hands. Fang Zheng was utterly shocked, as if hit in the head with a sledgehammer, because he only managed to salvage the top 3. "It's truly unbelievable. I thought for sure Fang Zheng would take first place." Exactly. Those gossiping words were like rubbing salt into his wound, making him frown to the extreme. Gu Yueshi handed him a small cloth pouch, saying in a low voice, "This is the reward for the one who clears the middle stage hurdle. Keep up the good work." Seeing him calmly open the pouch to count, his face grew hot as he sneered, "Rest assured, you get what you pay for, exactly 30 primeval stones. The Academy wouldn't shortchange you a single copper." Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile, thinking to himself, "Even if you manage to get more, with that ragged C-grade aptitude, you'll deplete your resources soon enough after reaching the middle stage. Once you are thirsty for primeval stones, you will inevitably fall into the clan's web of control. Even if I can't pry out your secret, the day will come when your own mouth will vomit it out." He then cleared his throat and declared, "Listen carefully. You are the valedictorian this term. According to the rules, besides pocketing all 30 primeval stones, you are also granted the special privilege of choosing 2 goo worms." Gu Yueshi glanced around the class and dropped the final bombshell. "At the same time, I officially bestow the seal, appointing you to take the seat as the new class head of this batch." The students sighed depressingly upon hearing the verdict. Ultimately, the seat of power fell into his hands, so incredibly frustrating and unfair. Fang Zheng was gutted, falling so miserably to top 3 like this. The class head seat vanished. At best I only salvaged a vice class head spot. From now on, I still have to bow my head and bend my back when crossing paths with my brother. Gu Yueshi, standing on the podium, chuckled inwardly. Thinking about it, letting Fang Yuan be the class head is actually a good move. He half closed his eyes, calculating in his mind. At the very least, when wearing this crown, he will be bound and immediately stop his extortion and robbery of his classmates. Once he burrows into the management system, he can't just act recklessly like a tyrant anymore. Furthermore, he will gradually be brainwashed into submitting to the clan, trading a measly class head seat for that is too good a bargain. He was thrilled inside, his smile noticeably brightening. "Little brat Fang Yuan wants to compete in skill with me. You are still too young and green." Then, he loudly continued, "All right, now we move on to appointing the vice class head positions." Abruptly, Fang Yuan's dry voice rang out, "Hold on." This word echoed, causing all eyes to zero in on him. He nonchalantly shrugged, replying coolly, reporting to the academy elder, "This student is lacking in talent and strength. My studies are lagging. I'm afraid this class head uniform is too difficult for me to shoulder." Then he smiled a smile full of calculation, adding, "A responsibility as massive as this, it's best to let someone with flawless talent bear it." The whole class was completely shocked, screaming out in unison in astonishment, "What?" Even Gu Yueshi jumped, not expecting him to play this bizarre move. "You mean you don't want to accept the class head seal? Sitting in that seat entitles you to 10 primeval stones every time allowances are distributed. Are you sure you want to throw away this juicy piece of meat?" He casually retorted, "Unless the academy rules mandate the first-place student to take that seat, is the right to abdicate and yield to the capable not allowed?" He stuttered, tongue-tied, "Of course. There is no such unreasonable forced rule." Fang Yuan smirked triumphantly and boldly turned away. "Then thank you, Academy Elder, for your generous understanding." The classmates stared blankly. Fang Yuan actually threw away the throne. My ears aren't playing tricks on me, right? Is his brain flooded with water? Mo Bei foolishly pointed at his own face. "Wait, what's going on here? So does that mean I am the class head now?" Kai Cheng pursed his lips in mockery. To think someone would reject the fat delivered to their mouth, scoffing at the class head seat, truly too stupid. Even Fang Zheng was frozen for 5 seconds, speechless. Brother. That afternoon, as soon as the dismissal bell rang, a crowd immediately swarmed around Mo Bei, flattering him with utmost respect. Greetings, Lord Class Head, paying respects to the class head. He also tilted his face up to the sky, waving his hand in response. Hello everyone, hello. His face was satisfied to the extreme, throwing his head back and laughing triumphantly. Oh, this is so refreshing. This feeling of standing above 10,000 people is so exhilarating. I really don't understand what's wrong with that idiot Fang Yuan's brain to kick over such a good position. Fang Zheng frowned in deep thought. Why would brother act so bizarrely? Does he really treat this position like trash? If so, what the hell does my vice class head seat even mean? The young boy had only trudged a short distance when he bumped right into Fang Yuan and awkwardly called out, Brother, you. He cut him off, not beating around the bush but getting straight to the point, old rules. His eyes, cold as ice-piercing wind, issued a command. Every student coughs up 1 primeval stone. Fang Zheng resentfully resisted. Brother, but I am a vice class head now. Fang Yuan nonchalantly nodded. Yeah, that's right. Then he cracked a devilish smile, leisurely delivering the verdict. Since you're a vice class head, your allowance bumped up to 5 stones, so hand over 3. The young boy froze, astounded. What? At the same time, Mo Bei was drunk on the elixir of power. Seeing him, his heroic blood boiled. Fang Yuan, you've got some nerve. He tilted his head, pointing a finger at his own nose to show off his authority. Dare to block this young master's path. Your granddaddy here is now the reigning class head. Ordinary students like you must bow deeply and pay respects when you see me, you hear. And so he went with the flow, delivering a star-seeing punch straight to his face as a greeting. Taking the punch head-on, he staggered and fell on his butt, holding his face and stuttering, You dare hit me, then instantly frothed at the mouth and roared, I am the class head. Did you eat a bear's gall or something to dare throw fists and kicks at me? But before his threat even finished, he was pummeled by Fang Yuan with a combo of 3 or 4 more punches. Dusting his hands off, he smiled coldly. Mo Bei, you speak absolute sense. Since there is a new class head, the rules must also change. From now on, ordinary students pay 1 stone each. He firmly concluded vice class heads pay 3. Fang Zheng and Kai Cheng turned to stone upon hearing that price, as he coldly continued, as for the class head, hand over 8 stones. Blood dripping from his nose, his mouth full of sand and dust, Mo Bei still managed to howl, what the hell? In another corner outside, 2 guards were also gossiping about the incident of Fang Yuan declining the new class head position. So what should we do to deal with that guy? The other guy heard this and sneered, is that even a question? The gatekeeper scratched his head in confusion, what do you mean? The other guy pursed his lips and replied, what kind of person is Fang Yuan? You want to mess with him too? Just remember the glaring example of Wang De and Wu with their faces smashed, lying in the courtyard over there. At this moment, after the dismissal bell rang, the students poured out but were still crowding together and complaining. Nothing has changed at all. One kid suddenly spoke up. I get it now. No wonder Fang Yuan didn't care for the class head position. It turns out it was so he could continue stripping everyone's pockets clean. Hearing this, the whole crowd became extremely disgruntled. Exactly every time he collected tolls, he smoothly grabbed 59 primeval stones. Now the price has skyrocketed to 68 stones. Assuming he took the class head seat, he'd get 10 stones at most, an absolute loss. Yeah, too sinister, too utterly deceitful. At this rate, being a class head or vice class head means absolutely nothing. After being robbed, we're all left with just 2 primeval stones in the end. The crowd looked at each other, cursing the heavens, and helplessly let out a long sigh. After hearing the report, Gu Yuanxi furiously slammed the table with a loud smack, roaring loudly, This guy Fang Yuan is too out of line. Carrying a blazing fury, he furrowed his brows in annoyance. What kind of trick is that little brat trying to play? Exploiting the class head and vice class head so severely, how is the title any different from a lowly student? At this rate, why does the academy even need to distribute allowances? Might as well just hand it all directly to Fang Yuan and be done with it. Gu Yuanxi darkened his face and analyzed. That guy Fang Yuan throwing away the class head seat is essentially tossing aside the clan's traditions. To put it harshly, it's an act of rebellion. Not to mention, his extortion has trampled upon the authority of the class head and vice class head roles. On the surface it looks like a trivial matter, but the consequences are extremely serious. He is trying to use the power of an individual to ram down the entire clan system. What this academy needs to polish are the sprouts of hope, not to nurture the seeds of rebellion. The guard groveled and probed. So what's the plan now, sir? How does the academy elder plan to handle this? He immediately waved his hand in refusal. No, I absolutely cannot show my face. If I make a move, the clan leader will jump in to intervene immediately, not to mention there are also the Kai faction and Mo faction. The subordinate scratched his head in confusion. Why is that, sir? Patiently explained. They are borrowing Fang Yuan's hands to temper the skills of the heirs from their own factions. After all, this suppression serves as an excellent springboard for those kids. But this Fang Yuan has started to harbor evil intentions. Leaving him be will sooner or later turn him into a ticking time bomb. Gu Yuan rubbed his temples, pondering and calculating deeply. The crux of everything still lies in the trump card that kid is hiding. Exactly what is he relying on to break through to the middle stage so effortlessly? Saying that, he lifted his chin and ordered, "All right then, summarize the report of what you've dug up over the past few days." The guard hastily clasped his hands. "Yes, sir." He cleared his throat and presented clearly. According to the gathered intelligence, his parents were genuine Gu masters of the clan, with a clean and transparent background. Since their passing, he lived with his uncle and aunt, but their relationship was quite strained. Ever since he enrolled, Fang Yuan has practically rooted himself in the academy's dormitory. Guard continued reporting. This youth used to be extremely famous, hailed as an A-grade genius carrying the hope of the Gu Yue clan. But after the awakening ceremony, his C-grade result left the entire clan bitterly disappointed. His current daily routine is incredibly dull, revolving around 3 points: attending class in the morning and sneaking back to the dorm to sleep at night. Notably, he cultivates like a beast, madly nourishing his aperture every single night without rest. Only occasionally does he drop by the village's sole tavern to improve his meals and have a few jars of wine. He added, "This guy is extremely fond of alcohol, favoring green bamboo wine the most. There are dozens of jars piled up under his bed. Rumors say that ever since being judged with a C-grade aptitude, he started drowning his sorrows in alcohol." Hearing this, Gu Yuan fell into deep thought, stroking his beard and muttering, "His parents died early, and he clashes with his uncle's family. Could it be that this brat Fang Yuan has completely lost all affection for the clan?" Guard nodded in agreement. He was praised to the heavens by the clan and then pitilessly kicked down into the mud. No wonder he became so stubborn, with such an eccentric and cold temperament. The old man sighed and exclaimed, "Makes sense. People nowadays only see him as C-grade trash, completely forgetting that the boy used to be a shining star worshipped by thousands." Gu Yuan sat down wearily on his chair, inwardly evaluating. Living a harsh life and cultivating desperately, it's all due to pent-up frustration. He yearns to prove his worth to the clan. No wonder when I pressured him, he bit back so madly. After pondering for a while, he could only let out a long, drawn-out sigh. However, the old man's will remained as firm as a rock. Even though I deeply sympathize with his motives, and in his shoes I would act exactly the same. But he has trampled upon my bottom line. This position does not allow me to show mercy. He pointed at the pile of documents and complained, "These things are detailed, sure, but they absolutely do not touch upon Fang Yuan's trump card." Right at that moment, someone rushed in frantically. "Please calm your anger, my lord, this subordinate." He frowned and shouted, "Who dares to make such a ruckus?" Man panted and reported. Reporting, the clan leader urgently summons the clan elder to the clan head pavilion, saying there's a matter of grave importance to discuss. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, did something happen?" The messenger hastily replied. "I heard that the rank 4 Gu master Lord Gu Fu has personally come looking because his younger brother Gu Jin Sheng suddenly vanished without a trace." Gu Yuan was startled. "What?" That night the moon shone brightly as 2 figures hurried through the darkness. Gu Yuan walked while secretly calculating. Surviving in this chaotic world is no easy feat. Gu masters go missing every day. And for the majority of these mysterious disappearances, there's a high probability they were killed ages ago. Grimaced, his insides burning like fire. But anyone else can kick the bucket, except this brat Gu Jin Sheng. He absolutely cannot die, especially not in Gu Yue territory. His background is too terrifying. His older brother Gu Fu has reached rank 4, while in this entire massive Gu Yue clan, only the clan leader has a cultivation level to match that. That's not all. Their father is the current clan leader of the Gu clan, possessing a rank 5 level. Under his command, the Gu clan was once a formidable force that swallowed an entire mountain, while this Gu Yue village is merely mid-tier in comparison. If a war breaks out between the two sides, the Gu Yue clan is bound to suffer a disastrous loss. Anxiety was clearly visible on Gu Yuan's face. But the most terrifying thing is, if this news leaks out, the clan's long-standing reputation will surely be ruined. The Gu Yue village will be cut off from all trade routes, and at that rate, it will sooner or later fall into ruin. He muttered gloomily to himself, "This is absolutely no joke. One careless move and it will invite a calamity of extermination." As the guard pushed the grand doors open, he stepped inside and was immediately stunned speechless by the scene within. A voice rang out, "He's here." Inside the great hall gathered all the prominent figures. The murderous intent shooting straight from Gu Fu's eyes sent a cold shiver down his spine. He shakily cupped his hands, intending to call out, "Greetings," but was immediately cut off by Gu Yuebo waving his hand, "Skip it." The clan leader massaged his temples and coldly got straight to the point. "Dispense with the formalities. The clan's academy has always been entrusted to your management. Tell me, in which corner is that boy Gu Yue Fang Yuan right now?" Hearing the name Gu Yue Fang Yuan, the old man jumped, his hands still rigidly holding the bowing posture, inwardly groaning. "What the hell, why is this suddenly related to that little brat?" He cleared his throat and replied, "Reporting, it is currently the hour of the dragon. The boy must be diligently cultivating in the dorms, my lord." Gu Yuebo immediately ordered, "Brother Gu right now strongly suspects that the disappearance of his younger brother Gu Jinsheng is directly tied to Gu Yue Fang Yuan. I demand you go and drag Fang Yuan here this instant." The old man hastily agreed and bowed. Gu Yuebo turned to gently pacify the guest. "Younger brother Gu, that Fang Yuan will be brought here shortly. Please have a seat and wait a moment." Gu Fu's face was as cold as ice, and he said firmly, "My sincere apologies, brother Gu Yue, but right now my insides are burning like fire. After so many days without a trace of my worthy brother, I fear the worst has happened to him. I truly cannot sit still." Knitted his brows tightly, secretly blaming himself. "I was indeed too careless. I should have seen through father's scheme earlier. The old man tossing this burden Gu Jinsheng to follow me was clearly to test my capabilities. Now, by standing rooted in the middle of the hall and absolutely refusing to sit, I am throwing my weight around to demand answers. Doing this suppresses the Gu Yue faction psychologically and also gives me an excuse to explain things to father back at the Gu clan." Right then Gu Yuanxi escorted Fang Yuan in, respectfully reporting, "Clan leader, Fang Yuan has been brought here." He obediently bowed, his demeanor extremely polite. Gu Yue Fang Yuan respectfully greets the clan leader, Lord Gu Fu, and all the clan elders present. Gu Fu cast a sideways glance backward and asked in a low-pitched voice, "Is it this brat?" A woman standing on his side pointed straight at his face and asserted, "There's no mistake, it's definitely him." Gu Fu tilted his chin up and spoke, "Brother Gu Yue, what do you say?" Gu Yuebo rubbed his forehead again, calculating quickly in his mind. This Gu Fu lost his brother, and actually dares to show up here throwing a tantrum and interrogating us. Does he think this Gu Yue clan is a soft persimmon easy to squeeze? Thinking this, he immediately threw a curveball to crush the other side's momentum. "Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Let me tell you straight, besides Fang Yuan, our clan also has an identical twin brother. Do you dare to swear a toxic oath that it was him?" Upon hearing this, that woman was instantly rendered speechless, her mouth stammering without producing a sound. In the unfavorable situation, Gu Fu immediately stepped forward to mediate. "Brother Gu Yue, I have always admired the prestige of the Gu Yue clan, especially the strategic brilliance of the first and fourth generation clan leaders." He squeezed out a fake smile, acting very reasonable. "I believe that with your position as clan leader, Brother Gu Yue will certainly judge impartially and reasonably. I respectfully request that you personally interrogate this Fang Yuan to get to the bottom of this." Gu Yuebo thought to himself that this was acceptable enough, so he raised his voice to reassure, "Younger brother Gu, rest your mind." Then he threw a probing look at the youth, his mind racing. If this incident was really caused by Fang Yuan's hands, then throwing him out as a scapegoat will settle the matter. After all, he is just a C-grade trash. And even assuming the culprit was Fang Zheng, we would still have to make Fang Yuan take the fall, because Fang Zheng is currently the shining light of the entire clan, and will later have to compete against Bai Ning Bing of the Bai clan. The clan leader forced a hypocritically kind smile, comforting, "Fang Yuan, just stay calm, there is nothing to be afraid of. Tell me honestly, do you have any clues regarding this Gu Jinsheng?" He remained entirely nonchalant, shooting back a blunt question. "Who the heck is Gu Jinsheng?" That woman shrieked, "He's lying." She pointed her sharp finger at him, firmly asserting, "It's clearly him. When he bought 6 purple stones at our stall, the 5th one yielded a mud toad, and right after that, young Master Gu finalized the price and threw down 500 primeval stones to buy it. It wasn't just me. So many Gu masters watching around there witnessed it clearly." Gu Yuebo frowned, looking at him and interrogating, "Is this true?" Fang Yuan put on a deeply thoughtful look, his face wrinkling up as if trying to rummage through his memories, and after a long while he let out an awe of realization. He shrugged and waved his hand, replying, "All right, fine, if that buyer was Gu Jinsheng, then I admit I did bump into him, but ever since we closed that transaction, I haven't seen a trace of him." Suddenly a gruff voice rang out, exposing his sophistry. "This brat is lying again." A man stepped out and spoke, respectfully reporting to the lords, "This lowly one works at the tavern. At dusk that day, I saw with my own eyes him and young Master Gu sitting at the same table, the two of them leaning in and whispering to each other for quite a long while." Fang Yuan immediately bristled, spinning around and shouting loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. That tavern was packed with customers like a festival. How the hell did you single out just me? You must have been dizzy and mistaken me for someone else." The man sneered, confidently firing back. "Mistaken my foot, there's no way I saw wrong." Then he triumphantly honed in on the fatal weakness, as if he had grasped his prey's weak point. "Know why I remember so clearly? It's all thanks to the liquor worm lying exposed on your hand." Hearing that sentence, the whole crowd was shocked with their mouths agape, the same keyword popping up in everyone's mind. "Liquor worm," the guy kept rambling on. "Remember now, huh? That dusk you dragged yourself to our tavern and ordered a full cup of monkey-burning wine, but only took a tiny sip and poured the rest for that liquor worm to drink. I saw it was good stuff, so I offered to buy it, yet you haughtily ignored me and turned on your heel to leave. How about it? Has your brain cleared up to remember a bit of it?" Fang Yuan acted out a look of extreme astonishment, but deep down he was laughing gleefully, slyly smirking in his mind. "Perfect. What I've been waiting for all this time is exactly these prompted testimonies of yours." Guy pointed at his face and demanded, "Fang Yuan, confess quickly, which crack did this goo worm crawl out of? Do you know you're about to bring disaster upon yourself? Whatever else you're hiding, spit it all out." Gu Yuebo immediately tapped the table and urged, "Confess now, what exactly is the situation? Does that liquor worm have anything to do with Gu Jin Sheng?" He stood there looking dumbfounded, fully immersed in his godly acting as if he were competing for a Best Actor award. Suddenly, Fang Yuan bawled out, full of grievance to clear his name. "How could it possibly be related to him? This liquor worm is clearly something I just got from cutting a rock." That shocking statement made the entire hall tremble and choke on their words, collectively gasping, "Cutting a rock." Using an extremely serious tone, he tried hard to explain. "Exactly. Since things have come to this, I might as well lay my cards on the table. At that time I brought home 6 purple stones, but unfortunately my primeval essence was depleted, so I only managed to open 5 on the spot, leaving 1 intending to lug it home and deal with it later. Who would have thought that when I cracked it open, I hit the jackpot with a liquor worm? I went crazy with joy and immediately took it out to refine it." Gu Yuanxi stared wide-eyed and hastily cross-examined. Wait a minute, you mean you bought 6 rocks, 1 yielded a mud toad and another yielded a liquor worm?" Fang Yuan pointed straight at the woman from earlier and spoke boldly. "How could I make this up? If you don't believe me, ask her, she knows best." She was now trembling like a leaf. The old man glared and threatened. "Is that true? Don't you dare speak a single word of lie," she panicked, her tongue tying up. "Yes, huh?" Then she had to bow her head and confess. "Yes, it's the truth that Fang Yuan bought exactly 6 pieces, the 5th one popped out a mud toad, and he did indeed pack the 6th rock to take home, but as for what the heck he cracked out of it, I have absolutely no clue, I don't know anything." The surrounding crowd began whispering among themselves. "Good heavens, hitting 2 out of 6, isn't this luck a bit too red? He really struck it rich. Suddenly reminds me of that time I also." Fang Yuan ignored them, pretending to honestly confess the rest. "After refining that liquor worm, the next day I really did head to the tavern to feed it. Late that night, as I was planning to sneak back, I accidentally bumped into Gu Jin Sheng, who was trying to scam our people with fake goo. Luckily, Lord Gu Fu jumped out to suppress the chaos right at that moment, which settled that trouble. Then I headed back to the tavern, and just happened to catch Gu Jin Sheng sitting there drowning his sorrows in alcohol. I was ecstatic about getting good loot, and my heart was itching to test the waters to see how many primeval stones I could rake in if I sold this goo worm. Would have thought that as soon as he caught wind that I possessed a liquor worm, he immediately started haggling to suppress the price. I originally just wanted to appraise the item. I'm not stupid enough to just nod and agree. Even if I was tight on money and wanted to fence it, I would at least wait until I ground my way to rank 2. So I ditched him and walked right out." Gu Fu perked up his ears and pressed on. "So right after that did my brother tail you?" Fang Yuan clearly fabricated the story. "He didn't just tail me, he even haggled to add another 50 primeval stones, but I genuinely didn't want to offload it. Out of bitterness, he dragged the entire Gu Yue clan through the mud with his curses, and conveniently threatened me to watch my back when walking around. After hurling curses, he dusted his pants and left. From that second on, I lost his trail and haven't seen a shadow of him since." Gu Fu swallowed every word, telling himself that this story sounded quite logical. That's exactly that brat's personality. If this kid claimed Gu Jin Sheng didn't trail after him, it would be 100% lie. Damn it, my intelligence network only tracked him up to this point before the lead went cold. But if he really didn't bother looking for Fang Yuan after that, or maybe he did show up but the deal fell through, resulting in him getting dismembered by this punk Fang Yuan, that scenario is also entirely possible. So, disregarding all the reasoning he had just explained, he glared and roared loudly. To sum it up in one sentence, was Gu Jin Sheng slaughtered by your hands? Fang Yuan desperately denied it. Such injustice! I absolutely did not stab or slash anyone. Gu Fu snorted coldly, his face dark as he forced a confession. You run your mouth saying you didn't kill anyone, so spit out the evidence for us to see, he immediately countered fiercely. Good for you. You falsely accuse me of murder, so throw your evidence out here for us to see. Yue Bo, who had been leisurely sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight, angrily evaluated in his heart. That brat Gu Jin Sheng dared to blatantly run amok and threaten my Gu Yue people right here on Qingmao Mountain. He clearly treats this clan like trash. Now this Gu Fu is pushing his luck, arrogantly cornering a person of my clan like this. If this gets out to the public, where will the face of a dignified clan leader like me be thrown? Having thought it through, he softly cleared his throat a few times and broke the atmosphere. Younger brother Gu, it's not that this older brother likes to meddle, but Gu Jin Sheng has been missing for a long time, and I fear his life is already lost. There must be some traces left at the murder scene. Have you managed to track down any clues? Gu Fu lowered his head, feigning sorrow. How could I not understand older brother's meaning? But if I had the evidence in my hands, I wouldn't need to drag my people here to bother older brother with a confrontation. He bitterly recounted. That murderer is definitely an experienced old wolf, striking ruthlessly and smoothly, cleaning up the scene without leaving a single trace. Unfortunately, the night we left, the rain poured down in buckets. Even if there was a lingering stench of blood, it was completely washed clean by the heavy rain. Hearing this, Gu Yue Bo suggested, I've heard rumors that your Gu clan keeps a type of wondrous Gu named the Clear Path Butterfly, specifically used to implant souls. Just borrow the power of that Clear Path Butterfly to track the wavelength of the remnant soul. You're bound to locate your man. Gu Fu shook his head in exasperation and helplessness. I've already used that Clear Path Butterfly trick ages ago, but it was completely hopeless. As soon as the Gu worms on his body croaked, the soul also dissipated into thin air. It's crystal clear that the evil bastard wiped out all the Gu worms on my brother's body. Gu Yue Bo furrowed his brows, looking grave. Truly bizarre. The culprit didn't loot the Gu worms, nor bothered to extort ransom. Then what on earth would a lowly rank 1 Gu master plot by pulling this stunt? Suddenly Fang Yuan's voice rang out clearly. Exactly, there must be some shady scheme. Whether Gu Jin Sheng kicked the bucket or is still barely breathing, the one who struck must be harboring some grand objective. Who knows, maybe it's a personal grudge. The corner of his lips curled up into an extremely sinister smile. Ah, speaking of this point, a theory suddenly flashed through my mind. He shrugged with an indifferent and harmless demeanor, dropping a fatal comment. The martial world has long been buzzing with rumors about your Gu clan preparing to slice up the inheritance pie. Just think about it, with one less brother, wouldn't the slices for the remaining ones naturally get massively bigger? Fang Yuan was entirely unreserved, shooting a gaze as sharp as a razor, and hammered home a hair-raising sentence. Could it be that you personally sent Gu Jin Sheng to the Yellow Springs? Gu Fu's eyes rolled back, nearly popping out of their sockets from sheer outrage. Hearing this, Kai Lion and Gu Yuanxi were scared out of their wits, both panicked and shouted in unison, "Shut that wildly guessing mouth of yours right now. Absolutely do not recklessly slander Lord Gu Fu." The old man hurriedly bowed deeply to apologize on his behalf. "Please be magnanimous, Lord Gu Fu. This brat still reeks of mother's milk and speaks nonsense. Please do not stoop to his level." On the contrary, Gu Yuebo sank into a deep train of thought. Gu Fu is absolutely not crazy enough to bump off Gu Jin Sheng. This move brings him little benefit and a whole lot of trouble. But like a flash of lightning striking his brain, he suddenly grasped the core of the issue. Wait, he didn't strike, but that doesn't mean others in the clan would just sit still. Could it be? At that very moment, the entire hall collectively woke up in realization. The Gu clan was staging a drama of fratricide. Gu Fu was exactly like a cat getting its tail stepped on. His face turned a pitifully ghastly shade of gray. Scheme having fully clicked into place, Fang Yuan's gaze flipped like a pancake, changing his attitude 180 degrees, the smile on his lips growing even more sly. They finally caught the wavelength. Gu Yuanxi and the high-ranking officials standing nearby were all struck dumb, their brains working at maximum capacity. Rumor has it that the Gu clan isn't just dividing up wealth, but also selecting the successor for the clan leader's seat. The children are fighting fiercely, and the most vicious among them have to be Gu Fu and Gu Gui. These two rank 4 guys are tearing at each other even worse than sworn enemies. On this side, Gu Yuebo kept rubbing his forehead continuously, his mind also swept deep into the current tangled mess. This accident involving Gu Jin Sheng really does reek of strangeness. Right now, where can we scrounge up evidence to pin the murder on Fang Yuan? Even the notion of using the liquor worm as a motive for murder sounds superficial and flimsy. Gu Fu had by now subconsciously jumped right into the psychological trap Fang Yuan set, completely forgetting about interrogating him. He muttered in his mind, if it's true that Gu Gui secretly sent people to assassinate him, then everything fits perfectly. Father shoved Gu Jin Sheng into the merchant caravan with the sole purpose of testing my capabilities. If anything happened to him, I would definitely bear the full brunt of the karma. So at this sensitive time, the fisherman who profits can only be one person. Gu Gui, he awakened to realize the truth, hot blood rushing to his brain, fuming with rage, his teeth grinding together so loudly he wished he could eat his enemy alive. Add to that the fact that the culprit struck with such extreme brutality and professionalism, it proves that the person is a well-trained expert. Aside from him, there is absolutely no second person who thirsts for Jin Sheng's life this much. That's right, absolutely no one. Yuan Si on this side also sank spectacularly into Fang Yuan's tricks. The old man nodded, auto-suggesting to himself, I grasp the crux of it now, everything is as clear as day. The boy Fang Yuan is completely innocent. It's just his rotten luck that he bumped into Gu Jin Sheng at the last minute. He frowned and reasoned. A child wearing out his pants on the academy benches like him, where the hell would he get the ability to wipe the scene completely clean of all traces? Assuming he was that vicious and scheming, why the hell would he act so stubbornly, pissing everyone off and bringing disaster upon himself? His actions of fiercely denying everything earlier were 100% just him wanting to conceal the existence of the liquor worm. The old man threw a pitiful glance at Fang Yuan, who was bowing his head in silence and secretly clicked his tongue. How pitiful, truly a poor child bearing extreme bad luck. But little did he know, beneath that disheveled hair, the corner of his lips was curling up into a highly satisfied smile. He was immensely relishing the unfolding play, mentally bouncing his leg in triumph. Hook, line, and sinker. If you want to pin a belief deep into another's mind, the power of words is useless. The best strategy is to just drop hints and let them deduce it all by themselves. He half closed his eyes, calculating carefully. Washing away the suspicion is merely the next move. The upcoming whitewashing step is the true highlight of this chess game. Gu Fu was now pushed into an extreme dead end, his brain twisting to find a way to recover. Even though I've seen through the truth 100%, the damn problem is I don't have a single shred of evidence in my hands. If I go back and just report empty words, Father might just pin the blame on me for spitting blood and framing my brother. Fang Yuan was like a worm in his opponent's stomach, fully understanding his dilemma. If Gu Jin Sheng vanishes, an older brother like you, Gu Fu, will definitely take the rap. If exposing Gu Gui fails, you absolutely have to throw out a scapegoat to soothe your father's fury. He'd now fully outlined a golden cicada shedding its shell strategy. The best plan now is to randomly grab a scapegoat. That way, salvaging the situation can be considered settling the matter for now. As for this grudge of borrowing a knife to kill, once I pass this crisis, I swear I'll make him spit it back manifold. The tastiest meat shield was looming right in front of him, so Gu Fu aggressively charged forward, making a huge fuss. Fang Yuan, what do you have to guarantee that you didn't assassinate Gu Jin Sheng? Do you have a living witness to vouch that you weren't loitering around the scene at that time? Hearing this, Gu Yuan Si and the echelon of leaders froze for 5 seconds. Even Gu Yuebo was so exasperated his face grimaced. On the contrary, Fang Yuan merely smirked slightly as if everything rested entirely within the palm of his hand. It is time. Gu Fu, like a wild beast out of control, continued roaring. Don't bring out your nonsense sophistry, you just need to spit out one word, yes or no. If you can't dig up a witness, then you might as well accept the title of murderer. Gu Yuanxi exclaimed in shock. What? Is this Gu Fu planning to drag a person of our Gu Yue to be a meat shield? Kai Lion also gasped in equal astonishment. What kind of fictional bullshit is this? On this side, he softly bloomed a bizarrely enigmatic smile, inwardly gloating. Witness. Of course, I have a bunch stashed in my pockets. I've already manipulated everything since before you even opened your mouth. Gu Fu pointed his crude finger straight at Fang Yuan's face, loudly shouting to display his might. In the end, do you have one or not? pretended to put on a look of extreme panic, his eyes darting away to avoid eye contact, his brows furrowed tightly, and stammered out a few words. "No, I don't." The man, having struck gold, was extremely smug, laughing boisterously and piling on. "Then it's clear you are definitely the—" Suddenly, a resounding voice rang out, cutting through the atmosphere. "Hold on." Party crasher was none other than Gu Yuanxi. He confidently patted his chest and announced his name. "Of course he has a witness, and that person is no stranger, it is me." Gu Fu spun around, shooting a threatening, bullet-like glare. "What kind of nonsense are you sprouting? Are you absolutely sure?" The old man felt a bit guilty and mumbled, "I," then timidly stole a glance at the powerful figure sitting leisurely on the grand chair behind him. Gu Yuebo didn't even bother to open his mouth. He just gave a slight nod, signaling the green light. With a death-exempt medallion backing him, Gu Yuanxi regained his confident demeanor, puffing out his chest and declaring clearly, "Not off by a single inch, the witness is this old man." Clasped his hands behind his back and explained with poise. Lately, the boy Fang Yuan suddenly broke through to the middle stage. Out of immense curiosity, I secretly dispatched men to tail his every move daily. The records are plainly written there. He buries his face in cultivation all day. Where would he get the free time to go take Gu Jin Sheng's life? Upon hearing that final strike, Gu Fu's face turned as pale as a sheet, completely devoid of blood. Fang Yuan felt as if his ultimate itch had been scratched. The smile on his lips grew wider and wider, stretching to his ears, overflowing with cunning and triumph. "Perfect, exactly according to the script I orchestrated. From several days ago, I already cast this net. My slaying of the guard and blatant robbery weren't simply to plunder resources or intimidate the masses. The ultimate goal was to provoke you, forcing you to send people to tail me, so that at this very moment, your own mouth would become my most solid lifeline." Fang Yuan was now as overjoyed as a fish meeting water. All the fog of suspicion was blown completely clean. With that rock-solid alibi, the Gu Yue clan would be crazy to use me as a sacrificial pawn. What qualifications do you have to touch even a single hair of mine? Gu Fu was pushed into a dead end, his facial expression twisting into an extremely ugly sight, cursing inwardly. "Damn it! This Gu Yue bunch is determined to shield the brat Fang Yuan to the bitter end. Because once that kid bears the crime, the Gu Yue clan will automatically be tied together with the charge of assassinating a Gu clan bloodline. At that time, not only will they suffer the furious vengeance, but the merchants will also be scared out of their wits and dare not show their faces to do business. How could they possibly bear a loss of that magnitude?" He acted out of desperation, deciding to tear at Fang Yuan to the very end. He pulled out a Gu worm shaped like a foot and growled, "Since we've come to this point, do you have the guts to let me use this foot trace Gu to scan you? This thing has the ability to dig up all the footprints within your last 3,000 steps of movement. How about it, have the guts to play?" He waved his hand nonchalantly as if it were nothing. "No problem, check away." He gritted his teeth and slowly channeled primeval essence to activate the artifact. A blinding halo of light erupted, brilliantly illuminating the hall space that was originally gloomy and silent. Fang Yuan leisurely strode straight into the center of that beam of light. A series of sparkling luminescent footprints began to appear, stretching out straight towards the gates. Gu Fu immediately jutted his chin and ordered a servant, "Run and follow that light beam to investigate for me." The lackey gave a loud yes and dashed off. He stood in place, smirking and forcing a smile hiding deep, profound meanings. After an incense stick of time, the lackey streamed back in to report. Respectfully reporting to the Lord, this trail of footprints starts from the clan head pavilion and runs straight back to the academy dorms, then just wanders around the campus endlessly. Occasionally, he drops by the tavern on the outskirts of the village, but absolutely never ventures anywhere else. The big shots of the Gu Yue faction heard this and sneered mockingly. "It's already been clearly reported that it's an internal affair of the Gu clan's self-destruction, so you should stop throwing a fit." Gu Fu's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth in silence, unable to squeeze out half a word. Suddenly he slipped his hand into his robe, pulling out an exquisite wooden box and growled, "Very well, this will be the final test. As long as you can slip past this hurdle, I promise I will let it go and not cause any more trouble." The moment the box lid slightly opened, Gu Yuanxi was terrified to the extreme, stammering out, This thing is." He strained his eyes, staring blankly, exclaiming in astonishment, "Body as green as jade, dotted with white flowers. It is definitely it, absolutely no mistake." It's the gentleman bamboo. Resting neatly inside the box was a tiny bamboo branch, radiating a clear, dazzlingly brilliant light. Gu Yuebo was also shocked by Gu Fu's over-the-top spending. Younger brother Gu is playing too big. The gentleman bamboo is a dignified rank 4 Gu worm more precious than gold. Why toss it out and waste it on this trivial matter? Hearing this, he sullenly explained, "This gentleman bamboo is a spoil of war that I accidentally got from cutting rocks during my youth. Its characteristic is swallowing truth to survive, born specifically to expose lies. In this world, only true righteous gentlemen who have never uttered a single lie in their entire lives are qualified to refine it." Talked endlessly. I know full well my body is tainted with worldly affairs, so back then I only dared to cut half the rock shell and threw it in a corner, not daring to open the rest. Because with its frail constitution, opening it without food would mean immediate death. Having said that, Gu Fu aimed his spearhead aggressively and threatened, "Fang Yuan, today I will go all out and use this rank 4 Gu worm to verify. You just pry it open and toss it into the air. I will ask a question and you will answer it. If this Gu worm changes color, it means you are lying. How about it, do you dare?" Fang Yuan remained expressionless, coldly dropping a sentence. "Go ahead, it doesn't matter to me." Standing behind, Gu Yuan-si crossed his arms and sneered, "Truly someone who won't shed tears until seeing the coffin, so stubborn." Kai Lion also curled his lips in agreement. Let's see what excuse he has left to deny his crime this time. On this side, he inwardly clicked his tongue in assessment. Well, a bamboo gentleman Gu, huh? I really didn't expect this old man to hide such a high-tier item, but bringing it out to bluff me. From deep within his body, a dazzling golden halo awakened. The spring-autumn cicada majestically descended, its formidable aura instantly crushing the insignificant power of the bamboo gentleman Gu down into the mud. His gaze was as sharp as a razor, arrogantly disdaining, trying to scare me with a measly rank 4 label. Ridiculous. At that moment, Gu Fu took a step forward, roaring his interrogation. "Fang Yuan, did you plot to murder my younger brother Gu Jin Sheng?" Fang Yuan bluntly cut him off. "Absolutely not." He bitterly pressed further. "Then do you have any clues about him?" He resoundingly countered. "No idea," but the man remained as persistent as a leech, hounding him relentlessly. "Then is there even half a word of a lie in what you've just said?" He widened his resolute eyes, his voice firm. "Not a single word of falsehood." Having exhausted his interrogation tactics, Gu Fu jerked his chin to signal, "Open it and see." Fang Yuan slowly uncupped his hands. The bamboo gentleman Gu resting neatly in his palm still maintained its crystal-clear jade-like green glow. Gu Yuan-si let out a sigh of relief. Obviously it didn't change color. Didn't I say so? Reaching this point, Gu Fu had no choice but to bow deeply and swallow his pride to apologize. "This time, I have offended you too much. I hope Brother Gu Yue can generously forgive me." Gu Yuebo smiled gently. "It's a small matter. Clearing the grievances and uncovering the truth is also our wish. It's just a great pity for that bamboo gentleman Gu." He bitterly lamented. "I have exhausted my strength digging into this, but my abilities are limited. Returning to the clan this trip, I am determined to spend a fortune to invite the divine investigator Tai Zuleng to take action. I swear to turn this case upside down to avenge my brother." Finishing his words, he indignantly waved his hand to his group. "Let's pack up, we're leaving." Kai Lion let out a breath, casting off a crushing weight, while Gu Yuan-si also muttered, rubbing his chest, "Good heavens, we finally got rid of these people." Gu Yuebo waved his hand to dismiss the crowd. "Everything is settled, everyone return to your own work, you're all dismissed." The crowd hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. "Yes, we will take our leave, Lord Clan Leader." However, just as everyone was about to turn away, he suddenly called out, "Academy Elder, please stay behind for a moment, I have a few things to discuss." Gu Yuan-si jolted in surprise, looking bewildered. "Yes, sir." The old man subserviently bowed his head and asked, "Reporting to the clan leader, do you have any further instructions?" Gu Yuebo leisurely poured some tea, his tone unhurried. "It's nothing major, just find a seat. I suddenly felt like telling you a casual story. Just prick up your ears and listen." He slowly started. "Legend has it that Ren Zhu once shaped the third-generation rules Gu pair and then successfully forced them to kneel and submit. This Gu pair then joined forces to catch a lifespan Gu and offered it to Ren Zhu. By absorbing it, he managed to rejuvenate and regain his youth. At that time, the round-shaped Gu spoke up to warn him, "Hey human, although you have subdued our brothers, bear this in mind. If you know what's good for you, keep our names a secret, don't let any living being find out. Because the more people know our names, the more we will have to bow down and serve countless others." Square-shaped Gu then added, "That's not all, every time you order us to do something, we will automatically add a new rule. The act of catching the lifespan Gu for you just now counts as order number 1, so the new rule is set. We will never bring a lifespan Gu back for you ever again." Ren Zhu stroked his beard and chin, nodding cheerfully. "Fine, if we're playing by those rules." Then he spread his arms wide and shouted with ambition. "Then listen carefully, Aside from that lifespan goo, go out and sweep up all the myriad goo across the mortal realm and bring them here to me. The goo pair immediately obeyed. Your wish is understood. In just the blink of an eye, billions of colorful, sparkling streaks of light flashed and fluttered across the sky, creating a scene so magnificent and miraculous that no words could describe it. Renzu stood watching the spectacle, his jaw dropping in dumbfounded awe. Unfolding right before his eyes was the blinding, radiant halo of tens of thousands of goo worms swarming in to gather. He was thrilled to the bone, screaming until his voice went hoarse. "Oh my goodness, you actually caught them." The smile on his lips stretched out in sheer ecstasy. "With all the myriad goo of the world in my hands, the throne of the universe's overlord will be mine sooner or later." But life isn't a dream, and a laughable tragedy occurred. That colossal swarm of myriad goo merely grazed past Renzu's face and vanished into thin air, not a single streak of light willing to stay and wait upon him. Renzu was stunned, screaming in despair. "Hey, what the hell is this? Why did they all run away?" Goo-pair coldly poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Well, the reason is simple. First, you are as weak as a snail, and second, your brain isn't sharp enough. What gives you the right to tame that pack of wild beasts? Our job is merely to herd the goo worms here. As for disciplining them so they obediently serve, you have to do the heavy lifting yourself." Hearing this, he froze, utterly speechless. They added, "Oh right, this was your second order, so we will add 2 more rules. From this moment onward, every time we make a move, we will only bring back exactly 1 goo worm for you." Renzu had to stand there and take deep breaths for a long while before swallowing his anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "Fine, at least I salvaged 5 goo worms that were left behind here. Reveal your true forms." At this moment, 5 sparkling halos of light were hovering in the air. Triumphantly acted high and mighty. "Strength goo, that time you turned your back and left me, are your eyes open to regret now? Quickly bow your back, kneel and pledge allegiance, and I will grant you amnesty and return your freedom." The goo chuckled dryly and retorted, "Oh, old man, stop being delusional. I left because I felt like staying to enjoy the breeze. Who could possibly cage me? My rule is to only submit to someone with greater strength than myself, and a wet behind-the-ears weakling like you has no chance. However, I do enjoy making a deal. Pawn your vibrant youth to me, and I will compromise and let you boss me around for a while." He scrunched up his face, bitterly complaining, "What? My seed of renewed youth hasn't even warmed up yet." But unfortunately, completely unarmed and lacking martial strength, how was he supposed to beat down and subdue the other stubborn goo worms? Left with no choice, he clicked his tongue. "Fine, I agree to trade with you." Instantly, the strength goo turned into a streak of light and shot straight into Renzu's body. And that power merged into one. Renzu's physical body underwent a spectacular transformation. Countless pitch black, ancient totems imprinted on his flesh, and his appearance instantly became much older and more weatherbeat. He then turned to provoke, "Wisdom goo, years ago you severed our ties. Are you feeling pangs of conscience now? If you're smart, submit to me immediately, and in exchange, I will let you go to be completely free." The worm lazily replied, "You're having delusions of grandeur again. No one can lock me in. I lingered here simply because I wanted to. My nature is to only surrender to a mind superior to my own, and your feeble brain doesn't cut it. But I do fancy equivalent exchanges. Cough up a bit of your youth, and I will break my rules and serve you with absolute devotion for a short while." Hearing this, Renzu panicked and yelled, "That would ruin everything. If I nod in agreement, wouldn't all my efforts so far go down the drain? Now that I hold strength in my hands, if you don't obediently submit, don't even think about taking half a step out of here." The wisdom goo immediately flashed with a brilliant light and feigned a tone of surrender. All right, you win. This time I graciously admit defeat and surrender to you. However, you just need to reveal to me what trick you used to bind me, and I promise to work for you." Renzu burst into a foolish laugh, mistakenly thinking highly of himself as he patted his chest and declared, "Simple. The secret is that I used the rules goo pair to catch you." Hearing their master loudly blurt out their names, the goo pair screamed in panic, "Hey!" Instantly, strength goo and wisdom goo caught onto the secret in a flash, rolling on the ground in obnoxious laughter. "Oh, so that's how it is. So the title of these 2 worms is Rules. Now that I have grasped their weakness by knowing their names, you can forget about binding me anymore." Renzu jolted and froze, asking in bewilderment, "What was that?" Rules goo pair standing nearby grumbled, "You see, we told you strictly, absolutely do not expose our names. Otherwise, the cooperation between us is considered over. Now look what you've done. Wisdom goo has grasped our names." He turned pale, stammering without forming a coherent sentence. This. Returning to the present, Gu Yuebo half closed his eyes and smiled, saying only then did Renzu realize he had fallen into the trap of the wisdom goo. He had to accept missing the chance to tame it. Hearing this, Gu Yue Shuang was suddenly enlightened. Ah, I grasp the clan leader's meaning now. Are you trying to use this as an analogy? He gave a slight nod and continued. Exactly. Fang Yuan is no different from that wisdom gu. While our clan is Renzu, even though Renzu had already laid out the net of rules to capture the gu worm. It's like Renzu using rules to bind that clever gu, but ultimately ending up with nothing. Could it be that the Lord Clan leader intends to let it slide, telling me to stop making things difficult for Fang Yuan? Gu Yuebo leisurely replied, "You feel that Brat has been acting a bit too audaciously lately, right?" Then he waved his hand. "Just calm down, sit down and have a sip of water first." A bright person only needs a glance to understand the situation. Sadly, your vision is stuck around the village well and a few fields, refusing to expand even a little. Listen to me, this academy is tiny. The clan is the entire picture. I fully understand that you're frantically worried those young sprouts will be crushed by Fang Yuan to the point of losing all their willpower to strive. But try using your brain. Could our clan possibly only rely on the academy to forge talents? Of course not. Gu Yuebo calmly explained further, backing those kids up are an entire lineup of parents, elders, and friends. They can't just collapse so easily. This Fang Yuan truly caught me off guard, acting as if he popped out of nowhere. But as I just mentioned, using him to temper those unpolished gems is a profound calculation for the future of the younger generation. The academy elder's face turned pale, stammering, but Lord Clan leader, pull the string too hard and it breaks, grind the gem too harshly and it shatters. The cruel thing is that Fang Yuan is holding the liquor worm to accelerate his cultivation progress. I'm afraid in just a blink of an eye, the rest won't even be able to catch his fumes. Gu Yuebo lightly dropped a sentence. If they can't catch his fumes, let them eat his dust. He suddenly withdrew his smile, strictly instructing, what do these trivial hardships amount to? Are they as terrifying as losing one's life? The clan produces a new batch every year. If this batch is ruined, we'll just nurture the next. As for Fang Zheng, starting tomorrow morning, I will personally step forward to tutor the boy. The night was quiet, a bright round moon hanging suspended in the sky. Inside the room, Gu Yuebo's voice steadily continued, ultimately you need to broaden your horizons. Fang Yuan fell from being a genius down to a mortal, so him holding a grudge and looking down on the clan is just a normal psychological reaction. He sat imposing with his legs crossed on the chair, leisurely analyzing further. All things considered, he's still very green and inexperienced. Just looking at his trick of hiding the liquor worm is enough to understand. Calling him smart is slightly flattering him. At best, he's just a petty, cunning fox. If he quietly concealed his true cultivation, then he would truly be a deep and unfathomable person. Renzu dragged out the rules demanding to chain the wisdom gu, ultimately ending up with nothing and even getting read like a book by it. If that brat still plans to use rules to bind others, then it's best to just let him roll far away. Gu Yuebo's expression hardened. Fang Yuan's aptitude is poor. In another few decades, he will just become a decrepit old man. The predicament is that he is the biological older brother of Fang Zheng. Do you grasp the issue now? The academy elder was awakened and nodded. My eyes have been opened, Lord Clan leader. He slowly explained, a clan that solely clings to rules is incredibly rigid. The core must lie in blood kinship. Using kinship as bait, no matter what, he will have to bow his head and follow orders. That is the most formidable shackle from which one cannot escape. Gu Yuebo cleared his throat to conclude, before we finish, I will gift you a phrase, make sure to engrave it in your heart. The academy elder immediately cupped his hands and bowed low, please bestow your words, Lord Clan leader. He cast his gaze out into the vast emptiness and began to chant, the great sea welcomes 100 rivers. It is vast because of its tolerance. High above in the clouds at this moment, a massive cormorant bird was piercing the wind, flying out of sight behind the distant mountain range. Subordinate scratched his head and ears, asking Master, going back this time, how are we going to report to the old master? Or should we just randomly grab some guy to be a meat shield? Gu Fu's expression remained unchanged, casually throwing back a sentence. Do you know what was left in Renzu's net besides strength and wisdom? The subordinate rubbed his head in confusion. Well this. He leisurely decoded at that time, stuck in the net were only 3 left, trust gu, doubt gu, and attitude gu. Renzu couldn't be bothered to release them, so the 3 invited Renzu to a bet. Gu Fu tilted his head back to gaze at the clouds, smacking his lips as he said, the deal was that once Renzu removed the net, they would fly off, and whoever got caught would obediently bow down and submit. In your opinion, which one did Renzu manage to scoop up in the end? The subordinate quickly answered, it must be the attitude gu. He raised his eyebrow, then are you clear on the reason why? The subordinate shook his head vigorously, reporting, "This subordinate is utterly clueless." Gu Fu then declared a profound truth: "It's simple, because attitude dictates everything." Moment Gu Jin Sheng vanished, I rolled up my sleeves to investigate immediately. As soon as I caught any news, I rode an express horseback to the Gu Yue village. I even risked my life, ignoring the danger of being besieged by the entire clan, stepping up to argue and expose him on the spot without holding back, all just to unmask Fang Yuan's deceptive tongue. I even dragged out the rank 4 bamboo gentleman Gu to use. Narrowed his eyes, looking off into the distance, continuing, "After returning home, I will even scatter billions of silver to successfully invite the divine investigator Tai Zhu Leng to solve the case. Regardless of whether Gu Jin Sheng is still breathing or has already kicked the bucket, as his older brother, I swear to dig into this case to the very bottom. There, my attitude is as clear as day. Furthermore, since I am not the murderer, why should I suffer from a guilty conscience? It doesn't matter if our father believes it or not. In short, I have perfectly played the role of an exemplary elder brother. Who knows, by some fluke I might actually catch the real culprit, and it might just turn out to be Gu Gui shaking like a leaf." The subordinate widened his eyes in astonishment. "Huh, master, do you suspect this is young Master Gu Gui's masterpiece?" Gu Fu slapped his thigh with a smack, confident in his deduction. Could it be ghosts? Other than that guy, who has the free time and foolishness to pull off such a stunt? He knitted his brows tightly, his face full of murderous intent as he coldly snorted. "Previously, out of respect for our bloodline, I turned a blind eye. Who would have thought he'd eat a tiger's gall and be ruthless enough to burn all bridges like this? Since it's come to this, it's an eye for an eye. If he lights the fire, he shouldn't blame this Gu Fu for adding fuel." Camera panned to the outskirts of the village. A heavy footstep crushed the lush grass. It turned out its owner was Fang Yuan. He stretched his shoulders and smiled faintly. "I finally sent that brat Gu Jin Sheng to see the king of hell. The burden blocking my path has been cleared, making it worth the mental effort I spent setting up traps these past few days." After this bombshell, the Gu clan's internal factions are bound to clash until their heads are bruised and bloody. I just wonder if the Gu battle tournament will be pushed forward because of this. His lips curled into a sly, devious smile. Speaking of which, that divine investigator Tai Zhu Leng, despite being known as a figure of the righteous path, is always running around all day. It'll take him at least 2 or 3 moons just to pack his bags and arrive here. Fang Yuan tilted his face up to enjoy the silvery light above, unhurriedly muttering, "What a pity that in about 3 to 5 years, I'll already be comfortably sitting at rank 2, and might even leap straight into rank 3 cultivation. At that point, I dare the Gu clan to brazenly start a feud with the Gu Yue clan over some lowly rank 1 brat." This operation suddenly reminds me of an old tale from my home, Earth, called Monkeys Fishing for the Moon. It tells of monkeys competing to reach into the water to grab the moon's reflection on the lake. But the moment their claws touched the water, the illusion shattered instantly. In the end, it was nothing but scooping up water bubbles in pursuit of nothingness. Half closed his eyelids, enjoying the biting cold frosty wind blowing past. All living beings in this world are pretty much the same. Raising their heads to see the moonlight, they gleefully assume it is the absolute truth, completely unaware that the glowing halo is merely the moon's reflection at the bottom of a well, a fleeting illusion in the eyes, a surging obsession in the heart. Fang Yuan softly hummed, "The bright moon shines among the pines, the clear spring flows over the stones." He slowly opened his eyes wide, deeply chanting on, "In life and death I wish to become the true moon rising from the heavenly mountains, illuminating the ancient and the new across the sea of clouds." Looking up to welcome the brilliant light, he dropped the final line with an enchanting voice, standing high and supreme above, traversing the dark heavens. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, Fang Yuan was widening his eyes, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He stared intently down at the pitch-black, bottomless hole, then burst into delighted laughter. "I finally pried it open. The pathway leading into the Hua Jiu Xingji's inheritance is right here." Dragging himself to class at dawn, the academy elder loudly announced to the brats, "Tomorrow morning, you will all get to choose your second batch of goo worms to refine." Fang Yuan, due to his cultivation shooting up to the middle stage, is granted the special privilege to pick first. Hearing this, Kai Cheng was so angry he wanted to cough up blood, gnashing his teeth. What an eyesore. Mo Bei standing nearby was equally resentful, muttering, "Heaven only knows which box that guy will grab." Then he curled his lips and threw shade at him. "That brat is already keeping the liquor worm. Now he's bagging a third one. I'm afraid his empty purse won't be able to feed them." The camera angle shifted to a massive ancient tree, where the figures of Gu Yuebo and Fang Zheng were standing face to face. He put on a solemn face to probe Fang Zheng, which chest do you have your sights set on today? The boy hurriedly cupped his hands and respectfully replied, reporting to the clan leader, today I've set my mind on the bronze skin goo. He nodded in praise, not bad, you have a discerning eye. The little boy scratched his head and ears, shyly and timidly replying, I was just blindly picking at random. Gu Yuebo turned his back, lowering his voice with profound philosophy, I have no time to offer empty flattery. This game of picking goo worms might seem tiny at a glance, but it's more than enough to reveal a person's true nature. Taking the bronze skin goo home and pairing it with your moonlight goo provides both offense and defense, proving your nature is very gentle and straightforward. All things in the world have both softness and hardness. The harmony of yin and yang is the true path to kingship. He began to sit and analyze the kid's troop formations. Mo Bei went and fetched the yellow camel beetle goo. This thing increases stamina for long-distance grinding, glaringly exposing his stubborn and persistent character. As for that kid Kai Cheng, he grabbed the dragon pill cricket goo for its dodging stats, glaringly revealing the truth that he absolutely hates direct confrontation. This type of person is street smart and specializes in sneaking around, but it also strips bare his weakness right down to the bone. Finding this pleasant to the ear, Fang Zheng curiously pried into Fang Yuan's whereabouts. Then what about my older brother? Which goo worm did he take? Gu Yuebo narrowed his eyes, assessing the boy, a glimmer of deep calculation flashing in his gaze. Pausing for a beat, he leisurely replied, your brother scooped up the little light goo. This thing was born to act as a support for the moonlight goo, stuffing more damage into the technique. That much is enough to expose his violent nature, his addiction to fighting, and how extremely easy it is for him to slip into the abyss of extremism. Fang Zheng's eyes drooped sadly, his voice noticeably depressed. You're right, it seems my brother was born with that kind of temper. Gu Yuebo glanced at him, sneering inwardly. I wasted my breath exposing the true colors of Mo Bei and Kai Cheng just to toughen up this brat, yet he's like a duck listening to thunder, even having the free time to meddle in Gu Yue Fang Yuan's business. It seems the psychological shadow of the older brother has completely crushed the younger one. If only Fang Zheng could borrow a bit of Fang Yuan's wisdom, that would be perfect. When it comes to dissecting political schemes, Fang Yuan is truly peerless. It's just a pity he's stuck with a C-grade aptitude. Ending his train of thought, Gu Yuebo cleared his throat to bait him. Speaking of which, Fang Zheng, cast your eyes and see what toy I have here. Saying this, he pulled out a blindingly sparkling object from his robes. The boy's jaw dropped in astonishment as he cried out, good heavens, isn't this the jade skin goo? Gu Yuebo started advertising his product. Compared to the bronze skin goo, this little jade skin goo is definitely a far superior premium good. Not only does it consume less primeval essence, but its toughness is also a level higher. Fang Zheng, you covet it, right? The boy swallowed hard and nodded eagerly. Of course I want it. He then laid his cards on the table. If you fancy it, I'll toss it to you. The problem is I sit in the clan leader's seat. I have always acted with absolute impartiality. I can't just hand it out to you for free, therefore I need to set a price. Fang Zheng was dumbfounded and hurriedly asked, what kind of price? Gu Yuebo bared his teeth in a friendly smile. The bet is very easy. I want you to carry the flag and lead the charge to grind through rank 1 and shoot straight up to rank 2, snatching the number 1 spot in cultivation. Consider this jade skin goo your advance reward. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng's face turned pale, trembling as he muttered, oh God, advancing to rank 2. Seeing the boy's timidity, he goaded him with a remark, oh, knocked out of the ring before even fighting. If you're that cowardly, then forget it. I'll toss this item to someone else. Who knows, the one to snatch first place might just be Fang Yuan. The psychological attack scratched right at the boy's sore spot. Fang Zheng strained his neck and roared loudly, don't, I'll go all in on your bet. Fang Zheng glared with fiery eyes, making a bold vow. I will crush all those brats under my feet, standing proud and seizing the crown by breaking through to rank 2 first. The corners of Gu Yuebo's lips curled up in satisfaction, delivering an approving remark, that's the spirit. Changing the camera angle to Fang Yuan's direction, at this moment he was stuck inside an airtight, pitch-black stone cave. He stroked the surface of the massive boulder blocking the way, muttering his calculations. This obstructing stone is smooth and totally slick. It's definitely man-made. Going around in circles, it means Huaju Xingji had arranged this obstacle here beforehand. Why on earth would that old man create this checkpoint? Fang Yuan racked his brain, deducing, there's bound to be an item hidden around here. Buried what, exactly? Suddenly, his gaze bumped into a patch of soil that was noticeably darker than the surrounding area. Fang Yuan scratched his chin and muttered, What kind of weird spot is this to be unusually soaked? Is there a treasure down there? Putting thought into action, he squatted down and tirelessly dug up the soil, only for his eyes to bulge out in disbelief at reality. A blindingly bright golden lotus bud sprouted from the ground. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. "I've caught it now." He burst into a fit of deeply satisfied laughter. So nestled down here was a goo worm. This is guaranteed to be the key to clear the stage. The lotus petals slowly bloomed outwards, revealing a creature sleeping soundly right in the center of the stamen. He jolted in surprise. What the hell is this? Gluing his eyes to it for a careful inspection, he was stunned to discover it was exactly the white boar goo. Fang Yuan nodded, piecing the clues together. "It's clear now. The intention is to spoon-feed me into refining this white boar goo to boost my physical strength, and once I have enough stamina, I can toss that boulder aside and trudge onward." This is textbook the first test. Given how much free time Huaju Xingji had to bother setting up these hurdles, I can bet this treasure trove has a second and third round padded in and waiting. He stroked his chin, muttering his schemes. The catch is that the food for this wretched white boar goo is pork, and the cost of living these days ain't cheap. If I just drag my ass to the village market to buy meat, I'll take a huge loss, wasting a pile of primeval stones for nothing. Plus the fact that the locals will be snooping and whispering, it looks like I'll have to take matters into my own hands. The scene jumped to a vast, dense forest where Fang Yuan was leisurely weaving through the canopy. He muttered to himself, time to kick things off and hunt a boar to haul some meat back. He glued his eyes to the mud, spotting them, a few massive wild boar footprints. Just clinging to these tracks will guarantee catching the prey no matter what. Fang Yuan stealthily parted the thick cluster of leaves to peek, only for his face to turn blank with astonishment. Peeking out from behind the bushes, Fang Yuan discovered a deep pit, at the bottom of which bamboo spikes had impaled a plump wild boar that had already stopped breathing. Blood poured messily from the beast's nose and mouth. He chuckled inwardly. This trap is 10 out of 10, the handiwork of a hunter set in advance. I'm so lucky to have stumbled upon a tasty morsel dropping from the sky. Then swung his hand, intending to slice off a large chunk of meat, muttering, in that case, I'll just politely help myself to this piece. Suddenly, the heavy thudding footsteps of a few figures erupted from behind him. A guy among them chattered away, buttering him up. Brother Wang when it comes to setting beast traps in this village, you are unmatched under heaven. Absolutely spot on. You've inherited the divine talent from old Master Wang Laohan, haven't you? Flattered by his lackeys, his nose swelled with pride as he tossed his face up to the sky and replied, "These petty tricks of catching wild boars are nothing. I haven't even shown my full strength yet. Just wait, one day I will pack my bags and leave this rundown Qingmao mountain, wandering outside to satisfy my lofty ambitions." Right at that moment of boasting, the whole group froze when they caught sight of Fang Yuan standing there imposingly. The two lackeys walking beside Wang boiled with rage, hurling crude words as they bullied. "Where did you crawl out from, you little brat? Is your gut as big as the sky, hovering around trying to snatch Brother Wang pig? Drag your carcass away right now." He raised an eyebrow and shot back, away. Smiling with full mockery, instantly with a bang, the loudmouth's arm was severed and flew up into the air. The guy wailed tragically in pain, "My arm is ruined. My life as a goo master is over." The whole gang went weak in the knees, falling to their knees on the ground with loud thuds, trembling as they begged, "O merciful Lord Goo Master, us lowly peasants were foolish and had eyes but couldn't see. Please be lenient and spare our dog lives." Only that Wang completely blind to the situation and thinking he was hot stuff, confidently drew his bow and berated them, "You bunch of grass-chewing trash. He's at most just a brat of an apprentice goo master. If you've got the guts, come at me. I'll gift you a piercing arrow right now." Fang Yuan's eyes were as cold as ice, his expression as impassive as a statue before that comedy act. Casting a glance at the guy, he thought to himself, this guy Wang clashing with a goo master, yet his face doesn't change color. It seems he's quite daring and bold. Too lazy for a war of words, Fang Yuan swung his arm and fired a moonblade, flashing a line that sliced open Wang cheek, causing blood to splatter out profusely. His face went blank for a few seconds in shock. Then, furious, he gritted his teeth and released the bowstring, aiming straight at him, cursing inwardly about someone refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Fang Yuan calmly ducked his head, neatly dodging the arrow, then dashed forward to close the distance to the man. The rabble screamed in panic, "Don't do anything rash." The close-quarters combat between the two unfolded fiercely. Wang eyes showed a stubborn obstinacy, in stark contrast to the blazing killing intent emanating from Fang Yuan. The man threw a powerful punch accompanied by a roar, "Hand over your life." He flexibly leaned backward, lightly evading the punch like taking a stroll. Mapping out a lethal move to close the deal, he ducked low to the ground, while the corners of Wang Er's mouth curled into a gleeful, scheming smile. The man swung his muscular fist like a hammer, pounding straight down at the top of Fang Yuan's head. Right at the moment when their flesh was only a few millimeters apart, a brilliant halo suddenly flashed blindingly. The blinding halo dazzled his eyes, causing Wang Er's vision to go dark, completely losing his sense of direction. Frantic, he squeezed his eyes shut and flailed wildly, ending up punching entirely into thin air. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself backward, then waved his hand to launch a wind blade that tore through the void straight toward the man. Wang Er had barely cracked his eyes open to regain his bearings when the killing move shot right to his face, his accompanying lackeys getting goosebumps as they shrieked, "Oh brother Wang Er, watch out." Unfortunately, without even a blink, he took the full force of the lethal strike, getting sent flying high into the sky, leaving the useless mob below standing frozen with their mouths agape. The man gritted his teeth agonizingly. His burly body spun around like a top in midair. He crashed onto the ground with a thud, his lackeys blankly whispering, "Oh, did he survive?" But when a shower of bright red blood splattered onto their faces, they were horrified, waking up to the bitter end. Wang Er's corpse lay stiff with legs stretched out, having stopped breathing a long time ago. The crowd shivered and trembled, stammering, "Brother Wang Er." Fresh blood poured out in large and small pools, and they frantically shrieked, "He's dead." He leisurely brushed off the dust and stood up, ignoring their terrified wails. Who told them to stroke the tiger's beard and provoke a Lord Gu Master? As mere mortals, what grounds do they have to compete against a Gu Master? Fang Yuan pondered, this guy Wang Er was quite strong, compared to the clan's servants, he completely outclassed them. If some mediocre students bumped into this guy, they would only be able to run for their lives. Even a skilled Gu Master might casually kick the bucket by his hands if they were careless, no joke. Ending his train of thought, his voice rang out coldly, "You two obediently lead the way to his house, and I'll temporarily spare your lives." The lackeys, scared out of their wits, immediately obeyed, "Yes, we will obey." He leisurely followed behind, secretly calculating in his mind, if Wang Er's den is titled the #1 hunting household, then it's guaranteed that treasure must be hidden in his house. Winding deep into the gloomy forest, a sparse mountain hamlet emerged, taking root there to make a living. Wang Mei was bracing herself, pulling up a bucket of refreshing water from the deep well. She wiped away the layer of heavy sweat oozing out and soaking her forehead. From the corner of the house, Wang Laohan called out to his daughter. The old man chuckled as he stepped out into the yard, scolding her affectionately, "This bucket is heavy. I told you time and time again to leave it there, and I'd carry it for you. Why do you always insist on breaking the rules to haul water for the vegetables?" She jolted in surprise and quickly turned around, "Yes, father." Wang Mei giggled playfully. "Yesterday father broke his back trekking through the late-night forest before coming home. It wouldn't kill you to sleep in a bit. It's just a tiny bucket of water, look. I carried it up perfectly fine." Wang Laohan sighed and gently scolded her. "This silly girl always likes to show off her strength. Come here, let father help you water the garden." After busying himself for a few minutes, the old man grimaced and complained, "Goodness, I truly am an outdated machine, just carrying 2 buckets and my back is already stiff." Wang Mei gave him an affectionate glare. "Do you feel sorry for your old bones yet? I've talked until I'm blue in the face, just leave the forest running to second brother. You are old now, just stay at home and rest." Wang Laohan sat down on a stone slab and slowly explained, "With your second brother's arrogance, he has more than enough strength to tear up this patch of forest. The problem is he's overly ambitious and cocky. He needs a beating to open his eyes." He changed his tone and the subject. "Tusk, speaking of which, you are at a marriageable age. It's time to marry you off and make you someone else's burden. Let father find a match for you. With our daughter's beautiful face, there's no need to worry about being a spinster." The girl blushed shyly, "Oh, father." Wang Laohan looked up at the clouds and poured his heart out. Human life is truly full of thorns. Sticking to the hunting profession, hardly anyone gets a peaceful grave. It makes me sad thinking about it. All the brothers who went through life and death with me in my youth are pushing up daisies now, leaving only this lonely old man behind. Toothless smile stretched across his wrinkled face. "Wait until your second brother falls hard and loses face, getting rid of his arrogant attitude, then father can safely hang up his bow. Next, I'll pick a well-matched husband for you, watch you get married and carry you to the palanquin. The best part would be you popping out a chubby little boy, this toothless father holding his eldest grandson, then I can close my eyes in deep satisfaction. Wang Mei's heart fluttered, resting her head on his shoulder and acting spoiled. Father, you're so weird. A dry thud tore through the peaceful atmosphere. Wang Laohan was startled, narrowing his eyes and staring vigilantly at the corner of the fence. Fang Yuan loomed forward, carrying a freezing aura. He tilted his chin up and asked, "You old man, are you Wang Laohan?" Closely following his heels was a group of hunters carrying the ice-cold corpse of Wang Ge. Just with a quick glance, the old man immediately sensed this was a Gu master. His knees went soft, falling to the ground, trembling. This lowly commoner greets Lord Gu Master. He dropped his words firmly. Wang Laohan, your rebellious son insolently dared to stroke the tiger's beard, so I sent him to the afterlife. Throw his corpse out here. Wang Ge's bloodied body was tossed onto the ground. The old man's eyes glazed over in shock, his entire body turning to stone in dead silence. Wang Mei let out a mournful shriek and lunged forward to hug the corpse, bursting into a storm of tears. Second brother. The hunters muttered sympathetically, Wang family's little sister. Fang Yuan remained indifferent without a trace of sympathy. His cold voice threw out a demand. Wang Laohan, rumors say you are the hunting king, possessing the most fearsome skills in this region. Now, obediently draw me a map, mark down every single trap on this mountain peak in detail, and while you're at it, pin the coordinates of the wild beast dens you've accumulated over the years. He raised an eyebrow and tossed in a fatal sentence. Complete the task well, and I will pardon your brat's heinous crime. Disobey and... A silence overflowing with the stench of death made the old man clearly understand the tragic end of his family. At that moment, Wang Mei madly pointed at him and screamed, "You murderer, you demon who killed my brother, I'll risk my life to fight you." The moment the words left her mouth, she immediately took a blinding slap from her father. "Bastard, shut your mouth." The girl held her cheek in disbelief. "Father." The old man's guts twisted in agony, but he still gritted his teeth and hissed, "Your brother is already pushing up daisies. Do you plan on following him down to the Yellow Springs too?" Two streams of murky tears fell heavily. The old man choked with frustration and roared, "Are you planning to leave this old body to wander alone until I close my eyes and pass away?" Turning to Fang Yuan, he prostrated himself, banging his head to plead, "Lord Gu Master holds high power and position. My rebellious son stroked the tiger's beard. Dying 1,000 times wouldn't wash away his sins. This old man promises to sketch a complete map for you. I beg for your vast mercy, raise your hand high but strike softly, leaving my family a way to live." Fang Yuan casually dropped a word, "Just relax. If you obediently spit out the truth, I promise to let you off." He lowered his voice intimidatingly, but a sincere piece of advice: do not play tricks to deceive me. If even a single deceitful stroke of ink is exposed, your cheap little life will vanish with the wind. The old man's voice trembled in resignation. This old man understands thoroughly. Gu Yue. Fang Yuan turned his head and jerked his chin to give orders. "You two, go in, clear out all the paper and ink and bring them out here to me." The two hunters hurriedly bowed deeply and echoed, "Yes, your orders, my lord." Wang Laohan buried his face in the mud and whispered weakly, "No need to trouble yourselves. The tools are already sitting on the tray in the kitchen over there." Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes coldly and said, "In that case, drag your old body over and bring them out here." Beneath the dilapidated tiled roof, the old man danced his brush swiftly, filling up the bamboo paper. Just as he finished the final stroke, he timidly offered it up to Fang Yuan. "My lord, this old man has finished drawing, please take a look." He snatched the map and casually tossed it to the two lackeys as a warning, "Nitpick every detail and see if this old man is hiding anything. Dig out one mistake, and I will immediately reward you with a piece of primeval stone." The two men were thrilled and replied, "Yes, yes." Scrutinizing every line on the paper, they were as ecstatic as if they had struck gold. "Oh my God, this is exactly the lifelong brainpower of old Wang. This priceless piece of intelligence is definitely a golden rice bowl for our hunting profession. Oh, so this valley is crawling with wild deer. Pin this into the brain immediately, must memorize it all." After investigating for a while, they joyfully reported, 100% the real deal, my lord. The trap clusters drawn here are accurate down to every detail." Wang Laohan now kowtowed profusely, swearing, "Lord Gu Master, please examine clearly. This matter directly links to this old man's and the little girl's lowly lives. Even if you gave me candy, I wouldn't dare play jokes to deceive you." Fang Yuan remained indifferent to the crocodile tears, coldly interrogating, "Are you certain?" Wang Laohan bit his lower lip until it nearly broke, his eyes revealing a look of a gambler, stammering, Yes, it is correct." Fang Yuan burst into laughter, but his tone suddenly dropped to freezing point. Excellent, but I don't believe you. The old man rolled his eyes back, completely frozen, unable to process what was happening. A bloody light sprayed like a dry spring, the head severed from the neck and flew far away under the terrified eyes of the onlookers. Witnessing the tragedy, the tear-drenched daughter let out a gut-wrenching scream, "Father!" The girl struggled to escape the butcher's grasp, stumbling toward her father's corpse and wailing, "Father, father!" A loud shout erupted, accompanied by a glowing blue moonblade, causing her footsteps to freeze. Wang family's little sister. Once again, a sweeping gust of wind caused the leaves and branches to tremble violently. The chi blade tore through the fragile skin, splitting vertically across the girl's beautiful moon-like face. Her large, round, tear-soaked eyes didn't even have time to close. Her soft body collapsed onto the lush green grass, fresh blood gushing out to dye a patch of earth red. The two hunters' souls flew away in terror, repeatedly banging their heads and begging, "Lord Gu Master, please be merciful and spare this lowly one's life. Lord Gu Master, spare our lives." Fang Yuan waved his hand and threw a razor-sharp glare. "Get up right now, crawl into that hovel and tear through every nook and cranny for me." He gritted out every bone-chilling word, staring fixedly at the dilapidated shack. "I know full well that in this forest-grubbing profession, there's always a treasured heirloom map stashed away, detailing every trail, trap, and wild beast lair. Drag that out here and I will let you live." The pair of lackeys hurriedly scrambled straight into the hut and yelled, "Lord Gu Master, please quell your anger, please be patient for a moment. Your subordinates will turn this place upside down right away." The two frantically combed through everything to find the item Fang Yuan needed. "Which hole is it stuffed in? Damn it, show yourself quickly. My lord, please wait just a few more incense sticks of time. Your subordinates are about to lay our hands on it." Sweat dripped down in buckets. They smashed the house to pieces, but there was still no trace of the treasured map. A freezing voice cut through, paralyzing the two men, "Useless trash." Seeing the danger, the duo of lackeys violently kowtowed and worshipped, "Lord Fang Yuan, please have mercy. We servants are truly helpless and cannot turn it up." Fang Yuan stared at them intently, silent as a mouse. Took a stroll around the pile of broken debris, nodding in acknowledgement that these guys had practically leveled the house. But something wasn't right. Any seasoned old hunter would surely hide a draft map of beast distributions as an heirloom for his descendants. Fang Yuan racked his brain, deducing, passed down from father to son, densely packed with baiting spots or vicious beast dens. How could this rice bowl not exist? His gaze accidentally swept across the scattered ash and firewood in the corner of the kitchen. Fang Yuan approached and poked at the half-burnt wood, digging out a piece of charcoal with a bizarre, out-of-place appearance amidst the ashes. Fondling the lump of charcoal in his hand, he muttered critically, "It doesn't have the shape of normal firewood at all, it seems." Throwing out a palm strike, the charred shell was blasted away. Its core revealed an intact bamboo tube. "This is the real deal." Fang Yuan unrolled the map, covering the entire table, joyfully gluing his eyes to it to study. He meticulously scrutinized every single nook and cranny on the paper. Hitting his eyes were countless sharp details, accompanied by vibrant red cinnabar dots. That old fox was truly deceitful. The draft he handed me earlier was completely clean, without a single red dot. Fang Yuan toyed with the cinnabar symbols, calculating to himself that these were 100% the lairs of wild beast kings. Dragging his current meager body over there would definitely mean offering up his life. However, borrowing a knife to kill, hurting them to tear apart enemies, was a move beyond brilliant. He turned on his heel to interrogate the two barefoot men. "Hey, is there a single soul left of this Wang family?" They frantically shook their heads. "No, absolutely wiped out from top to bottom, Lord Gu Master." One guy squeezed his brain to dig up his memory. Old man Wang's household originally thrived with 5 lives, but his short-lived wife passed early. Out of his 3 children, 2 just tasted your blade. The eldest Wang De also died in the forest 3 years ago. He suddenly grasped a thought. "Ah wait, that eldest one brought home a wife, but she kicked the bucket too." Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, digesting the information. "Oh, is that so?" Image of a well rushed back, matching the hunter's rumors. Word on the street is that the widow intended to remarry, but was forced into a corner by Wang Laohan and had to jump into a well. So it's clear, my lord sending that old man to the heavens is truly acting with righteous justice, cleaning up trash for the villagers. Fang Yuan closed his eyelids, blandly filtering the story. "I only swung my blade aiming for this wild beast map. You two acted quite well. You can carry the corpses away now." The two rejoiced as if they had struck gold, bowing profusely. "Thank you, my lord. for staying your hand and sparing our lives. You are truly a living bodhisattva. This lowly one promises to repay this debt of gratitude even in the afterlife." Right at this moment, a shrill shout from the yard tore through the wind. "Hold on." Jiang He leaped down to block Fang Yuan's path, tilting his face up. "No one is allowed to move an inch. Quickly confess the mess that just happened here." The lad put his hands on his hips, putting on superior airs, arrogantly declaring his name. "I am Jiang He, the station Gu master protecting this village under the Gu Yue clan, and who might you be?" The pair of hunters hastily slammed their faces into the dirt and hailed, "Reporting to Lord Jiang He, this lowly one pays his respects." Gu Yue Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing that cocky posture. "Station Gu master. Ah, I remember now. It turns out to be the guards dispatched to reinforce the clan's defenses." Jiang He slyly spotted the blue glow emitting from Fang Yuan's lapel. He lifted his chin and sneered, "Moonlight Gu, well, so it's a junior academy student." Fang Yuan indifferently summarized the mess he just made. "Just some trivial matters. Old man Wang's bastard son was insolent to me. I was fuming, so I sent their whole family to see King Yama. These two guys here can testify for me." Jiang He burst into mocking laughter. "Clean execution. Bugs that dare to climb on a Gu master's head aren't wronged when they die." As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers together in a blatant blackmailing gesture. "But the catch is this bunch are commoners under my protection. Evaporating cleanly like this means my year-end evaluation will suffer a deficit in achievements. How do you plan to compensate for the loss?" Fang Yuan immediately caught on to this guy's swindling and extorting habits. He calmly crossed his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Oh please, it's dead simple. Senior just needs to toss this naked report up as reality and it's done. Conclude that I slaughtered this bunch with my own hands. It has absolutely nothing to do with you." Seeing his extortion fail, Jiang He irritably snapped, "In that case, I'll just follow fair procedure. Spit out your name and let's see." Fang Yuan slowly squeezed out every word. "My surname is Gu Yue, my name is Fang Yuan." The name suddenly made Jiang He's eyes widen in terror, lunging forward to ask, "What? You are Fang Yuan?" Instantly, his expression changed, flipping his face like flipping a hand, turning to flirtatious flattery. "Oh my, lately my little brother keeps blabbering on about your rich experiences and achievements. Ah right, my blood brother is Jiang Ya. Surely you two are already well acquainted with each other." Patting his chest to show a chivalrous look, Jiang He generously told Fang Yuan, "It's settled then, Junior. Let me handle this matter. Consider it as me gifting you a debt of gratitude. I only ask that from now on you cut down on this hobby of casually wiping people out." Fang Yuan cupped his fists in thanks to Jiang He and leisurely walked away, deeply grateful for Senior's guidance. "I will take my leave." The corners of his mouth slightly curled up in triumph over his newly harvested spoils. With the map in hand, "I must go out for a stroll tonight." The curtain of night swiftly fell to cover the sky, leaving behind a brilliant moonlight speckled with countless twinkling stars. Looming right in front of Fang Yuan at this moment was a massive, muscular wild boar. Just catching sight of a human silhouette, the boar frantically tried to escape, but Fang Yuan merely cracked a satisfied smile like he had caught gold. "Where can you run? My prey is right here." Midst the deadly silent wilderness, rustling sounds echoed out to shatter the atmosphere. The unlucky boar took the full brunt of the attack, only managing to let out a thunderous roar before obediently collapsing right at Fang Yuan's feet. He let out a soft sigh. This hunt truly consumed quite a bit of stamina, muttering, "This beast has thick skin and fat meat. Chewing it up really takes a lot of effort, no joke." Fang Yuan waved his hand, summoning a wicked blue-green streak of light named Whitewater Gu, tossing this treasure straight at the motionless boar carcass. Whitewater Gu immediately latched on and eagerly devoured the vitality from the prey. After a short while, the muscular wild boar from earlier had now turned into a dry skeleton, leaving only a few scattered scraps of meat behind. Fang Yuan retracted that streak of light, pressed it close to his chest, and began to circulate his energy. "If Whitewater Gu is fully fed this round, then I'll surely be able to rest my hands from hunting for the next 5 days. For the upcoming journey, I have to rely entirely on you to increase my strength." He closed his eyes to calm his mind while calculating. The progress of advancing levels always requires a process of accumulating little by little. At this rate, if I want to pass the first assessment hurdle, I'm afraid there is no other path besides the life of toiling away hunting beasts every day. Time flew by and it was suddenly the end of June. The resounding voice of the instructor calling Fang Zheng's name echoed, "Gu Yue Fang Zheng." He handed the reward bag directly to his student along with a shower of praises. "You are the very first factor to break through and advance. This reward deservedly belongs to you. Keep up the good work." Fang Zheng bowed deeply, clutching his gratitude tightly. "Thank you for your favor, Lord Elder." At the same time, the boy shot a sidelong, smug glance toward Fang Yuan's desk corner. "Brother, open your eyes wide and admire this. I finally gave you a taste of defeat." Seeing Fang Yuan still keeping his eyes shut tight pretending to sleep, Fang Zheng felt even more puffed up. "It's useless for you to pretend to faint. The wood is already made into a boat. The first milestone is set. Just wait and see how I defeat you a second and a third time." Flock of students sitting below blinked at Fang Zheng with eyes mingling jealousy and admiration. Truly someone born with heaven's favor is different, a great aptitude is formidable indeed. The instructor standing at the podium cleared his throat to regain attention. "All right, currently all of you have passed the first gate. The next hurdle will be the mid-year exam. This term's mission is to hunt wild boars. You are allowed to form teams to hunt, bringing back their fangs as trophies. Once the exam is done, one boar fang can be exchanged for 10 primeval stones." The whole crowd of students immediately broke into heated discussion, waiting forever for the mid-year exam, but with my skill level, how can I possibly hunt boars? "You idiot, didn't you hear we can form teams to help each other, plus it converts to primeval stones, what a godsend opportunity." Fang Yuan only now lazily raised his head, quietly calculating. It changed. He rummaged through his memories of his previous life, dozens of questions echoing in his subconscious. Clearly the old script for the mid-year exam was gathering wild honey. Why on earth did it change to plucking boar fangs today? Could it be that the butterfly effect has started taking action? Fang Yuan sat up completely, resting his chin in deep thought. "Since my rebirth, I have personally made many alterations. What if the timeline is completely changed? If so, my advantage of rebirth will be tragically diminished." Sweeping his eyes over everyone still enthusiastically discussing the exam, he secretly made a resolution. "Since things have come to this, I'll just smile and face it. Even if everything is thrown into total chaos, I absolutely will not let these trivial doubts hinder my path of development." The scene shifted to the massive wall outside the estate. Fang Yuan crossed his arms over his chest, leaning his back and calculating. "The reward for this trip is quite juicy. Recently I also stockpiled quite a few boar fangs. Should I dump the goods and use them now? However, doing so is a bit too risky. If others get suspicious, my grand scheme will be ruined." He reevaluated the current situation. His own position was quite inconvenient. The entire clan by default considered him disloyal. The more his cultivation advanced, the more the higher-ups wanted to block his path. This impression was completely bad. I need to turn it around, but how should I do it? Right at that moment, a familiar figure from afar entered his line of sight, catching Fang Yuan's attention, and a brilliant plan popped into his head. "I have a way." Bumping into his older brother, Fang Zheng grimaced and put on airs. "Brother, the thickness of your skin is truly admirable to be loitering around here. Just letting you know that my cultivation has already crushed yours. If you're smart, you should start acting a little more reasonably." The group of lackeys behind him eagerly kissed up and cheered. "Exactly, Fang Zheng is invincible." Fang Yuan merely sneered in contempt at his younger brother's arrogance. "You still enjoy playing the clown with these idiotic lines, huh?" Fang Zheng glared, burning with fighting spirit, staring intensely at his older brother. "Excuse my offense, brother. Today I absolutely will not show any mercy." The boy secretly took a deep breath to salvage some more courage before clashing with Fang Yuan. "That's right, I am no longer the weakling of the past. Today is definitely the first opportunity for me to dethrone brother." Fang Zheng visualized those nights of sweating through training. Under the clan leader's guidance, I am no longer as fragile as before. The gap between me and brother has been bridged. He stepped back a beat, shifting into a defensive stance ready to go all out against the person in front of him. "Come at me, brother. I will open your eyes to witness my metamorphosis." In the blink of an eye, Fang Zheng was lying face down, knocked out cold and motionless right on the ground. The boy struggled to lift his head, staring blankly at his older brother with an expression of extreme bewilderment. "Hateful. Why did it turn out like this?" Fang Yuan leisurely cracked his knuckles, dropping a teasing remark. "My foolish little brother, consider yourself lucky today. From this day forward I will grant you mercy and won't strip you of your primeval stones anymore." Gu Yueshi, upon hearing his lackeys finish reporting, couldn't help but be astonished. What the hell? That brat Fang Yuan actually let it slide and didn't extort Fang Zheng's primeval stones. He even skipped out on Kai Cheng and Mo Bei's primeval stones. The subordinate hastily reaffirmed, "This lowly one wouldn't dare deceive you, my lord. The matter is 100% exactly like that." When the subordinate retreated, Gu Yueshi scratched his head and pondered. What kind of scheme is this Fang Yuan brewing? His actions are getting more and more bizarre. Fang Yuan has already hoarded hundreds of primeval stones. He might despise these 30 primeval stones, but how could one refuse food served right to the mouth? Frowned in consideration, those three names Mo Bei, Kai Cheng, and Fang Zhang are the faces of the three prominent factions internally. The clan leader once said sooner or later they would submit to the clan. Could it be he wants to send a signal of making peace with the clan? Thinking of this, Gu Yueshi chuckled heartily to himself. At the end of the day, he's just a wet behind the ears brat. He must have started fearing for his future prospects and decided to step back. In the blink of an eye, time slipped away swiftly until 3 days later. A wild boar with razor-sharp fangs alongside earth-shattering shouts, "The boar is charging, quickly pull the ropes tight." The subordinates clinging to the branches howled, controlling it frantically, "Kill it!" The unlucky boar took a critical hit, spat blood from its mouth, and ascended to heaven on the spot. Obey jumped up and gleefully roared, "Harvested another one, absolutely fantastic. The top rank this time won't slip away anywhere." The pack of spies tailing behind also hurriedly updated their ledgers, jotted down quickly. Gu Yue Mo Bei just hunted his fifth. The subordinate quickly scribbled with his pen, "Understood." Another subordinate hurried his steps back to the nearby thatched hut area to report to Gu Yueshi, respectfully reporting to Lord Elder, "The examination is proceeding incredibly smoothly. Up until this moment, all students are safe without any casualties." The martial arts instructor immediately laughed out loud to congratulate him. These brats possess some real skill after all. It seems the academy elder truly has excellent teaching methods. Gu Yueshi smugly stroked his beard and asked gently, "So whose achievement is ranking first?" The subordinate didn't hesitate to report, "My lord, as of right now, the four people Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng, Mo Bei, and Kai Cheng are holding the leading positions." He began to report on each individual in detail. Kai Cheng has slain 3 wild boars, Fang Zheng and Mo Bei have chopped down 5, while Fang Yuan alone is holding the highest record with a loot of 8. Fang Yuan smiled contentedly in his heart. "The 27th boar, it seems the first place position definitely belongs to me. If I drag out another bag full of fangs later, I wonder what kind of expressions those vulgar mortals will make." He suddenly remembered the bright red circles on the hunting map, featuring a few red symbols. "Judging by my current coordinates, I'm only a short distance away from the nearest red circle." Fang Yuan calculated inwardly, then cast a cunning sidelong glance behind him. Might as well drop by to see what that red-circled location hides. In case of any unexpected incident, I already have a whole squad of brats following behind to assist me in resolving it. He swiftly moved his steps and quickly approached right in front of a towering ancient tree deep in the forest. Perched on the moss-covered trunk of the old tree was a small wooden shack. Gu Yue Fang Yuan secretly analyzed, "Could this be Wang Laohan's rest stop every time he goes hunting?" He frowned, weighing it for a moment, then decided to climb up and take a look. Fang Yuan stealthily and slowly pushed open the door of the wooden shack on the tree. Striking his eyes was a mess of straw and hay mixed with clothes scattered about in chaos. He opened the door wide, sweeping his eyes around the room and silently questioning. "How strange, looking at its state, it seems this place is still frequently visited by someone, but I've already pulled Wang Laohan's entire family out by the roots. Who in the world could it be?" Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze stopped dead before a portrait pinned tightly to the wall by a stabbing knife. Stepping closer to examine it carefully, he couldn't help but be shocked recognizing the portrait in the painting. "It's a drawing of me." Fang Yuan knitted his brows, racking his brain. What are this person's intentions? Why target me? No, it's highly likely they're targeting Fang Zhang. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully while carefully searching every corner of the shack. After all, Fang Zhang is the clan's gem of hope. It's only natural for rival factions to want his life. But what does that have to do with Wang Laohan's beast map marking this wooden house? Fang Yuan pondered over the name Wang Laohan again. Could it be that old man was a spy secretly planted by hostile forces? Wang Laohan, Wang Laohan. Abruptly, a flash of thought struck through Fang Yuan's brain. Completely wrong, this guy's target is undeniably me. Pulled from his memory the cold demeanor of Wang when they clashed, recalling the attitude of not showing the slightest fear when the man faced him. Normal people wouldn't have such a composed expression when standing before a Gu master. The resolute posture of drawing his bow and pointing the arrow straight at Fang Yuan proved he was very familiar with rubbing shoulders with Gu masters to have such a reaction. He continued rubbing his chin, racking his brain, but the entire Wang family is dead. Who could it possibly be? Fang Yuan rapidly sank into a convoluted vortex of deduction. Wang Laohan's whole family moved out of the village, living in isolation. Wang was still green, but had a stone-cold face when clashing with a Gu master, harboring ambitions to rise above the mortal class. The more crucial key point is that the red circle's location on the map is undeniably a secret lair. This perpetrator holds intense malice towards me. The eldest son Wang De died on the mountain while hunting 3 years ago. His widow, planning to remarry, was forced to suicide by Wang Laohan. That old man guarded the map with his life. Even on the will he handed me, he completely omitted these 3 red circles. The surrounding space sank into dead silence before Fang Yuan's chain of deduction. Each drop of water dripping patter-patter from the leaky roof onto the floor further highlighted the dampness of the house. He rooted his feet on the spot, observing, his mind diving deep into the absolute end of his own hypothesis. Ultimately, Fang Yuan locked onto an answer that left even himself astonished. Could it be that Wang De isn't dead? Fang Yuan's mind buzzed with unbelievable thoughts. Not only did he not lose his life, but by some fortuitous coincidence, he turned into a demonic path Gu master. He plans to use this examination's opportunity to make a move and kill me for revenge. Suddenly, a gloomy bout of laughter erupted from the dense bushes. Fang Yuan, a gaze burning with fiery hatred, drilled straight into him as a voice rang out, "I finally found you." Gu Yue. Fang Yuan's brain raced as his eyes darted around, sweeping the 4 directions. If that's really the case, then all the hidden secrets have been clearly deciphered. Right at that moment, a blood-stained straw mat successfully caught his attention. Fang Yuan strode over and straightforwardly flipped up the edge of the mat. His pupils shrank, flashing a ray of extreme shock as he blurted out, "What?" Gu Yue. Fang Yuan stared blankly at the 2 motionless corpses while waves churned in his heart. These are clearly the 2 hunters I gave a way of life to that day. If so, Wang De has definitely gathered enough intelligence about me. He bolted straight out the door, breaking into a run to escape. "I'm really screwed. I cannot linger here for long. I need to bolt." Wang De, lurking in the bushes and catching all of Fang Yuan's movements, sneered and gritted his teeth. "Want to run? Don't even think that hiding behind those Academy Gu masters means I won't dare touch you. I will slaughter all of you." Fang Yuan ran for his life while calculating, "Damn it, what is the extent of that Wang De's strength? Do I have the ability to beat him?" Meanwhile, Wang De perched above, tracking Fang Yuan, who was desperately fleeing below, while Fang Yuan continued his stream of speculation. For 3 whole years, he just hid away at this red circle, struggling to survive in the gaps between the 3 great mountain villages, proving his abilities aren't tough enough to wander outside alone. Rough calculations put him at rank 2 cultivation. The image of Wang De with half his body wrapped in bandages holding a strange object brushed past parallel to Fang Yuan's continuous chain of deductions. Calculating the time, he went missing 3 years ago, and now cultivated up to rank 2, his aptitude is around C grade to B grade at best. His total primeval essence capacity is in the range of 40 to 70%. The next second, the strange object in Wang De's hand flashed, illuminating his bandage-covered face and his eyes reeking of murderous intent. Surviving for 3 whole years, and even managing to sneak back home right under Jianghe's nose, I bet his goo worm definitely has the effect of concealing traces. Wang De muttered out the words, "Shadow follower goo." A stream of black smoke surged from that strange item, spreading at lightning speed down into the dense forest below. Subordinate tailing Fang Yuan yawned in extreme boredom, truly mind-numbingly dull. Tagging along behind these junior students, how am I any different from a nanny? Suddenly, a gloomy hand reached out from the void behind his neck, causing the subordinate's vision to gradually turn blurry. What is this smell? Wang De struck with lightning speed, taking him out in just the blink of an eye. Before the subordinate could even react, his eyes rolled back and fresh blood sprayed wildly outward. Wang De coldly slipped away, leaving the corpse to crash heavily onto the cold ground. Wang De's 10 sharp fingertips were still dripping blood. He spoke in an emotionless voice, "1 down." He immediately muttered his calculations, consumed 10% primeval essence, the remainder is 40%. Poisonous smoke billowed out thickly from the corner of Wang De's mouth, blending with his mutters, "Must fight a quick battle to win quickly, otherwise my primeval essence will dry up." Fang Yuan pushed through the leaves, running for his life while racking his brain to analyze Wang De. He's already a rank 2 Gu master and a demonic path Gu master who clawed his way up through sheer survival. With my current tactics, I absolutely don't stand a chance against him. Wang De knows I have the beast skin map, so he must be using the distribution of the wild boar packs on it to scour the area. I might as well play a reverse card and go against common sense. That might be my only way out. Another subordinate was also tracking Fang Yuan's movements. Suddenly, he noticed something. His eyes widened in absolute horror as he stared at the strange object. A stream of fresh blood gushed out, accompanied by an icy voice. That makes two. The lackey's corpse collapsed at Wang De's feet as he let out a cold snort. If you want to escape, little brat, you have to see if I agree first. Another guard hiding in the distance was startled and shouted, Who's there? Wang De didn't even bat an eye, only giving a soft, cold HMPH. His phantom-like hands tore through the wind, lunging straight at the subordinate. It was quickly pinned against a nearby tree, trunk by a crushing force, screaming in sheer terror. The subordinate stared blankly at the move Wang De unleashed, his insides trembling. This is the number 1 rank 2 poison goo, love separation. Wang De crazily confirmed it. That's right, it is the love separation goo, prepare to face your death. The subordinate squeezed his eyes shut, as if resigning to his fate. Damn it if it's come to this. His mouth stretched wide open, and a crescent moon sigil right in the middle of his tongue glowed blindingly bright. The subordinate gripped Wang De's wrist tightly, howling miserably. Then let's die together. Wang De's eyes widened in sheer shock at the unexpected counterattack. A crescent moon sigil instantly appeared on his left shoulder, tearing into his flesh and causing blood to gush out like a fountain. The blond youth, having exhausted all his strength to injure Wang De, collapsed heavily onto the ground. Wang De gasped heavily for air, clutching the wound on his left shoulder. He narrowed his eyes at the youth, who, squeezing out the last bit of his fading life force, weakly muttered, Wang De, the love separation goo, to refine that thing you have to rip out your lover's heart. You damn demonic path scum. Hearing this, Wang De merely sneered in contempt, firing back. You don't get it, you lot don't understand a damn thing. Then he gritted his teeth, throwing a punch and roaring. You are not ordinary people, you will never understand. In this world where human lives are treated like weeds without power, you'll just die without a burial place. His tone grew increasingly aggressive. Mortals like us are destined to just swallow our oppression and drag out our meager existence, living in constant fear at every turn. Wang De went nearly mad as his words poured out all the resentment he had bottled up over the years. It is you people who have plundered all our resources, choking off our very path to survival. In our eyes, you are the true demons in disguise. Finishing his words, Wang De lowered his voice grimly. To forge this damn goo worm, I had to kill my own wife with my bare hands. It was all just for the sake of survival. I had no choice but to sell my soul for power. The youth had already stopped breathing, lying stiff in a pool of foul blood. Wang De turned on his heel, preparing to escape. This is the true essence of the demonic path, something you clan-pampered goo masters will never comprehend. Catching sight of a tiny figure running frantically below, Wang De's face darkened like pitch. He roared with venomous hatred. I threw away my love, clinging to just a tiny shred of family affection, yet you had the heart to snatch it away. I swear I will make you regret the sins you've committed 100,000 times over. In the blink of an eye, Wang De swooped down like a flying arrow to hunt down the escaping figure below, thinking to himself, It's time for you to pay the blood debt for your actions. Suddenly, a fatal strike descended from the void, wounding him. Wang De cursed furiously, turning his head to search for the attacker. Damn it, why did another goo master pop out of nowhere? He performed a somersault and landed on the ground. Wang De immediately summoned a small green skull in the palm of his hand, gritting his teeth as he glared at the interloper and chanted, Following shadow goo. A loud, clear voice tore through the space, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Flashlight goo. The intense light slapped Wang De in the face, blinding him so that he had to quickly turn away, screaming in pain. Arg. Gu Yuesu casually walked out from the shadows, declaring his name while issuing a threat. This old man is Gu Yuesu. You little brat, if you obediently surrender and let yourself be tied up right now, our clan might just show you some mercy and spare your life. Wang De stared wide-eyed at the skull in his hand, which had lost all its light. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. This is bad, the following shadow goo is heavily injured. It'll take 3 hours to recover. He tilted his chin up and shot back. Spare my life? Refusing to submit, he charged fiercely like a wild beast straight at Gu Yuesu. Let me send you to the afterlife first. The old man channeled his primeval essence and roared, Needle thread goo. Wang De immediately countered the move without missing a beat. Defense goo. Wang De darted his eyes toward the figure fleeing in the background and hatched a scheme. HMPH, if I can't take you down, I'll snap Fang Yuan's neck first. Fang Yuan, currently running for his life, had his brain working on overdrive. What a mess. Just because of a map, I attracted a demonic path killer. Good thing I silenced them early on. This will force Wang De to go through hell just to dig up information on me. Wang De stuck close to his prey's heels, bellowing from behind. Don't even dream about it. He roared like a madman. Die. He glanced at Fang Zheng, who was running for dear life up ahead, and mocked smugly. Even though Wang De might have a clear grasp of my background right now, there is one thing he is still completely clueless about. Gu Yue Fang Yuan smiled with utter deceit. He thought to himself, I just happen to have an incredibly dutiful younger brother. As soon as Fang Zheng turned his face around, he went pale and screamed loudly, "Ah!" Right at that hair-thin moment of crisis, a burly man dropped from the sky like a falling hammer. He roared, "Don't even think about it." Wang De froze in astonishment. There's still another Gu master. The man who had intervened spoke up. Gu Yue Deng Yin is here to assist. Demonic path scum, throw your hands up and surrender. Pouting his lips in disdain, Wang De leaped upwards, his hands sprouting blood-red claws that hissed at each other. Try putting your life on the line to stop me. Deng Yin seized the moment and shouted, "Stone Steel Gu!" A stone block molded in the shape of a human face suddenly emerged, turning Deng Yin's arm into a solid mass of rock. Wang De's red claws scratched against it and were instantly repelled, leaving him completely stunned. Not giving him a moment to recover, Deng Yin gathered his strength, pulling his arm back before adding, "Jade Wind Wheel Gu." Immediately, a swirling gust of wind formed on his arm. Deng Yin delivered an earth-shattering punch straight into Wang De's face. It was sent flying far away, crashing headfirst into the ground. Wang De writhed in agony, his whole body sore as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Struggling to lift his head while blood dripped continuously onto the dirt, Wang De lamented, "I only have half a portion of primeval essence left. I'll probably lose my life here this time." Deng Yin towered over him like a mountain peak, advising, "You are on your last breath, surrender and let yourself be tied up." Wang De grimaced, his eyes shooting out a look of boiling hatred and utter unwillingness to yield. He fixed his gaze forward, forcing out every single word, even if it means death. Fang Zheng was frightened by that gaze, breaking into a cold sweat of anxiety. Wang De suddenly sprang up, using terrifying speed to dash toward Fang Zheng. He raised his blood-red demonic claws and roared, "I'll drag you down to the grave with me." Deng Yin flinched, turning his head in panic. "This is bad." Quick as lightning, Gu Yue Su activated his long silver hair, whipping it forward as he shouted, "Keep dreaming." Wang De took the full brunt of the hair piercing through his body, yet he still dragged his battered frame forward, growling, "Too late." Fang Zheng panicked and stepped back, screaming, Jade Skin Gu." A jade stone radiating a blue light hovered in midair. Wang De was only a few steps away from Fang Zheng. He burst into mocking laughter. "It's just a rank 1 Gu worm, how could it possibly stand a chance against my love separation Gu?" Terrified, Fang Zheng threw both arms up to block the strike. Wang De fiercely swung his sharp, blood-red claws down, roaring, "Go to hell!" Gu Yue Su frantically screamed. "No!" At the same time, his strands of hair stretched out swiftly. Fang Zheng felt as if he had turned to stone, his eyes wide open watching the claws of death lunge toward him. But right at the moment they were only a few centimeters away, they suddenly halted. Wang De was stunned, his biceps twitching and trembling violently. His entire body had been tightly bound by the strands of hair. Fang Zheng, squashed on the ground, let out a deep sigh of relief. Wang De cursed, "Damn it." "Just a little bit more." He looked on in sheer irritation, seeing a streak of blood oozing from Fang Zheng's forehead. Gu Yue Sao's cascade of hair shot forward again like countless sharp blades, continuing to pierce right through his body. Wang De coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his mouth weakly calling out, "Wan-er." Torn to pieces by Gu Yue Sao's tens of thousands of hair strands, Wang De sank into a black hole of painful memories. On the cold floor, drops of bloody tears fell one by one. He had personally thrust a knife into the heart of the woman he loved, right while holding her tightly in his arms. Wan-er's eyes went wide, blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. Choking back her pain, she questioned him. "Why?" Wang De could only grit his teeth, tears streaming down his face as he hoarsely forced out a single phrase, "I'm sorry." Wan-er seemed to understand the hidden truth, her eyes softened peacefully, a bitter smile curling her lips. "So that's how it is." She gently wrapped her arms around his back, fully embracing the man who betrayed her. Wan-er half closed her eyelashes, whispering weakly, "I understand now, please take care." Her arms gradually went limp. "Of yourself." The hand that dropped heavily to the ground was proof that she had breathed her last. He hugged Wan-er's freezing corpse tightly, unable to bear letting go. Moment later, Wang De burst into agonizing sobs like a newborn baby, tearing at his own soul. "Do I hate it? I regret it immensely, regretting it so much that living is worse than death. That's why I swore a poisonous oath to properly protect the family I have left." Jerked back to reality, he thought sorrowfully, But if I could do it all over again, I would still choose this exact same path. His battered corpse was left hanging suspended in midair. Wang De had officially stopped breathing. After carefully confirming that Wang De had stopped breathing, Gu Yuesu let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng, who had just narrowly escaped death by the skin of his teeth, still looked pale and anxiously asked, "Is everything finally over?" Suddenly, his forehead began to turn purple, fresh blood seeping out uncontrollably, and his eyes grew incredibly heavy. Vaguely realizing he had been poisoned, Fang Zheng collapsed backward with a thud, a thought flashing through his mind. As expected, my cultivation level is still not enough. The kid passed out instantly. The surrounding crowd erupted in chaos, screaming, "Fang Zheng, Guyue Fang Zheng!" At the camp, people gathered in an uproar with someone speaking up. "Did you hear the news? An assassination just happened. Not only did it severely injure Fang Zheng, but it also wiped out several rank 2 Gu masters. Fang Zheng is too unlucky. Who knows if he'll make it through this critical condition?" A young man chimed in. "Even if he doesn't die, he might end up crippled. His aptitude might even drop a grade after this. It seems the opposing faction deliberately targeted him. After all, he hasn't a great aptitude." The crowd continued to gossip animatedly. Fang Yuan, standing hidden in the back, muttered, "Fang Zheng got assassinated. No wonder I've been safe and sound all this time. It seems because their intel wasn't enough, they grabbed the wrong target." He chuckled mischievously. "I'm afraid the higher-ups are going to pin their suspicions on the other 2 mountain clan villages." He concluded silently. Gu Yueshi gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Hateful, I figured there would be an assassination, but I didn't expect it to happen this quickly. In the end, is it the Bai clan village or the Xing clan village playing tricks?" Examiner handed him a record scroll saying, "Reporting to the esteemed elder, these are the results of this examination." He cleared his throat and read aloud. "Everyone's results are as follows. Gu Yue Kaicheng collected 16 wild boar tusks." Hearing this, Kaicheng burst into delighted laughter. "Excellent, first place is undoubtedly mine." Gu Yue Mobei, standing behind him, angrily scratched his head. "Damn it, I was just 1 step short." He continued to announce loudly, "I declare that the first place of this examination belongs to—" Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting him off. "Hold on." The one who spoke up was none other than Fang Yuan. Seeing this, Kaicheng immediately jumped in to mock him. "Fang Yuan, you are late by a whole hour. According to the rules, 4 boar tusks must be deducted." He just smiled lightly and replied, "Fine by me." He waved his hand and added, "I accept the penalty." With that, Fang Yuan dragged out a massive sack and dropped it onto the ground, pouring out a cascading pile of boar tusks. Yue Mobei stammered in panic. "How can there be such a massive amount?" Kaicheng threw a fit, accusing him loudly. "Fang Yuan, you're cheating." Gu Yueshi frowned, probing. "Fang Yuan, did you grind all of these out yourself?" He replied nonchalantly. "I only hunted about 10 tusks myself. Then I unexpectedly found a whole sack full of them. The exam doesn't explicitly state that you have to kill the wild boars with your own hands, so I just conveniently brought them here to submit." Hearing that, he muttered to himself before declaring, "In this examination, Fang Yuan takes first place." The surrounding crowd grumbled in dissatisfaction. "How can it be so unreasonable? It's blatant cheating. How could there be such a coincidence? That's just way too lucky." At night, inside the elder's secret meeting chamber, Gu Yuebo spoke up gloomily. "Gu Yue Yaojai, you are the best healing Gu master in our clan. Tell me, what is Fang Zheng's condition right now?" She immediately reported calmly. "Reporting to the clan leader, the current situation is under control. Fang Zheng's life is not in danger for now, he is just still in a coma. His aptitude has not been affected either." Gu Yuebo let out a sigh of relief. "It's a blessing that his grade didn't drop. Have you dug up the background of that assassin yet?" Gu Yue, she clasped his hands and answered respectfully, "We have investigated it thoroughly. Male, 35 years old, obscure identity, highly likely to be a demonic path Gu master. He possessed 2 Gu worms, a following shadow Gu and a love separation Gu." Hearing this, the other elders were stunned. Love separation Gu. Gu Yuebo stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Love separation Gu, the #1 poison of the rank 2 system. It taking the lives of 3 of our clan's Gu masters is nothing strange." Kai Lion angrily cut in. "Clan leader, what more is there to investigate? If it's not the Bai clan village, then it's the Xing clan village playing dirty tricks. Who else could it be?" Gu Yue Mo Chen slowly fired back. "Who knows, maybe it's a foreign demonic path Gu master wanting to seek refuge in a village, and decided to assassinate Fang Zheng as a show of loyalty." Gu Yue Bo nodded. "That sounds reasonable too." But inwardly, he smiled. These 2 old geezers are usually as incompatible as fire and water, yet when an external enemy appears, they unite tighter than anyone could have expected. Right at this moment, Gu Yueshi spoke up. "Lord Clan Leader, regarding Fang Zheng." Gu Yuebo waved his hand, cutting him off. You don't need to worry, Fang Zheng doesn't have any major issues. What's the final result of this examination? Sweating, Gu Yue, she stammered. About this. Reporting to you, sir, Fang Yuan took first place. The reason is that the kid got lucky and picked up a whole sack of wild boar tusks. The moment the elders heard this, they simultaneously began scheming. What do you mean accidentally picked up? This excuse is way too fake. There is definitely someone backing him up in secret. But who on earth could it be? Knowing the exact contents of this exam, besides the examiners, the only ones left are the elders sitting right here in this room. The second their brains clicked to this conclusion, all the elders collectively shifted their eyes in a single direction, straight at the clan leader. All suspicious gazes immediately focused on Gu Yuebo. Midst the suffocatingly tense atmosphere, the elders gripped their armrests tightly, endlessly analyzing. The person hiding in the shadows supporting Fang Yuan. Several elders broke out in a cold sweat, stealthily exchanging glances to find the answer. Who exactly is the ultimate mastermind? It's 10 out of 10 guaranteed that someone wants to recruit Fang Yuan into their faction. That brat Fang Zheng clearly possesses an A-grade aptitude. If he is nurtured with full effort up to rank 4, what will his future be? None other than the successor to the clan leader's position, of course. Fang Yuan holds the title of Fang Zheng's biological older brother. Even though his aptitude is only C-grade, carrying the label of family is more than enough value to invest in. Pulling him into your own camp means you'll have a fantastic leash to bind Fang Zheng in the future. Kai Lion calculated in his mind. I absolutely didn't try to recruit Fang Yuan, so who is the free-spirited saint secretly helping him? It has been a generations-old tradition to only start recruiting people at the end of the year, but now someone has fired the first shot just half a year in. This is a clear violation of the rules. If this scenario is true, it's highly likely that old geezer Gu Yue Mo Chen is playing tricks. Mo Chen, on the other hand, furrowed his brows. I admit I highly value Fang Yuan, but I haven't even had the chance to act yet. Who exactly beat me to the punch? Could it be? Then he raised his head and looked directly at the clan leader's seat. Could it actually be the Lord Clan Leader? He continued to throw up a smokescreen of wild guesses in his head. Very logical. For him, if he could successfully lure Fang Yuan into his forces, and then reel in Fang Zheng as well, his throne would become absolutely unshakable. Mo Chen schemed cunningly, and the entire council of elders followed suit, weaving their own silent theories in their heads, plunging the entire room into absolute silence. Gu Yuebo secretly evaluated that the acting skills of those two old foxes had truly reached the pinnacle of mastery. Looking at their plain expressions, nobody could ever catch them slipping. Could it really not be them pulling the strings, but the handiwork of some anonymous faction? Pondering for a while, he sank back into a miserable mess of thoughts. Snapping out of his train of thought, Gu Yuebo cleared his throat, dispelling the quiet atmosphere. It would be ungracious not to return the favor. Whoever dared to blatantly target Fang Zheng at this sensitive time must understand that our Gu Yue clan is not some soft persimmon for anyone to squeeze at will. We must definitely teach them a lesson they will never forget. Pausing for a moment, he stroked his beard and continued his instructions. Dark Hall Elder, you take your time brewing a perfect plan for this mission. Once it's completely ready, drop by and give me a report. As for Gu Yue Fang Zheng. Gu Yuebo slowly explained in detail to make sure the Council of Elders understood. The boy possesses an A-grade aptitude, acting like an invaluable gold mine for our entire clan. To prevent these shocking incidents from happening again, starting today, I will personally tutor him to greatness. Raising a hand to stroke his beard, he lazily decreed further. As for Gu Yue Fang Yuan, having a C-grade aptitude yet snatching the championship cup is truly a rare feat of badassery. I will use my personal name to reward him with 30 primeval stones on the spot. Finishing his words, Gu Yuebo gave an order to the Academy Elder. Remember to pass him a sweet message to give him the motivation to climb higher. The Elder hastily bowed. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. Lineup of elders below stealthily exchanged bewildered glances. What profound meaning did this measly reward of 30 primeval stones carry? What if it wasn't the clan leader's intent at all? Then what divine entity was the power backing him up from the shadows? A crescent moon hung suspended in the quiet night sky as the secret meeting finally reached its end, and the elders filed out one after another. Sitting grandly inside, Gu Yuebo followed the fading silhouettes with his eyes. He gently stroked his beard, smiling as he murmured, "This little brat Gu Yue Fang Yuan is actually quite interesting. Perhaps I'll need to spare some time to keep a closer eye on him in the future." Meanwhile, inside a mysterious cave tucked away in some obscure corner. Taking slow steps deeper inside, Fang Yuan muttered under his breath, The mid-year exam only passed a dozen days ago, yet I've already smoothly climbed to the rank 1 upper stage. This lightning speed is way faster than my past life. The white Borgu has also been fattened up to a certain degree, and I'm about to hit my absolute limit soon. If I've already met the strict requirements demanded by Hua Ju Xingji, then it's the golden hour to crack open the next secret layer. Just as he finished his sentence, Fang Yuan halted because of a massive boulder, blocking the pathway like a solid fortress wall. In the damp space of the cave, Fang Yuan bent his back, shoving the giant boulder forward inch by inch. He gritted his teeth while counting his steps, 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. He thought to himself, full of contemplation, just last week, my back was already threatening to protest at 45 steps, forcing me to bitterly raise the white flag and give up. I wonder if I can break the record today. Gathering momentum and taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan strained his neck and continued counting, 48, 49, 50 steps. The heavy boulder finally gave way, opening up a gap. He peeked inside, scratching his head in wonder, reached the finish line already. Letting out a sigh of relief, he rolled his eyes around and clicked his tongue. What the hell is this? Another secret room. Towering right in front of him now was a dull gray stone wall, resolutely blocking his path forward. He muttered his assessment. This secret room is outfitted with an incredibly crude stone door. It's definitely a rush job by Hua Ju Xingji. Suddenly, his eyes flashed upon discovering something interesting. He leaned forward to look behind the boulder. He stared intently at the ground, nodding as he declared, "Highly suspicious, this is undoubtedly the second Earth Treasury flower. There's a huge chance it's the next trial stage meant for me, if this young master hasn't guessed wrong." Pausing for a beat, he noticed a flower growing out of a depression in the earth. Suddenly, the petals bloomed brilliantly, exposing a jade stone sparkling with a green light inside. He blinked in disbelief. Jade skin goo. Cradling the jade in his hand, he broke into a smug grin. Who would have thought that Hua Ju Xingji would be so considerate as to lay out such a feast for me? I was still racking my brain trying to figure out where to dig up a jade skin goo. Now that I have this ultra-premium armor, I have more than enough leeway to unleash my full physical strength to my heart's content. Fang Yuan analyzed inwardly. The defensive capability of this jade skin goo is renowned throughout the goo worm world. Bagging it means I've finally plugged up my massive defensive loophole. But then he frowned, calculating. However, bringing this piece of work home is quite exhausting too. Every 10 days, it devours 2 tails of jade. Back when I was serving the white boar goo, I only had to regularly slaughter some wild boars and be done with it. Now there's this troublesome diet to deal with. Having the jade skin goo, does it mean I have to carry a pickaxe and mine all over the world? He struggled to pry open the stone door. What hit his eyes was a space as pitch black as an ink pot, with the only solitary sliver of light sneaking in from the crack he had just opened. Suddenly catching a whiff of something abnormal, he craned his neck to look up at the cave ceiling. Cave ceiling was peppered with stone pillars that were riddled with honeycomb-like holes. He silently dissected the situation. Looking at this, I'm probably taking a stroll right under the belly of Qingmao Mountain. This underground stone lair must be at least over 30 acres wide. The catch is that every single pillar is flickering with a faint crimson light. Could it be struck by some feng shui curse? Oh wait, I'm starting to smell Hua Ju Xingji's intent behind hiding the jade skin goo. If this young master hasn't misjudged. Breaking his train of thought, he swung his arm, throwing a sharp blade of sword chi straight into a stone pillar, causing a tremor. Instantly, the screeching sound of a monkey echoed from within. A hairy monkey, its eyes blazing with a greenish, thuggish gleam, aggressively lunged straight at him, as if wanting to eat him alive. Without even blinking, he followed up with another palm of sword chi, slapping it right in the monkey's face. Taking the fatal hit, the monkey rolled onto the ground, officially bidding farewell to this world. The unlucky monkey's corpse gradually stiffened and turned into a chunk of stone. He slapped his thigh with a loud smack, speaking with absolute certainty. Bingo, this is definitely a gang of jade-eye stone monkeys. Saying so, he looked up high. Inside the holes of the stone pillars, hundreds of pairs of bright jade-green eyes belonged to the monkeys glaring at him. Fang Yuan stroked his chin, scrutinizing. So it's this bizarre species. Once they kick the bucket, their bodies immediately crumble into gray stone. Luckily, their pupils crystallize into 2 premium jade stones, easily weighing around 2 taels. But the rub is, I don't just have the hobby of feeding the jade skin goo. I still have to grind hard to inherit the rest of Hua Ju Xingji's legacy. The next clue is definitely stashed away in some nook of this stone labyrinth. Fang Yuan tiptoed forward while muttering his calculations. Just glancing casually, a single pillar houses over 100 jade-eye stone monkeys. So in this vast stone forest, the monkey population must be as crowded as a festival. With my current paper-thin strength, charging into a mob of furious monkeys will inevitably result in them chewing my bones without spitting out the residue. He swept his sharp gaze over the monkey pack, silently sighing in relief. Lucky for this old man, these apes are all lazy bums who love sleeping in the stone hollows. As long as I don't get all up in their faces within 10 paces or get itchy hands and provoke them. Otherwise, it'd be a cold day in hell before they bother coming out. Oh well, for the days to come, I'll just have to bite the bullet and live the life of a hardworking hunter, grinding day and night to fatten up this white boar goo. Time flew by in a flash. 2 months later, in a desolate forest. He was standing in a defensive stance, face to face with a chubby wild boar. The wild boar flew into a frenzy, oinking as it charged straight at him. Fang Yuan casually raised his hand, activating the jade stone and shouting, "Jade skin goo." A layer of magical energy shield instantly bloomed outward, dead stopping the wild boar's heaven-shaking charge. Fang Yuan masterfully used one hand to grab its sharp tusks tightly, while channeling 10 parts of his strength into the other, loading up a devastating punch. He smashed a brutal punch straight into the boar's skull. The terrifying force was enough to cause massive trauma to the fat pig's brain. Eating the godlike punch head-on, the boar stopped breathing instantly, bidding farewell to life forever. Fang Yuan retracted the jade skin goo, letting out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He snapped his fingers and issued a clear command, "White boar goo, come out and clean up the feast." The white boar goo immediately swarmed the boar's corpse, frantically sucking away every last drop of lingering life essence. Fang Yuan flipped the jade stone in his palm, smacking his lips in complaint. "This jade skin goo burns primeval essence like there's no tomorrow. If I take a few more hits like that, over half of my primeval essence pool will probably evaporate." He slumped down next to the boar's corpse, which was now nothing but dry bones, muttering his thoughts. That brat Fang Zheng was poisoned and out cold for 7 days and 7 nights. Who would have thought that upon opening his eyes, he'd turn into a completely different person, diving headfirst into cultivation like a moth to a flame. I'd wager he has already crawled his way up to the rank 1 peak stage by now. Half closed his eyes, calming his mind to comfort himself. My path to the peak stage isn't far either. It's just that with this trash C-grade aptitude, how could I ever compete with those A-grade and B-grade kids? Not to mention, I have to break my back running around digging up clues for Hua Ju Xingji's inheritance, so as a result, my ranking speed looks a bit more sluggish than the rest of the world. Fang Yuan continued to sit alone, monologuing to himself. Still, wandering around the stone forest for so long did yield some results. At the very least, this young master has scoured the cliff walls dry and found absolutely nothing, so the preliminary conclusion is that the next clue is definitely just laying somewhere in the stone forest. Suddenly, a shadow quietly peeked out from the bushy grass behind him, immediately catching Fang Yuan's attention. It was a moldy gray wolf. The long scar etched across its right eye betrayed that it was an incredibly cunning beast. He slowly stood up straight, frowning in suspicion, a wild wolf. The wolf showed clear wariness, tentatively taking step after step toward him. It crept up and endlessly sniffed the bare-boned wild boar corpse, only to smell that there wasn't a single scrap of meat to be had. The street-smart wolf began to timidly tuck its tail and slowly back away. Then it pulled a 180, tucking its legs and sprinting madly into the deep woods. He looked on blankly, wondering, oh wow, slipping away that fast. Suddenly, from deep within the forest, a miserable, screeching howl from the gray wolf erupted. He furrowed his brows, calculating, sending that cunning old wolf to its grave in just the blink of an eye, who exactly is the divine entity that struck. Heavy footsteps emerged from the shadows. A muscular, hulking young man walked out, tightly clutching his lute, the wolf's corpse under his arm. His robust physique was at least twice the size of his own frail frame. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing the familiar face, letting out a sound. Well, if it isn't Gu Yue Kai Shan. Kai Shan also stared wide-eyed down at his little friend, his face completely deadpan, not bothering to utter a single word. After looking his fill, Kai Shan turned his back and walked away without looking back. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly and thought, this brutish guy is the golden face representing the Kai clan lineage. His cultivation level has already reached the rank 2 upper stage. The scenarios he's experienced seem pretty similar to mine, but unfortunately for him, during the aptitude test, he only barely scraped by at B grade. He mumbled again, clicking the abacus in his head. The weather is about to shift into a freezing winter. every batch of academy students has to face two crucial exams. Once the exams are over, there's no way I can keep squatting in the academy dorms anymore. And with this face, how could I possibly drag myself back to live with my uncle and aunt? I'll be forced to pack my bags and hit the streets. But if I go out there, what corner am I supposed to sleep in? Fang Yuan cast a cold gaze into the endless void, concluding, since things had come to this, with him single-handedly raising 6 hungry goo worms, his currently thin pouch of primeval stones wouldn't be nearly enough to strengthen himself and break through to rank 2 in the future. It seemed he absolutely had to snatch the first-place throne in the upcoming year-end exam. He smirked, making an ironclad resolution. At the massive martial arena, the fiery crucible of the year-end examination was about to ignite. Hype up their spirits for tomorrow's decisive battle, the whole crowd of students gathered in front of the arena hall, ignoring the freezing snow and wind. The academy elder stood majestically, loudly declaring, "Time flies like a dog running through a field, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed. After 12 months of being tortured in the academy, you gluttonous brats have finally managed to mold the basic qualities of a goo master." Students below held their breath, seriously perking up their ears to listen to his lecture. Tomorrow is the grand martial arts tournament on the arena stage. Not only will the clan leader and the elders personally drag themselves here to watch, but dozens of your seniors will also bring their chairs to eagerly spectate. The academy elder enthusiastically painted a glorious picture, continuing, "Just think about it. You'll be able to show off under the scrutinizing gazes of hundreds of seniors, letting them stand on the sidelines and evaluate your talents." He waved his hand, threatening the students, "Your shining performance tomorrow will directly determine your future rice bowls. To put it nicely, they will happily handpick the brightest faces to pull into their own small teams." The academy elder regained his calm expression, pointing his finger straight at the sky and dropping a bomb. "Whoever snatches the first-place trophy this time will not only pocket a fat sum of 150 primeval stones, but will also get the special privilege to choose a goo worm first." At this point, from Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng to the background extras, everyone was burning with ambition. The academy elder shouted loudly, "Now, everyone line up to prepare for the final cultivation check at the academy immediately." The snowy wind began to howl and surround them, dropping layers of pristine white snow that covered a corner of the sky. An examiner started calling each person up to the podium for inspection. Guyue Jinzhou, rank 1 middle stage. Guyue Jianghe, rank 1 initial stage. Guyue Moyu, rank 1 upper stage. The examiner cleared his throat, calling out the next name on the list, Guyue Fang Yuan. He sluggishly dragged his feet up the podium, his face acting out an extreme tension as if he were giving birth. The examiner immediately reached out his hand, pressing it flat against his body to measure his power level. Suddenly, the examiner's eyes widened as he shouted loudly, pouring a bucket of cold water on the crowd's astonishment, "Guyue Fang Yuan, rank 1 peak stage." The kids waiting below fell backwards in shock, whispering animatedly among themselves, "Rank 1 peak stage. Did the examiner see that wrong, man? How could Fang Yuan manage to grind his way up to that level?" He leisurely stepped down from the podium, as a few glares sharper than bullets were thrown at Fang Yuan, along with a series of bitterly sour sarcastic remarks. "That guy just stepped in lucky dog shit, riding on the liquor worm's power to nourish his aperture. How could a trashy liquor worm refine rank 2 primeval essence? Let's see what happens after this. Once Fang Yuan runs out of tricks, how is he going to act arrogant then?" In this corner, Kai Cheng curled his lips and tilted his chin, mocking with his lackeys beside him. "So what if he's at the peak stage? At the end of the day, he's just a trashy C-grade aptitude peasant, nowhere near qualified to make me worry." The examiner strained his neck again, yelling out the name Guyue Fang Zheng. The boy lifted his chin and strode confidently up the podium, bathing in the crowd's whispers, truly built different as a grade genius. A top tier like him should at least bag the title of rank 1 peak stage. He smirked, confidently plotting in his head, "Brother, you really know how to give me a scare. But the good show is still yet to come. Just grab your popcorn and watch my performance." Fang Yuan also lazily shifted the corner of his eyes to see what kind of result his younger brother could conjure up. The audience below automatically zipped their mouths, holding their breath in anxious anticipation of the result, like waiting for the lottery numbers. The examiner immediately placed his hand on the boy's chest to scan him. He shrieked in shock as if struck by lightning, "Guyue Fang Zheng, rank 2 initial stage." The whole mob of lackeys below dropped their jaws in judgment. This result is even more shocking than the bomb Fang Yuan dropped earlier. Holy crap, how the hell did he climb all the way to rank 2? He truly didn't waste the title of an A-grade genius. Up on the high platform, Gu Yuebo stroked his beard, nodding and smiling with utter satisfaction. In the end, an A-grade aptitude is still the true love, definitely the beacon of hope lighting up our clan's future. Fang Zheng was thrilled to the bone, clenching his fists tightly and throwing a triumphant look toward Fang Yuan's direction. Gave a sinister grin, smugly whispering to himself, "Lord Clan Leader, your precious disciple hasn't let down your expectations. I did it, brother. You are now just a speck of dust I've left far behind in the distance. From now on you can piss off from being the psychological shadow in my life." Intoxicated by his breakthrough in power, Fang Zheng giggled while smugly calculating, rank 2 initial stage. This is unreal. I didn't expect it to be a whole tier higher than my past life's record. It seems my rebirth has created quite an awesome butterfly effect, huh? As the sun parted the clouds and emerged, warm rays of sunlight shone down, melting patches of white snow into a slushy mess. Right in the center of the outdoor arena, surrounded by a majestic grandstand system, hundreds of spectators swarmed in to secure a spot to watch the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament. At the seating area reserved for the hosting committee, Gu Yuebo, along with the Council of Elders, had already comfortably settled their butts on the chairs. Below the uneven arena stages, the martial arts tournament had been raging for a while, with contestants beating the crap out of each other. Resting his chin to watch the messy brawl below, Gu Yue Yaohong had an itch to comment softly, "Seems like the standard of trash-talking and throwing hands this batch is pretty high, isn't it?" Hearing that, Qing Shu standing nearby chuckled 3 times, patting his chest proudly and saying, "It's all thanks to that brat Fang Yuan. Gu Yue Qing Shu, rank 2 peak stage, while Gu Yue Yaohong is at the rank 2 middle stage after all." Qing Shu smiled charmingly, adding a few more words of praise. "It's thanks to being stimulated by Fang Yuan that they went all out. He didn't even show mercy while beating up his own biological brother. That arrogant attitude of acting like he owns the world is truly incredibly amusing." The match ended smoothly. The referee blew his whistle and announced loudly through his megaphone, "Next round, rank 1 middle stage Gu Yue Jinzhou steps up to battle rank 1 peak stage Gu Yue Mobei." Before he even finished speaking, Mobei put on a majestic handsome act, borrowing momentum to leap up and land on the arena stage with immense style. In contrast, Jinzhou's face was pale green as she timidly took slow steps onto the fighting ring. The crowd of sharp-tongued critics below immediately started running their mouths non-stop. A rank 1 peak stage belongs to the Mo family. Jinzhou grinded her heels off just to reach rank 1 middle stage. Trying to turn the tables in this case is harder than ascending to heaven. True to the masses' prophecy, the moment the two youths clashed, Jinzhou was knocked flying all the way back to the edge of the ring. Taking the full force of the shock, Jinzhou staggered, unable to keep her balance, and dropped both knees onto the floor. She panted heavily, trembling as she groaned, I admit defeat." On the other side, Mobei tilted his chin arrogantly, smirking and letting out a cold scoff. The referee's vocal cords immediately rang out. The one snatching the victory trophy this round is Gu Yue Mobei. Mobei's crazy fanbase went wild, jumping up and screaming uncontrollably, "Our top-tier little brother is so amazing." Fang Zheng stood with his arms crossed, watching the drama with a smug face while mentally jerking his own ego. "Open your eyes and see, brother, this is the cruel reality of a class gap. Just wait until our match, I'll let you taste exactly how formidable a rank 2 is." Shooting a side glance at where Fang Yuan was standing, Fang Zheng sneered and silently mocked in his heart, "Hope you're lucky enough to keep your legs intact until the very end." Switching channels to another arena stage, a noisy barrage of curses echoed throughout the neighborhood. "Damn it, why does this deadbeat keep bouncing around like a cowardly rabbit?" A contestant, his face flushed red from frustration, pointed his finger straight at Kai Cheng's face and roared, "Gu Yue Kai Cheng, are you even a man? If you have the guts, step up for some close-quarters bare-handed combat with this young master and let's see." Right after cursing, the hot-headed boy lunged forward to attack Kai Cheng, only to let him twist his body and smoothly dodge to the side with ease. Kai Cheng wasn't stingy either and cursed back, "Damn it, only a waterlogged brain would jump into a fistfight with a brute like you." In just the blink of an eye, that aggressive contestant took a palm strike right in the chest, leaving bloody, porous holes as dark red blood splattered everywhere like a squeezed ketchup bottle. The referee panicked at the serious situation and hastily declared, "The winner is Gu Yue Kai Cheng." One side haughtily swaggered off the stage, while the other side was knocked out cold, foaming at the mouth, making the medical team run frantically with a stretcher, screaming loudly, "Somebody come quick and heal him." Yao Hong, sitting majestically on the grandstand, generously threw out a complimentary nod, totally worthy of a rank 1 peak stage player. A middle stage opponent fundamentally has no right to cause him any trouble. Qing Shu slicked his hair flirtatiously, his tone as eccentric as ever, spot on, quite interesting to watch. The neighborhood loudspeaker system constantly dropped bombs announcing the golden faces grabbing the trophies. Winner Gu Yue Fang Zheng. Winner Gu Yue Mo Bei. Winner Gu Yue Fang Yuan. The crowd, despite standing until their legs were numb, was still enthusiastically gossiping about the recent matches. Strolling around another corner, a senior student sneaked up to flirt with a junior schoolgirl using a sickly sweet tone. "Hello, beautiful junior. The streets are saying your vital goo is the vitality grass. I won't hide it from you, our squad is in need of a healing goo master." Seeing a sweet deal, a kid hanging around hastily jumped in to beg senior brother, "I'm also dying to join your team. My vital goo is the moonlight goo." The senior quickly waved his hand in slight rejection, offering a thin, awkward smile. "Oh God, no, really sorry little bro. Our measly team already has an excess of offensive goo masters, you'll have to find another connection." Qing Shu took in all these developments, slapping his thigh and clicking his tongue. See that, see that? Those squad leader guys are starting to pull their recruitment tricks." Yao Hong pulled a long face, yawning in boredom as he replied, "Yeah, this tournament is as bland as snail water. Looks like I'm about to snore myself to sleep soon." Yao Hong gave a solid judgment. Among this bunch, the truly formidable students are realistically just Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng, and Mo Bei. Only those guys are worth watching. Gu Yuebo, sitting up high, also shared the exact same mood, evaluating, "It seems from here until we drag ourselves to the final match, there are absolutely no more interesting acts left to watch." As time slowly passed, the exhausted sun began to clock out and set, returning to the sky a fiery red sunset. The gossip-hungry crowd, tired to the bone, complained, "Oh yeah, it's finally about to end." The referee's tin can voice roared out again, shattering the sleepiness. "Next match, Rank 2 initial stage Fang Zheng vs. Rank 1 peak stage Gu Yue Mo Bei." As soon as the words fell, Mo Bei puffed out his chest and haughtily stepped up. He gave zero face to anyone and spat out a string of threats. "Fang Zheng, don't have delusions of grandeur thinking I'll bow down to you. Today, I'm going to open the world's eyes with my ultimate skill of fighting above my tier." Gu Yue Fang Zheng was fuming, roaring at the top of his lungs, "Stop your bullshit barking, jump in here and try to bite me if you can." The challenger was thick-skinned enough to retort sharply. "People usually say let the trash talk lead the greetings before moving on to the fist-exchanging act. But you jump right in demanding to bite people, trying to compare brawn already." Finishing his sarcastic jab, the youth twisted his body and rushed forward to build momentum for a beatdown, while Fang Zheng moved as fast as lightning, bending his body close to the ground to smoothly dodge the vicious strike. The boy's eyes were as sharp as razor blades, his hands gathering power that blazed fiercely. Mo Bei's face turned pale green with fear as he stuttered out, "Oh crap, it's the Moonblade." In the very next second, a blast of murderous aura slammed directly into him, sending him flying out of bounds while screaming tragically. The two of them just continued to utterly thrash each other on the arena floor. The spectator's eyes widened into perfect circles, gasping in amazement and commentating, "Oh ho, that corner-throwing hands looks pretty hardcore, eh?" Gu Yue Yao Hong rested his chin on his hand, flashing a meaningful smile and critiquing, "Didn't expect that brat Fang Zheng to dare close the distance and play this dirty. Pretty gutsy of him, huh?" Gu Yue Qing Shu chipped in with his analysis, definitely the credit of the clan leader's harsh training. Noobs dueling always keep a safe distance of 10 steps, too far and the Moonblade evaporates, but press in too close and the opponent eats a mouth full of dirt before they can even react. Glancing at Fang Zheng's bloodthirsty demeanor, he nodded and noted, "Look at Fang Zheng's combat distance, he's narrowed it down to 6 steps. With this style, it's not just the clan leader favoring him, the kid himself must have been grinding like crazy, scraping his skin and bruising himself." On the other side of the battle line, Gu Yue Fang Zheng was still blood-drunk, determined not to leave any open door for his pitiful opponent to escape. Every strike he threw left that arrogant Mo Bei scrambling in total chaos to defend himself. Gu Yue Mo Yan, standing outside, witnessing her brother get beaten to a pulp, felt her heart ache and anxiously wailed, "My little brother." Yue Kai Shan just stood rooted to the spot like a block of wood, pursing his lips and refusing to utter a single word. Finally, Fang Zheng's ears caught the exact sentence he wanted to hear most from the referee. This round goes to Yue Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng's nose flared as big as a tomato, proudly telling himself in his mind, "Long live Lord Clan Leader, your precious child certainly hasn't let down your expectations." The kid's mind replayed the encouraging words dripping with master-disciple affection. "Fang Zheng, you were born with a silver spoon carrying pure gold aptitude, and yet you still train stubbornly like a beast chewing straw. This examination arena was born for you to tear the roof off." Memories flooded back to the moment he swore and promised never to let his master feel disappointed in him. Immersed in the illusion of the past, the boy gritted his teeth, swearing a deadly oath to absolutely snatch the championship trophy. Yue Bo back then just lowered his head, giving a profound hum of agreement. The defeated general was dragged out by his collar, but still unresignedly kicked and struggled, howling miserably, "No, I haven't lost yet, let go of me right now, I have more than enough in me to keep fighting." The audience dropped their jaws in disbelief, saying, "Someone look at this combat level, it's at least on par with seniors who graduated a whole year ago. And a grade genius truly grows wings to fly instead of bothering to walk." The moment Fang Zheng dramatically stepped down, a friend standing nearby eagerly spoke up. "The streets are saying you were personally taught by Lord Clan Leader himself. No wonder you're this formidable." The boy could only let out a sigh of relief to ease his exhaustion. The referee once again waved his hand and blasted through the speakers. "Next match, rank 1 peak stage Yue Kai Cheng against." A booming voice chimed in to finish the sentence. "Rank 2 initial stage Yue Fang Zheng." Kai Cheng smirked maliciously, hyping himself up in his gut. "Perfect timing, Fang Zheng. You already boiled that little brat Mo Bei, so if I chop you up next to make a name for myself, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." At that exact moment, Yue Fang Yuan standing outside didn't blink an eye, pouring all his attention onto the arena without hesitation. He shot a gaze as sharp as a blade straight at Kai Cheng, making the guy shiver and drop his jaw in astonishment, muttering to himself, "Oh my God, he's bringing out this cheesy move again." But then he scrunched his face and threw a smile full of contempt. He patted his chest and loudly shouted out his badass move name, Dragon Pill Cricket Gu. Yue Kai Cheng turned his head back, throwing a mocking smile right in Yue Fang Zheng's face. "Fang Zheng, oh Fang Zheng, where on earth did a brat like you dig up a speed-hacking goo worm? Just relying on those 2 running legs of yours, even if you sucked a thumb you still wouldn't catch my dust." The moment he finished barking, Fang Zheng loomed right up to him, but Kai Cheng kept flexing and playing it cool. "That tactic of yours might have worked on Mo Bei, but bringing it out to scare me is just like a mosquito biting wood, son." Hearing that, Fang Zheng smirked meaningfully. "Is that so?" Kid grinned joyfully, showing his hand. "If you like dodging and playing hide-and-seek, be my guest. But every time you use that dragon pill cricket goo, it drains a fixed amount of your primeval essence, right? Meanwhile, this young master is fully charged with rank 2 red steel primeval essence, tanky as hell, and 3 times more durable than you. Your aptitude is already trash, burning fuel like this means the one running dry on primeval essence and losing later will definitely be you." Right after his opponent spewed that long ocean of words, Kai Cheng stepped back, his face as stiff as a board, muttering under his breath, "Every word this brat barks hits the spot. It actually makes a lot of sense, no joke." The onlooking crowd gasped in awe. Fang Zheng is playing big brain, his tactical gears are spinning crazily. Truly different as the core disciple sharing the clan leader's milk bottle. Yue Qing Shu covered his mouth and giggled mockingly. This little brat Fang Zheng didn't just get stronger, he even upgraded his ik too. Looking at this cunning demeanor, he's completely unlike the brute force, impulsive dog he used to be. Kai Cheng, shamelessly thick-skinned, gritted his teeth, taking the verbal beating and shouting, "Damn it. If it's like that then let's go all out and spill some blood." Yue Qing Shu forced another cheeky smile, thinking to himself, this a grade genius breed really is top-tier stuff. This brat Fang Zheng is quite something. Perhaps when his wings are fully grown, he might even dream of throwing hands and turning the tables against that monster Bai Ningbing. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Zheng mercilessly smashed a sledgehammer-like punch right into Kai Cheng's face, making the guy dizzy and unable to react. A spectator's eyes crinkled in excitement as he cheered. "Oh man, the first place thrown this term is definitely locked in with Fang Zheng's name on it, guys." Yue Kai Lion sitting on the sidelines felt furiously bitter seeing his grandson take a beating, feeling completely unresigned and resentful. With a swoosh, a heel kicked up and planted straight into the opponent's chest, stomping Kai Cheng down onto the floor with a painful thud. Gu Yue Fang Zheng dusted his hands, casually lowering his eyes to look at the defeated loser sprawled on the ground. The masses enthusiastically cheered and celebrated noisily. Gu Yue Kai Cheng was kicked flying off the stage. Gu Yue Fang Zheng takes the cup. Fang Zheng puffed out his chest proudly, directing an wildly arrogant gaze toward Gu Yue Fang Yuan, plotting loudly in his brain, "You see how cool your little brother is now, brother. I'm very different from before. This time I'm going to shove dirt in your mouth and defeat you." Fang Yuan maintained his completely expressionless face, coldly observing Fang Zheng. A nerd on the sidelines whispered, "Mo Bei and Kai Cheng are respectively the boss seat seeds for the Mo faction and Kai faction, while Fang Zheng belongs to the clan leader faction's trump cards." Gu Yue Bo sat bouncing his leg, deeply prophesying, "Tusk. At this rate, inside the Gu Yue clan in the future, the clan leader's status will ride on the heads of the two grand elders once again." In the final, closing match, Rank 2 initial stage Gu Yue Fang Zheng clashed face-to-face with Rank 1 peak stage Gu Yue Fang Yuan. The gossipers buzzed with excitement. Well, how truly spectacular. Peak drama right here. The martial arts tournament went on and on. Who would have thought the finale would be a match of brothers slaughtering each other? Absolutely fascinating. Gu Yue Bo furrowed his brows, thoughtfully evaluating in his heart, "Little brat Fang Zheng, the massive psychological shadow choking your throat all these years is none other than your older brother Fang Yuan. Bowl him alive this time, child. You're holding a massive amount of red steel primeval essence, and even equipped with the jade skin goo for comprehensive offense and defense. The odds of you taking the money are extremely high." Fang Zheng pulled out his arrogant, provocative attitude right to his face. "Brother, just raise the white flag and surrender to save time. I'm packing a full tank of over 80% rank 2 red steel primeval essence, while your tank of green copper primeval essence is pathetically lingering around 44%. Swimming in here to bite me won't give you a chance. You have no right to win." Fang Yuan let out an incredibly wicked smile, sarcastically replying, "Wow, you sure have a lot of free time to closely inspect exactly how many liters of primeval essence I have. However, you can stop spewing these fly-attracting garbage words." He smirked and added, "Try using your brain to deduce. If everyone just brought out their primeval essence bar to compare sizes and determine victory, then what the hell is the point of people having the free time to step on stage and bash each other's heads in?" Getting slapped back with a bitter counter, Fang Zheng ground his teeth until they creaked, smoke blowing from his head as he puffed his cheeks, glared, and lunged toward Fang Yuan roaring, "If brother insists on eating dirt so badly, then I'll just have to lift my hand and send you off on a glorious journey." Fang Zheng bent his knees and leaped high up into the air. The curly-haired guy below saw this and dropped his jaw. "Oh my god, is this great-grandpa bringing out that repetitive, overused move again?" Gu Yue Fang Zheng, drunk on blood, zealously shrieked out crazed sounds. Yet Gu Yue Fang Yuan just stood rooted there, wearing a look of pure contempt as he watched his little brother flying around, not bothering to lift a finger or move a muscle. Fang Yuan maintained a calmness that was utterly terrifying. Suddenly, his gaze turned as sharp as a grim reaper's scythe, slashing straight at Fang Zheng. Without a word, he shot like a bullet straight toward Fang Zheng's position. Gu Yue Fang Zheng, getting perfectly countered and failing to foresee this move, panicked and screamed, "What?" Blazing with fury, Gu Yue Fang Zheng let out a curse, truly detestable, right before waving his limbs and fiercely unloading a barrage of attacks straight ahead. A series of energy strikes flew by at top speed, carrying a murderous aura that plowed through the space, aimed right at the head of the charging Gu Yue Fang Yuan. As fast as a snake's bite, he smoothly twisted his body like a noodle, hastily changing direction to dodge the blows. Then he flawlessly glided in a circle, ending up all the way behind Gu Yue Fang Zheng's back. The kid turned his head and saw his older brother without a single hair harmed, unable to stop his astonishment as he shouted, "This is unreal, you dodged that smoothly." Just as he circled behind, Gu Yue Fang Yuan gave his little brother no room to breathe, instantly throwing a heaven-shaking kick at Gu Yue Fang Zheng, sending the kid flying into the distance, accompanied by a chorus of painful groans. Gu Yue Fang Zheng's precious body slid further and further away, skidding right up against the back wall. Finally, he slammed the brakes right at the very edge of the arena, lying flat on his stomach looking quite pathetic. Feeling around his body and realizing he hadn't lost yet, Gu Yue Fang Zheng clutched his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That was way too close. The masses packed tightly below, witnessing this drama, were so stunned they couldn't pick up their dropped eyeballs fast enough. They gathered and exclaimed, "Good Lord, Fang Zheng's signature ultimate move got broken just like that." While keeping their eyes glued to the situation, the audience's mouths were still constantly babbling on, "What does this Fang Yuan eat to perfectly break the Moonblade like that? He's definitely a brawling addict machine." Drowning in those whispering noises, Gu Yue Fang Yuan still maintained a gaze as sharp as a sword and an emotionless, cold demeanor. He stared intently at Gu Yue Fang Zheng's pitiful state. Sprawled on the opposite side, the little brother retaliated with a fiery glare full of rage, clumsily pushing himself up to stand straight, preparing to fight to the bitter end. Spotting that the prey was still stubborn and refusing to give up, Gu Yue Fang Yuan lowered his head and charged rapidly forward like a chariot to attack. Gu Yue Fang Zheng scrambled into a ready stance to fight back, as a dazzlingly bright moon seal immediately appeared in the palm of his right hand. After that, dozens of crescent moon energy strikes flew out, firing as fast and forcefully as a machine gun. Gu Yue Fang Zheng emptied his lungs, screaming with determination, "Come here and taste this, boy." Facing that overwhelmingly powerful rain of attacks covering the sky, Gu Yue Fang Yuan didn't show a single millimeter of fear or hesitation. Carrying a face as cold as ice, he twisted and bent to dodge every flashy move like a walk in the park, easily slipping past without spending much effort. Seeing that horrifying scene, Gu Yue Fang Zheng was suddenly stunned, his soul leaving his body in extreme fear as he frantically waved his arms and stammered a single word, "You." Before he could even use his trash-talking skills, Gu Yue Fang Yuan had quickly loomed right in front of him, unleashing a god-tier palm strike brimming with power that punched right into Gu Yue Fang Zheng's stomach. Taking this incredibly vicious blow, the kid's internal organs immediately suffered massive damage. He staggered and coughed up a bright red puddle of fresh blood from his mouth. But the story didn't peacefully end there. Gu Yue Fang Yuan, radiating a murderous aura, continued loading his gun, aiming to beat his little brother into pulp until he completely secured the victory. Gu Yue Fang Zheng at this moment was as weak and limp as a noodle, possessing absolutely no strength left to resist or do anything, so he just passively hugged his head defensively, squeezing his eyes shut and screaming shrilly in extreme terror. Witnessing the battle entirely one-sided, the audience below jolted and loudly shouted a warning, "No, the script is wrong." Gu Yue Fang Zheng foolishly blinked in surprise, stammering, "What's wrong?" The audience once again shrieked, loudly sounding the alarm, "He's right behind you." Turning around, good heavens, Gu Yue Fang Yuan had teleported behind him since God knows when, his fist already brimming with fully charged energy focused into his tightly clenched hand. In an instant, he swung his arm and planted a fatal punch straight into Gu Yue Fang Zheng's back, sending the boy flying like a kite with a broken string, rolling and wailing in utter misery. Sweating bullets, Gu Yue Mo Chen tiptoed to speak up, calling out to Gu Yue Bo, who was stunned frozen on the spot, "Lord Clan Leader, look over there." Gu Yue Fang Zheng's battered body once again plowed face first into the arena floor, sliding far back into the distance. The boy made an emergency landing right at the edge of the ring once more, his internal organs mangled and severely injured, making him cough violently and unstoppably. Dragging his crippled and heavily injured body, Gu Yue Fang Zheng threw a basket full of resentful glares back at the villain, his lips twitching as he squeezed out each weak word, "Gu Yue Fang." Before the final word of his brother's name could even escape his mouth, Gu Yue Fang Zheng's head was violently stomped straight down into the brick floor by a shoe sole, smashing the arena tiles to pieces. The boy gasped, unable to react in time, forced to lie as still as rice while his body took the full brunt of the attacks. After the brutal beatdown concluded, Gu Yue Fang Zheng's eyes dulled into a lifeless, pale white as his mouth threw up mouthfuls of fresh blood, finally disconnecting from the server and losing consciousness. Witnessing this bloody finale, the crowd was so bewildered and shocked that they lost their brains, unable to believe it as they shouted in unison, "Fuck, what the hell just happened?" Standing majestically on the martial ring, ignoring hundreds of scrutinizing eyes, Gu Yue Fang Yuan lifted his right leg and viciously, mercilessly stomped down on Gu Yue Fang Zheng's head. Gu Yue Fang Zheng's hands clawed and desperately grabbed at the rough ground in a hopeless attempt to push himself up and resist. Crushed flat beneath Gu Yue Fang Yuan's ruthless heel, Gu Yue Fang Zheng burned with absolute fury, wanting to stand up. His facial muscles contorted fiercely as he growled through gritted teeth, "You bastard." The netizen crowd watching the drama was appalled to see Fang Yuan trampling Fang Zheng under his foot exactly like stepping on an ant, while the miserable little brother couldn't scrape together a single ounce of strength to struggle or fight back. Fang Yuan, wearing his stone-cold face, nonchalantly looked down at Fang Zheng, who was trying to crawl up, and casually delivered another head-sinking stomp. Fang Zheng's skull slammed violently into the arena floor, so hard that the floor tiles cracked open and shattered everywhere. Fang Zheng's scalp was trampled and torn open, bleeding profusely and unstoppably. The boy ground his teeth into powder and screamed, "Damn you!" The fire in his chest blazed wildly, wanting to burn his entire frail body to ashes. Draining the very last drops of his stamina, Fang Zheng risked his life to drag his aching neck and lift his head up one more time. Fang Zheng's eyes flared with a fire of unyielding determination, gritting his teeth and bracing himself to crawl up from the cruel ground to stand. Fang Yuan coldly lowered his eyes to look at his younger brother Fang Zheng struggling to get up under his foot, his expression like a tranquil lake without the slightest ripple. In complete contrast, Fang Zheng bore a bloodied face, his eyes burning with a flame of absolute refusal to submit, trying to wring out his dying strength to reach up. Fang Yuan decisively delivered a third stomp, ruthlessly crushing Fang Zheng's face back down onto the arena floor, grinding all of his efforts into dust. Witnessing such an intensely violent scene, the crowd on the grandstands simultaneously widened their eyes, screaming in terror. Even clan leader Bo was so shocked that his jaw dropped, temporarily rendered speechless and unable to utter a single word. At this moment, Fang Zheng was pinned down under his heel, stiff and motionless, utterly powerless to struggle even if he wanted to. Leaning against the railing and observing from afar, Yao Hong frowned and commented, "Isn't this Fang Yuan a bit too ruthless? Why push someone to such a dead end?" Lying flat on the arena floor, Fang Zheng panted heavily, his entire body so exhausted that it was hard to move a muscle. With a face covered in fresh blood, Fang Zheng clenched his teeth, staring fixedly at the person stepping on his head. A wave of despair swelled in his heart. "He is too formidable. How am I supposed to deal with this?" "That's right, I still have the moonlight Gu." In this critical moment, a sudden ray of hope flashed in Fang Zheng's mind. The radiant glow of the moonlight Gu shone brightly in his palm. He calculated inwardly, at such a close range, as long as I strike, he absolutely has no way to dodge. However, how could such a petty scheme escape Fang Yuan's eyes? He looked down indifferently at the person beneath his feet, as if enjoying a clown's performance, remaining silent without bothering to speak. Fang Yuan sharply unleashed a moonblade that pierced right into the center of his younger brother's right palm. Fresh blood splattered under the latter's utterly shocked gaze. A bone-deep agony instantly erupted. Fang Zheng screamed miserably, the sorrowful sound echoing throughout the arena. Fang Yuan maintained an ice-cold expression, his hand still bearing the mark of the moonlight Gu, indifferently looking down at the person writhing and screaming under his feet. Witnessing Fang Yuan act so ruthlessly towards his own flesh and blood, countless spectators frowned in dissatisfaction and voiced out, "This Fang Yuan is truly cold-blooded. How could he bear to treat his own biological brother so cruelly?" Fang Zheng was now too exhausted to cry out, his face filled with resignation, his eyes vacant. His remaining pride and self-esteem had finally shattered. "It's over, everything ends right here. In the end, I still can't defeat him." Meanwhile, Fang Yuan kept his expressionless, iron-hard face, indifferently looking down at his younger brother. With eyes full of venomous resentment, someone gritted their teeth and growled, "Fang Yuan." The students who had been robbed of their primeval stones by Fang Yuan glared indignantly at his cruelty, old grudges flaring up, making them shout in frustration, "Fang Yuan is too arrogant. He stripped us of our primeval stones for a whole year, and now he beats his own brother to such a state." Suddenly, a male student could no longer hold back and strained his neck to shout loudly, "Fang Zheng, get up, rise and take down Fang Yuan." That explosive sound immediately caught Fang Yuan's attention, and he lazily glanced toward the spectator stands. On the stands, the crowd of students seemed to be ignited, standing up in unison and screaming to cheer for Fang Zheng. "That's right, stand tall and bring down Fang Yuan." All sides of the arena were flooded with deafening sounds of encouragement. Fang Zheng, work hard, stand up, crush Fang Yuan, take him down. The crowd seethed with willpower, every cheering word pouring like a rolling tide into Gu Yue Fang Zheng's ears. Stand up, give it your all, Fang Zheng. Those resounding voices seeped into Gu Yue Fang Zheng's mind, igniting an invisible vitality within him, memories of the past rushing back. Everyone has always placed their trust in me. He recalled the entrusted words of his uncle and aunt. Fang Zheng, after this year-end exam, you will leave the academy. Step out there and let the world admire the aura of a peerless genius. Then he envisioned his friends crying and complaining about his older brother's cruelty. Fang Yuan is too hateful. He keeps bullying us endlessly. You are our only lifeline. Thinking of this, Gu Yue Fang Zheng seemed to salvage a glimmer of light. Everyone, absolutely everyone, is still waiting for my breakthrough. He also remembered Gu Yue Bo's teaching. Fang Zheng, if you want to be capable, you must find your true self and place absolute faith in yourself. Then the image of Shen Kui with blushing cheeks and affectionate, swaying eyes whispering to him, young master, I believe you are more than capable of claiming the first place, and when that time comes, the two of us. So the whole world still wholeheartedly believes in me. Ending his train of thought, Gu Yue Fang Zheng felt as if he were injected with divine strength, gritting his teeth and gathering all his might to stand up. Seeing Gu Yue Fang Zheng's swaying silhouette rising, the crowd cheered twice as frantically. Stand up, straighten your back, Fang Zheng, use all the strength you have in your life. At this very moment, all the pain seemed to vanish. Gu Yue Fang Zheng felt a surge of true essence welling up in his chest, his tightly clenched fist slamming heavily onto the floor. He majestically stood up straight, his mind now rooted in a single, resilient thought: how could I be defeated so easily? I absolutely cannot fall in this place. Gu Yue Fang Zheng tilted his head back and roared. Seeing Gu Yue Fang Zheng successfully bounce back, Gu Yue Bo also excitedly shot up from his seat, his heart pounding like a drum. Rise up, Fang Zheng, tear apart the psychological trauma in your heart. You will be the shining torch of our entire Gu Yue clan. Gu Yue Fang Zheng staggeringly stood firm, and his entire body instantly emitted an emerald halo. Gu Yue Fang Yuan was pushed back a few steps. That brilliant jade-green light tightly enveloped Gu Yue Fang Zheng's body. A flock of students screamed in joy. Fang Zheng is standing tall. That's the jade skin Gu. Gu Yue Fang Yuan naturally recognized the jade-green radiance wrapping around his younger brother. He spoke calmly, seemingly too familiar with its origins. So it's the jade skin Gu again. The audience exploded, chanting his name up to the clouds. Fang Zheng, Fang Zheng, Fang Zheng. His eyes burned fiercely with the flame of battle. With his entire body dyed in green, as if donning a suit of emerald armor, Gu Yue Fang Zheng took a defensive stance, his eyes brimming with confidence locking onto the person opposite him as he declared, Brother, I have stood up. I will definitely defeat you. In his gaze right now, not a trace of timidity remained, only a blazing, sky-high fighting spirit. Gu Yue Fang Yuan's face remained as rigid as a drifting iceberg. He observed leisurely, then smirked and gave a faint smile. Oh, you want to take me down? Gu Yue Fang Yuan's footsteps slightly retreated a beat. He swung his right fist up into the air, his arm bending and drawing back like a tightly pulled bowstring ready to fire an arrow. His eyes flashed with sharp killing intent, carrying extreme disdain for Gu Yue Fang Zheng. He dropped a cold, sarcastic remark, You're still too green and naive, little brother. Having spoken, Gu Yue Fang Yuan landed a heaven-shaking punch straight on Gu Yue Fang Zheng's cheek, the green defensive armor instantly shattering like broken glass, the glittering fragments scattering into the air before vanishing forever. Gu Yue Fang Zheng's eyes rolled back, suddenly taking the full brunt of that brutal strike. His inner mind couldn't help but exclaim in horror, What the hell is this? He actually tore through the jade skin Gu's protection with his bare hands. Gu Yue Fang Zheng staggered backward. Without letting his target regain composure, Gu Yue Fang Yuan clung to him like a shadow, taking a martial stance to deliver another fatal blow. Nonsense, this is unbelievable. This is utterly absurd. Gu Yue Fang Zheng opened his panicked eyes wide, his heart refusing to believe this cruel reality. Gu Yue Fang Yuan ruthlessly smashed another fist into his younger brother's face, the terrifying force snapping his head backward. Droplets of bright red blood, mixed with emerald fragments, splattered once again. A wave of emptiness struck, draining all of Gu Yue Fang Zheng's strength. His vision went dark, and he plummeted to the ground, muttering subconsciously, Why? Why did it turn out like this? His body crashed heavily onto the floor, the azure glow fading without a trace, and he immediately passed out. All the screaming and cheering on the stands died down in unison, the gleeful smiles of the students froze, and the arena sank into a dead silence. Guyue Fang Yuan's right hand was torn to shreds, flesh and blood mangled, with drops of fresh blood dripping onto the arena floor. A gust of wind swept past, blowing Guyue Fang Yuan's pitch-black hair into the air. He stood tall and straight on the stage, his gaze piercingly cold, terrifyingly calm, as he slightly curled his lips, "Truly sorry, I've ruined your mood again." The elders sitting on the high platform maintained their postures with jaws dropped and eyes wide, dumbfounded like statues, so terrified they were rendered speechless. On the floor, Guyue Fang Zheng had fainted, while Guyue Fang Yuan stood towering in the center, his face showing absolutely no trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. After a suffocating moment of silence, the entire stand erupted like a disturbed nest. How could such a fantastical thing happen? The bewildered crowd screamed loudly. Guyue Fang Yuan's eyes remained tranquil, deeply unfathomable like a cold autumn lake. A guy below the stands clutched his head, his face a mix of terror and disbelief as he yelled, shattering the jade skin Gu's defense with 2 punches. This. At this point he stuttered, unable to utter a complete sentence. The female Gu masters also drew in a cold breath in horror, their voices trembling, too brutal. Even the jade light was smashed to pieces by him. Does this guy feel no pain? Even the seasoned male Gu masters were shaken, their eyes twitching non-stop as they shot up and yelled, not using a single defensive Gu worm, just directly smashing with a mortal body. This is purely self-mutilation for real. Seated on the high platform, the Guyue clan leader darkened his face, his brows tightly knitted as he silently evaluated Guyue Fang Yuan. This kid is not only heartless to his own flesh and blood, but also this ruthless to himself. Finally, the academy elder could not sit still. He muttered, "Let this old man go down and check." Immediately, the academy elder personally leaped down and landed on the arena. First, he squatted next to the unconscious Guyue Fang Zheng, reached out to check his vital acupoints, and then let out a soft sigh of relief. Fang Zheng's life is not in danger. His head just took a heavy impact, so he is temporarily comatose. Nevertheless, his inner heart still churned with stormy waves. It's truly unbelievable, even with the jade skin Gu's protection, he was beaten this miserably by someone's bare hands. Thinking up to this point, the academy elder turned and suggested to Guyue Fang Yuan, let me examine your wounds. He approached him, decisively lifting the heavily injured arm. The condition of his hands was extremely tragic, not to mention the mangled flesh and blood. Even the pale white finger joints were jutting out due to the fierce impact force, with a web of cracks clearly visible on the bone surfaces. An injury of this scale must be excruciatingly painful, yet Fang Yuan's face remained unchanged, not even bothering to knit a single brow. The academy elder was secretly horrified. He stroked his beard and lowered his voice to instruct, "Bear with it a bit. The healing process will be terribly itchy and painful." After saying that, the academy elder's hands spread wide, radiating a brilliant blue moonlight glow. He gathered primeval essence into his left hand, making the blue light grow increasingly blinding. The academy elder carefully enveloped Guyue Fang Yuan's mangled hand. His eyebrows instinctively furrowed. It felt as if a freezing piece of jade ice was pressed directly onto his torn flesh. The bone-piercing chill forced him to clench his jaw, but he absolutely did not utter half a groan. The academy elder's face remained calm, but in his heart, he was plotting cunningly, taking advantage of healing this brat. This old man must slip a trace of mental energy to probe his aperture. At this time, Guyue Fang Yuan felt a maddening itch, and his breathing began to turn ragged. Inside the aperture, the dark green copper primeval essence churned like a vortex. The primeval sea surged with continuous, rolling waves. A chubby Gu worm was carefree, swimming playfully in the primeval sea. The academy elder carefully scanned the skin of Fang Yuan's right palm, discovering only the presence of the moonlight Gu and little light Gu. A trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. Could it be that he isn't hiding any other Gu worms? Did this kid really use the brute strength of a mortal body to smash apart the jade skin Gu's armor? Observing the youth standing before him, the academy elder secretly lamented. Such explosive strength already surpasses that of a grown man. This brat is only a mere 15 years old. How can he possess such a terrifying physique? Gu Yue Fang Yuan slowly withdrew his hand, putting on a respectful appearance as he replied, "Academy Elder, thank you for your medical treatment." Despite being treated so attentively, Gu Yue Fang Yuan did not feel the slightest bit of gratitude in his heart, because he was fully aware of this old man's dark intentions. Although his hand was still slightly sore, the wound had sealed over. The old man's true purpose was merely to use this as an excuse to peek into his aperture. Fortunately, he had predicted things like a god, having already moved both the white boar goo and jade skin goo to hide them securely in the second cave. As for the spring-autumn cicada, it was a grand rank 6 goo worm once it decided to isolate itself. Even if Gu Yue Bo reached rank 4 cultivation and personally took action, he wouldn't be able to dig up any clues, relying on his meager cultivation to interrogate it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile sarcastically. All across the arena, chaos broke out. Nobody expected that the one to have the last laugh would be Fang Yuan. Bearing the title of a C-grade trash, how on earth did he take down the rank 2 Fang Zheng, who was armed to the teeth with the jade skin goo? Midst the myriad of whispers, someone suddenly spoke up to clarify what's so hard to understand. If it's not brute strength, it must definitely be an early developing physique. Just look at a certain someone as an example. At this point, the crowd came to a realization, nodding in agreement that makes sense. When Kai Shan was just a little kid, his physical strength was already more robust than a young adult's. Shrinking into a corner, Kai Shan was leaning against the wall, his face clearly showing annoyance. "It's so noisy it drives me crazy." The whispers hadn't ceased. Someone shrugged and concluded, "It seems that while the heavens took away his aptitude, they compensated him with a mighty physique. If he were to get his hands on a black boar goo, he might refine an even more terrifying strength." At this time, Fang Yuan leisurely stepped down from the arena. He perked up his ears, not missing a single whisper, inwardly chuckling with smugness. "Half a year ago, I risked my life using that wild boar to create a second camouflage shield, and sure enough, its effect is now brilliantly displayed." Seated in the chief's chair, the Gu Yue clan leader's brow was still tightly knotted. "Under my guidance and nurturing, Fang Zheng just managed to take the lead with swift advancement progress, but after suffering such a crushing defeat in this match, I fear his confidence will evaporate entirely." Pondering for a moment, the clan leader suddenly stood up and declared resoundingly, "Fang Yuan, you bear a C-grade aptitude yet managed to claim the crown. Your reward is 1,000,000 primeval stones, along with the privilege of priority in choosing a goo worm. Today, I will grant you an immediate special reward, allowing you to freely pick any small group to join." The smile on the clan leader's lips grew even more radiant, his eyes carrying a profound implication as they swept over the row of elders. "I believe the elders present here will also approve of this decision." Among the seated elders, towering prominently were Gu Yue Kai Lion and Gu Yue Mo Chen. Each wore a deeply profound and inscrutable expression. At most they frowned slightly, but absolutely no one opened their mouths to object to the clan leader's words. Fang Yuan slightly jolted. "Oh, benefits have come knocking on the door." Immediately saw through the clan leader's base scheme and dirty trick. He calculated inwardly, "If I foolishly dive into one of these 3 small groups, it would be no different from bringing disaster upon myself, offending the 3 most formidable factions in the clan." Backing Jiang He's side is the old man from the punishment hall. Making a hasty decision in broad daylight in front of such a crowd is truly exposing my own weakness. Seeing Gu Yue Fang Yuan hesitate, the corners of the clan leader's lips curled up even more smugly. He slowly added, "Fang Yuan, if you don't choose yourself, then I'll have to step in and assign one." Immediately catching the underlying threat in those words, Gu Yue Fang Yuan sneered coldly in his stomach, trying to use authority to force me. He stroked his chin, his brain operating at full capacity. "It seems I'll just have to randomly pick some messy small group to take refuge in." Right at this critical moment, a male voice suddenly interjected from the crowd below the stage, "Why don't you join my group? Our team is currently thirsting for a vanguard position." Fang Yuan lowered his eyes and looked down. The person who just shouted had a sickly, sallow complexion and a gaunt face, as if he had just recovered from an illness. He instantly recognized his background. It's that sick ghost Gu Yue Jiaosan again. A glint of extreme disdain flashed in the eyes of the clan leader and the elders. Gu Yue Jiaosan's was merely a ragtag, impoverished small group, without the slightest bit of family background or influence. Gu Yue Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Jiaosan, huh?" He chuckled inwardly. The clan's upper echelon is definitely going to be severely disillusioned this time, aren't they? Without hesitation, Gu Yue Fang Yuan pivoted on his heel, pointed his hand straight at Gu Yue Jiao San, and decisively agreed to the invitation. Then I shall join your group. In an instant, the entire arena erupted in an uproar like a broken market, the Gu masters and students staring wide-eyed at Gu Yue Fang Yuan as if looking at the dumbest idiot in the world. Is this Fang Yuan tired of living? Is his brain flooded with water? Everyone knows what kind of character Jiao San is, yet he ignores the elite teams and dives headfirst into that sick ghost's group. At this moment, the clan leader's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot, his hands unconsciously curling into fists. 3 days later, on Qingmao Mountain. Snow fell sporadically for an entire day, the pristine white snowflakes dancing and swirling around in the cold wind. Suddenly, a whizzing sound of tearing wind could be heard as a 5-man team dashed across the snow-covered ground. The one leading was none other than Gu Yue Jiao San. As he leaped forward, he looked back at Gu Yue Fang Yuan, who was running silently in parallel. Fang Yuan, just relax. Even though this is your first time doing a clan mission, the nature of the work is very leisurely. He flatly threw back a single word, yeah. His cold, sharp eyes remained fixed straight ahead. Gu Yue Fang Yuan's belt had been upgraded. Its surface was inlaid with a copper plate, upon which the character for one was deeply engraved, exceptionally eye-catching. While running as if their lives depended on it, Gu Yue Jiao San still kept blabbering on with him. Running frantically like this during field missions is an everyday occurrence. Fang Yuan, can you keep up? He still maintained his paralyzed facial expression, replying briefly, it's normal. He cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yue Jiao San, noting the fake smile on his face, which inadvertently made him think of the mythological tales about Ren Zhu. Fang Yuan began to reminisce. Legend has it that Ren Zhu used the 2 rules Gu to seize strength, at the cost of losing wisdom. In his hands, only 3 Gu worms remained, one named Suspicion Gu, one named Trust Gu, and the last one named Attitude Gu. Ren Zhu captured the Attitude Gu. This Gu worm obediently lay flat on his hand, lamenting, since you caught me, I'll just accept my bad luck. From now on, I will submit to you, you just need to put me on your face, and I can unleash my power. Ren Zhu placed the Attitude Gu on his face, but the problem was that no matter what he did, it wouldn't stick. No matter how tightly he tied it with ropes, it kept falling onto the ground. He stood there dumbfounded. How strange, what is going on here? The Attitude Gu then sighed and said to Ren Zhu, "Oh human, so it turns out you have already lost your heart. Attitude is inherently a mask of the inner heart. Since you are heartless, how can you wear me on your face?" The Attitude Gu explained in detail that a heartless person can never wear the mask of attitude, or to put it bluntly, for a person with a heart, attitude is merely a perfect disguise. Reflecting on the classic tale, Gu Yue Fang Yuan couldn't help but calculate in his mind. That fake amiability is merely a shell that Gu Yue Jiao San is wearing on his face. In reality, what kind of vicious scheme is he harboring in his stomach? Moving a bit further, Gu Yue Jiao San braked abruptly and spoke nonchalantly. It is already getting late in the afternoon. This task of digging up frozen, decaying mud is quite time-consuming, so we have to increase our speed. Fang Yuan, if you're too exhausted, just shout out. There's no need to be shy. You're a complete rookie. We will make a special exception for you. Fang Yuan only nodded, keeping his mouth shut without uttering half a word, but in his heart, he was sneering, planning to play a game of establishing dominance over me. Seeing Fang Yuan's face as impassive as stone, Jiao San grunted lightly, "Let's go." He dashed forward, and the lackeys immediately hurried to tail him. Few hours later, Gu Yue Jiao San suddenly stopped. He abruptly turned to look at Gu Yue Fang Yuan, the corners of his lips curling up as he bluntly offered praise. "You're quite something, Fang Yuan, truly worthy of being this year's top student. To think you could stick to my heels without leaving half a step, not falling behind at all." The other 3 members in the team had much poorer endurance than Fang Yuan. Each of them was panting heavily like a mad dog, their faces flushed red. 2 of them bent over with their hands on their knees, while the last one wearily threw himself onto the cold snow. Gu Yue Jiao San got annoyed, turning around, glaring and shouting, "Stand up straight, all of you, don't you feel humiliated? Open your eyes and look at Fang Yuan, then slap yourselves in the face. After this mission is over, pack up and go back to write a self-reflection report immediately." The 3 felt their hairs stand on end and hurriedly stood at attention. Getting chewed out by Jiao San, the whole group fell silent as clams, not daring to make a peep, only glancing at Gu Yue Fang Yuan with eyes filled with resentment mixed with jealousy. Hua Xin muttered inwardly, "What the hell, why is this Fang Yuan so sturdy? Running all this time and he hasn't stumbled once. Our strength is limited, how can we compete with this freak?" Kong Jing incessantly cursed Jiao San in his stomach. Where's the fun in this? Suddenly dragging us out to be sacrificial punching bags, this obnoxious guy. After panting for a while, Jiao San cleared his throat and assigned the tasks. All right, this tiny valley is our destination. There's a lot of frozen, decaying mud buried underneath. Everyone spread out and scavenge it. In exactly 1 hour, gather back here. Kong Jing, take out the tools and distribute them to everyone. Kong Jing nodded instantly. Immediately, he reached his hand forward, and a golden radiant light flashed briefly. In the blink of an eye, that light transformed into a yellow-backed frog. Gu Yue Fang Yuan glanced at it and recognized it right away. This was definitely the rank 2 Gu worm, Big Belly Frog. The Big Belly Frog croaked loudly, opening its wide mouth to spit out a shovel. Ribbit, 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 it croaked in rapid succession. In a flash, 5 shovels were sitting squarely on the snow. Someone in the team exclaimed in admiration, Kong Jing truly lives up to his name as the logistics boss, really impressive. However, every time it spits an item out, it croaks once, and the tools get covered in slimy saliva, looking absolutely disgusting. After everyone was fully equipped, Gu Yue Jiao San shouted loudly, move out. He aggressively stepped into the valley. Gu Yue Fang Yuan tossed the shovel over his shoulder, leisurely walking in the opposite direction. Kong Jing glared at his back, unable to hold back a mocking sneer. In the end, he's just a rookie, so fiercely competitive, huh? One member squatted down in the snow, scratching his head and whining, scavenging frozen, decaying mud isn't that easy to pull off. If you're careless, you'll end up digging normal frozen soil, wasting your effort for nothing. Kong Jing nodded and chimed in, spot on. Telling them apart is extremely tough. Those rookies can only rely on sheer luck to dig up the right one. 1 hour passed. Gu Yue Jiao San's entire team stared wide-eyed, their jaws dropping when they saw Gu Yue Fang Yuan's mountain of loot. After inspecting it closely for a while, Gu Yue Jiao San bitterly confirmed that the entire towering pile was genuinely frozen, decaying mud. A female Gu master curiously widened her eyes and asked him, Hey Fang Yuan, what kind of magic did you use to gather so much? He raised an eyebrow and slowly replied, the Academy Elder already taught this. Frozen, decaying mud is a common resource. It can only crystallize after a mud pond is sealed by ice and snow. Indifferently glanced at the pile of mud by his feet, steadily spitting out words. Its identifying feature is that its black base is mixed with purple specks. It emits a terrible stench, but because it's frozen, your noses just can't smell it. This stuff mixed with mud makes excellent fertilizer for wheat and vegetables. The clan assigning this trivial task is definitely to use it as fertilizer for the underground moon orchid fields. Jiao San forced a smile and clapped in praise. You did a great job, Fang Yuan. After speaking, he turned to urge his underlings. With this situation, consider our mission wrapped up successfully. Everyone, gather the shovels and wooden boxes and toss them back to Kong Jing. We are retreating. By the time the group dragged themselves back to the mountain village, it was already late afternoon. Jiao San proceeded to divide the 6 primeval stones they obtained. He pocketed 2 pieces himself, while the remaining members each got 1. Grasping his primeval stone, Kong Jing smiled from ear to ear. Scooping up primeval stones, this trip was really smooth. Fang Yuan calmly accepted his share, his face unchanging, but in his mind he had already calculated clearly. According to the rules, a rookie who just joined a team would be rewarded with extra mission subsidies by the clan, known as the newcomer support policy. This fertilizer scavenging mission would yield 2 primeval stones at most. It only jumped to double the amount because of my presence. Fondling the primeval stone in his hand, Fang Yuan's eyes turned several degrees colder. They should have prioritized giving me the larger share. Making me run frantically in the snow was to intimidate me. Leaving me to scavenge alone was to make things difficult. And this cheap way of splitting the reward is clearly them suppressing me. He frowned in suspicion. Why does he want to pick a fight with me? Suddenly catching Jiao San's crafty smile, Fang Yuan immediately came to a realization. Could it be that behind this matter is? Gu Yue Fang Yuan crossed his arms over his chest, standing aloof as he listened to Gu Yue Jiao San boasting. You just graduated from the academy, so you must still be clueless about a lot of things. Let your senior brother here give you a brief explanation. The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he got, his crafty eyes darting back and forth. Jiao San raised a finger and analyzed. First is the clan's mandatory mission. Every month a Gu master must complete at least one. The harder you work, the higher your evaluation score. Second are the types of missions issued by the Internal Affairs Hall or External Affairs Hall. You can only accept one at a time, and once you bite the bullet and take it, you are obligated to finish it. Third, in thorny situations, a Gu master has the right to abandon the mission, but in exchange, their credibility points will be severely deducted. But how could a rank 1 rookie have the right to bail on a mission? Only rank 2 and above get this ticket, and even then, they are only allowed to give up once a year. Jiao San waved the mission paper in his hand in front of Fang Yuan, saying cheerfully, "Perfect, we successfully resolved that fertilizer digging mission earlier. Next, I just picked up a wild deer hunting job. The risk is 0, making it extremely suitable for little brother Fang Yuan to gain some hands-on experience." Fang Yuan just smirked faintly, his eyes terrifyingly gloomy, dropping a cold, polite remark, "Thank you, group leader, for taking care of your little brother." Kang Jing, standing on the sidelines and overhearing this, immediately put on a senior's air and tilted his chin to lecture Fang Yuan. "Little brother Fang Yuan, you should know better and properly thank the group leader. These trivial jobs are easy to pull off, but the pay is dirt cheap. The group leader went out of his way to accept it just because he wants to uplift you." The red-haired woman immediately sidled up to act friendly, clapping her hands loudly to urge Fang Yuan to cough up money to treat them all. "Little brother Fang Yuan, anyone can just pay lip service. Why not translate it into practical action? How about you treat the group leader to a proper drinking session?" Hua Xin also poked his head out from behind her, chiming in hypocritically, "When stepping into society, these social relationships are of utmost importance. If you have any confusions, just wait until we're at the drinking table and ask your brothers here. You'll be enlightened right away." Jiao San forced a fake smile and waved his hands, acting like a virtuous senior worrying about his junior. "Oh well, don't press Fang Yuan too much, guys. He just left the academy and his pockets are empty. Going out for a meal is very expensive." Fang Yuan ignored their cheap theatrical words, maintaining his icy demeanor as he dropped a harsh rejection. "I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but I still have some business to attend to now, so I'll take my leave." Fang Yuan coldly turned around and walked away, feeling utmost contempt for these fame and profit-seeking bugs in his heart. These narrow-minded Gu masters in this corner always emphasize evaluation scores whenever they open their mouths. But to me, those few false reputations are worse than a pile of trash. Seeing Fang Yuan bluntly reject them to their faces, the red-haired woman was dumbfounded, gritting her teeth in indignation and clenching her fists. What kind of attitude is this brat showing? Did none of the golden words and precious advice we just spat out reach his deaf ears? Kang Jing was also extremely bewildered, beads of sweat breaking out all over his forehead. He reached his hand toward the fading figure of Fang Yuan, snapping, "Is there something wrong with your ability to understand human speech?" Jiao San was furious, grinding his teeth as Fang Yuan completely ignored him. He hurried after him to hold him back. "Hey Fang Yuan, where are you rushing to? Don't pay attention to their nonsense." But Fang Yuan kept his iron-like expression, walking on in silence. Jiao San tried to salvage the situation by finding an excuse to tag along. "You're looking for an inn, right? Let's go together. I have wide connections and know the housing market here very well." Fang Yuan casually replied, "It is true that I am looking for a place to stay. That rundown academy dormitory is no longer habitable. I wonder if the squad leader has any brilliant ideas." They walked around hunting for rooms. The spacious houses on the main streets all demanded exorbitant prices with absurd rules. "The rent for my house is exactly 15 primeval stones a month, no discounts." "Huh, you want to rent my room with only 8 primeval stones? Keep dreaming. If you want to rent, fork over a 1-month deposit and pay 3 months rent up front. Go anywhere else and they'll rip you off just the same." In the midst of their difficulties, a maidservant suddenly rushed out and shouted, catching Fang Yuan's attention, "Young Master Fang Yuan, it was so hard to find you. The dormitory has expired and can no longer be lived in. The master and madam have already prepared a banquet at home and ordered this servant to welcome you back." Hearing this, Jiao San hastily reached out to advise Fang Yuan. "Brother Fang Yuan, listen to my advice. You might as well pack your things and go live with your uncle and aunt for your own comfort. It will save you a whole lot of primeval stones on rent, no joke." Fang Yuan shot over a cold, gloomy glance. He had long seen through this petty trick. As expected, the ones pulling the strings behind this rotten charade are none other than my uncle and aunt. Meanwhile at home, Fang Yuan's uncle and aunt were huddled together scheming. The uncle stroked his beard while cursing in frustration. "How infuriating. I originally planned to use a soft approach to trap him, but who would have thought this little brat would be so difficult?" He stubbornly and bluntly refused the maidservant's invitation. His aunt was no less caustic. She shot a long glare at her frowning husband and bitterly sneered, "That ungrateful, white-eyed wolf is already 16 years old. What if he opens his mouth and demands to split the family inheritance? What will we do then? Uncle Fang then smugly stroked his beard with a cunning smile. He wants to open his mouth and divide the inheritance. That brat has to take a request to the Internal Affairs Hall for approval. Only after they approve it will they issue a test mission to see if he is qualified. However, the Internal Affairs Hall's assessments are only assigned to squads as a collective. If Fang Yuan wants to pass, he will be forced to rely on the abilities of his entire squad. Outside the room, the triumphant laughter of Fang Yuan's aunt suddenly echoed. My husband is truly brilliant. Even if Jiao San accepts that brat Fang Yuan into his squad, Jiao San is already our inside man. With his strength alone, anyone could tell with their eyes closed that he will never complete this grueling mission. Finishing her words, his uncle laughed even more heartily. Haha, exactly. Even if he wasn't allowed into the squad, I still have plenty of schemes to drive him to his death. As it stands, with the mission incomplete, his pipe dream of splitting the assets to move out won't be coming true anytime soon. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan was slowly strolling down the misty street, holding up an oil-paper umbrella dotted with white snow. He slightly raised his eyes to the sky, his voice casually dropping. The snow has finally stopped. His hand tightened around the umbrella handle, his gaze looking straight ahead while his mind churned with deep calculations. His deep, pitch-black pupils flashed with a thoughtful look. To be eligible to request the division of assets, one absolutely must not be tied down by any missions from the Internal Affairs Hall. However, my dear uncle will definitely assign extra tasks. He holds the title of squad leader, so he always has the upper hand when it comes to the privilege of accepting missions, forcing me to take a step back. The biggest thorn in my side preventing me from reclaiming my inheritance right now is none other than him. Peering right before Fang Yuan's eyes was a shabby wooden hut, so dilapidated that a light breeze could make it sway. He swept his gaze over it and let out an emotional sigh. Well, after walking around, how did I end up back at this familiar slum from my previous life? Fang Yuan slowly pressed his hand against the peeling wooden door, his heart suddenly rippling with memories of the distant past. I remember back then, I was kicked out onto the streets without any pity by my esteemed uncle and aunt. My entire net worth couldn't even amount to 15 primeval stones. I huddled and slept on the streets, enduring the freezing cold for several nights before finally finding this destitute hole. I don't know if that venomous couple planted traps in other places, but my memories from my past life tell me that this place is absolutely safe. Stepping inside, he immediately crossed his legs and channeled his chi before long streams of mystical green primeval essence surged up, wrapping around his entire body. Despite being bathed in brilliant light, Fang Yuan's expression remained stern, as cold as an eternal block of ice. Sat quietly in meditation. Right in the palm of Fang Yuan's hand, a giant crystal sphere sparkling half-green and half-pale blue slowly took shape. Around it, countless streams of spiritual energy swirled and danced, growing denser by the second. In his mind, he constantly plotted his next steps, to shatter this crystal membrane and officially step into rank 2, putting aside heaven-defying fortuitous encounters. One needs at least 5.5 parts of dark green primeval essence. Unfortunately, with my inferior aptitude, my absolute limit is squeezing out 44% at most. Core of the crystal sphere began to vibrate violently. The green currents of power inside surged continuously, evaporating into thick streams of white mist. Fang Yuan immediately reassessed the situation. Once the primeval essence is drained dry, all efforts to break through will amount to zero. The cruel part is that this crystal membrane has an extremely fast self-healing ability. In just a blink of an eye, it will be as good as new, and all my efforts will be flushed down the drain. Moment later, both the crystal sphere and the profound inner force from earlier completely dissipated. In the room, there was only Fang Yuan left, resting his head dejectedly next to the half-burnt agarwood incense burner. He quietly calculated, to pierce through that stubborn membrane, one must gather an extremely explosive source of power and deliver a fatal strike in the shortest amount of time. Shaking his head in dismay, he whispered in a resigned tone, "There's no other way. This breakthrough is considered a total failure." Outside, the silent night had enveloped the space, and tens of thousands of stars competed to shine in the vast sky. Fang Yuan let out a long, worldly sigh. Alas, living in this world, there really are no free lunches falling from the sky that are easy to swallow. Even so, there was absolutely no hint of retreat or discouragement on his face. Fang Yuan calmly walked toward the windowpane covered in cold snow, a faint smile playing on his lips. HMPH, what do these trifling storms amount to? When dawn just broke, Jiao San was smiling triumphantly on the outside, but his mouth uttered hypocritical lies. "Stay calm, everyone, don't get angry just yet, let's wait a little longer and see." It's only normal for a total rookie to be a bit late. Kang Jing, standing nearby, showed clear frustration, his face scowling in annoyance. How bizarre. We clearly finalized the time and place last night, yet an incense stick's worth of time has passed, and that guy Fang Yuan is still nowhere to be found. What's going on? Turned around angrily and grumbled. We've waited until our necks are breaking, and even made the squad leader wait in the sun. This little brat really talks big, he's arrogant beyond words. The red-haired female added an even blunter remark. That Fang Yuan, could it be that he caught wind of our plan and decided to ditch the squad altogether? Jiao San dismissed the thought, waving his hand to reassure them. Miss, you overestimate him too much. Even if he got first place in the year-end exam, at the end of the day, he's still just a teenager who has just stepped into the world. Jiao San's patience completely ran dry. He clenched his fists, green veins bulging, and growled an order, spread out in search. Drag him back here to me immediately. How big can this village be? There are only so many inns, even if you have to turn everything upside down, you must find him. We absolutely cannot let that brat have free time to break through to rank 2. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was still fixing his indifferent gaze on the green primeval stone radiating spiritual energy in his hand, his deep eyes like a tranquil lake, without a single ripple. He suddenly felt uneasy in his heart, starting to weigh the pros and cons. The number of primeval stones is too tight. At this spending rate, I can hold out for 2 more months at best. But the catch is, the key to reclaiming the inheritance that belongs to me must be breaking through to the rank 2 realm. The primeval stone in Fang Yuan's palm suddenly flared up with incredibly brilliant streams of spiritual energy. He crushed the precious stone, gritting his teeth to make a final decision. It seems I have no choice but to use the most expensive worst-case strategy, which is to directly burn primeval stones to accelerate the process. Fang Yuan sat down, closing his eyes tightly to continue channeling his cultivation, his left hand gripping the primeval stone overflowing with power. My primeval essence is so inferior that it only reaches 44%. If I keep ramming headfirst into the barrier like this, I will definitely fail. However, if I use the tactic of simultaneously assaulting the barrier and absorbing primeval essence, persisting for about 4 or 5 days, that barrier will eventually shatter into pieces. Shifting the scene back to the squad, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Jiao San rolled his eyes and snapped. We've been searching for a whole day and there's still no trace of him. What is going on? Kang Jing stood nearby rubbing his hands, his face full of anxiety as he reported, that brat is very slippery. He didn't even go into the inn we set up for him. Now who knows what corner he's hiding in. Suddenly the red-haired female burst through the door, her mouth rattling off the hot intelligence. Found him, found him. That guy Fang Yuan is hiding in that dilapidated bamboo building over there. He rented a whole room on the 2nd floor. Listening to the innkeeper's description of his appearance, it's a perfect match. It's exactly his face. Soon as Jiao San heard this, he burst into a smug, dark laugh, slapping his thigh because everything was going exactly as he calculated. He aggressively flipped his cloak and boldly issued orders to his accomplices. HMPH. As expected, he couldn't escape the palm of my hand. Just as I thought, he's hiding in some corner desperately trying to break through to rank 2. Brothers, follow me to knock on his door and be guests for a bit, and while we're at it, send some caring regards. A rookie fresh on the scene, as his seniors, we have to show our thoughtful concern, don't we? Waved his hand and led the way, bringing the whole group to the rundown inn. Jiao San put on a fake front, raising his gruff voice to call inside. Brother Fang Yuan, are you hiding in there? Kang Jing also immediately cooperated in the act, clamoring along. Hey brother Fang Yuan, ranking up to rank 2 is no joke, don't force it. Fang Yuan, are you deaf? Why aren't you answering? This is bad luck. Could he have experienced chi deviation and fainted inside? Jiao San gave a sideways glance and coldly ordered, Kang Jing, kick that door open for me. The lackey quickly nodded obediently. Understood, boss. Kang Jing used his full strength, throwing a brutal punch straight at the flimsy wooden door that was groaning with every gust of wind. The pitiful door crashed to the ground and shattered, revealing a completely empty space, cold and devoid of a single soul. The luggage tossed on the bed hadn't even shown signs of being touched. The only thing carrying a breath of life in the room was the charcoal brazier faintly emitting smoke. Dumbfounded at not seeing a trace of Fang Yuan anywhere, Jiao San angrily stomped his foot and shouted, What the hell is this? Where did that guy evaporate to? Whole group gathered around scrutinizing the empty room, then began piecing together their deductions. This penny-pinching brat actually coughed up a whole primeval stone to pay for a full month's rent, brought back all sorts of necessities, and even carefully pasted talismans to seal the gaps. It's obvious he planned to camp out and go into closed-door cultivation here. Let's just set up camp here and wait for the rabbit to hit the tree. We're bound to catch him eventually. Shifting to another development, the green crystal sphere had now begun to show clear transformations. The surface of the transparent membrane, tinged with white, was now plowed with crisscrossing cracks like a spiderweb. That blue-green sphere shed its shell in the blink of an eye, radiating a dazzling golden-orange light. Time slowly passed, and by the time the blue tide of primeval essence had depleted to exactly 1/3, the sturdy crystal membrane finally reached its limit and shattered. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, his deep black pupils reflecting the golden sphere that was spreading brilliant auras everywhere. He smirked and let out a joyful cry, "It's done. After all that struggling, I've finally kicked down the door and stepped into the rank 2 realm." Fang Yuan sluggishly let his body go limp, lying flat on the stiff bed. He rested his arm over his forehead, his aimless gaze staring fixedly at the ceiling beam, telling himself, "Exhausting myself grinding for 4 days and 4 nights straight without shutting my eyes. This is beyond the endurance of this frail body." Luckily, there were no flies buzzing around to disturb me during my cultivation. It seems that decoy trap set up in that inn room was quite effective. The few loose coins spent can be considered well worth the money. Just as he gently pushed the door open, he bumped right into Jiang He, who was waiting outside. He chuckled, "Goodness, you finally decided to show your face. A few more days of locking yourself in there, and I probably would have grabbed a hammer to smash the door in." Fang Yuan then bowed his head slightly, politely greeting him, "Greetings, senior brother Jiang He." The senior brother's eyes widened, his face filled with sheer astonishment. "I truly can't believe it. Who would have thought you could turn the tide so spectacularly? To step straight into rank 2 on your very first try, that's absolutely top tier." Receiving the shower of praise, his expression remained completely unfazed, only calmly replying, "It was merely a stroke of luck. I plan to pack up and head back to the village today." Hearing that he was preparing to leave, Jiang He immediately showed concern, sincerely advising him, "Brother Fang Yuan, you have to watch your front and back on this trip. Lately, the wolves' territory seems to be in a lot of chaos. Listen to your senior brother, don't be hasty, just enjoy a warm bed here for tonight, and we'll figure it out tomorrow. How about it?" In another direction, a group of disciples from the academy were running for their lives, their urging shouts echoing throughout a corner of the forest, "Run faster, brothers, don't fall behind." Fang Yuan stood silently with his arms crossed, listening to the crowd screaming, "The clansmen on the front lines are bathing in blood, everyone is desperately waiting for our reinforcements." He slightly narrowed his brows, thinking to himself, what kind of chaotic warfare is this to cause such a commotion? Kai Cheng, who was darting forward at wind-like speed, slammed on the brakes when he saw Fang Yuan's figure. He craned his neck and asked in a condescending tone, "Hey Fang Yuan, what are you doing standing here like a dummy? Oh my, turns out you haven't updated on the news. The outer villages are receiving a health check from a small-scale beast tide." He just indifferently lifted his chin, "So what?" Fang Yuan's mind immediately fast-forwarded to the terrifying wolf tide event in his previous life, and he began connecting the dots. If the timeline is correct, the true Great Wolf Tide shouldn't erupt until next year. As for this sporadic incident, it probably hasn't deviated much from the laws of survival. The wolf packs are multiplying too quickly, which naturally kicks over the rice bowls and steals the spotlight from the surrounding beast species. Kai Cheng snapped his fingers, throwing his head back in a raucous laugh before acting like a senior lecturing. "The beast hunting grounds are a danger zone right now. Monsters are running around wild like it's a festival. And night combat multiplies the difficulty many times over compared to the day. A small fry rank 1 Gu master like you doesn't have a rank 2 belt like this young master, so remember to keep your life safe." Fang Yuan ignored the opponent's arrogant, punchable tone, making a swift decision. "It's settled, I will join your group. Once we drag ourselves to the front lines, I will automatically withdraw and go find my own squad." Kai Cheng immediately crossed his arms over his chest, his face wrinkling like a dried jujube. "Wait, what? Who asked to bring a deadweight boulder like you along?" He slightly raised his face, his sharp, intimidating gaze pinning straight onto Kai Cheng, his voice carrying a bone-piercing chill. "The clan has clearly set the rules. Any Gu master who falls behind from their group is defaulted to join the nearest formation to contribute to the battle. Kai Cheng, is your head completely empty when it comes to even these basic regulations?" Fang Yuan swept his gaze around, assessing the surroundings with high vigilance. Kai Shan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adding a probing remark, "Kai Cheng, the rules are indeed written clearly like that." Kai Cheng was stunned, only able to grind his teeth and curse, You bastard." After that, Kai Shan coldly turned on his heel, dropping a command, "We're moving out, you better run as fast as your legs can carry you to keep up." And so 4 figures tore through the wind, darting into the dense forest. Amidst the howling wind, someone incessantly grumbled, "Why the hell are we sheltering him? Bringing along a rank 1 Gu master is nothing but a burden." Just as he braked to a halt, Kai Shan immediately cast his eyes toward the darkness, raising his voice in warning, "Careful, the beast-tied perimeter is just ahead. Kai Shi, go up ahead and scout." The person next to him nodded decisively, "Understood." Right after, Kai Shi stuck out his long, snake-like tongue to sniff the air, urgently reporting, "Trouble up ahead. Detected 3 medium-sized creatures. Preliminary identification seems to be wild boars." Upon hearing the report, Kai Shan swung his hand and clenched it into a fist, issuing a brief command, "Drive them away." Just like that, this duo coordinated smoothly like a machine, continuously playing off each other. A group of medium-sized monsters, suspected to be turtle-backed apes, is steering in another direction. Oh wait, another medium-sized monster, suspected to be a white tiger. Crap, it smelled us approaching, prepare to engage. A moment later, Kai Shi suddenly furrowed his brows tightly, loudly announcing, "Discovered the coordinates of 6 Snake Squad. They are locked in a death match with a wild boar king." In a corner, Fang Yuan, still with soulless eyes, indifferently received the information about the wild boar king. His mind suddenly ticked. "I am harboring plans to refine goo worms, but unfortunately, I am missing a wild boar's gallbladder. Needless to say, this wild boar king's gallbladder is absolutely a top-tier material." Without hesitation, Kai Shan lunged and soared forward, throwing his head back and roaring with laughter. "Truth be told, they won't even appreciate it. But even if we have no interest in playing the hero to save the day, we at least have to drag a certain someone over to hand him off to the reinforcing squad." After a period of intense combat, the boar king with its giant, razor-sharp tusks was now exhausted, huffing and puffing out thick streams of opaque white smoke. A man stared intently at the fierce beast, his 2 hands forming hand seals as he shouted the incantation, loudly ordering, "Red rock python, bind it tightly for me." In the blink of an eye, a giant python lunged forward and coiled around the boar king's massive body, constricting so tightly that the monster had to let out earth-shaking roars of fury. Observing from afar, Kai Shi clicked his tongue in secret sarcasm, "And here I thought it was something special. Turns out this wild boar king is already covered in injuries. What a waste that such a despicable villain snagged such a massive bargain." Beside him, a guy wearing a purple robe was so shocked his jaw dropped. "Tell me, everyone, do you think this wild boar king might contain a black boar goo on its body?" Seeing reinforcements approach, Kong Jing immediately stepped out to butter them up. "Oh my, turns out it's Lord Kai Qiang. We brothers have pretty much cleaned up this area, we can handle it ourselves, there's nothing to worry about here." However, Kai Shan still coldly ignored him, turning his face to signal the purple-robed guy, "This wild boar king belongs to you guys, hurry in and help them." Hearing this, the guy respectfully bowed his head, "Understood, boss." Finishing his words, the purple-robed guy built up momentum, puckered his lips, and shot out a glob of sticky spider webs. The eerie silk threads immediately enveloped and bundled up the wild boar king's entire body, causing it to lose its momentum and crash heavily to the ground like a chopped banana tree. Then Kai Shan indifferently waved his hand to command, "Help finish it off once and for all." Right at that moment, Jiao San stuck out his thumb and waved at Fang Yuan, eagerly urging, "Good heavens, you dragged yourself here so late. Hurry up your feet, those spider webs are about to snap. You have the most brute strength, charge up and block that wild boar king to buy some time." Without a second of hesitation, Fang Yuan charged furiously forward, his 2 hands locking tightly onto the fierce beast's giant tusk as he gritted his teeth and replied, "I will hold it back for a moment, squad leader, rest assured." Jiao San smugly yelled loudly, "Good." He grinned and cheered, "Now that's more like it." But in his head, gears were turning incessantly. "As long as I throw a wrench in the works to slow down his promotion to rank 2, I will pocket a huge sum of money. If Fang Yuan is injured, he definitely won't be able to assault the rank 2 barrier. This beast tide is full of wild animals. Wouldn't it be absolutely wonderful to conveniently borrow a knife to kill someone?" After that, he waved his hand and ordered, "Very good. Hua Xin, go implant the corrupt blood grass goo into its body right now." The young woman nearby replied in a clear voice, "Yes, understood." Hua Xin immediately pressed her index fingers together, her mouth muttering an incantation. Instantly, from within her clothes, dark purple vines emerged. The sinister vines extended like venomous snakes, plunging straight into the wild boar king's mouth, making the creature jerk as if it had just eaten an electric shock, foam and drool pouring out of its mouth. In a hidden corner, Fang Yuan shot a glance with eyes as sharp as a cleaver, telling himself, "The clan preaches about blood relations all day long, treating the murder of clansmen as something against morality. But excuse me, I spit right on those torn and tattered rules." The stream of power he was pressing onto the wild boar suddenly halted abruptly. Suddenly, the wild boar king braced itself and gave a violent jerk, tossing Fang Yuan high into the sky. Having cleared the obstacle, the monster frantically whipped its head around and plowed a straight line directly toward Hua Xin. Unable to react in time, she took the fatal headbutt head-on. Fresh blood sprayed profusely from her mouth, accompanied by a gut-wrenching scream of agony. Sent flying and crashing to the ground, Fang Yuan also spat out a mouthful of bruised blood, shutting his eyes tight as he roared tragically. Fang Yuan used the back of his hand to wipe the blood trickling from his mouth, secretly feeling smug. "If I'm going to act, I have to act all the way. Just now I activated the jade skin goo. Aside from my back being a little sore, I haven't lost a single hair." Witnessing the chaotic scene, Jiao San flew into a rage and bellowed, "Fang Yuan, didn't you just loudly claim that you could still hold it off?" Kang Jing, standing nearby, also flared up, straining his neck and screaming shrilly, "You absolute bastard! Fang Yuan, you single-handedly killed Hua Xin." Hearing the accusation, he put on a pale, staggering expression and argued back, I truly didn't mean to, it's just that my stamina had reached its limit, I couldn't take it anymore." Jiao San still hadn't quelled his fury, snorting and ordering, "Fang Yuan, I will settle this debt with you later. Kang Jing, don't even bother with that useless guy anymore, pull out the bladed scale net right now." Immediately, the disciple waved his hand, launching a giant net interwoven with razor-sharp blades. That razor-sharp net ruthlessly enveloped the wild boar king's entire body, forcing it to squeeze its eyes shut and roar in pain. Only then did Jiao San dare to pat his chest and exhale deeply, clicking his tongue in regret. What a pity for this fine skin, the more it struggles, the tighter it constricts. Kang Jing, standing beside him, casually wiped the sweat pouring down his forehead, groaning in relief. Phew, it's finally dealt with. But unexpectedly, Fang Yuan suddenly channeled a blue light spell, clearing his throat enthusiastically. "I'm coming to give everyone a hand." As soon as his words fell, a terrifying palm strike slammed straight into the wild boar king, conveniently ripping the bladed net to shreds. Witnessing that brutal scene, a female disciple was terrified to the extreme, her mouth wide open like a goose egg, panicking and stammering, its mouth. The excessively strong shockwave blasted the wild boar king away a fair distance, causing Jiao San, who was clinging to its back, to somersault and fly along to hold it down, yelling as he was thrown. "Fang Yuan, you idiot! Open your eyes wide and look at what you just did. You are truly a pig-like teammate." Fang Yuan stood by, faking innocence and waving his hands in defense. "Squad leader, you must believe me, my hand really just slipped." But Jiao San furiously raised his head and unleashed a torrent of curses. "You shut your mouth! From this moment on, you are forbidden from moving your hands or feet. Step back and just stand there watching for me." After his barrage of insults, he crossed his index fingers over his mouth and chanted an incantation. Instantly, a thick plume of yellowish-brown smoke billowed out from Jiao San's nose. In just the blink of an eye, that smoke spread around, forming a dense veil that completely obscured the epicenter of the battle, leaving the three people outside, Fang Yuan, Kang Jing, and the female disciple, completely unable to see anything. Taking advantage of the situation, Fang Yuan crossed his arms and grimaced, demanding, "Heal the wound on my leg a bit, my leg is dislocated. I didn't want things to turn out like this either." Yet that female disciple glared and screamed, cursing at him, "My good sister has lost her life, and you only suffered a slight dislocation. Why doesn't scum like you just drop dead and do us all a favor?" Ignoring her rabid snapping, Fang Yuan shot his cold, sharp gaze through the smoke, his brain quickly calculating once again, what a pity the wild boar king has died. After going through this battle, Six Snake Squad is bound to suffer heavy casualties, their combat strength utterly depleted. They will definitely have to retreat from the battlefield. What a waste of such a lucrative opportunity. A moment later, the giant body of the wild boar king collapsed with a heavy thud right behind Jiao San. He panted heavily, annoyedly wiping the sweat from his forehead before irritably instructing, "Gather around and dissect its corpse, hurry. Be quick about it, pack the spoils and we will retreat immediately." He had secretly used a hidden method, and the remaining primeval essence in his body was running extremely low. As soon as the order was given, three figures, including Fang Yuan, hastily crowded around the massive corpse of the wild boar king. But unluckily, from the grass, two wolves strolled out, growling and baring their fangs, making someone howl in despair. It's a wolf pack, a lightning wolf pack. Why did those vicious beasts appear here of all places? Kang Jing slumped down next to the wild boar king, angrily cursing, "Bastard, why did the wolf pack show up?" Seeing the situation go south, one guy in the group was terrified out of his wits and ran for his life, yelling as he fled, "Let's retreat, brothers. Forget about the wild boar king, we have to fall back immediately." Kang Jing frantically scrambled after him, screaming, "Squad leader, wait for me." As for Fang Yuan, he frowned gloomily, calculating his steps. "I do not possess a speed-enhancing goo worm. Running in this situation is a dead end either way. Moreover, Jiao San and the others have already depleted their primeval essence. Even if they brought speed-enhancing goo worms at this distance, they won't escape the claws of the lightning wolves." Without hesitating for another split second, he turned around and decisively delivered a palm strike straight to the back of the red-haired female disciple's neck. Taking the vicious blow head-on, she immediately fainted. Fang Yuan showed no mercy, dragging her and stuffing her straight into the blood-soaked abdominal cavity of the wild boar king, his mind racing quickly. The safest strategy right now is to hide inside the wild boar king's belly, using its giant corpse as a shield to conceal my body. Right after the two of them finished hiding, 5 wolves immediately rushed over, competing to sniff around the head of the wild boar king. Curled up in the dark abdominal cavity, Fang Yuan continued linking the events together. To think that the first beast-tide wave would actually feature the appearance of lightning wolves. The clan will definitely deploy reinforcements. As long as I endure for a while, I can escape safely. Meanwhile, on the outside, several wolves began to frantically gnaw at the wild boar king's corpse. Inside, he smirked and coldly speculated, "Jiao San and Kang Jing are bound to die. They don't have much primeval essence, and their short-distance sprinting skills are extremely poor. They will definitely be butchered by the wolf pack. Under the pressure of death, people who can keep a clear head to choose a survival plan are truly very rare." Deep inside the abdominal cavity, Fang Yuan tightly gripped a stone in his palm, channeling a stream of blue spell light, telling himself, "Even if the wild boar king's flesh and skin are eaten completely clean, exposing my body, I will at most have to face 5 of them. I still have more than enough strength to counterattack. The core objective now is to persevere and save every second to restore my primeval essence." Suddenly, a wolf head glared with glowing, blood-red eyes, opening its mouth full of jagged, razor-sharp teeth as it lunged fiercely forward. Slash, a sword strike whistled past, cleanly slicing the ferocious wolf's body in half horizontally. Fang Yuan stayed crouched in one place, poking his face out to watch the 2 men fighting fiercely against the wolf pack, quietly sighing in his heart. The reinforcement squad has arrived. Just as expected, there were exactly 5 lightning wolves out there. 10 minutes later, the reinforcements gasped in relief, and one of them shouted out, "We've finally repelled these vicious beasts." Healing Goo Master quickly checked the casualties. He immediately went to check the red-haired woman's breathing, then shook his head in frustration. "She's dead. The electric shock from the lightning wolf pack caused her heart to stop completely." The Healing Goo Master immediately turned to glare at Fang Yuan, scolding him harshly. "The poor girl lost her life. As a man, why did you cowardly hide behind a woman?" Fang Yuan replied calmly with a lie. "I've been wronged. In fact, she fought with me for the inside position. But in the end, I won, and I admit I was very lucky in that regard." Fang Yuan's face remained utterly cold as he continued in a firm tone, "If you insist that I committed a crime and caused her death, then feel free to report it to the punishment hall. I'll take whatever comes." Hearing that tone, the Healing Goo Master shouted angrily, "You bastard!" But immediately, a person carrying a wooden box on his back reached out to intervene. "Calm down. Even if you submit a report to the punishment hall, the clan wouldn't have the time to punish him over this matter." Right at that moment, Fang Yuan conjured a drowning scenario in his mind to secretly analyze. Suppose 2 people are in distress on a sinking ship with only 1 wooden life-saving plank. If the other person rushes to fight for it, the first person, out of survival instinct, will push them away, letting them drown in the river. This is the wooden plank story from Earth. Its meaning is that in unavoidable situations, harming another's life to preserve one's own is not considered a crime. Then he glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he muttered to himself. In this world, a similar clan rule exists. In other words, even if that old Healing Goo Master takes a report to the punishment hall, I will remain completely innocent and unpunished. Suddenly, Fang Yuan recognized some familiar figures and slowly stepped forward, thinking to himself, "Oh, these are the corpses of Jiao San and Kang Jing." He looked down, secretly offering a cold remark, a quite satisfying conclusion. Just like that, besides me, all 4 members of the small group have gone to see the Grim Reaper. With this situation, the obstacles around me will be greatly reduced. Oh. But look, right at the tip of Fang Yuan's shoes, Jiao San was still clinging to life, his curled fingers trying to move as his mouth let out a feeble groan. Save! Save me! Witnessing that scene, Fang Yuan stroked his chin, smirking an exclamation. My, you still haven't gone to see your ancestors. The vitality of weeds is truly tenacious. Right behind him, the healing Gu Master suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Found an injured person, come provide first aid quickly." That ear-piercing sound reached Fang Yuan's ears, causing his expression to turn dark and hard. The eyes of this deeply calculating person immediately spun with schemes. What to do now? The other party is only inches away. Should I just easily hand Jiao San's life over to him? Absolutely not. If I can use this opportunity to eliminate Jiao San, the obstacles blocking my path will naturally be reduced by a notch. If I miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance, finding another one later will probably be very difficult. A second later, Fang Yuan squatted down closely, hastily took off his jacket, and gently covered Jiao San's head with it. This act was perfectly staged because the jacket was already covered in mud and the foul-smelling blood of wild boars. He deliberately pressed the fabric tightly against his face to cut off all oxygen, forcing him to suffocate to death. The effect was instantaneous. A moment later, Jiao San's desperately twitching hand slowly fell limp onto the ground. Just then, the healing Gu Master hurried over from behind, speaking up. "Little brother, please step aside. I am a Gu Master from the medicine hall, let me take a look at his condition." Immediately, Fang Yuan spun around, faking a look of extreme agony and let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Get lost." Seeing that resentment, the Gu Master could only place a hand over his chest, explaining in a sympathetic voice. "Little brother, please suppress your grief and accept this tragedy. I understand how you feel right now, and I truly comprehend the extreme agony of watching someone you spent day and night with die tragically right in front of your eyes." Then the Gu Master looked down at Jiao San's corpse, clasping his hands to express his regret. "I'm deeply sorry, brother, but it is the clan's duty to retrieve your Gu worms back to the public vault." Then gently sat down to support Jiao San's body, placed his hand on his chest, and activated a green magic spell, muttering, "According to the rules, after a Gu Master dies, his Gu worms will automatically go into the legacy vault. Anyone in the clan who secretly takes them violates the clan rules. But how strange! He's completely dead, yet his body is entirely clean without a single trace of a Gu worm." Kneeling beside the corpse, Fang Yuan pretended to frown and asked, "Are you suspecting that I secretly stole our group leader's Gu worms?" The Gu Master, keeping his eyes fixed on his spellcasting, quickly replied, "Of course I don't have such thoughts. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Please suppress your sorrow, little brother. The living must continue to live well." Waiting until the Gu Master turned and left, Fang Yuan slowly stood up, holding the blood-stained cloak next to Jiao San's corpse. Then he smirked, a radiant smile full of satisfaction on his face, nodding in his mind. That fool wasn't wrong. Precisely because these stumbling blocks are all dead, I must continue to live well and live gloriously. Time flew by, and on a beautiful day at the Internal Affairs Hall, Fang Yuan stood with his arms crossed, listening to the manager's instructions. "Recently, clan affairs have been very chaotic. Take your new mission before you go, and come back here in 3 days to get the detailed information." Just as he turned to leave, a voice calling from behind made Fang Yuan pause. It was Fang Zheng, walking briskly towards him, and he immediately babbled. "Brother, today is the memorial service for Gu Yue Jinzhou, who died in battle. After all, Jinzhou studied and lived in the same class as us for a whole year. Please come pay your respects with us to fulfill our duty." Hearing that, Fang Yuan feigned indifference and replied coldly, "Oh, so she's dead. However, birth, aging, illness, and death are just the natural course of human life. Once you've witnessed it enough, your heart just grows numb to it. If you guys like to go be professional mourners, I don't have the time." Inwardly, he chuckled coldly, thinking, what's the difference between dying on the battlefield and dying of old age in bed? Why does the world insist on treating death in such discriminatory ways? His heartless words offended the unhappy crowd behind him, and whispers of curses rang out. This bastard is truly cold-blooded and heartless. Sharing the same bloodline with scum like him is an absolute disgrace. While Fang Zheng was still grimacing, trying to persuade his older brother, the crowd behind took the opportunity to act up, loudly mocking him. The rumors about Fang Yuan have spread throughout the entire clan lately. I heard that the coward only managed to drag his life back to the village by playing a dirty trick, hiding inside a wild boar's belly, and then even used a female Gu Master as a meat shield. A man so despicable is truly a disgrace. he doesn't have a shred of masculinity. Facing the storm of public opinion, Fang Yuan didn't care in the slightest about their sarcastic remarks. Immersed in his own universe, he clenched his fist and thought. Only those with shallow minds easily erupt in anger over insults and rejoice happily over a few words of praise. But in the end, these are nothing more than the one-sided perspectives of outsiders on an individual. Anyone who must live depending on the views of outsiders is destined to be a pitiful person. So what if I am ostracized by everyone around me? Only those with weak and fragile inner selves fear being ostracized. Therefore, in this cruel world, only a demon is qualified to run rampant. Fang Yuan's esteemed uncle at home, having just received the bad news, was equally surprised and exclaimed in horror, "What did you say? That little brat has already climbed to the rank of a rank 2 Gu master, and he even had the nerve to go to the Internal Affairs Hall to ask for a mission to split the family property." The Internal Affairs Hall manager replied calmly and softly, "That's right. I could only make up an excuse and tell him to come receive the mission in 3 days. Helping you stall for time and dragging it out for so many days is already the absolute limit of what I can do to intervene." Man from the Internal Affairs Hall kept his cold expression, cleared his throat and said, "I just dropped by on my way to give you a heads up so you can mentally prepare. I'll take my leave." Seeing the guest about to leave, the uncle immediately scrambled forward to grab his arm, hurriedly shoving a heavy bag of silver into his arms, and winked. Now, old brother, don't be in such a rush to leave. Actually, there are still a few trivial matters I want to ask you to help out with one more time." Next second, as the man from the Internal Affairs Hall stepped out of the gate of Fang Yuan's uncle's house, one hand swiftly slipped into his inner pocket, seemingly storing something incredibly valuable. His voice suddenly became unusually hearty. "Oh my, old brother Dong too, we're brothers, you're being too polite. Just rest easy and sleep soundly. I promise on my honor that I will cook up the most arduous and treacherous mission to assign to that brat Fang Yuan." The uncle stood in the courtyard, stroking his goatee, his mind calculating with full schemes. This little brat's cultivation seems a bit too unorthodox, advancing to rank 2 as fast as lightning, and even managing to survive the fierce beast tide completely intact. This is bad. He must have dabbled in some demonic path cultivation. I must be better safe than sorry and prepare an escape route for the worst-case scenario. As for Gu Yue Fang Yuan, he was fondling the mission paper in his hand, his expression showing a bit of confusion. A honey-collecting mission. The image of a dense swarm of honeybees immediately appeared along with Fang Yuan's sharp train of thought. This kind of awkward mission requires the Gu master collecting the honey to possess a specialized defensive Gu worm. It seems someone pulling the strings from behind is deliberately trying to screw me over. But what a pity, his calculations are completely off. Under his logical train of thought, the silhouettes of 4 bizarre jade spheres lit up one by one, slowly merging to form 2 giant jade bodies shaped like a crescent moon and a brilliant sun. If the moonlight Gu and the 2 little light Gu are fused together, they will be refined into the rank 2 Moonglow Gu. And if I take the white water Gu and combine it with the jade skin Gu, it will definitely birth the white jade Gu. Fang Yuan's face remained stone cold, seemingly sinking deep into the ocean of his own thoughts. Facing this chessboard, choosing to fuse and aim for the white jade Gu is obviously the most optimal and wise move. But the catch is, if this fusion refinement attempt fails, the ensuing consequences will be extremely severe. Shifting the scene to a luxurious room, Gu Yue Fang Zheng was sitting cross-legged properly across from the clan leader, obediently listening to his teachings. A cultivator takes their own primeval sea as their core foundation, and uses Gu worms as their means of combat. A true Gu master, besides grinding their own cultivation, must also be proficient in the arts of refining Gu, nurturing Gu, and using Gu. Only through the path of fusion refinement can we merge various low-tier Gu worms into a super Gu worm of a higher rank. Fang Zheng, you have already touched the threshold of rank 2. It is time to demonstrate your fusion refinement abilities to create a rank 2 Gu worm that matches your level. The elder stroked his long, flowing beard, slowly offering his gentle guidance. Just take out your jade skin Gu and moonlight Gu. Today I will impart the secret manual on how to fuse and upgrade them up to rank 5, forging the primeval moonlight king Gu. Remember well, the most important principle in fusing Gu worms is that your mind must multitask with absolute focus, and your consciousness must completely merge into one with all things. Fang Zheng immediately closed his eyes and channeled his qi. Instantly, 2 streams of spiritual energy carrying explosive power, along with 2 dazzling jade bodies, began to fly around together. The 2 surging streams of power quickly merged together under the theoretical guidance of the Gu Yue master. After 3 hours of exhausting his strength in continuous trial and error, the two entities began to show signs of gradually melting and fusing. The old man carefully scanned and observed Fang Zheng's state. Seeing that everything seemed to have stabilized sustainably, he shouted an instruction: "Freeze and maintain this tranquil state right now. Then pull out your primeval stones and throw them straight into the center of the light ring, quickly." Hearing the command, Fang Zheng quickly and obediently followed the instructions. "Yes, sir," the teacher outside kept yelling his orders. "Keep throwing them in. Toss the stones until they are harmoniously fused and successfully refine a rank 2 goo worm." But right after that, a deafeningly loud explosion rang out. It seemed the two polarities of that power current had clashed violently and could no longer be harmonized. Fang Zheng grimaced, showing a bit of dissatisfaction, and frowned as he complained. "Damn it, this is bad. I just accidentally got distracted for a beat and forgot to maintain the fusion of consciousness." The two previously sparkling jade bodies had now deflated, leaving only a feeble stream of power lingering weakly in his hands. Along with this came the reprimanding reminder from his teacher: "Please pay attention. The number of allowed failures in upgrading is limited. It absolutely cannot be too many. If you blow it up a few more times, both the moonlight goo and the jade skin goo will be obliterated and turned to ashes." Back to Fang Yuan, he was currently still locking himself away, immersed in his own calculating thoughts. The spring-autumn cicada is currently still in an extremely weak, half-dead stage. I can use its aura to intimidate and suppress low-tier goo worms to increase efficiency during solitary refinement. However, whenever it comes to the field of fusion refinement combining goo worms, that crippled aura is completely useless. Massaged his temples in headache, casting a glance at the meager, ragged pile of primeval stones left in his bag. "My primeval stone capital is too tight. There isn't much left. Counting them with a heavy heart, it's only enough ammunition for a single shot at goo worm fusion refinement. This time, whether I get lucky and succeed or misfire and fail, my economy will officially be declared bankrupt and shattered." In his mind, the image of Fang Yuan frantically struggling to cling on and climb up a towering cliff appeared vividly alongside his train of thought. "The current state of the board is no different from me slipping and about to fall into a deep abyss, my life hanging by a thread, having to rely on a fragile patch of weeds in my hands to temporarily keep myself barely alive at the edge of the precipice. The most urgent thing to do now isn't to curse the heavens and blame the earth, but rather to take advantage of the fact that my hands can still grip this weed and rely on it, exhausting my lifelong strength to climb up the cliff." When Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and climbed to the top of the mountain, his heart was no longer bound by or afraid of anything, and he decisively made his choice. "Whatever happens, happens. Regardless of the outcome, let's just start." Fang Yuan let out a resounding roar: "White water goo, jade skin goo." He projected a powerful voice, forcing the two jade bodies to merge together, kneading out a sphere that contained an incredibly massive surge of power, and bellowed, "Fuse for me." The space suddenly transitioned to an image of Fang Yuan leisurely holding a giant tusk harvested from a wild boar, casually giving a faint smile as he said, "The margin of error isn't too far off. To spice things up, I'll toss in this wild boar king's tusk too." A fleeting thought crossed his mind, recalling the sacred moment of witnessing with his own eyes the two jade bodies blending and merging, transforming into a new life. And the moment of waiting came to an end. Right after, Fang Yuan grinned widely, blooming a triumphant smile full of satisfaction at the perfect result before his eyes. "Sweet, I finally successfully refined the rank 2 white jade goo." That newly born jade body harmonized the essence of the power from those two small jade bodies, emitting a majestic light that looked truly powerful. He gently spun it around while giving his evaluation. This crafting trick looked simple enough, but stuffing a boar tusk into it was like painting a dragon and dotting its eyes. It instantly boosted the success rate by another 20%. Right after the smooth and successful fusion upgrade, carrying the awe-inspiring rank 2 white jade goo, Fang Yuan quickly slipped away to a deep cave region in the heart of the mountain. Looking back and forth, in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed, at a dark underground stone forest system. From behind his back, a series of glowing green eyes were staring intently in the darkness. Fang Yuan remained as steady as a rock, waving his hand to execute a probing strike against the jade eye stone monkeys. Catching the scent of killing intent, the stone monkeys seemingly felt the danger, and one immediately took the lead, leaping up to bite and attack him. Seeing this, the entire troop of monkeys joined in, screeching continuously as they rushed in to scratch and attack Fang Yuan. Unfortunately, what they bumped into was an indestructible diamond-like armor layer that he had equipped himself with, a suit of armor that was absolutely unbreakable. The defensive mechanism of this white jade goo was exactly the same as the jade skin goo, always requiring the user to continuously pour primeval essence into it to maintain it. Even worse, the more attack damage it took, the more drastically and tragically the primeval essence in the aperture would be depleted. Paying no mind to the buzzing troop of monkeys, Fang Yuan merely used a powerful palm strike, smashing and neatly taking care of each monkey in the most brutal manner. He casually unleashed palm strikes that looked light as a feather on the outside, but contained terrifying power on the inside, sending each monkey on its way, one by one. Witnessing Fang Yuan's overwhelming strength, the monkey troop was terrified. Not a single one dared to wander close, only able to stand from afar and stare wide-eyed. Fang Yuan caught sight of this, and an oppressive glare shot over, shattering the monkeys' courage, making them shriek miserably before scampering away on all fours deep into the stone forest. He slowly fished out a sparkling blue jade bead and threw it on the ground. That was exactly the jade eye stone monkey. Fang Yuan suddenly remembered the bag containing a whole pile of jade eye stone monkeys lying in the second secret room, beside which was a burlap sack meant for storing wild boar pouches. However, he no longer cared about grabbing a blade to go hunt boars anymore. While tightening the mouth of the small burlap bag, Fang Yuan reached for the wild beast skin water skin nearby. He cast his eyes over the bulging skin, inside which sloshed top-tier golden honey wine. Thanks to the jade skin goo's protection against the golden honeybee swarm over the past few days, he had smoothly managed to scavenge this much honey wine right from their nest. Wearing an extremely calm expression, Fang Yuan took step after step into the town. Suddenly, from some corner, a little girl dashed out on all fours, running and shouting, "My toy!" Beneath his callous footsteps, Fang Yuan had completely crushed that little girl's spinning top. The little girl's father turned pale with fear and immediately apologized profusely. "Oh my, I'm so sorry, truly sorry for bumping into you, Lord Goo Master. I beg you to be magnanimous." Having lost her favorite toy, the little girl threw a tantrum on the ground and wailed loudly, causing her father to break out in a cold sweat as he barked angrily, "Shut up right now, you troublemaker." Just as the father's rough hand swung up, intending to give his daughter a beating, Fang Yuan reached out and firmly grasped his wrist, suspending it in midair. He gently rubbed the little girl's head, faintly wiping away a few teardrops still lingering on her eyelashes, and said unhurriedly, "It's just a trivial matter, there's no need for you to panic like that." Fang Yuan bent down and softly comforted the little kid. "Don't be afraid, stop crying, everything is all right." His figure gradually faded away, leaving behind the father who was still bowing and groveling incessantly. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Thank you so much for your great magnanimity." It turned out that the decrepit old man was actually Fang Yuan's uncle in disguise. He was deeply engrossed in his schemes. "Today I personally wore this Goo Master cloak to show off my might, determined to put the squeeze on this brat Fang Yuan and force him to cough up the inheritance rights to the family property." Suddenly, a shiny piece of iron tucked away in a hidden corner quickly caught his sharp eyes. Catching sight of Fang Yuan's silhouette in the distance, the flames of anger in the uncle's heart instantly flared up. What the hell is this? Has he already broken through to rank 2? He crossed his arms, frowning as he calculated. With that measly C-grade aptitude, managing to climb to rank 2 at 16 truly makes one stare in shock. However, leveling up at this godly speed is most likely largely reliant on the liquor worm. As if he could see right through his uncle's mind, Fang Yuan faintly smirked, drawing a smile full of hidden meaning. That very mocking smile only infuriated his uncle even more. This wet-behind-the-ears brat dares to be so arrogant. Does he really think he's got a hold on me? He decided to cut straight to the chase. "Fang Yuan, I think the two of us should sit down and chat a bit, shouldn't we?" he calmly replied. "So what do you want to discuss?" A voice came from behind the uncle, seemingly monologuing on his behalf. "Do you know, between you and me, there are two different worlds. At the young age of 15, I was already carrying a sword and venturing into the martial world." Memories of a lone teenager fighting valiantly amidst a wolf pack flooded into his mind. During the era when the wolf tide struck, Goo Masters died like flies. Forced by circumstances, we academy students had to grit our teeth and graduate early. With my proud B-grade aptitude, I reached the initial stage at 16, advanced to the upper stage at 17, and hit the peak stage at 18. By 19, I was putting all my effort into charging at rank 3, firmly believing that by 20, I would be sitting comfortably in the seat of a rank 3 Goo Master. His eyes dimmed as he recalled his downfall from years ago. Back then, I was so arrogant that I pointed my nose to the sky, thinking I was the center of the universe, that nothing was impossible, truly not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. And then at age 20 during a mission, I was beaten to pulp by a Gu master from the Qing family. From then on, my aptitude went up in smoke and dropped to C grade, and I was so decadent for 8 whole years that I couldn't even lift my head. Long with the dust of time, the uncle's voice grew even more melancholic. On my 29th birthday, I reflected on life and suddenly realized how insignificant human strength is. Even if I managed to climb to rank 3, so what? In this society, the thing that helps you survive isn't your fists, but the art of flattery and your network of relationships with others. At 30, I finally pulled myself together to start over, and by 40, I retreated to the rear lines. In all those years, I have been recommended for the position of clan elder by hundreds of Gu masters writing letters on my behalf over a dozen times. Even though I'm just stuck at the peak stage of rank 2, unable to move forward half a step for the rest of my life, so what? I still hold brilliant success in my hands. Carrying the gaze of someone well-versed in the ways of the world, he tried to pour honey into Fang Yuan's ears. You're still very green and naive, having just stepped out into the world, exactly like I was back then, under the illusion that I held the power of life and death, thinking I could accomplish anything I danced to. But living in this world, sometimes you have to know how to bend your back. Those who like to act recklessly, who are stubborn and all bark with no bite, will only end up dying in some corner, don't even dream of achieving anything. It's better if you obediently let go. Seeing that sweet-talking wasn't working, the uncle immediately flipped his script, shifting to a sharp tone. Fang Yuan, let me just lay it out straight. As long as you cough up that family inheritance, you will have my friendship, and you can freely use all my connections. However, Fang Yuan acted like water off a duck's back, indifferently dropping a sentence. Dear uncle, you must have buried this outfit deep at the bottom of your closet for a very long time, right? Did not hesitate to strip bare the old man's hypocrisy. How can a Gu master's attire be so fragrant and glossy like that? It should reek of a sour stench, be covered in mud and foul blood, and be torn to shreds to exude the true essence of someone in actual combat. You've grown too decrepit, dear uncle. Your boiling youthful blood has been completely gnawed away by these days of gluttony and idleness. Fang Yuan slowly raised the wild boar water skin in front of him and asked lightly, guess what this rippling thing inside is? The uncle stared wide-eyed, his mouth gaping as he yelled, how is that possible? Where did you dig up honey wine from their very nest? No, absurd, this is absolutely impossible. Where did this brat get a defensive Gu worm from? Fang Yuan gently swirled the wine pouch while speaking with bitter sarcasm. Oh dear uncle, how pathetic you look. Bound so cowardly by those rotten rules, the honey wine is delivered right to your mouth, yet you don't even have the guts to reach out and take it. Leaving those words behind, Fang Yuan turned and walked away without hesitation, ignoring the old uncle who was standing there dumbfounded, muttering the value of the honey. 1,000 primeval stones, no, must be 2,000. Wait, no, at least 2,500. Fang Yuan, stop right there. Fang Yuan's face showed a trace of coldness mixed with slight annoyance. That old man is truly ruined. The injury from his 20s has thoroughly turned him into an old cripple. The steward of the Internal Affairs Hall slowly delivered the bad news to Fang Yuan's uncle. Brother Dong Tu, my hands are tied on this matter. Fang Yuan's aunt had a face wrinkled with misery. Is it really a dead end? The steward of the Internal Affairs Hall also sighed and complained. It is clearly written in black and white, the rules of the Internal Affairs Hall are like that. Unless there is an order from the 2 current elders or the clan leader personally steps in, don't even hope to turn the tables. Hearing this, the aunt jumped up, cursing shrilly. What the hell, how do you even work? All that wealth is the blood, sweat, and tears of this family. You old man, are you mute? Hurry up and rack your brains for a plan. If we lose this entire fortune, are we supposed to eat dirt? With a loud slap, Fang Yuan's aunt received a heavy blow right from her own husband. What the hell do you women know to be screaming like that, you short-sighted fool? The clan's rules are glaring right there. Do you think you can just break them whenever you want? What an incurable idiot. The old man gritted his teeth, growling in his throat. Fine, I will spit out this debt, not a single cent short. However, that brat Fang Yuan, I cannot tear up the rules of the Internal Affairs Hall, but I have more than enough power to crush you. Don't even dream of embracing that fortune and sleeping peacefully. Gu Yue Fang Yuan rubbed the stack of contracts in his hand, his mind filled with calculations. Who would have thought this gold mine of an inheritance would be so lucrative? The pages clearly listed the assets, over a dozen mu of wine bamboos, 8 family slaves, plus a tavern. No wonder those 2 old geezers threw a fit and tried every possible way to kick me out. Monopolizing this inheritance means having a few goo worms, but even if the number doubles, I will still have more than enough to feed them. Fang Yuan opened his palm, and a faintly glowing, vibrant green sprout slowly emerged. However, the real moneymaker lies in this grass goo. This is precisely the 9-leaf vitality grass, a rank 2 healing goo worm. Once I successfully refine it, every plucked leaf will be a precious vitality leaf. Began to visualize his plan to milk this grass goo. Just by injecting primeval essence, it will sprout and grow again. It is no exaggeration to say that this 9-leaf vitality grass is like a mobile money printer, an incomparable and priceless treasure in the entire inheritance. Thinking of that, the corner of Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a satisfied smile. Although it is currently autumn-winter for me, the radiant spring of my life has truly come knocking. Before his eyes was a small tavern, yet it was cleaned extremely neatly and impeccably. Fang Yuan pushed the door open and walked in, his hands clasped behind his back, lifting his chin and declaring with utter arrogance, "From now on, this tavern has changed owners and bears my surname." The shopkeeper hurriedly ran out to welcome him, smiling flatteringly. "Greetings, young master, please have a seat." Cast his eyes around for a look and judged. "Looks decent enough, though the scale seems a bit sparse." The shopkeeper hastily bowed and scraped. "This humble one does not dare accept the praise. Please make yourself at home, young master. Let this lowly one bring you a pot of fine tea." Fang Yuan waved his hand, cutting straight to the point. "Skip the pleasantries, bring out the account books for me right now." He flipped through each page of the tavern's ledgers, his eyebrows furrowing in deep suspicion. "What's with this massive loophole? Where did all the silver go?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper tearfully explained. "This humble one is innocent, young master. All this silver was personally embezzled by the previous owner. How could lowly people with no voice like us dare to utter a single word?" Immediately, Fang Yuan shot a gaze as sharp as a razor straight at the old man. Terrified out of his wits, the old shopkeeper fell to his knees and kowtowed with a loud thud, his mouth trembling, begging the young master to be magnanimous and spare this old life. Fang Yuan snapped the ledger shut, tapped his fingers on the table and said indifferently, "All right, I will let the past go. I don't have the time to be petty. I just glanced through the books and saw that your wages are too meager. From now on, the waiter's salary will increase by 2/10, and yours, shopkeeper, will increase by 4/10. Just bite the bullet and do your jobs well. There will be no shortage of silver for you in the future." The old shopkeeper and the staff rushed to kowtow and endlessly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you for your boundless grace, young master. You are truly a living god of wealth, merciful and forgiving. We swear to work with all our hearts and souls. You are indeed our reborn parent. Farewell and take care." Fang Yuan clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked out the door, silently concluding in his mind, "A slap and a sweet date, no matter which world it is, this is still the ultimate trick for superiors to herd their subordinates. However, these petty psychological manipulation tricks are just cheap schemes. Dedicating oneself to cultivation to become mighty is the ultimate truth." Silhouettes of 3 majestic bamboo buildings stood tall and appeared, blending with Fang Yuan's stream of thoughts. These buildings are truly the golden geese that the uncle and aunt exhausted themselves to build. The rent is also pushed to the most profitable level. Although not as lucrative as that tavern, counting it all up, it's still quite a hefty sum. He rested his arm on the windowsill, casting his gaze down at the bustling streets as the memories of his rebirth flooded back. "I am just like a piece of duckweed drifting amidst the pushing tides of life. Up until today, only by exhausting my heart and soul did I manage to seize this fortune, considering it as laying a solid foundation. The next step is to grope for the inheritance of Huaju Xingji, devote myself to cultivating up to rank 3, and then pack my bags to wander the martial world." Suddenly, from the street below came the noisy shouting of Gu Yue Fangzheng. "Brother, drag yourself down here right now. I have a score to settle with you." Fang Yuan just calmly crossed his arms, coldly peered down and dropped a single word, "Bark." A trace of contempt rose from the bottom of his heart. "Is it that great to bear the title of an A-grade aptitude? In the end, you are still just a pawn on my chessboard." Fang Zheng frustratingly poured out his resentment. "Brother, what you've done is too ruthless. I never expected you to be such a cold-blooded person." Fang Yuan still maintained his nonchalant attitude, tilting his chin up and asking back, "Oh, then what kind of person am I?" Fang Zheng scowled, bringing up the past to reprimand him. "Ever since our parents passed away, uncle and aunt opened their arms to take us in. Their kindness is as massive as a mountain, yet you paid no mind to it. You even bit the hand that fed you and drove them to a dead end." Fang Yuan sneered, ruthlessly exposing the truth. What kind of bullshit logic is that? This fortune originally bore my name. How is taking back what is mine considered biting the hand that feeds? Fang Zheng still stubbornly argued. Even so, you shouldn't have swept it all clean. At least you should have left a little bit so those two elders have something to rely on for their old age. The boy strained his neck and roared. Now even more than half of the family slaves have been kicked out because there's no money to feed them. Brother, how can you be so utterly heartless and ungrateful? Hearing that, Fang Yuan merely gave a cold smirk, resting his chin on his hand while leisurely calculating. Even assuming they are that desperate, just the profit from the taverns last month is more than enough for them to raise a few servants. Putting on this pathetic act is nothing, but pulling the strings behind the scenes to instigate this brat Fang Zheng to come here and cause trouble. He then mocked his younger brother. My dear good brother, from the moment you bowed to those two old geezers as your parents, you have already stripped yourself of the right to take a cut from this fortune, understand? Fang Zheng lowered his voice and started to bargain. I know that, and that's exactly why I dragged myself here to challenge you to a gu battle. I want to issue a challenge to you. Let's get on the arena and fight to see who is superior. If I win, I demand you to spit out a portion of the fortune for that old couple. Fang Yuan's face remained as stony as ever, as if every move of his brother was already grasped in the palm of his hand. It seems that before letting you out, uncle and aunt had brainwashed you quite thoroughly, haven't they? However, having been beaten up by me without missing a single hit, where do you get the delusion that you can turn the tables on me? Every word was like rubbing salt into the wound, making Fang Zheng boil with rage. The furious brat immediately revealed his trump card, his aggressive demeanor entirely different from his usual timid self. Brother, have a taste of my moonbeam goo. While yelling, Fang Zheng arrogantly showed off his secret weapon. Let me tell you, I have already successfully refined the rank 2 moonbeam goo. There is no way for you to break through my defense anymore. From the high building, Fang Yuan only chuckled darkly. It really is the moonbeam goo, but you are the stupidest person on earth, little brother. You haven't even fought yet, and you've already exposed your trump card for the whole world to see. Moonbeam goo was originally a rank 2 goo worm specializing in defense. Although its sturdiness was somewhat inferior to the white jade goo, it made up for it by being able to buff shields for teammates. In actual team combat, this item was an indispensable and powerful assistant. Fang Yuan clicked his tongue and continued. Do you think I am blind and couldn't guess? My stubborn little brother, if you want to bet, I will humor you, but have you asked for permission from the brothers in your group? Drag yourself back and report to your group leader Gu Yue Qing Shu first before coming out here to crow. I will plant my roots at the Eastgate Tavern, waiting for you all to come and offer your lives. Fang Zheng resentfully left a sulky remark. Brother, just you wait, I am leaving, but let me be clear, your stalling tactics are useless. Leaving behind his anger, Fang Zheng abruptly turned and left. A moment later, inside the small space of the tavern. Inside the quiet room, the duo Fang Zheng and Qing Shu were already sitting ceremoniously, while Fang Yuan leisurely poured water to serve the guests. Qing Shu cleared his throat and opened the conversation. Fang Zheng, why don't you go outside and catch some breeze for a moment? Let me chat a bit with your brother. Fang Zheng obediently nodded. All right. Only when the door was closed did Qing Shu show his hand. I have seen through you, Fang Yuan. You are truly an interesting schemer. I won't beat around the bush. I want to buy your liquor worm, just name your price, how many primeval stones to make you spit it out. Fang Yuan sneered sarcastically in his mind. Such an outstanding person yet doomed to die young, what a pity, a great pity. A year from now when the wolf pack comes to tear at the north gate, this guy, in order to patch the gap and save his clansmen, used his own body as a meat shield. Using that meager rank 2 body to force out the power of a rank 3 goo worm, one man falls, 10,000 are saved, and he finally managed to preserve this broken village. Qing Shu continued his persuasive tone. I know you are currently holding onto a tavern with plenty of money to fatten up the liquor worm. But what is the point of feeding a useless thing that you cannot use? I know full well that you are selfishly hoarding the liquor worm because you dream of refining it. If my guess is not wrong, you must be aiming for the fusion path to get the rank 2 white boar goo, right? Then the next step is to climb to the rank 3 somnambulism butterfly goo, isn't it? You plan to use the liquor worm like a bunch of sacrificial materials. Don't you feel sorry for it? Fang Yuan kept his completely emotionless face and exposed. The truth is our clan has a secret recipe stored away. Relying on that, I can completely upgrade the liquor worm into the rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm, and then advance it to the rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm. And the awesome thing about this 7 fragrances is that it has the ability to purify primeval essence. The only catch was that refining this required gathering 2 liquor worms, whereas Fang Yuan currently only had a single one on him. Furthermore, the fusion process strictly required 4 types of wine, featuring sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy flavors to be successfully forged. Pondering for a moment, Fang Yuan laid his cards on the table. If he and I clashed, guess if I would get my face smashed into the dirt. Qing Shu's face sank, and he warned sternly, Fang Yuan, even if you beat him down, you will only squeeze out a tiny bit of spare change. But if you are willing to give up the liquor worm to the clan, that would be a glorious deed, a true contribution to the clan. Fang Yuan slowly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and smiled wickedly. I will lose, a miserable defeat for sure. Hearing that, Qing Shu curled his lips in triumph. In battles, who can predict the unexpected? Turning the tables is a common occurrence. But I must kindly remind you of one thing, that boy Fang Zhang has already successfully played around with the rank 2 Moonbeam Gu. Fang Yuan smiled slyly, his tone full of malice. Not only will I lose, but I will lose terribly. I will throw away the entire inheritance of my parents, grab a begging bowl and stick, and drag myself around to beg for food all over this village for you to see. Hearing that twisted logic, Qing Shu's face scrunched up like a monkey eating ginger, wanting to spit out some curses but choking on his anger. You truly are. Qing Shu racked his brain calculating. Fang Zhang is being groomed to climb to the clan leader position in the future. If the news leaks out that he ran off to acknowledge enemies as his parents, and then used his power and talent to crush his own biological brother in order to steal the entire inheritance, his reputation built up over the years will definitely shatter like glass. Qing Shu gritted his teeth and said, but you wouldn't be foolish enough to play that big, because your target has always been that inheritance. Letting go of that fat piece of meat, what the hell are you going to cultivate with? Fang Yuan seized the opportunity to retort immediately. That is exactly why I am absolutely certain that you, my good brother, will drop the intention of buying the liquor worm, and at the same time, you will have to scramble to forbid Fang Zhang from touching me, correct? Realizing he had stepped right into the trap, Qing Shu frustratingly gritted his teeth. Kudos to you, very well done, keep up the act. As night fell, just when Fang Yuan was exhausting his strength cultivating, the fusion process of the Moonbeam Gu suddenly went up in smoke. He muttered to console himself. It is the blessing of 3 lifetimes that the Moonlight Gu didn't evaporate. If the little light Gu dies, I can just run to the shop and buy another one to replace it. But if the Moonlight Gu drops dead, don't even dream of finding a replacement anywhere. When a Gu worm gets injured, the success rate of refinement drops abysmally, so I have no choice but to bite the bullet and wait for these 2 to heal before grinding again. 3 excruciating days passed before Fang Yuan dared to breathe a sigh of relief. The refinement went smoothly. This single little light Gu is enough to double the power of the Moonblade, absolutely fantastic. As countless years went by, this brutal failure rate had turned so many Gu masters into debtors, forcing them to swallow their bitterness while watching all their efforts go down the drain. Beaten back to reality, perhaps in this world there is only one ultimate trump card to salvage that damn failure rate, and that is to rely on one's vital Gu. Moment later at the inn, Fang Yuan and Jiangya were murmuring and trading. Jiangya threw down a pile of money. Here are the primeval stones for this transaction, checked once every 10 days. Fang Yuan also fairly tossed back a small pouch. Here's yours, take it. Jiangya excitedly opened the bundle, his hands fondling and counting each piece. 1, 2, 3, 9. Spot on, exactly 9 vitality leaves. Lord, why don't you try to squeeze out a few more vitality leaves every day? At this rate, our hands will get tired from raking in silver. Fang Yuan shook his head and dismissed it. Don't even dream of it. Grinding out 9 vitality leaves has already drained all my energy, delaying so much of my cultivation time. Jiangya scratched his head sheepishly. Lord, you are holding a pot of gold in your hands. Why must you subject yourself to such extreme hardship? I think you can completely ditch this shabby inn room by now. In his mind, Fang Yuan was busy calculating again. I must focus my efforts on refining the liquor worm. Without it, my upgrade progress will crawl twice as slow. If I can fuse the 4 flavors liquor worm, the grinding speed will be somewhat decent, but I will still have to purchase a few more auxiliary Gu worms. A hired hand hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. This is terrible, young master. Someone is here looking for trouble again. Jiangya stretched his neck to peek through the window frame and clicked his tongue. Oh God, it's Gu Yue Manshi. This guy is famous for his beast-like defensive skills and is sitting comfortably in the leader's seat of the Manshi group. Fang Yuan calmly judged, What's there to be afraid of from a guy who flaunts his failures as glory? Jiangya trembled and advised. Lord Fang Yuan, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This man she is extremely tough. He managed to successfully escape from the hands of Bai Ningbing. You absolutely cannot underestimate him. Outside the door, a burly guy smashed a wine jar straight onto the ground, shattering it to pieces, and aggressively cursed. You dare serve this horse piss to me? Man, she grabbed the waiter by the collar, his eyes glaring fiercely. I don't care for this devilish wine. Selling this garbage and you dare open a shop? Compensate. Compensate me right now. You must spit out at least 500 primeval stones to be left in peace. The waiter trembled and groaned. Lord, please quell your anger, please quell your anger. If this wine jar does not suit your taste, our humble shop would like to give you our finest bottle of wine for free. The curious crowd gathered around, whispering and gossiping. This is the third incident already. This small tavern must have offended someone. It looks like there's a hidden motive here. Rumor has it that behind Man she is an anonymous senior backing him up. Fang Yuan slowly stepped out to face the troublemaker. Man she tilted his face up and asked, Are you that Fang Yuan? You brat, you dared to sell fake wine to scam me. Out of mercy, I will give you a chance to bow your head and admit your fault in front of everyone here. Seeing Fang Yuan stand still like a block of wood, the guy took a mile. As long as you utter an apology and bow down, I will let this matter go. I am a man of my words are worth 1,000 gold. The surrounding crowd freely added oil to the fire. Makes sense, if that brat Fang Yuan kowtows and apologizes, he'll never be able to hold his head up high again. He will be stepped all over by everyone. This move is truly sinister. But if he remains stubborn and doesn't apologize, he'll be guilty of disrespecting a senior, being arrogant and overbearing, and he'll still end up ostracized by the whole village. Yeah, he's truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Getting hit by this, he has no choice but to bite the bullet and take the blow. While the crowd was still whispering, a blinding streak of light suddenly slashed through the air. The terrified crowd screamed, Good heavens, it's the Moonbeam Gu's moonblade. Ambushed too quickly, Man she only had time to let out a panicked gasp. The razor-sharp crescent-shaped blade shot forward rapidly, hovering right past his face. He frantically channeled his energy, flexing his muscles to activate the defensive power of the monolith Gu. An earth-shattering collision rang out, and he was sent flying several feet away, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Taking a bloody slash right in the middle of his chest, Man she furiously roared, Fang Yuan, are you tired of living? Answering his curse was another moonblade shooting straight at him, leaving everyone slack-jawed. That is not the Moonlight Gu, it's definitely the Moonbeam Gu. Using a killer move without uttering a single word, isn't this brat afraid of the punishment hall arresting and executing him? Man she scrambled to raise both arms to block the second moonblade, hissing through his teeth, You. Even though he had mobilized his body to defend, the burly guy was still sent flying into the air by the terrifying power and crashed heavily onto the ground. He lay flattened, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Fang Yuan, you cannot kill me. If you kill me, the punishment hall won't let you off. Fang Yuan slowly raised his arm, gathering his energy, preparing to deliver the final coup de grace. Seeing the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Fang Yuan's hand, Man she was terrified to the core, tearfully begging, You absolutely must not kill me. But Fang Yuan's hand just lightly swiped past his face, dropping a freezing cold sentence, I will not take your life. Man she helplessly pounded the ground, cursing his own miserable luck. Damn it, damn it. If only I had raised my guard from the start, if I hadn't taken a critical hit right on the first strike, would I have ever suffered such humiliation? Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly emitted a faint, eerie blue light, morphing into a ferocious demon face that suffocated the space. However, I have more than enough power to cripple your martial arts. Breaking an arm or severing your leg works too. According to the village rules, I just have to spit out a pile of primeval stones as compensation, while you will be permanently crippled, completely locked out from ever taking missions again. Facing those eerie blue eyes, a chill ran down Man she's spine, sweat poured like rain, and horrifying memories from the past came rushing back. These eyes, it's exactly these eyes. The memory rewound to a bright moonlit night in the bamboo forest 2 years ago. He had also been lying sprawled out begging just like now, his mouth constantly grumbling, Damn it, damn it. If I had finished cultivating the monolith Gu, I bet you couldn't have broken my armor. At that time, Bai Ningbing just smiled with utter arrogance. If it's exactly as you say, then I will spare your life for now. When you manage to bring out the monolith Gu, we will fight again. He laughed heartily and added, Let's hope you won't be too useless in the future so that my life will be a bit less boring." Having said that, the figure of the white-robed youth also flashed those terrifying blue eyes, shouting, "Why haven't you scrammed yet?" That young man was no stranger. He was exactly Bai Ningbing, the most dazzling genius of the Bai clan village, someone who, despite only being rank 2, had the ability to slaughter rank 3 elders as easily as a joke. After recalling that event, she teared up, sorrowful in his heart. Who would have thought that right in the middle of my own village, I would be pinned down by those demonic eyes one more time? Fang Yuan turned to walk away, his gaze sharp as a knife glancing back, roaring, "You can get lost now." Having witnessed the entire clash from beginning to end, Jiangya secretly gulped, a clear truth dawning in his mind. He suddenly understood the reason why Fang Yuan had reached this level. It was simple. He and Fang Yuan were never destined to share the same sky. As March came knocking, the Gu Yue clan village bustled with excitement to welcome the merchant caravan, arriving earlier than usual. Pack beasts carrying loads of large and small goods crowded together. With a jagged scar slashing across his face, Gu Fu eagerly stepped forward to start a conversation. "My brother Yueshi, it has been a long time, are you still as dashing as ever?" The old man laughed heartily, warmly receiving the guest. "Little brother Gu Fu, you came up the mountain quite early this year." He graciously offered his treasures to Yueshi. "On this trip, I brought a bunch of extremely precious goods. I'm sure the clan will have a huge demand." He nodded in response. "How coincidental, the day after tomorrow is the grand awakening ceremony of our clan. Take this chance to stay and join the festivities, brother Gu." Gu Fu still kept his profit-seeking smile, clapping his hands together, cautiously expressing his true intent. "Actually, on this trip, this little brother carries a wish related to the death of Gu Jin Sheng. I have specially planted a few elite scouts in the clan, hoping to dig up some clues." Hearing this, Yueshi fell into deep thought. It seems the death of Gu Jin Sheng has backed Gu Fu into a corner in the battle for the family inheritance. He shifted his gaze to the vicious scar on Gu Fu's face, connecting it to the recent rumors. It is said that during the recent trip back to the village, Gu Fu and Gu Gui had a loud argument in front of everyone, which then erupted into a death match. That huge scar must definitely be the mark left from that fierce battle. The residence of the merchant caravan was actually a giant tree called the 3-Star, cave, a massive rank 3 plant Gu, with each layer of its canopy serving as a spacious room. Fang Yuan leisurely strolled into the market area on the first floor, where buyers and sellers were bustling and noisy. A chaotic crowd gathered around the trading counter, shouting in a way that caught his attention. "This really is an authentic liquor worm, and the asking price is actually 500 primeval stones." Rumors about the liquor worm spread everywhere. It was quite a coincidence that this was exactly the treasure Fang Yuan was desperately looking for. Just the other day I was still racking my brain trying to figure out where to dig up a second liquor worm. Who would have thought fate would toss it right into my hands like this? However, with my current meager rank 2 initial stage cultivation, I have no choice but to bite the bullet and pay out of pocket to buy it fair and square. He stroked his chin, his eyes glued to the liquor worm resting obediently in the jar. In another corner, Yaola was dumbfounded at the astronomical price of it, blurting out a complaint. "Oh my God, Grandma, this tiny liquor worm is priced at a whopping 500 primeval stones." She pulled Yao Jai's arm and whined playfully. "My beloved Grandma, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Didn't you promise to give me a really awesome gift? Why don't you just buy this liquor worm for me?" Yao Jai smiled kindly, indulging her precious granddaughter. All right, if my darling granddaughter likes it, Grandma will empty her purse to buy it for you." Fang Yuan accidentally spotted the old woman and frowned in caution. "Gu Yue Yao Jai." He quickly searched his memory regarding her power in the Gu Yue clan. "This hag is the #1 healing Gu master in the village. She has saved the lives of countless elders, so her faction and influence in this place are extremely powerful." Yaola chirped, urging, "Grandma, hurry up and call the waiters to finalize the purchase of this liquor worm quickly." Yao Jai looked at the bugs, slowly instructing, "Good girl, things in this place are not settled just by throwing money around. Let Grandma teach you. Do you see that stack of paper and pens thrown on the counter over there?" Yao Jai carefully explained, "You fill in the price you want to pay on it, then stuff it into the auction box. If among the competitors your price is the highest, that liquor worm will automatically belong to you." Only then did the young miss realize, "Wow, so that's the rule of the game, how interesting." Yaola eagerly stuffed her bidding paper into the box, curiously asking, "So Grandma, I just need to write down a really high price and it's a sure win, right?" Yao Jai did not deny it. the corners of the old woman's lips even curling into a scheming smile. Exactly, the world is unpredictable. Who knows if someone might throw out an even more astronomical price than us. Rest assured, we will throw out a hefty price. Taking a small loss doesn't matter. I have already calculated all of this perfectly. The nosy crowd who was clamoring to compete for the goo worm suddenly saw the old woman's figure and simultaneously withdrew. Let's bounce, guys. With Lady Yaojai gracing this place, there is no chance for us to compete for the prey. I think so too. It seems we are not fated to touch the liquor worm. Fang Yuan took the whole scene in, his mind racing. There are opportunities that seem out of reach, but if those people voluntarily give up, then my time has come. Gu Yue Yaojai, does this old woman think throwing around a few threats is enough to make her opponents back down? He sneered contemptuously, just relying on the title of a decrepit old woman hiding in the village who has never even shown her face out of Qingmao Mountain, and you want to snatch my liquor worm. Fang Yuan muttered critically, "Old hag, you are still too green and naive." Yaola was attracted by a goo worm shaped like a pearl hanging on a branch, innocently asking, "Grandma, what kind of species is this goo worm?" Yaojai glanced over and then kindly explained. "That is the silver relic goo. This type can only be used once, but its effects are incredibly formidable. It can instantly force a rank 3 goo master's cultivation to jump a minor realm. Even at a cheap bargain, this item would easily sell for a minimum price of 50,000 primeval stones. All right, wandering around this much is enough. Let's head out to the main hall at the entrance of the first floor." It is pretty much guaranteed that the liquor worm auction is settled. Yaola had to widen her eyes and scream again when she saw the listed price of the silver relic goo proposed by the merchants. Oh my god, asking for up to 30,000 primeval stones, what a cutthroat price. The grandmother and granddaughter slowly walked to the display podium area, suddenly freezing when they heard the news that the goo worm Yaola was eyeing had fallen into the hands of someone else, even though they had firmly believed they had a sure win. What the hell? Who snatched the liquor worm right from under our noses? Yaola widened her eyes, stomping her feet in frustration. What kind of wicked person would dare to snatch my little liquor worm? Yaojai stood beside her, hastily reminding her granddaughter, "Yaola." The old woman gently probed the merchant for information. "This old lady fully understands your rules. Rest assured, little girl. I have no interest in prying into the buyer's identity, but may I just ask what the final agreed price was?" The saleswoman looked hesitant and replied, "I am truly sorry, my lord. The final closing price is also strictly confidential. But I can guarantee that the final price was absolutely the highest bid, so please be at ease." The Gu clan's merchant caravan always puts sincerity first in business. The young girl, working perfectly according to the rules, spoke slowly, asking the old madam for forgiveness, as this was an unalterable regulation of our merchant caravan. Just then, a man walked by and hastily waved his hand to dismiss her tactfully. "You step down first, let me handle this." The man then flashed a flattering smile at Yaojai to curry favor, my, so it is Lord Yaojai gracing us with her presence. The young lady standing beside you must surely be your precious granddaughter, truly bright, lively, and incredibly adorable. This guy acted smart and offered a scheme. How about this? Since Lord Yaojai has set her heart on the liquor worm, allow me to take matters into my own hands and secretly smuggle one out for you. You must surely know how incredibly rare this item is. As for the primeval stones, we can just settle on the price you just offered. After all, Yaojai only bought this item out of concern for her granddaughter, so she simply declared with indifference, "This old lady has no desire to take advantage of you. Just charge me based on the final transaction price of that liquor worm from earlier." Seeing the merchant's expression, she raised an eyebrow and probed, "What, am I too hard to serve? Or is that price so steep that you fear this old lady cannot shoulder it?" The man hastily waved his hands to deny it, then respectfully handed over a piece of paper with a number written on it. "You misunderstand, my lord. This lowly one absolutely did not mean that." "Sigh, I will just comply with your wishes then. This is the exact price that the previous customer finalized." Yaola took the piece of paper, her large round eyes widening in shock when she saw the selling price of the goo worm from earlier. "What is this?" In the end, it was only a mere 20 primeval stones higher than our offer. In another development, inside a tavern, Fang Yuan held a cup of water, his eyes thoughtful as he calculated after his successful scheme to snatch the liquor worm earlier. "The sweet wine is now in my hands. After settling things in the past, the inherited estate still has a massive surplus of golden honey wine, so getting spicy or sour wine is as easy as flipping my hand. The most headache-inducing issue for me right now is where to find bitter wine." He quietly observed the goo worm in his palm, his mind stirring, Right now I am still lacking two types of goo worms, one specialized for scouting and another for movement support. Next year, when this Qingmao Mountain suffers the outbreak of the beast tide, I fear those merchants will completely vanish. Before the disaster strikes, he must meticulously gather as much preparation as possible, whether it be cultivation realm or goo worms. Absolutely nothing can be taken lightly. The object currently resting in Fang Yuan's hand resembled a type of beetle. The black and white boar goo was an extraordinary species that helped boost a goo master's physique from deep within their roots, and the most overbearing part was that their power could completely stack upon each other. Moving on to the seventh day, on the second floor of the treehouse, a massive crowd swarmed around the exhibition stage, whispering excitedly about the treasure sitting up there. Oh my, this wondrous item is truly phenomenal. If I am lucky enough to snatch that red iron relic goo, my cultivation will shoot straight up to the middle stage instantly. The starting bid is 3,000 primeval stones. Please make your offers quickly, everyone. Fang Yuan slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze tight as a bowstring fixed on the red iron relic goo on the stage, silently assessing the situation. In the final stretch, the price of this red iron relic goo will definitely skyrocket far beyond the 3,000 primeval stones mark. My desire to claim it is something my current pockets unfortunately cannot bear. Due to his ambition to acquire that wondrous goo, he gritted his teeth and came to a bold decision to scrape together a mountain of primeval stones. The time limit to finalize the bid was restricted to a single short day. To gather such a massive amount of money in a flash, the only exclusive path was to mortgage the tavern at the pawnshop. Of course, someone capable of fully buying out that goo worm in a single day still existed in this world. Fang Yuan slowly walked up to a familiar door, and the maid who pushed it open jumped in fright, stammering, Is it you, sir?" She clumsily bowed in greeting. "This servant greets young master Fang Yuan. Welcome home, my lord." Hearing the last word escape her lips, Fang Yuan smirked and mockingly repeated, "Home." Fang Yuan's aunt's eyes bulged when she saw his figure standing imposingly in the middle of the house, and she shrieked shrilly, "Fang Yuan, you little brat, you still dare to show your face here." She relentlessly cursed Fang Yuan with foam at the mouth. "You truly are an ungrateful wretch. My husband and I spoon-fed and served you until you grew up, only for you to repay our kindness in such a cruel way. Where did you throw your conscience? Was it eaten by wild dogs?" Despite his aunt roaring like thunder, Fang Yuan remained perfectly calm, nonchalantly stating his purpose. "I took the effort to return here this time to sell off the tavern and the bamboo pavilion. I wonder if uncle and aunt have the interest to purchase them." She still glared at him furiously, throwing sarcastic remarks. "Where would a wide-eyed wolf like you get any good intentions? HMPH, wanting to sell the tavern and bamboo pavilion." As she spoke, she suddenly froze, racking her brain, then gasped in astonishment. "Huh, what did you say? You just said you want to sell off the tavern and the bamboo pavilion." Fang Yuan leisurely took a sip of hot tea, dropping a cold warning. "If you waste your breath spouting even half a useless sentence more, I will leave immediately. I am more than confident that there is no shortage of people out there craving this fat piece of property. It is best if you invite uncle out to discuss this with me." Moment later, Fang Yuan's uncle hurried over and took a seat on the adjacent chair, questioning in a stern voice, "Fang Yuan, I will not beat around the bush. There is something I truly cannot comprehend. Why do you desire to throw away the tavern and bamboo pavilion?" He didn't hide a thing, bluntly replying, "Because I need money to purchase a red iron relic goo." The old man nodded as if he understood, then pushed further, probing tactfully, "Ah, so that is the case. Then what about the 9-leaf vitality grass? Do you plan to liquidate it as well?" Fang Yuan took a sip of tea and immediately rejected it. "There is absolutely no chance for that. I am only trading the tavern, bamboo pavilion, a few plots of farmland, and 8 servants." Once all agreements were settled smoothly, Fang Yuan's aunt, clutching the stack of contracts, followed her husband and mocked his impulsive decision. "Master, look, has this brat cultivated until his brain turned to mush? Suddenly selling off a bunch of properties that lay golden eggs like this, he is truly beyond saving." The old man found it pleasing to the ear but still snapped back irritably, "Will you die if you shut your mouth? Keep quiet for my sake." The old man stroked his beard, looking exceedingly smug as he reminded her, "Having snagged both this tavern and the bamboo pavilion, our family must hold our breath while crossing the river and keep a low profile. A tall tree catches the wind, and even immortals cannot predict what tomorrow will bring." Clasped his hands behind his back, inwardly clicking his tongue in constant amazement at Fang Yuan's decisiveness. Just because of a craving for a relic goo, this brat Fang Yuan was willing to toss away an entire estate without batting an eye. If it were me, would I have the guts to do that? Fang Yuan's uncle ultimately blurted out a word of praise, daring to close his eyes and throw away such a massive fortune. His character is truly not something to be underestimated. Turning the lens back to Fang Yuan, at this moment, a crowd was huddled together, whispering excitedly. I wonder which expert will manage to take this red iron relic Gu home. It might easily be Mo Yan or Kai Shan, since those two are stuck at the peak of rank 2 upper stage. If they swallow this relic Gu, they will break through straight to the peak stage, sitting at the same table as Qing Shu. Rumor also has it that Lord Yao Jai's granddaughter, Yaola, has entered the awakening ceremony this year. It seems Lord Yao Jai is painfully planning a long-term strategy, rolling out the red carpet for her grandchild. Amidst this, a woman approached and reported to him, "Young Master Fang Yuan, please move to the 3rd floor. Lord Gu Fu of our merchant caravan wishes to invite you up for a brief discussion. Consider this token as a pass for you to enter the Gu auction later on." Fang Yuan lowered his head to scrutinize the card that had just been handed to him by the beauty. Fang Yuan stepped inside a deep, abyssal cave, hiding stone pillars with bizarre, eerie shapes. He continuously unleashed strikes to take down the jade-eye stone monkeys that were frantically lunging at him. Moon Glow Gu. Fang Yuan rapidly bombarded the monkeys while calculating in his head, assuming I successfully overclock the 4-flavor liquor worm to purify my primeval essence. My body will have more than enough capacity to rapid-fire a full 8 razor-thin moonblades. Those stone monkeys acted like sledgehammers, while my body was like a glowing red iron ingot freshly pulled from the furnace. Every hammer strike only made this iron tougher, eliminating impurities and making it incredibly dense. Fang Yuan swept his gaze to inventory the monkey corpses lying all over and muttered, "In this trip, I slaughtered 41 jade-eye stone monkeys. The raw power of 3 moonblades alone sent at least 17 or 18 monkeys to meet their maker, easily wiping out half their forces." After a period of sweeping, he finally reached the very last stone pillar, and he walked straight toward the final obstacle hidden deep within the belly of the cave. Right on the body of the pillar, a massive, unusual stone hollow was carved out, and he narrowed his eyes, guessing, it looks like a whole monkey king is hiding inside this rat hole. The wild boar king that Bing Shi's group had joined forces to kill was ranked as a 1,000 beast king, commanding an entire forest of boars exceeding 1,000. Meanwhile, the stone monkey king sitting right in front of Fang Yuan here was at most only 100 beast king, with a paltry 100 or so underlings under its command. The scale difference is like heaven and earth compared to 1,000 beast king. Fang Yuan pulled out the goo worm he snatched from the auction floor to prepare to clash with the monkey king. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence will definitely break down soon. It seems it is time to put the red iron relic goo to use. It is merely a lowly 100 beast king. If I boost my cultivation to rank 2 middle stage, I will have more than enough to go all in. A streak of bright red light suddenly shot out, whizzing straight toward the red iron relic goo. Fang Yuan roared loudly, "Now is the time." The wondrous goo resting snugly inside the increasingly expanding bubble, crazily sucking up all the blood-red halos enveloping the surroundings. Once fully charged, the goo worm slowly shed its skin, completely erasing its original appearance to transform into a hazy red gem. This is exactly rank 2 middle stage primeval essence. Its purity and density far surpass that pale red initial stage primeval essence from before. Fang Yuan's hands continuously release streams of red aura to nourish the red iron relic goo. For a goo master, the deeper their cultivation, the more tyrannical their destructive power, and the doors of death recede accordingly. In tandem, the amount of farming missions they can take on becomes more abundant, leading to an even more massive pile of primeval stones falling into their pockets. After breaking through to the middle stage, I immediately delved deep into the core. Fang Yuan instantly encountered troops of stone monkeys grinding their teeth, as if waving the flag for a wildly tense bloodbath that was about to erupt. Fang Yuan crazily swung his moon glow goo, his heart inevitably growing suspicious as he saw no sign of the alpha's shadow. How bizarre, a massive troop of monkeys but missing the monkey king. If there is a ruler with its nest completely trashed like this, it should be the first to furiously charge out to fight to the death. Wait, could it be? At that exact moment, his vital goo hidden in his aperture suddenly vibrated intensely, snapping his chain of reasoning. A blazing red warning system, it is the stone monkey king. The moment the warning ended, Fang Yuan acted like a conditioned reflex, throwing his arms up to shield his face, activating the white jade goo's shield. It was entirely thanks to the life-saving alarm of his vital goo that he kept his life, cleanly dodging the fatal pounce from the monkey king. Fang Yuan blinked and launched a counterkick, his nerves also tensing up exponentially. He couldn't help but shudder in astonishment at the terrifyingly ghostly ability of this monkey ruler. Damn it, on the flesh of this stone monkey king, a wild goo with stealth characteristics is actually parasitizing it. He darted his eyes in all directions throughout the cave, racking his brains to find a path of retreat. In my hands, I do not have a single stealth detection goo worm. I am taking a huge loss in this matchup. This is truly bad. It just lands a strike and then vanishes without a trace. How am I supposed to handle this messy situation? White Jade Goo, Fang Yuan had no choice but to forcefully erect his shield and cover his head to take the beating. Dragging out this stalemate will sooner or later drain my primeval sea completely dry. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Let's smoothly retreat for now. Decisive to a fault, he kicked his legs, tearing through the wind as he bolted toward the cave entrance, not bothering to linger with that stubborn troop of stone monkeys. The most brilliant move right now is to step back and find a way to slip into another monkey troop's territory. The stone cave instantly turned into a chaotic mess like a broken hive, his face gradually turning ashen as he witnessed the havoc sweeping through the stone monkey territory. The monkey troop still clung to Fang Yuan like starving leeches, their mouths continuously letting out ear-piercing shrieks. As for the stone monkey king, it stubbornly gritted its teeth and chased Fang Yuan without letting go, right on his tail. A ruler's cold gaze remained pinned to the prey's every breath. After sprinting madly for a long distance, with his current half-baked cultivation realm, Fang Yuan was truly out of breath. Having dragged himself to the cave entrance, he had to brake hard, wiping the sweat drenching his forehead, his mind quickly piecing everything together. The only loophole to turn the tables lies in the split second the stone monkey king swings its claws. But the tragedy is, even if I manage to smell the killing intent in time, my body is half a beat too slow, utterly unable to swing my hand to strike back. Midst this boiling oil and blazing fire situation, Fang Yuan's meager cultivation realm is not enough to carry the weight, and his drained primeval essence is merely clinging to life at just over 1/10. With a mere distance of 100 paces, I am practically a human shield. Even if I sneakily hide in the second secret room and tightly lock the stone door, that beastly monkey king has more than enough strength to smash the door and wring my neck. The monkey king, veiled in stealth like a death-bringing ghost, delivers fatal blows every time it lunges in to bite and tear. How on earth am I supposed to dodge this? He scratched his head and pulled his ears, but still couldn't squeeze out a single brilliant scheme to send it to meet its maker. Fang Yuan stripped off his outer coat, his eyebrows knitting tightly together, evaluating the situation with extreme gravity. Since I have chosen the path of a gamble, I must mentally prepare myself to lay down this cheap life as collateral. Ground his teeth together as he recalled his clash with the Monkey King, relying on that stealth goo worm. I have no choice but to play a showdown. Its sole fatal flaw is the moment it unleashes an attack. As long as I seize that blink of an eye, blasting it to pieces with a moonblade will end it. All right, this time I will cast everything aside and wager my life and death on the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan channeled 12 parts of his effort into sweeping his gaze into the empty void, and instantly his vital goo rang the bell, pinpointing the Monkey King for him. The target is on the left flank. Fang Yuan took a heaven-shaking blow from the Monkey King, his entire body staggering before flipping backward. Without hesitation, he seized the rare opening and violently threw his clothing toward the stealthed Monkey King, roaring like thunder, "Let's see where you can run." Indeed, the blue heavens had eyes. Fang Yuan's precise throw perfectly wrapped around the beast's path of movement, forcing it to halt in its tracks. The Monkey King momentarily panicked like a headless fly, bolting blindly in a random direction. Although it was still camouflaged by stealth, the coat entirely covering its body exposed all of its movements to Fang Yuan's hawkish gaze. With favorable timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony, he instantly seized the golden opportunity, launching a thunderous strike at the monkey ruler. The moonblade was unleashed by Fang Yuan with absolute precision, cleaving a fatal slash directly into its body. The stone Monkey King was ultimately just a lowly wild beast, instantly losing control in a panic the moment a piece of cloth covered its face. I slapped it with a moonblade, and it seems the harvest is quite satisfactory. He coldly lowered his eyes to look at the breathless monkey corpse, lying weakly in a puddle of blazing red blood soaking the ground. I must finish it off decisively. The monkey ruler has now revealed its true form as clear as day. Even so, it still braced itself, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, growling to completely forbid Fang Yuan from stepping any closer. Right in the middle of the gaping wound torn open by the moonblade on its abdomen, a wondrous goo slowly surfaced, bringing with it a mystical emerald green glow. Fang Yuan couldn't care less. He strode forward and snatched up the wondrous insect. He scrutinized the sparkling treasure he had just dug out from the Monkey King, nodding slightly in satisfaction. Exactly as I calculated, this item is definitely a stealth stone goo. The petty monkeys lingering around still didn't stop shrieking, giving Fang Yuan a headache, making him boldly roar, "Get out!" The stone monkeys, scared out of their wits, fled as fast as their legs could carry them, leaving him standing all alone, staring into the deep cave entrance. Below this is yet another underground cavern stretching all the way to the bottom. It's a pity that in my hands I don't have a single scouting goo worm. Charging down blindly at this moment would truly be foolish. Wanting to keep this little life of his, Fang Yuan decisively turned his back and walked straight away. Impatience ruins plans. Uncovering the trail of the next inheritance can already be considered a full net. It is also time to pull up the anchor and head back. Stepping into July, the early autumn weather blew a cool, refreshing breath into all things, immensely exhilarating. In the middle of the elders' discussion hall, Gu Yueshi cleared his throat and began. For the past 3 days, around the edge of the village under the cliff, a river-swallowing toad has popped out. If we just stand by with folded arms, sooner or later, the entire village will live in constant fear. Elders present here, does anyone have a brilliant plan to send this ugly toad away? Gu Yue Kai Lion's face tightened, analyzing under extreme pressure. This is indeed a matter of grave importance. We must sever the root of the problem as soon as possible. If word leaks out, there will surely be petty villains secretly stirring up the hornet's nest, inciting the river-swallowing toad to annihilate our Gu Yue clan. Gu Yue Mo Chen, sitting next to him, found it reasonable and chimed in. Elder Kai Lion's words are absolutely right. Shared the same gloomy look as Kai Lion, sighing as he added, once the river-swallowing toad clears out and submerges Qingmao Mountain, the wolf pack's dens will surely be engulfed in a sea of water. Driven to a dead end, the wolves will definitely sprout wings and flock up the hills for refuge, triggering a wolf tide earlier than expected. And then our clan will once again have to brace ourselves and tear into the wild beasts just to survive. Gu Yueshi frowned as he recalled the past. This much is nothing compared to a true nightmare. Remember back in the ancient times, right when our first ancestor founded the village, a rank 5 Blood River python also arrogantly launched an ambush. It was ultimately hacked to pieces by the first-generation clan leader. Compared to that Blood River python, this river-swallowing toad is much more well-behaved. Gently massaged his temples from overthinking and could only offer a suggestion. At the end of the day, these are all just groundless rumors. No one has seen it with their own eyes or laid a hand on it yet. A matter of life and death like this absolutely cannot be handled recklessly. I suggest we dispatch a squad of Gu Masters down there first to investigate the truth. Gu Yueshi cast a glance at Kai Lion, asking, since it's decided, we will have to trouble Kai Shan's squad to take a stroll. Kai Lion raised his chin smugly. Other than the experts of my Kai faction, who else could shoulder this heavy responsibility? If that brat messes up, then the whole clan might as well tie their own hands and surrender. At a certain tavern, Fang Yuan interrogated the middle-aged man, shopkeeper, regarding the bitter shell wine I ordered you to dig for news about a few days ago. Have you unearthed any clues? The old shopkeeper shrank his neck and reported, the bitter shell wine you ordered, my lord. Someone from Bai village has tasted it before. The essence of this wine stems from a species of imperial oyster diving deep at the bottom of the lake. Its pitch-black shell is marked with blinding white streaks, exactly like the age rings on an ancient tree. This creature specializes in swallowing mud and sand, digesting and converting it into a bitter liquid. Gourmets then pry open the oyster shells, extracting that bitterly pungent water to ferment, inadvertently brewing bitter shell wine, its flavor both astringent and bitter, yet intertwined with a faint, unique fragrance. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, catching the point. To put it bluntly, currently only the Bai village's lair has this bitter shell wine in stock, right? The old shopkeeper sweat profusely and stammered, reporting. This lowly one humbly thinks, even if the Bai village hoards bitter shell wine, the quantity would only be a trickle and nowhere near abundant. Absent-mindedly swirled the wine cup in his hand, casually chasing the guest away. All right, you may get lost now. Your duty here is done. The old shopkeeper suddenly dropped to his knees and begged, young Master Fang Yuan, could you please have mercy and buy this tavern back? Ever since the former owner took over, the wages of us lowly ones have been drastically slashed. We lowly servants cannot even fill our stomachs right now, let alone feed an entire large family." Hearing this, he ruthlessly cut him off. "I already sold this ragged tavern to him. According to black and white ink, there is no way I am buying it back, and moreover, I have no free time to play this tavern trading game. Scram quickly." The old man remained rooted to the floor, sobbing as he presented his situation. "But young master, we have truly reached a dead end. Please have the mercy of a bodhisattva and save the dog lives of these servants." Fang Yuan, finding this whining an eyesore and earache, furiously crushed the clay cup in his hand to pieces, shouting right in the man's face, "Do you think your father here is so gentle that I wouldn't dare drag you out and behead you? Truly a blind fool blocking the way. Get out of my sight right now." He disdainfully glanced at the pile of flabby fat crying a river on the ground, feeling nauseous. This world always has an excess of these types who cling to others' skirts begging for pity. Their faces as thick as bamboo sheaths, disgustingly lazy, being weak yet not knowing how to lift their heads, only liking to open their mouths and wait for figs to drop. Right in the middle of the tavern, the crowd began to whisper excitedly, "Hey buddy, caught wind of the big news. That river-swallowing toad incident. Heavens, at this hour everyone knows it inside out. It's a genuine rank 5 goo worm. If it isn't cleaned up neatly, this whole village might just perish any day now." Fang Yuan sat cross-legged by the window sill, tapping his wine bowl, taking in a few words of the gossip and thinking to himself, "A river-swallowing toad. This beast must have been sound asleep, naturally drifting along the Huanglong River and slipping into a tributary, only to be washed ashore by the waves right at the foot of this Qingmao Mountain." According to historical records, Zhang Fan originally had the status of a lowly servant, spending year in and year out lonely guarding the fishing grounds on behalf of his masters. Until one day, out of nowhere, a river-swallowing toad drifted by, exposing its pale white belly, stranded on the riverbank, just snoring away ignoring the world. And it was precisely this lump of meat that completely overturned the local people's rice bowls. The ugly toad's massive body blocked the upstream current, entirely wiping out the fish so not a single one could be caught. Zhang Fan had also broken his back and gritted his teeth trying to push that burden away, but unfortunately, it remained as immovable as stone and solid as bronze, not shifting even a fraction of an inch. Zhang Fan racked his brains for all sorts of tricks to uproot that bothersome toad corpse, but alas, how could a mortal like him possibly budge that massive lump of meat? The masters were as cruel as yakshas, failing to meet the monthly quota meant a guaranteed beheading. Scared out of his wits, Zhang Fan didn't dare report it, only gritting his teeth to find a way to deal with it. Despite knowing full well he couldn't move the burden, every day he still went out there, punching and kicking the toad's flanks, crying loudly and throwing a tantrum just to vent his frustrations. All his resentment and fear of the prospect of losing his head were completely vented. However, one day, the river-swallowing toad suddenly woke up, its bleary, sleepy eyes staring straight into Zhang Fan's face. Dazed, half-asleep river-swallowing toad still lay there paralyzed without moving. An incense stick of time passed, and Zhang Fan finally regained his senses, his trembling easing. He boldly climbed right onto the toad's soft belly, resting his arm over his forehead as he gazed at the night sky. He just leisurely lay there chatting with it. "Hey toad, you are just as miserable as me, also just clinging to your last breath waiting for Yama to take you right." Zhang Fan sadly left his last words with it. "Old toad, it's quite funny that I have to go to the Yellow Springs before you. Meeting each other in this middle of nowhere can be considered a tragic fate. I pray that in these final moments, you can comfortably close your eyes and rest in peace." Eventually, the deadline to deliver the goods and surrender his life arrived. He stepped forward to bid farewell to the river-swallowing toad, his mind already enlightened to accept the death sentence, knowing for sure this cheap life couldn't produce enough fish to submit. Right at the 0 hour, the river-swallowing toad stirred and flipped over, hiding its white belly to expose its bare back. It seemed this burden had thoroughly woken up. Zhang Fan witnessed this scene with his own eyes and burst into tears, complaining, "Old toad, oh old toad, so you weren't paralyzed. Oh mother, you stabbed me in the back so cruelly. If only you had rolled over a few days earlier, I wouldn't be in this state of throwing my cheap life away." The river-swallowing toad ignored his rambling. Upon waking, its stomach rumbled with hunger, so it opened its gaping mouth wide and swallowed the entire river water to pad its stomach. It was as if this beast heard Zhang Fan's suffering. The river-swallowing toad glanced at him and suddenly let out a loud burp. Immediately after, its fat belly deflated and inflated, its mouth opened wide like a cave, and it spewed out a massive amount of fresh, wriggling fish and shrimp. Zhang Fan stared wide-eyed at the rain of seafood pouring down, going crazy with joy. 1,000 thanks to the heavens, my savior river swallowing toad. I've kept my life, I don't have to die anymore. This batch of fish and shrimp is more than enough to pay my dues for 3 whole months. Old toad, it must be the accumulated karma of my 8 past lifetimes to have run into you. At that very moment, the sky seemed to be pouring down a great deluge of fish and shrimp. Villages at that time were scared out of their wits, banding together to form an army to drive the river swallowing toad away. It then hoisted Jiang Fan onto its back, opening its mouth to spit out a flood that washed away the village completely, submerging more than half the mountain in a sea of water. That sweep dealt a shocking blow across the entirety of southern border. Jiang Fan's prestige resounded to the 9 heavens from then on. A lowly mortal managing to subdue that monstrous river-swallowing toad truly terrified the Gu masters of that era. His influence soared like a kite catching the wind thanks to manipulating this ferocious beast. Deeply understanding the grievances of the downtrodden mortals, Jiang Fan cleaned up the ruins of the old village to build a new one. He opened his arms to shelter the commoners, uniting with the peasants, determined to forge a promised land wiped clean of oppression, where all commoners could sit at the same table. Tragedy was that Jiang Fan was ultimately still just a mortal body, and any power he had was borrowed from the river-swallowing toad. His tragic end was already destined from the start. Despite standing up as a leader for the commoners to rely on, he still fell into a trap and was killed by assassins. With its master gone, the river-swallowing toad quietly left for a foreign land. Jiang Fan used the name of a mortal to blaspheme the rules of an entire era, obviously becoming a thorn in the eyes of all the Gu masters of that time. Fang Yuan smirked and raised his wine bowl, his mind wandering in calculations. It is unclear whether in this life, the butterfly effect I caused will make that guy Jiang Fan vanish without a trace or not. Pivoting back to the Gu Yue clan elders' discussion room, an angry old man slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What?" Gu Yue Mo Chen jumped in shock, shrieking. Kai Shan personally took action but was still helpless against the river-swallowing toad. Gu Yue Kai Lion beside him was stunned, his jaw dropping. If even Kai Shan is useless, then what else can this clan count on? It looks like we will have to be thick-skinned and beg for reinforcements. Kai Shan, seeing the 2 old men in such a panic, quickly spoke up to reassure them. "Lords, please do not worry just yet. I request that you make an exception and issue a bull strength gu from the storehouse for this junior. Once I successfully fuse the bull strength with my innate bull-like strength, I am confident I can flip that river-swallowing toad away." Gu Yueshi frowned and dismissed that foolish idea. Using a gu worm is cheating. Even if you shake it awake, it will not submit. You absolutely must use raw human strength, pitting force against force to force it awake. Only then will it be considered a success. Gu Yue Mo Chen chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Not to mention the distinct scent of a gu worm will surely make its hair stand on end. What if we anger this damn toad into destroying the village? Who will take the blame? Kai Shan calmly responded, "If there is no other way, this junior would like to recommend a perfect candidate. This person possesses divine strength that surpasses even mine." The elders, who were scratching their heads and pulling their ears, heard this and immediately leaned forward, pressing him rapidly. "Kai Shan, you brat, stop beating around the bush, spit out the name quickly." Kai Shan loudly declared the name in front of the council. That person is none other than Gu Yue Fang Yuan. Hearing this, Gu Yue she frowned skeptically, muttering the 4 words Gu Yue Fang Yuan, while Gu Yue Mo Chen stroked his beard, trying to connect his memories. Is it that little brat who recently pawned off his entire parental inheritance just to exchange for a red iron relic gu? Kai Lion narrowed his eyes and judged that brat Fang Yuan indeed has brute strength. Previously on the arena, with just 2 punches, he shattered the defense of the jade skin gu, beating Fang Zheng until he crawled on the ground. But in terms of sheer brute force, I'm afraid he still has to call you, Kai Shan, his brother. Responding to the doubts of the clan elders, Kai Shan calmly defended him. "Elders, there is something you do not know. Besides acquiring the relic gu, Fang Yuan also casually bought a black boar gu. Once, this junior witnessed him pushing a giant boulder on a hillside to test his strength. Heavens bear witness to that guy's brute strength. He is absolutely not inferior to this junior in the slightest." Seeing that guy so eagerly vouching for Fang Yuan's strength, Gu Yue she had no choice but to wave his pen and sign an emergency dispatch order, tossing Fang Yuan out to the riverbank to deal with that damn toad to see how much strength he could exert. This stubborn brat needs to be taught a lesson. If things go south, I can just use that as an excuse to drag him out and make an example of him. As soon as the order was approved, Kai Shan frantically ran around searching for him everywhere. "Fang Yuan, hey Fang Yuan, are you wandering around here?" Discovering that Fang Yuan was holing up in the tavern, he barged in and dragged him away. "Ah, so you were hiding in this corner. Hurry up, the higher-ups just issued a martial law order. I'll explain the details to you on the way." The two of them rushed to the fishing dock, where the monster river-swallowing toad was sitting majestically. "This is the exact spot." Kai Shan patted his shoulder, entrusting him with high hopes. "Fang Yuan, the upcoming performance is entirely in your hands." He bent his back, gathering all his muscles to push the giant mass of flesh. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his blue veins bulging and trembling violently, but unfortunately, he only managed to make the toad shake slightly. Seeing him struggling, Kai Shan called out to ask, "Do you think you can handle it, brother?" Fang Yuan had to let go and give up, saying that relying on one person's strength to push this pile of pork is harder than plucking stars from the sky. "So helpless, I can't budge it at all, but sending this toad away isn't entirely impossible. However, I definitely need you brothers to pitch in." Hearing this, the other guy was dumbfounded. "How am I supposed to help?" Fang Yuan leaned into Kai Shan's ear and whispered his scheme. After hearing it, the guy blinked, playing at this ambiguously. "Doesn't that make us accomplices? What if that toad wakes up and doesn't give a damn about your efforts? Will it willingly get off its ass and leave?" He stroked his chin and casually finalized the deal. "Piece of cake. You guys just step back a bit, hide your presence and conceal yourselves, then it will be completely clueless. That is the perfect play. At the end of the day, this lump of fat is still just a goo worm. Don't overglorify its ick." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his sinewy hands tightly gripping the toad's bumpy back, his brain flashing with calculations. "I have taken the effort to use both the white boar goo and the black boar goo to forge my muscles and bones to a new level. My strength right now has fully accumulated the force of 2 wild boars. Unfortunately, to move this massive meat, the river-swallowing toad, requires at least the strength of 2 bulls. Using only my own mortal strength is naturally a lost cause. However, if I cleverly borrow the pushing force of the tide, look, the waves are rolling in." With sharp eyes, he seized the moment the white-capped wave crashed in, channeling his entire body's strength to ram directly into the river-swallowing toad's flank. Despite him pushing until his face turned red and his ears purple, this mass of flesh only budged inch by inch at a snail's pace. Even so, with that godly leverage, he finally succeeded in flipping its bloated belly upward, exposing it to the light. The shaking effort also completely drove away its sleepiness. It half-opened its crusty eye and shot a sideways glance at Fang Yuan. Next, it furiously opened its giant mouth, swallowing an entire gulp of muddy river water into its stomach. Kai Cheng's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wow, what an absolutely domineering physique. Kai Shan's eyes widened, rubbing them continuously. How the hell did he actually pull this off? Fang Yuan smoothed his sleeves and gave a vague reply. "It's a sure bet that we've secured the win this round." The water-filled monster toad began to bloat its stomach, and then immediately vomited it all out in a torrential downpour. Kai Cheng hurriedly grabbed a thrashing fish, bringing it close to his nose and sniffing it deeply. Well, it puked out a whole pile of fish, shrimp, turtles, and soft-shell turtles. How strange, why do I smell a faint scent of alcohol lingering around here? Kai Shan flicked a shrimp stuck on top of his head and slowly deduced, "I reckon this is a 1,000-year-old bitter shell. This type of clam swallows sand and spits out a bitter essence, which ferments over the long years and transforms into a top-tier wine. Rumor has it that the current clan head of Bai clan is extremely addicted to this bitter shell wine." Fang Yuan picked up a shell to examine it, laughing inwardly. "Just recently I was racking my brains scheming to steal this bitter shell wine at all costs. Who would have thought it would deliver itself right to my doorstep in such a comical way?" He clicked his tongue in satisfaction. It truly is a classic case of wearing out your shoes searching in vain, only to stumble upon it effortlessly. He swept the pile of shells into a corner, excitedly telling himself, "The final piece of the bitter wine puzzle is in the bag. This time, I have more than enough to fire up the furnace and refine the 4 flavors liquor worm." After finishing its trash dump, the monster toad lazily dragged its feet and vanished without a trace. Kai Shan was still muttering like a lost soul, "So damn smooth, is it really all over?" Kai Cheng beside him frowned in resentment. "Is it really this easy? Just a few trivial tricks and he chased it away. Damn it, if I knew enduring hardship would be this easy, our brothers would have jumped in to claim the credit ourselves. Now we're just freely offering up this heroic launching pad for that brat Fang Yuan to proudly take the glory." In the middle of the discussion hall, a big-shot elder clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Excellent, well done. Gu Yue Fang Yuan has achieved the merit of driving away the river-swallowing toad, and is hereby exceptionally promoted to a small group leader, with an extra reward of 500 primeval stones to pocket. Right at the headquarters of the Gu Yue clan some time later, the entire branch seemed like the Qing Mao bamboo taking root on high mountains, lush and green all year round. However, looking over at the position of the current #1 overlord, it exuded an atmosphere of decay and ruin. The rank 2 expert Xing Li of Xing clan cast his gaze from the rocky outcropping down to the valley, predicting in a low voice, once this wolf tide sweeps through, the old chessboard of Qing Mao Mountain will surely be overturned. That brat Bai Ningbing has only emerged for a few years and already pushed his cultivation to rank 3. His aptitude is truly terrifying to the core. Xingjiang frowned, asking curiously, "Brother, is that the lair of the Gu Yue clan over there? We're still a long way off. Why are we pitching our tent here?" Xing Li turned his head to drop some knowledge. "On this trip we're playing the role of diplomatic envoys. This boundary is already the warning line of the Gu Yue clan. If we just insolently poke our heads in, they'll treat us like bandits and use us as sacrifices for their banner. I bear 2 heavy responsibilities for this mission. First, to personally deliver the secret letter from our current clan head to the boss of the Gu Yue. Second, to scout out the truth behind the uproar regarding the river swallowing toad." He was in the middle of talking big when a subordinate barged in and interrupted, reporting to "Brother, an uninvited guest has arrived." The figure that just peeked out and revealed itself was Kai Shan. The moment their eyes met, they simultaneously threw the other's name at each other's faces. Kai Shan crossed his arms and mocked, "Well, looks like you've changed your luck to become a special envoy for the Xing clan now." Xing Li nodded coldly, "Spot on. Have the special envoys from the Bai clan shown their faces yet?" Kai Shan immediately spun around and walked briskly to lead the way, "So damn curious and nosy, shut your mouth and follow closely behind me quickly." Parallel to that period of time, deep inside secret room #2. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged in meditation before 4 brilliantly colored jars of wine, gathering the essence of the 4 flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. For sweet, he used golden honey; for spicy, white boar wine. Sour was the flavor squeezed from green plum wine, while the bitter astringency was naturally the top-tier bitter shell wine. He pushed both palms forward, channeling his strength to start the refinement furnace to force the 2 exotic insects to merge into one entity. Submerged beneath the deep red-green plum liquid, the 2 lifeforms began to coil around each other and melt. He had to exhaustively toss primeval stones into the wine jar to maintain the formation, 10 pieces, then 50 pieces vaporized one after another. The refinement blueprint flashed brilliantly. He performed the exact same operations in turns, moving to the golden jar and then the bitter shell. As the essence of the 4 flavors blended, every time a primeval stone was smashed in, the blinding sphere of light was compressed a bit more, until it was squeezed down to the exact size of a fist, reaching the absolute limit. Fang Yuan strained his eyes, staring fixedly at the final wine jar. Suddenly, a blinding beam of green light tore through the mouth of the jar and pierced straight up into the ceiling. He snapped out of it, his widened pupils flashing with a spark of excitement, growling softly, "The goods are here." As the dust settled, the final product was a tiny 4 flavors liquor worm that stretched its body and surfaced. Its shell perfectly displayed 4 streams of color that continuously shifted in a mesmerizingly magical way. Fang Yuan let out a long breath, secretly smiling in satisfaction. "It seems luck hasn't abandoned me yet." The very first batch went smoothly. He inwardly assessed, in any case, refining goo worms in the early stages of cultivation isn't too troublesome, but once it hits the rank 4 or rank 5 threshold, you'd be lucky to succeed once out of a dozen tries. And if we're talking about rank 6, I'm afraid the success rate is as razor-thin as 1%. Slowly stood up straight, crossing his arms, his gaze glued to the 4 flavors liquor worm floating in midair, calculating silently. High risk yields a rich reward. Just this 4 flavors liquor worm alone is enough to purify rank 2 primeval essence, forcing the cultivation realm to inch up a notch, which in turn doubles one's fierce combat prowess. Not to mention it also doubles up on the task of nurturing the aperture, truly casting 1 capital to reap 4-fold profit. Breaking off his train of thought, he quietly fell silent, his gaze suddenly becoming profound. The road ahead requires upgrading the stealth stone goo to transform it into the stealth scale goo, and this endeavor will drain primeval stones quite heavily. The fragile stealth stone goo is only at rank 1, but once it sheds its skin and becomes a rank 2 stealth scale goo, it will have more than enough power to cover all traces, from his clothing to his entire figure. Right at the village entrance, Xing Li's group jutted their chins at Kai Shan. They sneered, "Kai Shan, word around town is you possess heaven-granted giant strength, sounds majestic. but I have the backing of the brown bear innate strength Gu, and I've also nurtured a bear's strength within my body. The recent skirmish made it plain as day, even if you run your legs off, you won't be able to keep up with me. Xinjiang, standing nearby, pouted and chimed in, HMPH, dreaming of holding the title of the #1 strongman of Qingmao Mountain. Keep daydreaming in broad daylight. Sweating profusely like he'd just taken a bath, Kaishan grimaced while tightly clutching his aching arm, irritatedly snapping back. So what if you beat me? What's there to stick your nose up in the air about? Let me drop a bombshell on you guys. I've long since been knocked off the pedestal of being the strongest in the clan. If you're so good, drag your bodies over to find Fang Yuan and test his mettle. Only after you beat him can you thump your chests and declare your names. Xingli raised an eyebrow curiously. Oh, Fang Yuan, you say? I only caught wind that the Gu Yue clan had an Agrade seed named Fang Zheng, so from which corner did this Fang Yuan crawl out? Kaishan immediately cleared his throat. Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's biological older brother. He also carries an abnormal innate talent, possessing an inborn giant strength that is not to be trifled with. On top of that, he has Gu worms equipped to boost his strength. That rank 5 river swallowing toad the other day was shoved hundreds of steps away solely by his brute force. Xingli and Xinjiang's jaws practically dropped to the floor. They stared at each other wide-eyed. Fang Yuan bulldozed a rank 5 river swallowing toad away. Is this the joke of the century? As for Fang Yuan, he was leisurely swinging his hand to slash at the empty air, then narrowed his eyes to admire the crescent moon blade of the moonlight Gu. Every single slash swallows exactly 1/10 of his pale red primeval essence. With this meager rank 2 initial stage capital right now, I can snap my fingers 4 times before hitting rock bottom. If I manage to drag myself to the middle stage, I can squander 8 shots, and once I hit the upper stage, the number will naturally double itself. He strolled leisurely through the gloomy tunnel, muttering calculations. Only 2 days have whizzed by, and I've already drilled through 3 stone pillars. This pace of breaking through barriers is worlds apart compared to before. If I keep up this form, in about half a month, I can easily clear the path and march straight into the core area of the stone forest once again. Based on the eccentric hiding taste of Huaju Xingji, it's almost certain that the next trial is situated right in the center of the underground stone forest, and it is highly likely hiding an earth treasury flower Gu. Anyway, having dragged myself to this point, the final stretch will at most have only 1 or 2 trifling obstacles left. Lotus bud shimmering in golden hues flashed across his mind. It seems like this final leg only has about 1 or 2 earth treasury flowers left. He slightly curled his lips, secretly hoping that the batch of Gu worms lying inside had better be the reconnaissance type, or at the very least, something that helps these legs flee faster. In the blink of an eye, the cold breath of early winter had swept in. As the first snowflakes of the season drifted down to the cold ground, a bone-chilling cold began to close in. Food supplies gradually dwindled, triggering the aggressive expansion of the starving wolf packs. He coldly yanked his blade out of the wolf carcass whose life had just been snuffed out, his brain quickly calculating, wolf pelts and gallbladders both have their uses. Although their wholesale value is pitifully low, making up for quality with quantity, and gathering them all together can still salvage a decent sum. Casting his eyes over the wolf corpse already freezing stiff on the snowy blanket, he let out a faint sigh carrying a hint of philosophy. The law of all things has always been thus. The struggle and strife spare no one. It is not just humanity that knows how to trample on others to survive. This iron cage called heaven and earth is essentially just a giant theater, where the play of life and death never drops its curtains. Expertly ripped out the wolf's gallbladder, turning it over to evaluate it, muttering to himself, the wolf tide is on the verge of erupting, and when it does, the whole clan will be dragged out to the front lines. I naturally can't just lounge around at home looking out for myself. I must urgently procure a reconnaissance Gu worm or one specialized in fleeing. Otherwise, if I catch a stray bullet in this sweeping battle, death is certain. He had just tossed the bundle of loot over his shoulder when the piercing sound of someone shouting Fang Yuan's name echoed in his ears. Looking back, it turned out to be Kaishan sprinting over at top speed, panting heavily as he delivered the news. For the past few days, Xingli of the Xing clan has been frantically searching for you to test his muscles against yours. Have you caught wind of it yet? He blinked and replied nonchalantly, I'm not deaf, of course I know. Kaishan barged closer, his tone serious. That guy Xingli challenging you to a contest isn't just for kicks. It directly ties into the pie of interests among the 3-clan alliance. Precisely because of this excuse, the atmosphere these past few days has been sweltering like a furnace. I just got beaten up by him. Kaishen held his face in bitterness. He's nursing a brown bear innate strength goo in his hands, has already squeezed out a bear's strength, and even acquired a grand bear goo to amplify his power. I don't want to swallow this humiliation, but I can't even keep up with his pace. Our physical strengths are on par, so if you step into the ring, you'll only taste defeat as well. The problem is, you bear the title of the hero who drove away the river swallowing Toad, saving Qingmao Mountain. If you fall off your horse, the rights and benefits of our Gu Yue clan will plummet straight into the abyss. Amidst his complaints, he suddenly clasped his hands formally, bowed his head and shouted loudly, "For that reason, I beg you to show some mercy for the clan's big picture, toss your personal pride to the back of your mind, and just hide from the fight to be safe." Kaishan clumsily dug out a bundle, putting on a sincere face. "The clan desperately needs you. It's only normal for you to swallow your pride for the sake of the big picture. But since I got you tangled up in this mess, I'd like to dig into my own pockets to compensate you a little. Just consider it a token of goodwill. Please accept it so my heart can be at ease." Fang Yuan, having just heard this, crossed his arms, smirked, and dropped an icy remark. "Oh, so it turns out my prestigious face is only worth these 200 measly primeval stones." Stabbed right in his guilty conscience, Kaishan threw the bag straight into his hands, spun around and walked away, tossing back a sentence. "Frankly speaking, I'm just an errand boy, bringing you the no-combat order. This is a tacit directive from the clan's higher-ups. Even if it grates on your ears, you have to nod. You better watch yourself and hide well." Sitting comfortably on a rustic chair, Fang Yuan's face was as placid as a rippleless lake, speaking flatly, "So that's how it is. If Elder Yao Jai is so desperate for it, why doesn't she haul herself over to find that particular Gu master who snatched the liquor worm and beg him?" Sitting opposite, Qing Shu could only smile wryly and scratch his head. The agonizing part is that no one can dig up the identity of whoever, in the clan, managed to steal that liquor worm right from under their noses. He's so tight-lipped that you couldn't pry a word out of him, even if you pried his mouth open. Fang Yuan remained with his arms crossed, the tails of his eyebrows furrowing to clearly show his annoyance. "Say whatever you want, but I am not coughing up this liquor worm." Fang Zheng, who had been on the sidelines all this time, heard this and felt an itch in his mouth to interject. "Brother, you holding on to that liquor worm isn't going to produce anything anyway. Are you hoarding it like a treasure? Grandma Yao Jai is kind-hearted. She will definitely take good care of it. Whatever you lack, just raise your hand and trade it for something else. Being this petty will only make people laugh at you." A flare of irritation erupted. Fang Yuan glared, coldly cutting him off. Well, my filial little brother, have you switched careers to lecturing me now? The liquor worm is my property. Even if I felt like crushing it to pulp for fun, it's still not your turn to stand there flapping your gums and waving your hands." The atmosphere instantly reeked of tension. Qing Shu broke out in a cold sweat, mentally slapping himself for the misguided move of dragging Fang Zheng along. The temperaments of these two brothers were already like fire and water, and now he'd only made a bad situation worse. He hastily turned to Fang Zheng, tactfully shooing him away. "All right, why don't you go outside to catch a breeze and enjoy the scenery for a bit?" Fang Zheng indignantly stormed out, not forgetting to leave behind his pent-up frustration. "This way of the world, I am truly utterly blind and cannot understand what brother is thinking." Fang Yuan didn't even bother to bestow a glance, indifferently replying, "The things I involve myself in, why would your brain need to understand them, Fang Zheng?" Waiting until the eyesore was out of sight, Qing Shu timidly resumed the thread of conversation. "Actually, there's another matter concerning the 9-leaf vitality grass." Before he could finish, he was splashed with cold water by Fang Yuan. "The 9-leaf vitality grass is absolutely not for sale." Qing Shu frantically tried to salvage it. "I know full well that batch of vitality leaves is the private property of your personal small group. What I mean is, you can step up to supply us with the sprouting leaves, and in return, we will definitely compensate you with a worthy sum." He unhurriedly raised exactly one finger, locking it in. "Fine, for every single vitality leaf, hand over 65 primeval stones." Qing Shu's face distorted, and he yelled out, "Are you kidding me? The clan's listed floor price is only 60 stones a leaf." Fang Yuan's expression remained as impassive as stone. He calmly raised his teacup for a sip and replied unhurriedly, "Think it's too expensive. If you do, then please leave. No one is forcing you to buy. But from what I understand, once the wolf tide hits and the clan's logistics run dry, vitality leaves will become a rare commodity. Waiting until then, I'm afraid the price will skyrocket continuously." Inwardly, he calculated meticulously. Seeing that panicked look, he knew his price-flexing move had taken effect. Once embroiled in the wolf tide, vitality leaves could be price gouged to extortionate levels, even soaring to 100 stones, and people would still buy them. Obviously, the strategy now is to use the wind to bend the bamboo, inching the price up bit by bit. One way or another, this Qing Shu will have to come crawling back. The scene shifted to the final days of winter, the clear sky scattered with fluffy white clouds. At a deserted mountain patch, people were crowding in serpentine lines, surrounding a massive tournament arena. Standing out amid the noisy crowd were 5 formidable faces. The masses chattered excitedly. Who knows what Bai Ningbing looks like? He has cultivated all the way to rank 3, he definitely won't bother squeezing in with this bunch of rank 2 small fry. Another guy chimed in. 3 years ago, right on this very Alliance mountain slope, Bai Ningbing was the ringleader who rushed out to challenge everyone. In just the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed, and he sits proudly at rank 3. Thinking back on it truly makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. On the towering steps, 3 majestic elders stood looking on with crossed arms. A man with long, loose black hair, a white-haired elder draped in a fur coat, and an elder wearing yellow robes announced in unison, the alliance of the 3 clans, its core lies in joining hands and standing side by side. Today's martial tournament is primarily for sparring and discussion. Stop once blood is drawn. Let it begin. The 5 aforementioned seeds stepped proudly onto the arena. Someone asked anxiously, who in the world is opening the curtains first? Someone whispered, it's a person from Qing Li's small group. Another guy scolded, damn it, do they think the Gu Yue clan is easy to chew on or what? Why do they always like dragging their faces over to our Bai clan to pick a fight? Xingjiang narrowed his eyes, clasping his hands in a chivalrous manner. Xingjiang of the Qing clan asks to broaden his horizons against Bai Bingyi. A jumpy guy mocked, among the young saplings of the Bai clan, his status is second only to Bai Ningbing. Trying to show off, throwing a mantis against a chariot, huh? Ingyi strolled forward unhurriedly, smiling. Xingjiang, your guts are as big as the sky to dare pluck a tiger's beard. I respect your recklessness. What are the rules? Let's hear them. Xingjiang thumped his chest. Yours truly excels at defense, while you, brother, are accustomed to attacking. Let's do it like this. I'll plant my roots and take the beating, and you throw the punches. I'll yield you 3 chances to strike, and once it's over, we'll see who's lying on the floor. Bingyi stroked his chin, the tails of his eyebrows lifting in a mocking manner. Xingjiang, your rank 2 label is still hanging right there in plain sight. With your strength so blatantly obvious, are you delusional enough to think you can withstand my water whirl-gu? You only know if it hits or misses by trying. Xingjiang shouted, quickly lowering his stance and roaring, rank 2 roaming zombie Gu appear. In the blink of an eye, his outer skin turned a sickly green, his ears grew long and pointy like a goblin's, his black hair turned stark white, 2 fangs extended past his lips, and his nostrils furiously puffed out streams of black smoke. His physique swelled into a hulking mass, his bulging muscles tearing his clothes apart, displaying layers of muscles as tough as smelted bronze, and his fingernails elongated into sharp, razor-like claws. Xingjiang was heavily enveloped in a pitch-black fog. Bingyi quickly swept his eyes over to evaluate. A zombie's physique takes physical damage extremely well, and its healing rate is also top-tier, but it cowardly cowers before light and lightning. In return, its resistance to water, storms, and poisons surges drastically. The annoying part is that a zombie's strength exposed under the blazing sun is severely drained compared to the night, bearing a massive weather handicap. Finishing the bunch of theories in his head, he cleared his throat a few times and smirked, take this. Rank 2 water whirl-gu, his hand was immediately coated by a layer of water film. A ferocious water vortex shot forward, surging along the trajectory of Bingyi's spinning hand. The vortex compressed into an explosive mass, smashing squarely into Xingjiang's stomach, causing him to spurt fresh blood. Xingjiang was still bewildered and hadn't even regained his senses when he saw the next storm preparing to crash into his face. Seizing the moment, Bingyi followed up with another water strike rolling straight into his opponent's gut, the force significantly more violent, sending Xingjiang tumbling far away. Xingjiang fell flat on his back on the ground, yet a mocking grin still plastered his mouth. Suddenly, Bingyi gagged out a mouthful of thick blood, shrieking in panic, what the hell is going on here? It was unclear since when, but Xingjiang had slipped behind his back like a ghost, launching a preemptive strike. Bingyi widened his eyes in horror and blurted out, it's the shadow spear Gu. With his entire body battered like a ragged cloth, Xingjiang still grinned widely, baring his jagged teeth, looks like I've turned the tables. Brother, holding this shadow spear Gu, however many bruises I take, you'll also get a 10% share. You're inherently an offensive mage with a flimsy body. Even just eating 1/10 of the damage is enough to claim your life." The gossiping crowd below the arena erupted in noisy boos. One guy pouted in disdain, "What a cowardly way to fight." Another strained his neck shouting, "That's playing dirty, overly cunning." Who would have thought he hid the Shadow Spear Gu as his trump card? Senior Bai Bingyi fell for a massive trick. Bingyi used his sleeve to wipe the streak of blood oozing from his lips, coughed a few times, and then forced a bright smile. "Not bad. This move was calculated quite well. You outplayed me with your schemes. I raise the white flag and concede this round." Xingjiang hurriedly clasped his hands, putting on a polite tone, I wouldn't dare. If we went all out, the ultimate boss would still be you, Brother Bai. At the end of the day, the Shadow Spear Gu has a narrow coverage range. It can only be brought out to pull a fast one on close combat Gu masters. When the wolf tide arrives, I hope Brother Bai will raise his hand high and strike lightly to protect me. Bingyi also plastered on a smile, clasping his hands in return, a trivial matter, it naturally should be so. The old man in the yellow robe leisurely stroked his beard, praising profusely. Xingli's small group fired off a pretty sweet opening shot, causing the big shots sitting next to him to clutch their stomachs in roaring laughter. Xingli stamped his foot and stepped forward at this moment, crossing his arms arrogantly. "Who is Fang Yuan? Drag your corpse out here and let me see. Rumors in the martial world say you chased away the river swallowing toad all by yourself. Let's take this chance for our brothers to test each other's mettle a bit." The audience once again found an excuse to cause a ruckus, bringing a whole gang over to challenge the Gu Yue clan again. It's over, this time Xingli is personally stepping up. How terrifying. Fang Yuan sluggishly dragged his steps onto the martial ring. Xingli immediately strutted smugly, "You actually do have the guts to show your face." The crowd below clicked their tongues in awe, chasing away the river swallowing toad single-handedly. Good heavens, that's a rank 5 Gu worm. Is he really that beastly? The guy next to him clicked his tongue. It was merely encountering luck at the right time. You think it's that easy? Bumping into this meat grinder Xingli, he's guaranteed to bring disaster upon himself. Kaishen let out a long, drawn-out sigh, crossed his arms and advised, "Fang Yuan, there's no way to hide this time. You just have to bite the bullet and risk your life stepping up." Fang Yuan blandly replied with a blunt sentence, "Oh, is that so?" Xingli stood facing him, forcing out a modest expression. "I hope Brother Fang Yuan will be open to instructing me." The invitation had just poured out when Fang Yuan stood with crossed arms, his face as cold as ice, spitting out exactly 3 words, "I concede defeat." The entire arena buzzed like a broken beehive. One guy rubbed his ears in confusion, surrendering directly, "Am I going deaf?" Another gaped and sneered, "This is Fang Yuan, so cowardly that he doesn't even bother to make a move to save face." Another one scoffed, yielding straight up, acting like a turtle and humiliating himself is one thing, but dragging the clan's reputation through the mud with him. Midst the public mockery, Xingli was still raising his hand, choking on his words and dumbfounded by his abrupt reversal, blurting out, "What?" Dazed for a few seconds, he let out a contemptuous laugh, tilting his face up to ask, "You disappointed me so much. Could the martial valor of the Gu Yue clan really be this cheap?" Fang Yuan's facial expression remained frozen, his mind flipping back to the desolate scenes of his previous life to calculate. Even if the 3 great clans residing on Qingmao Mountain gritted their teeth and managed to survive after the wolf tide, they would still be swept away without leaving a single trace by the calamity 2 years later. The urgent priority right now is to seize the time to scrape together some capital and sprout wings to flee the clans swiftly, to avoid bringing fatal disaster upon myself. Qing Shu had appeared on the arena at some point, standing right beside him, putting on a reconciling tone. "Xingli, how about we brothers trade some blows for a bit of fun?" He laughed refreshingly, wiping his face to ask, "Brother Qing Shu, so how do you want to spar?" Qing Shu clasped one hand behind his back, answering casually, "Well, let's see how far your strength goes. If you can snap through my vine enclosure, I will willingly wave the white flag. Deal." Xingli's face darkened, but then he sneered and hummed, "Sounds good, then come at me." Inwardly he was covertly calculating, "I have already nurtured the strength of a bear and borrowed the explosive power from the Grand Bear Gu, combining into the might of 2 bears. No matter how tough these flimsy vines are, facing my 2 bear strengths, they will be crushed to a pulp in the blink of an eye." Qing Shu smirked smoothly, an aura rising from his palm as a vine sprout shot up at a dizzying speed. He waved his hand and shouted, "Bring it on." The vines stretched themselves nimbly, crawling and besieging Xingli's position. The rustic vines braided tightly around him. Qing Shu issued an authoritative invitation. The final word hadn't even left his lips when he heard the guy roar, "1 bear's strength." The aura around his body exploded deafeningly as a giant azure bear phantom manifested and stood tall behind his back. The unfortunate batch of vines was soon ripped to shreds into pieces by this frenzied strength. Li laughed triumphantly, raising his chin to say, "Senior brother Qing Shu, it looks like I hold the victory in this friendly match." Not necessarily. Qing Shu clasped his hands and smiled mysteriously, throwing out another hand seal. Another forest of deep green vines clung relentlessly to Li's feet, sprouting up from the ground. They elongated, tightly constricting his legs. He cursed furiously, "Damn it, why are the vines I just tore apart sprouting again, causing the broken ends to reconnect? The constricting force has suddenly shot up by not just tenfold like this." Overly stifled, Li tilted his head to the sky and bellowed, "Grand Bear Gu, activate, dual bear strength." High above, a few ripples of fluffy white clouds still drifted lazily, ignoring the affairs of the world. Swallowed up below the arena, Li fell to his knees, hugging them to accept the bitter pill. "I concede." Qing Shu leisurely clasped his hands and smiled faintly. Many thanks for yielding." Fang Zheng, waiting beneath the stage, had eyes filled with admiration. So awesome, truly worthy of being senior Qing Shu. Brother fundamentally isn't even fit to carry his shoes in comparison. The surrounding fellow disciples also chimed in to inflate the hype. "Lord Qing Shu, you are truly peerless." Fang Yuan crossed his arms and stared intently at Qing Shu in front of him, his mind racing. It was definitely the wood charm Gu. Using this Gu would instantly transform one into a plant spirit for battle, allowing them to freely and completely absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth for their own use. Rummaged through his memories of its mushroom-like appearance, rubbing his chin in thought. The refinement path to upgrade this wood charm Gu was one of the most absurdly expensive in the world. Its base was rank 3, and it needed to be refined with a 100-year lifespan Gu to shed its shell and become the rank 400-year wood charm Gu. Then, it required the sacrifice of a 1,000-year lifespan Gu to upgrade to the rank 5,000-year wood charm Gu. Everyone knew this refinement recipe by heart, but hardly any Gu master actually used it. The root cause was that lifespan Gu were simply too precious. If a Gu master got their hands on one, they would usually swallow it directly to increase their own lifespan rather than foolishly using it as a refinement material. Recalling the vision of Qing Shu entirely wrapped in vines, Fang Yuan secretly concluded that no matter how powerful the wood charm Gu was, it had a fatal flaw. The duration of each enhancement could not be prolonged. If overused, its power would gnaw at the Gu master's body, turning muscles into wood and ultimately freezing them into a vegetative corpse. In his previous life, Gu Yue Qing Shu had met his maker in exactly this tragic manner. The true opening act had just ended, and now came the part where the eager onlookers competed to issue challenges. Someone leaped up and shouted, "Mo Yan, I want to challenge you." The other party was not one to back down, curling his lip and replying, "Bring it on if you have the guts. Let this seat see just how comical your skills really are." The three-clan alliance meeting also came to a close, and the trio of clan leaders on Qingmao Mountain temporarily signed an alliance treaty. The first clause announced that the three clans must put aside their personal grudges and join hands to fend off the wolf tide. In times of crisis, they must reach out and help each other. Internal slaughter was strictly prohibited. A supervisory inspection team was established, and any murderer caught would be immediately and permanently kicked out of their clan. The second clause introduced a battle merit board, using small groups as the basic unit, continuously updating the combat achievement rankings of each group within the three great clans. Gouging out one eyeball from a lightning wolf could be exchanged for a full 10 contribution points, which could then be gathered to trade for supplies like Gu worms, primeval stones. Gu masters from the three great clans therefore worked their hearts out to hunt down lightning wolves. Fighting for a higher rank was not merely for personal glory, but on a deeper level, it was tied to the face of their clans. Winter passed and spring arrived, all things sprouted and flourished under the vibrant pink canopy of peach blossoms. Fang Yuan had just finished wiping out a pack of wolves, his entire body plastered with splattered blood. He crouched down, diligently gouging out the wolves' eyes and stuffing them into his bag. Right at this moment, a space-staring wolf howl suddenly echoed from not far away. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Relying on his survival experience, he judged that a wolf pack was rushing over at breakneck speed. Sure enough, a mid-sized wolf pack was stealthily surrounding Fang Yuan. Their glaring eyes radiated a brutal killing intent, locked tightly onto his figure. Fang Yuan's face remained as cold as ice. Suddenly, his body rippled like water bubbles, then slowly vanished on the spot. That was the signature technique of the stealth scale Gu. The corners of his lips slightly curled up. Pulling off such an effortless escape was all thanks to the fact that lightning wolves primarily relied on their eyes to observe and were completely clueless when it came to using their noses. Waiting for the wolves to disappear from sight, Fang Yuan slowly revealed his figure. His sharp gaze pierced into the empty space as he dropped a meaningful remark. My stealth scale gu is indeed the nemesis of beasts that rely on their eyes like lightning wolves, but unfortunately, it bows down to the sharp noses of domestic dogs. A few days passed. On the plaza, the crowd of gu masters was animatedly discussing the rankings on the battle merit board. Someone coldly snorted, "How is the first-place seat still glued to Bai Bingya's group from the Bai clan?" Another guy chimed in and declared, "Let me check. Bai Bingya sits proudly in first place, our clan's Qing Shu group is clinging to second, Xing Li's group snagged third, and my group is peacefully sitting at number 137. Squeezing through the sea of people, Fang Zheng tightly clenched his hands together, his face beaming with excitement as he craned his neck to flatter Qing Shu. "Lord Qing Shu, you are truly the number one person among us ranked 2 gu masters. It is truly admirable." Midst his flattery, the corner of his eye suddenly caught Fang Yuan's figure. He still maintained that lifeless, lazy face, his attitude as indifferent as ever. Fang Zheng softly muttered, "Brother." His gaze suddenly darkened, but inwardly he was jumping with gloating joy, silently mocking, "Oh brother, just keep carrying that lone wolf attitude of yours. No wonder your group has been dead last at the bottom of the board since the very beginning. Only when you throw away your ego and obediently integrate into the collective will you taste the joy and warmth of the clan." Fang Yuan stood swallowed by the crowd, his eyes sweeping over the battle merit board like the wind, easily spotting the 267th position bearing the name of Fang Yuan's group. Spring had knocked on the door, and the lightning wolves in the wolf tide were still engrossed in mating and reproducing. The real show would have to wait until summer, when the true mature male wolves would flood down like a tide, bringing catastrophic casualties to the 3 mountain clan villages. Flipping through Fang Yuan's memories, the vast majority of gu masters lost their lives, and the accumulated wealth of the 3 great clans was almost entirely depleted. Slipping into any organization was the same. From the moment you joined, you were endlessly brainwashed and continuously fed their values. If you wanted to transform into a dragon and transcend the mundane, you had to smash those ideological shackles. Unfortunately, the vast majority of humanity enjoyed wearing shackles and would only crawl forward when whipped. Worse yet, they deluded themselves into thinking that dog collar was a symbol of glory. Fang Yuan understood this logic to his very bones. He wasn't foolish enough to reveal his true capabilities for the world to see. He only needed to hoard mountains of living supplies and food for his gu worms. Those vain battle merit points on the board were completely meaningless to him. Therefore, Fang Yuan quietly turned on his heel and slipped away from the dramatic crowd. Today there was a matter of great importance. He mentally prepared himself to return to the underground tunnel inside the rock fissure. Standing right in front of the cave entrance, he calculated that it had been nearly over a month since the last time he crawled in here. Holding a blazing torch high in his right hand, Fang Yuan leisurely felt his way deep into the pitch-black core of the cave. After trekking for a while, he narrowed his eyes to inspect the surroundings, silently guessing, "I've finally dragged myself to the final stone steps." A roughly crafted stone door blocking the path appeared. Fang Yuan brought the torch closer to peek and discovered several lines of text carved onto the stone surface. He reached out to trace the engravings, muttering the words, "Golden centipede hidden in the cave, inviting the disaster of losing your life. Press your ear to listen to the earth, perhaps you will escape the calamity." His eyebrows knitted together into a single line, his expression full of calculation. "If my guess is not wrong." A thought flashed through his mind, jackpot. He immediately crouched down and used his hands to dig up the earth. It didn't take much time before he unearthed a honeysuckle flower. Right at the center of the flower, a brilliant golden light flashed dazzlingly bright. Fang Yuan picked out a gu worm shaped exactly like a human ear. This little toy was a rank 2 grass gu, known in the martial world as the earth-hearing fleshy ear grass. Fang Yuan's heart fluttered with joy. This earth-hearing fleshy ear grass had appeared at the perfect time. Using it as a reconnaissance ear was textbook. The massive advantage of the earth-hearing fleshy ear grass was its scouting range of up to 300 steps. Thrown into the ranks of rank 2 reconnaissance, it completely outclassed all competitors. Inwardly, his mental abacus clicked away. With this item in hand, I can freely spy on the truth and falsehoods, confidently tearing through this wolf tide season, and perhaps even exploit the wolf wave to plot my grand schemes. The trio of nurturing, using, and refining goo worms truly is a profound and magical realm of knowledge. Feeding this earth-hearing goo is easy, but whipping it out to use is quite troublesome. Fang Yuan glared at the stone door for a while longer before decisively turning on his heel and slipping away. He muttered, "If I'm not losing my mind, there must be a heap of dangers hidden behind this door. I absolutely have to use the earth-hearing fleshy ear grass to stand guard and dodge the bullets." He thoroughly understood the absolute truth of this world. In any universe, if you don't pay the price, where would the harvest come from? In the dead of the silent night in Fang Yuan's room, the doors and windows were tightly bolted. He sat blankly in front of the table, upon which sat a basin of water, accompanied by a snow-white cotton cloth making a bed for a razor-sharp dagger. Wearing his thousand-year iceberg face, Fang Yuan reached out and gripped the dagger, which was radiating a cold, sharp gleam. The moonlight drifted like frost scattered across the fields, the blade's gleam chilling to the bone. Even the biting winter frost could not compare to the lingering killing intent. Only by enduring this could one look forward to the warm spring sun. Fang Yuan's eyes were pitch black and murky like the bottom of an autumn lake, his eyebrows slightly furrowed like tightened ropes. Thwack, in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan swung the knife down with a flawlessly clean cut, causing fresh blood to gush out profusely. Beads of sweat raced to break out on his forehead as he hissed a breath of cold air through his teeth. Fang Yuan ground his teeth until his jaw ached, biting the bullet to swallow the flesh-tearing pain. He reached out and picked up the newly nourished earth-hearing fleshy ear grass, drawing out primeval essence to guide it to hover in the air. The earth-hearing fleshy ear grass circled and drifted right next to Fang Yuan's right ear. Its tangled roots immediately reacted, throwing themselves and stabbing fiercely into the gaping, bleeding wound. A sky-piercing pain shot straight to his brain, making his body convulse violently. After struggling for a while, Fang Yuan sat in silence before the mirror, borrowing the pale moonlight to meticulously inspect his newly implanted right ear. At this moment, the ear looked completely unchanged, identical to the original as if it had never been touched. Fang Yuan coaxed a pinch of primeval essence from his aperture, pouring it directly into his right ear. Instantly, a cluster of coarse roots slowly pierced out from the earlobe. This bundle of roots wiggled outward like the whiskers of a thousand-year-old ginseng, and his hearing sharpened by several folds in the blink of an eye. Far away, about 50 meters outside, a series of rustling footsteps fell right into his eardrums. Fang Yuan gathered his focus and concentrated his spirit, his willpower also surging to its absolute peak along with this momentum. He even caught the delicate wing-flapping sound of a baby grasshopper flirting nearby. Fang Yuan stopped pumping primeval essence into the earth-hearing fleshy ear. In the blink of an eye, the tangled roots completely retracted inward, and his right ear restored its normal appearance. He let out a sigh of relief. Done, so now I have acquired a reconnaissance goo worm. Not lingering for long, Fang Yuan ducked back into the deep cave. The torch in his hand burned fiercely, crackling and popping, casting his long, solitary shadow as he trudged toward the dark zone. Fang Yuan relocated the jagged stone door from the other day. He held off from pushing the door to enter, and instead hurriedly pumped his primeval essence to activate the earth-hearing fleshy ear grass. The plant's roots wiggled and jutted out all around his ear. His hearing capability skyrocketed, capturing every single sound within a radius of 300 steps. After listening for a while, he narrowed his eyes and glared at the stone door, silently deducing that intermittent, faint noises were seeping out from behind this shield. He would have to break the door down to clearly see what good show was playing out. With more reckless guts than common sense, Fang Yuan bluntly shoved the bulky stone door with immense force. The hinges shrieked with a creak, and the stone door swung wide open. Fang Yuan crouched down to untie the deer he had previously locked up, giving its rump a pat. "It's time for you to prove your worth." Finishing his sentence, he shoved the deer forward to serve as a sacrifice. The beast's large, round eyes widened in terror as it stared into the pitch-black void. It staggered, nervously feeling its way forward with timid little steps deep into the dark tunnel, its hooves clacking against the ground. Fang Yuan flipped the switch on his earth-hearing fleshy ear again. This time, he pushed it to the limit, forcing the entire bundle of roots to plunge directly into the freezing stone wall next to him. His auditory filter continued to stretch its range all the way to 70 steps. These sparse, rustling noises were undeniably the crawling sounds of centipedes. As the cacophony poured straight into his eardrums, Fang Yuan could easily paint the gruesome scene inside. A dense swarm of centipedes completely covered the prey. The young deer tumbled onto the sandy ground, thrashing and rolling around frantically, but barely a moment later, its heart flatlined. A gleam of light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He caught a cluster of bizarre, wind-tearing sounds, swish, swish, swish. He furrowed his brows. This spine-chilling noise is. Searching through his massive vault of experience, he immediately isolated the origin of the strange noise. It was a rank 3 wild goo worm, the giant sawtooth centipede, the notorious ringleader of the centipede swarm, a genuine killing machine lurking in this deep cave. Its demeanor was so ferocious that wherever it slithered, the entire centipede swarm parted ways to dodge it, revealing the unlucky young deer's body that only had half remaining. The monster slithered atop the deer's corpse, opening its vicious mouth to tear, suck blood, and swallow flesh. Encountering a tough bone, it twisted and coiled its body, bringing out its razor-sharp sawtooth mandibles to crush the bone fragments into fine powder as easily as flipping its hand. Assessing this situation, Fang Yuan smacked his lips in contemplation. Even the defensive armor of the white jade goo would likely be torn wide open under the chewing power of the giant sawtooth centipede. Old Huaju Xingji's intention was glaringly obvious. He spoon-fed me that earth-hearing goo so I could sneak around and dodge the bullets. Tusk, but then again, I've got the spring-autumn cicada in my pocket. Coaxing and subduing this giant centipede is by no means an impossible mission. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. However, right now I'm only languishing at rank 2 middle stage. Dreaming of subduing a rank 3 monster isn't completely hopeless, but it is a bit rushed. First off, high-ranking goo worms consume a monstrous amount of food. Secondly, bossing around premium goods involves extremely harsh operations, demanding a hefty price to pay. This salvage exploration trip basically stamps a seal of confirmation on my inward speculations. However, the time to strike is not yet ripe. It's best to leave it soaking for now. Dragging it out a bit is fine. There's no need to rush and risk ruining things. Having thought it through, Fang Yuan slammed the stone door shut, activated the invisibility function of the stealth scale goo, and swiftly slipped away. The pitch-black sky was besieged by thunderclouds. Darkness completely swallowed Qingmao Mountain as a fierce storm brewed, ready to crash down. Right on the jagged mountainside, over a dozen burly lightning wolves bared their fangs, growling with low hisses as they tightly locked their encirclement onto Fang Yuan. His face still didn't bother to change color. Suddenly, he stomped the ground and launched himself soaring upward, proactively seizing the initiative as he unleashed a kick, diving straight into the middle of the lightning wolf pack. He swung his fist, immediately caving in the stomach of an ill-fated lightning wolf. Quick as a lightning flash, he pivoted and delivered a heaven-shaking kick that sent another lightning wolf flying away. Fang Yuan breathed out a scornful sigh. His primeval essence reserve was completely drained. Squeezing this shoddy rank 2 middle stage container dry only gave a maximum of 50%. Running out of breath like this is truly still way too restrictive.